This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 358 Successful Capture, Making a Griffin Cage. It is that magical creature. The Griffin. This is a group of creatures with extremely strong destructive power. At this moment, the 4 griffins have red eyes, and they keep attacking the centaur archers below. They want to bite these centaurs with their powerful beaks and lift them into the air. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Soldiers, disperse and form a circle. Each group of 8 people follow my orders to use the catapult grapples first to catch these griffins, and then use the nightmare net." The moment the order was issued, more than 30 soldiers rushed out quickly and began to form a circle. Chao Xing was also riding on Dubai, and was about to come to the side of the group of centaurs. He was about to take out the original cube to gather these griffins together. Suddenly he remembered that he had given this thing to Healy. Including the Eye of the Storm Scroll, it had been used up. Chao Xing scratched his head. "I'm still a little uncomfortable without the means to gather monsters. But it doesn't matter, he still has many skills." Raise the staff. Above the heads of these griffins, 3 huge ice blocks suddenly appeared. Iceberg fall. Bang! Bang bang. The huge ice blocks hit them, and the amazing impact force made the griffin's back suddenly straighten. Howl! The griffin that was hit made a high-pitched and sharp sound, as if it was knocked unconscious, and fell down like a kite with a broken string. And at this moment, one of the leader-level griffins, with obviously darker feathers, suddenly flapped its wings. All the griffins woke up, and then locked their red eyes on Chao Xing. Facing these eyes, Chao Xing was not afraid at all. He quickly ordered, "All centaur warriors, throw the broken skulls. Control these griffins for me." Chao Xing knew that the 5th and 6th level griffins moved very fast. So he decided to control their movements first. There were 4 centaurs below. They took out a blunt weapon from their horses, and threw it into the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the heavy blunt weapon hit them with the sound of wind. The group of griffins felt the danger, and shifted their bodies at the critical moment. They directly avoided the 4 control skills. Chao Xing was shocked. Wow! Such a fast reaction speed? Not only that, the group of griffins seemed to know that Chao Xing was the most powerful among them. So, all 4 griffins rushed towards him. And these griffins seemed to have stimulated some special power. In a very short time, they rushed to a distance of less than 30 meters from Chao crossing. The other centaurs quickly reminded, "Lord, be careful." Seeing this scene, Chao Xing still did not panic. He raised his staff, and an ice wall appeared out of thin air. Bang! Bang bang! The 2 griffins crashed directly into the ice wall. At the same time, Andrew on the other side also switched to Albee's form, continuously using Starfire and Moonfire, bombing the group of griffins. Minus 11,784. Minus 10,532. Minus 12,931. Minus 10,116. One after another. The damage figures exceeded 10,000. Now, Andrew, after the bonus of the Blessing of Courage, the damage has reached a very terrifying level. The group of 5th level griffins were beaten and howled miserably. Before they could come to their senses, Chao Xing released Ice Blossom directly on the spot. Instantly, the movement speed of the 4 griffins was greatly reduced. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Eject the grappling claws, and catch them." His goal was to capture the group of griffins alive, not to kill them. The moment he heard the order, the dozens of Ascalon warriors below all took out their ejection devices. Bang! Bang bang! Claws shot out one after another, and the sharp claws cut through the griffin's skin, hooking their feathers, wings, and limbs, feeling the vines and claws wrapped around their bodies. The griffins immediately understood the purpose of the human in front of them. He actually wanted to catch them. A fierce look suddenly appeared in their eyes. Griffins are also very proud creatures. They will never allow themselves to fall into the hands of humans. Hiss! Hiss! They began to struggle frantically. Because of their lion blood, the griffins were extremely strong. They even dragged dozens of soldiers below them to the ground. And the vines in their hands were almost thrown off. Seeing this, one of the elite soldiers shouted, "For the glory of the Lord! We will not lose if we fight with strength. Soldiers of Ascalon, do your best." In an instant, all the soldiers seemed to have turned on the explosive mode. The veins on their foreheads bulged, and their faces were red. They all held on to the other end of the rope tightly, gritting their teeth. This was a contest of strength and endurance. However, Chao Xing would not let them really compete with these griffins. He said directly, Centaur archers, attack. Beat these griffins half to death first. After he finished speaking, he and Andrew launched various group attacks again. Ice Arrow Rain, Ice Breaking Blade, Ice Soul Spear, Ice Tornado Storm. One after another, the terrifying group attack damage fell. And there was even Chao Xing newly learned orange group attack skill Ice Tornado Storm. After the skill was cast, an ice element magic circle with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared again, emitting an astonishing cold air. Not only that, two huge ice dragon heads quickly rushed out from the magic circle. And as the loud dragon roar sounded, the two giant dragons made of ice elements suddenly rushed into the air, and then began to rotate at high speed. Voila! Voila! In the blink of an eye, a terrifying hurricane was set off in that area. Minus 11,564. Minus 11,823. Minus 17,923. Minus 11,623. Minus 11,962. The Ice Tornado Storm group attack damage is as high as 12 levels. The health of these griffins is dropping at a visible speed. This skill alone took away at least 150,000 health points of each griffin. Chao Xing explained, it really an epic group attack skill, so powerful. At this moment, the soldiers below controlled the actions of these griffins. So they were like targets in the air, passively taking hits all the time. Swish. Swish. The arrows of the Centaur archers came. And, because all members were blessed with courage, even these 4th level archers had a terrifying attack power. The group of griffins were shot in the air and screamed. In the blink of an eye, their health dropped below 10%. This health, actually, is equivalent to being seriously injured. At this moment, the 4 griffins were covered with frostbite wounds, and the charred wounds from the bombardment of moonfire and starfire, and the arrows shot by the archers stuck in their bodies. They looked quite miserable. The griffins finally couldn't hold on, whimpered, and fell down like a few small hills. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly ordered, okay, stop it. All the soldiers stopped attacking instantly. The group of Ascalon warriors still held on to the ropes tightly, for fear that the group of griffins would escape. Chao Xing quickly came to the front of the group of griffins, and observed their condition closely. By the way, he glanced at their attributes. Wind Griffin. Race, Griffin. Level 53, Level 6 Boss Level Creature. HP, 71239/918321. Attack Power, 5124 to 5233. Armor, 965 to 1185. Skill, Sharp Beak Pecking. Use a sharp beak to quickly peck at the enemy, causing 178% physical damage. If you attack the same target continuously, the damage will gradually increase by 10%. Wing Sweep. Spread your wings. Sweep the surrounding enemies with force. Knock them back a certain distance and cause 157% physical damage. Wind Assault. The griffin accelerates instantly, turns into a gust of wind and rushes forward, causing 217% physical damage to enemies in a straight line. If you successfully hit the enemy, the griffin itself will gain a 20% attack speed increase effect, lasting 20 seconds, cooling time, 60 seconds, wind roar. The griffin roars to the sky, releasing powerful storm sound waves. The sound waves spread out from the center of the Gale Griffin, causing 3 by 188% magic damage to enemies within the range and causing them to fall into a continuous state of confusion. Enemies in the state of confusion will randomly attack surrounding targets. Cooling time, 120 seconds. Talent, Wind Affinity. In areas with strong wind elements, increases flight speed by 20%, and skill attack range increases by 20%. Bonded Gale Griffin. When the number of Gale Griffins acting at the same time reaches more than 10, flight speed increases by 20% when more than 30, armor increases by 20% when more than 50, attack power increases by 20% when more than 100, activates the additional skill Whirlwind Storm. Status, severely injured, bleeding, frozen. After reading the attributes of these griffins, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Good. 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 This attribute is really good. It's perfect for use as a mount. Of course, if you want to use it as a mount, the prerequisite is that these griffins can be tamed into friendly units. Thinking of this, he took out a few pet contract scrolls from his backpack and used them on one of the seriously injured griffins. Contract failed. Contract failed. Contract failed. Several consecutive failures. made Chao Xing stunned. Damn, so stubborn? He didn't believe it, and tried several more times. All ended in failure. Andrew said at this time, "My lord, griffins are creatures with bad tempers, and are more difficult to tame than saber-toothed tigers. If you want to contract them, I suggest you take them back to the territory first. Tame them for a while, and then tame them." Chao Xing's eyes showed a sudden realization. Anyway, the group of griffins has fallen into his hands, and it is not difficult to take them back to the territory. But this way, there is a new problem. That is, these griffins are so big, and they have bad tempers. Once they regain some strength, they will definitely struggle like crazy. In other words, Chao Xing has to find a way to lock them up, and it is not easy to trap such powerful creatures. Chao Xing shook his head. Forget it. Let Harold see if he can make a few large griffin cages when he goes back. Thinking of this, he continued to order, "Okay. First use the nightmare net to cover them. Then use the leader-level vines to tie up these griffins. Remember to tie them up tightly, and then bring them back to the territory. These griffins are very strong, and Chao Xing is a double insurance." After hearing this, the soldiers began to act. Bang! Bang! One nightmare net after another fell on the group of griffins. In the blink of an eye, these huge monsters with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters were tied up by them. Then, Chao Xing took out a few sleds from his backpack and continued, "Put these griffins on the sleds and drag them back to the territory." The soldiers did as they were told. Soon, several centaurs pulled a sled with several heavily tied griffins on it, and they galloped through the snow. Swish! The centaurs ran very fast. The sleds were dragged behind them, like surfboards on the sea, stirring up a lot of snow along the way. A few minutes later, the group returned to the vicinity of the territory. The polar people who were working were also very surprised to see the griffins dragged by the centaurs. "Oh! God of the crypt, I just saw the Lord rushing out, and I thought he was doing something. In the blink of an eye, he even tied up this ferocious creature. Ha ha! You are worthy of being the Lord. That right, the Lord is really a magical existence, there is nothing he can't do." Ignoring the comments of these polar people, Chao Xing quickly opened up the permissions for these griffins. Then he led everyone to the 4th ring area of the territory. Chao Xing stopped in front of the door of the blacksmith shop and shouted loudly, "Harold, come out quickly. It's time to work." Hearing the shout, the sound of forging inside stopped quickly. The dwarf walked out of the blacksmith shop with his wife and the 2 blacksmith apprentices. Seeing Chao Xing at the door, Harold looked puzzled. "Lord, do you have any instructions?" Chao Xing pointed to the huge monster tied to the sled and said directly, "Look. Look there." When Harold saw those monsters, he was shocked. Even from such a distance, he could feel the fierceness of those griffins, including Putana and the 2 blacksmith apprentices. They looked at the tied monsters with shock. Harold said with emotion, "Lord, griffins are not something you can just come across. Legend has it that these creatures usually live on cliffs and are all social creatures. Could it be that you have found their nest?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "I haven't found the nest of these griffins yet. These griffins should be out foraging, and we just happened to run into them." Harold's face showed a look of realization. Chao Xing said directly, "I will keep them in the territory for a while, and then find a way to tame them. Now we need a few griffin cages that can hold them. Are you sure you can make them?" The dwarf blacksmith thought for a moment, and then replied, "To build a cage that can trap such a powerful monster, you need extremely strong materials. Ordinary iron cages will definitely not work. However, the Lord brought back a large amount of fine iron, which is many times stronger than ordinary iron. Add a small amount of mithril and 1 or 2 pieces of eternal gold to greatly enhance its toughness. It should be possible to create a griffin cage that can trap these monsters." Chao Xing smiled. "Yes, I knew you would find a way." The dwarf blacksmith smiled modestly. "By the way, how long will it take to make 4 cages?" Chao Xing continued to ask. The dwarf blacksmith thought for a moment, and then replied, "My lord, I will be able to finish it tomorrow morning." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Okay, then I have your hard work." The dwarf blacksmith waved his hand, and quickly took his wife and apprentices to work. Chao Xing looked at the soldiers next to him. "Before our blacksmith has built the griffin cage, you will be responsible for taking care of these griffins. Any problem?" "No problem, Lord," the soldiers answered in a resounding voice. "Very good, then I leave this place to you." After saying that, Chao Xing left here directly. While walking towards the center of the territory, Chao Xing couldn't help humming a little tune. He was in a good mood. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain after returning to the territory. He even caught 4 griffins. Next, as long as he tamed them, his relatively weak air power would be solved. After all, in the entire territory, only he and Francesca have the ability to fly. Of course, there are risks in doing so. That is, keeping the griffins in his own territory may arouse the hostility of other griffins, and the griffins in the nest may come to the door. But Chao Xing is not worried at all. After all, he is not afraid of the group of griffins in the wild. What more? It is still in his own territory. If the group of griffins really dare to come, I am afraid Harold will have to build a few more griffin cages. Chao Xing thought happily. When we have time later, send a group of centaurs to explore the nearby mountains to see if we can find the griffin nest. If we can find it, it would be the best. Then I will find a way to catch them all in one fell swoop. Then we can form our own griffin knights. Thinking of this, Chao Xing smiled again. Then, he continued to come to the market. He put all the cold spirit water that Ji Xinhua had brought for him on the ground. Hundreds of barrels of cold spirit water, placed in wooden barrels, emitting a faint white smoke. Chao Xing raised his staff and thought, according to Francesca, we only need to inject ice attribute magic into it to lower the temperature of the cold spirit water. However, we must control the injection level of magic, otherwise the cold spirit water will freeze and fail. Thinking of this, Chao Xing held the staff, and a strong ice attribute magic emerged from his body. Since he learned intermediate ice control, he could also do this basic method of releasing magic power. As a trace of ice attribute magic power was injected into one of the buckets of cold spirit water, it was obvious that something had changed in the cold spirit water. The temperature became lower, and a wisp of white mist rose up. After only a dozen seconds, the temperature of this bucket of cold spirit water seemed to have reached a certain critical point. Then, in just a few seconds, it turned directly into ice. Crack! Crack! A cracking sound appeared, which also meant that the production of the extreme ice water failed. Chao Xing was stunned, and then quickly summed up the reason for the failure. It should be that the speed of magic power injection was too fast, causing the ice element inside the cold spirit water to become chaotic, so it froze directly. It seems that I have to take it easy later. Thinking of this, he raised the staff again, and began to inject magic power. This time, his movements were very slow, and he was extremely careful. Just like treating those women who tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. After about a minute of magic power injection, Chao Xing saw that this bucket of cold spiritual water finally changed. It no longer emitted white mist, and it became extremely pure. However, when Chao Xing approached, he could feel the amazing coldness through the wooden barrel. This should be successful. Right? With an uncertain look, Chao Xing glanced at it. Ultra ice water, water containing strong ice attribute magic and vitality. After taking it, it can restore some life and spirit, and it is also one of the main materials for making some high-level secret medicine. His eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha! It done! Chao Xing said in surprise. This bucket of extremely cold water, at least 30 kilograms, is completely enough to make hundreds of bottles of secret medicine. Chapter 359 White Crystal Mine, Injured Dragon. However, Chao Xing has several hundred pieces of dragon blood grass, which can make more than 600 bottles of high-level life secret medicine. He simply spent an extra hour. He turned half of the cold spirit water on the ground into extremely cold water. Then, he came to the alchemy workshop and put the extremely cold water into the storage box. He gave Francesca a word and left quickly. When he came to the outside of the territory, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I have done another thing. Next, let go and see the effect of the epic throne. Thinking of this, he quickly came to the Lord Mansion. Instantly, a spacious and bright hall appeared in front of him. The Lord Mansion, which has been upgraded to level 8, has a rather light luxury style in its interior decoration. The entire first floor of the Lord Mansion is covered with a clean carpet, which looks neat and beautiful. On both sides of the hall are carefully carved furniture and gilded candlesticks. In addition, there is also a glass hanging lamp hanging above his head. Not bad. Not bad. My little nest now looks like a mansion. Chao Xing praised with satisfaction. In addition, he also saw a gorgeous throne in the middle of the hall. This throne has been here for almost a month. In addition to the usual function of increasing Chao Xing luck and charm, it is basically not used. Now, I can finally use the epic effect Shining Star above. As he clicked to use, a system prompt appeared. Release a shining star. After releasing, you will find an area containing precious resources near your territory. Attention! The maximum range of the shining star is 1,000 kilometers near the territory. The found location will be marked on your map. There may be some dangers. Chao Xing thought, 1,000 kilometers around? This range is quite large. In such a large area, there should be many precious resource points that have not been discovered yet. As for the hint later, these areas may contain dangers. This was within his expectations. After all, the more resources there are, the greater the danger. So, Chao Xing directly clicked yes. The next moment, from the Lord Mansion, a shining starlight rushed out and rushed directly into the sky thousands of meters high. After pausing for a moment, the starlight seemed to sense some direction and quickly fell to an unknown area near the territory, about tens of kilometers away. At the same time, on Chao Xing's system map, an area was marked. He quickly glanced at it and found that this place was called Lampuri Grotto. Lampuri Grotto? I have never been to this place. It seems that we should send someone to explore it first. So, Chao Xing walked out of the Lord Mansion quickly, called Cantel, and explained the mission to him. Cantel picked up the sickle and said solemnly, "No problem, strong lord. Your will guide me forward." Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then watched Cantor leave, leading several centaurs to quickly leave the territory. After doing all this, he could finally rest for a while. He looked at the time, and it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were only 9 hours left before the new version arrived. Chao Xing was going to go back to catch up on some sleep, to get enough rest, and to welcome the version update in the early morning. So, he randomly found a beauty room and fell asleep with her in his arms. The one who was randomly chosen was Rennie's. At this moment, this beautiful archer was also sleeping soundly. When she saw Chao Xing coming in, she immediately showed an unconcealable joy on her face. Then, Chao Xing got into the bed directly and hugged this warm body from behind. And he got in naturally. Rennie shuddered, but soon got used to the feeling, and he held it carefully. Then, the two of them started a 1-hour battle. Later, Chao Xing kept the same posture directly and fell asleep with Rennie's. Rennie's made an indescribable charming sound, and even felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. "Lord, are you going to get up?" Chao Xing touched her hair, and then said, "Well, you should rest for a while. There may be some emergencies in the middle of the night. I will call you then." He didn't know what would happen in the early morning system update, but according to the previous updates, some unexpected situations might occur. Of course, it would be better if there is none. "Yeah." The woman under him agreed softly. Chao Xing quickly put on his clothes, went outside the room, and answered the call directly. Kandar's voice came from the other side immediately. He said in surprise, "Lord, the place you asked me to explore is really a treasure land. You must not know what I found." In his voice, there was an excitement that could not be suppressed. After hearing this, Chao Xing also felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. "Oh, what is it?" "It's a crystal vein. It contains a lot of white crystals." "White crystal? What is it?" Kandar said, "Haha. Actually, I don't know what white crystal is. The full name of this crystal is frost white crystal. Like shadow amethyst and spiritual green crystal, it has its own unique function, and is a necessary material for making epic equipment. This frost white crystal contains an extremely powerful force. If you add a little bit when making equipment and weapons, it will not only enhance the power of the weapon, but also enhance the properties of some weapon special effects. The mechas of the goblins, and some epic battle armors, all need this kind of crystal. It is said that a vein of frost white crystal is worth more than 10 times the value of a mithril vein." Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. After Kandar said this, he understood. White crystal. This should be a more advanced ore than mithril and eternal gold. It contains some unique powers, which can enhance the properties of equipment. In addition, it can also increase the property effects of equipment. It is also a necessary material for building powerful mechas and epic equipment. The value of this frost white crystal is naturally needless to say. If it can be mined, it will bring him a huge amount of profit. Great. It worthy of being the shining throne. The first time I used it, it gave me a surprise. Chao Xing lost all his sleepiness instantly, and he wanted to send people to mine the crystal mine immediately. Kandal said, "My lord, this Lampuri cave is very large. In addition to the deepest white crystal vein, There are also some iron mines and copper mines outside. However, it has been occupied by a group of cave monitors, and there are a lot of them. I will apply to you to transfer a Centaur squadron to clear out the cave monitors. In one day, I can clear out all the monsters in this cave. Chao Xing looked thoughtful after hearing this. A squadron has 100 centaurs. If it were normal times, Chao Xing would have given it to him without hesitation. But now, there were only a few hours left before the system update. He had to save his strength to the maximum extent to welcome the arrival of the new version. So Chao Xing said, I understand. Kandao, you come back tonight. I let you take people there tomorrow to clear this cave. Yes, Lord. These centaurs obeyed Chao Xing orders 100%, and would not question any of his decisions. After hanging up the call, the sky gradually darkened. As night fell, the people working outside returned to the territory one after another, and went to the cafeteria for dinner. Just when Chao Xing thought that nothing would happen today, a shadow suddenly appeared above his head. The aura emitted by this shadow was too terrifying, and it even woke up all the people who were resting in the territory. Francesca, Sarah, and other commander-level warriors such as Hilda. Their faces changed instantly, and they looked up at the sky at the same time. Bang! Bang! The doors of the rooms opened instantly. Victoria, Isabel, and other commander-level warriors rushed out of the room quickly. In an instant, everyone was ready for battle, and the shadow was also falling vertically at a terrifying speed. It seemed that the target was his territory. Chao Xing's heart was already shrouded in a haze. Coming for me. What is it? He had no idea why the shadow invaded his territory. But apart from the Church of Light, he had not provoked any powerful forces recently, and the Church of Light could not have discovered his identity so quickly. Of course, this aura was not a griffin. As the shadow continued to descend, the oppressive feeling of death became stronger. Everyone was on high alert. Chao Xing also quickly ordered, all soldiers, line up according to your arms. Get ready for battle. Don't attack yet, wait for my order. After hearing this, the faces of hundreds of fighters froze. They tightened their weapons, including Chao Xing, who was also ready to use his trump card. However, even Chao Xing, who was at level 5, felt powerless in the face of this aura, not to mention these soldiers. They even felt that, if that aura attacked, they might be killed instantly. The sense of death pressure brought by the creature above was too strong. If the other party went crazy, the entire territory would suffer heavy casualties. But no one was afraid. They were all ready to fight to the death for this territory. Whoosh whoosh. Strong wind sounds kept coming. When Chao Xing saw clearly what the shadow was, his pupils shrank instantly. It turned out to be a giant dragon. And it was a familiar giant dragon. It was covered with blue scales, and had a wingspan of dozens of meters. It was the creature that the dragon speaker had awakened in the mountains. He quickly put down the summoning totem in his hand. Chao Xing said, don't attack. After hearing this, everyone also put away their various skills, and prepared to release them. Chao Xing immediately closed the arrow tower in the territory. The reason for this was that he did not feel the killing intent from this giant dragon. In addition, the dragon speaker who controlled the giant dragon still owed him a favor. So, this giant dragon should not come to cause trouble for them. As Chao Xing expected, the blue dragon did not attack when it came to a distance of 1,000 meters above the territory. Instead, it slowed down slightly and descended downward. In the blink of an eye, the dragon landed about 100 meters above the territory. The sound of the flapping wings came to his face. As the other party landed, Chao Xing also found that the state of the dragon seemed to be a little wrong. It was not as majestic as when he first saw it. The aura dropped a lot. Not only that, the dragon scales on its body were mottled and broken, and some places had fallen off in large pieces, revealing the bloody wounds underneath. There were also many deep scratches crisscrossing its body, as if it had been slashed by countless sharp blades. The edges of the wounds were rolling, and exuding a pungent bloody smell. Chao Xing frowned. Injured? This is a giant dragon of at least level 8, who can hurt it? Not only him, but also others. Felt unbelievable. Chao Xing was full of doubts. And at the same time, his heart was shrouded in a haze. Before they could react, the dragon had already landed in the center of the territory, in front of Chao Xing. The combatants on the field also came to Chao Xing's side as soon as possible. They were worried about Chao Xing's safety. If the dragon suddenly jumped up, they would still have time to react. Woo woo, the dragon waved its wings. and made a series of inexplicable syllables from its mouth. Chao Xing couldn't understand the dragon language. He could only see the anxiety in its eyes. And the pleading. Andrew, too, couldn't understand the dragon language. He walked forward and asked tentatively, Seraphis, what happened? He had heard the woman mention it last time. So Chao Xing knew the name of this dragon. After hearing this, the dragon stretched out its claws and stood up on the spot. It looked at the sky in the distance, and anxiety appeared in its eyes again. Chao Xing even saw a hint of fear in the depths of its eyes. At this time, the blue dragon seemed to have made a decision. It flapped its wings, and a figure appeared directly under the dragon wings. The figure was lifted in the air by the dragon power, and then gently placed in front of Chao Xing. It was the familiar woman, the dragon speaker. However, this woman was in a state of coma due to serious injuries. Her clothes were stained with blood, and there were shocking wounds all over her body, especially on her abdomen. There was a blood hole as thick as a thumb. Her face was as pale as paper, without any blood. Under her tightly closed eyes were long eyelashes, but now they were drooping weakly, like a wounded butterfly folding its beautiful wings. Roar! Roar! The dragon deep voice sounded. Chao Xing frowned, and asked in confusion, You mean, someone is chasing you, and you need to get rid of the enemy now? And you want to hide this woman in my territory now? The dragon was very surprised after hearing this, and quickly nodded its huge head. At this moment, Chao Xing showed hesitation in his eyes. After all, this matter was too risky. That was an enemy that even the giant dragon and the dragon speaker could not deal with together. If this terrifying creature noticed that the dragon speaker was in his territory, he would probably destroy the territory in an instant. However, in a very short time, he made a decision. Chao Xing said directly, I agree. Leave this woman to me, and you can leave quickly. Although he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence this dragon speaker had provoked. But the opponent who could hurt her and the dragon like this must be extremely terrifying. However, this woman is also extremely powerful, and he has a summoning totem in his hand. It can be said that his biggest supporter at present is this woman. If something happens to her, Chao Xing will lose a powerful trump card. So, he decided to take a risk. When the dragon heard Chao Xing's agreement, it was relieved, and even its wings drooped a little. Looking at Chao Xing, his eyes were full of gratitude. But he also knew that time was running out, and he couldn't stay here for too long. So, Seraphis suddenly raised his dragon head, and a blue light emanated from his forehead. Then, a ball of blue magic appeared and gradually turned into a human figure. Moreover, the appearance and breath of this human were almost exactly the same as those of the dragon speaker on the ground. However, this dragon speaker created by the dragon seemed to have no consciousness, and his eyes were very empty. Then, the dragon speaker jumped directly onto the dragon back. Chao Xing's expression changed slightly. Is this some kind of illusion? Or magic? Is it to create the illusion that the dragon speaker is still on its back? At the same time, the dragon flapped its huge wings quickly and soared into the sky. It took a last look at Chao Xing, and then at the dragon speaker on the ground. A firm look appeared in its pupils. Even after a dragon roar, Seraphis turned into a blue lightning and rushed to a height of 10,000 meters in a short time. Then he continued to run forward at a high speed. It sounds slow, but in fact, from the appearance of the dragon, to it handing the dragon speaker to Chao Xing, and then flying into the air. It took less than 30 seconds in total. Shortly after the dragon left, Chao Xing also realized the seriousness of this time. The enemy must still be chasing it, and will soon follow Seraphis' trail and come here. Although the dragon created a clone of the dragon speaker, it is still fake after all, and there is a risk of being discovered. Therefore, he must not let anyone know that the dragon speaker is in his territory. All hidden dangers must be eliminated before the one who is hunting down Seraphis arrives. Chao Xing's eyes turned cold, and his brain was spinning rapidly. Then he quickly issued an order. Sarah, throw this woman into the well, and then you take her and hide in the well. Others, quickly release magic. Clear all the dragon breath here. Francesca, the dragon breath in the air must also be cleared. Thank you for your trouble. Chao Xing quickly issued a series of orders. Everyone nodded solemnly, and then began to execute at the fastest speed. Sarah directly hugged the woman and rushed to the well in the agricultural area of the territory. After reaching the edge of the well, without any hesitation, she jumped down. Plop! The sound of entering the water came. Sarah took the seriously injured dragon speaker and dived into the depths of the well. Since there was a twilight vine in this well, the temperature was not as cold as expected. With their physique, they are strong enough to resist. Moreover, the twilight vine always emits a strong twilight breath, which can well cover up the bloody smell of the dragon speaker. Isabel, Chao Xing, and the two wizards are quickly releasing various magic to remove the traces and breath of Seraphis stay in their territory. Francesca is wearing a light purple evening dress, flying up like a bird. Chapter 360 The Unconscious Witch and the Dragon Speaker. Francesca soared into the sky like a bird. While flying upwards, she continuously released the forest spirit in her body. Bang! Bang! The spirit continued to burst out, interfering with the traces left by the dragon. As the cold current in the sky continued to flow, the dragon breath would soon be completely eliminated. However, because Seraphis fell from a height of 10,000 meters, so Francesca had to rush to a similar height, creating the illusion that the dragon had never stayed nearby from the beginning to the end. However, the higher you fly, the lower the temperature. You know, the last time Chao Xing flew to an altitude of 2,000 meters, the temperature had already reached minus 78 degrees Celsius. You can imagine how low the temperature will be at higher altitudes. When she just reached an altitude of 5,000 meters, Francesca's body was already covered with a thick layer of ice crystals, and her movements became increasingly stiff. Even her blood froze. But she knew that now was the time to race against time. It is necessary to clear all the dragon breath in the shortest possible time. Whoosh 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 facing the howling wind, Francesca continued to rush into the sky. When she reached an altitude of 8,000 meters, the low temperature here had reached an extremely low level. Even breaking through a certain critical point, she felt that her body became more and more stiff, and a bone-chilling cold air was like countless sharp ice knives, piercing every inch of her skin crazily. The blood seemed to be frozen and solidified. Her limbs gradually lost consciousness, as if they were frozen in a thick block of ice, heavy and numb. Every breath she took was like inhaling ice chips, and the cold went straight into her lungs along her respiratory tract, making her chest seem to be pressed down by a huge piece of ice. Painful and suffocating. Even the forest spirit in her body seemed to be sealed in her body, making it extremely difficult to activate. This is the horror of extreme cold. Even a commander-level creature like her can't stand it. Ordinary people at this height, in almost an instant, would be completely frozen. If Francesca had not recently been promoted and became a 6th level master, she would have fainted now. She still gritted her teeth and continued to rush into the sky. After rushing to a height of 10,000 meters, Francesca tried her best to mobilize the last trace of forest spirit in her body to clear the nearby dragon breath. Bang! Bang! The forest spirit continued to explode, until she could no longer feel the dragon breath staying here. The beautiful witch gradually relaxed. However, in the extremely cold state, Francesca had been in a state of nervous tension. Suddenly relaxed at this moment, she felt her consciousness collapse instantly, and her vision became dim. She seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Her breath stagnated, and then she closed her eyes and fell straight from the sky. At this time, Chao Xing looked up and saw a black dot falling rapidly, like a kite with a broken string. Is that Francesca? She seems to be in a bad state. At this moment, the wings behind Chao Xing suddenly spread out. Swish! He did not enter the demon transformation state, but activated the wind wings behind him. The invisible wind wings, carrying strong winds, carried him quickly into the sky. At an altitude of about 1,500 meters, Chao Xing directly stretched out his hands and caught the falling Francesca. A heavy force came. Crack! Crack! Because it was an instant fall, under the pull of gravity, Francesca's falling trend reached a terrifying degree. It even directly shattered the holy shield on his body. Like a heavy iron block, it pulled Chao Xing down fiercely. The strong wind in the air whistled past his ears, making a sharp sound. Chao Xing held Francesca, and also couldn't stop the trend of falling. In his eyes, there was a bit of anxiety. Damn it! If this goes on, we both fall to our death. He was fine after all. He had many life-saving abilities. Francesca was clearly in a deep frozen state now. The extreme cold even damaged her body, and she would probably fall to the ground and turn into pieces. During the fall, Chao Xing used all his strength to drive the wind wings behind him, trying to slow down the gravity of the descent. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of wings flapping continued to be heard. Finally, when they were about to reach a height of 500 meters above the ground, After Chaoxing's unremitting efforts, their falling trend was finally slowed down. Then, Chaoxing held the witch in his arms and landed steadily on the ground of the territory. The people below, seeing this scene, all breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Chaoxing also felt how stiff Francesca's whole body had become. It was just like a heavy piece of ice. Even her blood was frozen. She closed her eyes tightly at this time. Her face was pale, and there were still white ice crystals on her eyelashes. Looking at the witch's condition, there was a trace of heartache in his eyes. Chaoxing quickly ordered, "Everyone, return to your room and forget what happened just now. Pretend nothing happened." After hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly and returned to their shelter. Chaoxing himself, holding the stiff Francesca, quickly rushed into his lowered hut. Then he carried her to the stove. While pouring milk into her mouth, he took out layers of cloud yak coats from his backpack and covered her. He hoped to quickly relieve her frozen state. About 3 minutes after the dragon left, everyone returned to their rooms. The cold current in the sky kept passing by and took away the last trace of the dragon. And at this moment, the faces of the people below changed again, because they felt that a crazy, terrifying breath suddenly passed through the sky of the territory. Although they were still so far apart, Chaoxing still felt a sense of fatal crisis. This breath even surpassed the original dragon speaker. The entire territory was silent. Everyone held their weapons, and they were extremely nervous, including Chaoxing himself. He didn't know whether the series of measures he had just taken could deceive this terrifying existence. But now, Chaoxing could only pray that he would not be discovered. Fortunately, the breath did not stop at all. Instead, he rushed straight to the direction where the giant dragon Seraphis disappeared, rushing at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sense of oppression had disappeared. It was as if a huge stone weighing on the heart had fallen to the ground, making people breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone knew that they were temporarily safe. However, Chaoxing still did not relax. He quickly pressed the communication device on his ear, and then switched to the team channel. "Don't relax, stay alert." Hearing this, everyone also perked up, and continued to be on high alert, and it took almost an hour. During this period, Sarah brought the dragon speaker to the surface once to breathe fresh air. Then they dived back into the well. Chaoxing held the unconscious Francesca, and kept adding firewood to the stove to increase the temperature. In this tense atmosphere, time slowly passed. Half an hour later, the terrifying breath returned again. A crazy, evil sense of oppression came over him. He seemed very angry. It circled back and forth several times, searching for more than 10 minutes. Hundreds of kilometers away, all the birds and animals trembled, and there was complete silence. Even if they didn't know what happened, they could still feel a terrifying breath above their heads, which brought them death-like pressure. Until more than 10 minutes passed, the breath finally left. Chaoxing still didn't relax. He continued to wait for another 2 hours. Sarah still took the woman and hid at the bottom of the well. During this period, Chaoxing would notify her to come up and breathe every half an hour. This continued until about 11 o'clock in the evening. For nearly an hour or two, the terrifying aura did not appear again. Chaoxing was finally sure that the terrifying existence had left. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, it's so scary. What level of existence is this? How did the dragon speaker provoke the other party? Questions arose in his mind. But these questions can only be answered after the dragon speaker wakes up. Chaoxing also quickly adjusted his mentality and calmed himself down. He looked up at the top of his head, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Although I know that this world is big and there are many strong people, but I didn't expect that powerful creatures, like the dragon speaker and the giant dragon, would be hunted down. And according to Zierda, this dragon speaker is already an 8th level hero. Then, is the one who is hunting her the legendary 9th level strongman? Or a higher existence? Thinking of this possibility, Chaoxing was shocked again. He felt again in his heart that the waters of this world were very deep. Tonight action could be said to be the most adventurous one since he entered this world. The degree of danger was even greater than when he was in Dwelluin Lake City, stealing the holy scripture of the Church of Light. After all, if he was discovered by that person, Chaoxing territory would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the other party. Of course, as I said before, danger and benefit coexist. Chaoxing saved this dragon speaker, so she owed him a big favor. Last time, this woman gave him a summoning totem. If he could save her this time, Given her character, she would definitely give him a corresponding reward. He might even gain her friendship. After all, this was an 8th rank hero. So Chaoxing accepted the risk. Then, he began to give orders. Everyone, you can relax your vigilance. Hearing the voice, hundreds of combatants in the entire territory also breathed a sigh of relief. Isabel also said in the communication device, Lord, I have already cast a breath-shielding magic in one of the basements. You can move the woman to the basement. Chaoxing replied, okay. I understand. Compared to being in the Twilight Well, it is still safer in the basement. After all, Sarah can't hide under the well with this woman all the time. It's not even known when she will wake up. So, Chaoxing pressed the communication device on his ear and switched to another channel. Sarah, you can come up now. The basement over there has been cleaned up. When you come up, change your clothes and change the clothes of this woman. Mushua, you also go to help. Feed her with the secret medicine of life and the milk of the cloud yak. Don't let this woman die. Lu Mushua nodded solemnly, and then quickly left the Lord Mansion. Sarah also jumped directly out of the well. Then, he took the unconscious dragon speaker into the basement. After doing all this, Chaoxing still held Francesca, allowing her body to gradually recover. After several hours of baking, her body was no longer as stiff and cold as it was at the beginning. Francesca at this time felt like she had a dream. She fell into an endless icy sea and continued to fall deeper. The seawater brought a biting cold, making her feel suffocated. Dark, cold, desperate. In a daze, she suddenly felt someone hugging her, breaking free from the endless sea of ice, and bringing her to the surface. Then, she felt as if she was lying on the ice, with howling cold winds all around her, and a burning bonfire next to her. But it was not warm at all. At this time, she felt a series of stinging pains in the frostbitten parts of her body, which also made her wake up. After a burst of indescribable cries, Francesca gradually opened her eyes. Are you awake? Chaoxing asked. Francesca was stunned for a moment, and when she noticed that she was in Chaoxing's arms, her face instantly turned red. She nodded gently. Chaoxing continued, how do you feel? Can you stand up? The witch in his arms rubbed her body slightly, and a trace of pain appeared between her eyebrows. She shook her head and said, no. I have no feeling in my limbs. It may take a while. Chaoxing listened, and didn't care. It okay. Wait until you recover a little before getting up. After that, he continued to hug the beauty, using his body temperature to warm her. Francesca also lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. The two of them fell silent. The atmosphere seemed to fall into a delicate state. After a while, Francesca broke the silence first. Thank you. Chaoxing smiled. What are you thanking me for? You were injured because of my order. As your lord, I must take the corresponding responsibility. Hearing this, the witch in his arms whispered again, She was a little uncomfortable with the situation in front of her. Chaoxing also noticed that the frost on her pale face and eyelashes had gradually faded. However, her dark green eyeshadow and long eyelashes did not show any signs of fading. Even the lavender lip shadow on her lips also emitted a faint luster under the illumination of the flames. Before, Chaoxing thought that Francesca's makeup was made up. As a result, it seems now, this is her bare face. Speaking of which, Francesca's skin is really good. I don't know how old she is, but whether it is her appearance or her demeanor, she still looks like a woman in her early 20s. However, under this beautiful appearance, she has lived for at least hundreds of years. Therefore, compared to her beautiful face, her calm and knowledgeable temperament is more attractive. Chaoxing definitely didn't say this because of the magnificent size of her chest. Of course, apart from these, he still had to say it. Her chest was really big. And Chaoxing also noticed that, under her purple evening dress, her chest was white. However, now his eyes were not attracted by this whiteness, but by her beauty. It can be said that Francesca's beauty, among all the women he had seen, was in the top 3. The lavender lips, with a slight luster, were enchanting and mysterious, like a ripe grape, which made people want to taste it. And Chaoxing did exactly that. He leaned down directly. Their lips touched. Francesca's beautiful pupils widened instantly. The muscles of her limbs tightened instantly, and she subconsciously grabbed Chaoxing's arm. The witch made a low sound in her throat, and there were bursts of saliva swallowing sounds. She didn't seem to expect that Chaoxing would suddenly make such an aggressive move. According to her personality, she should have pushed him away instinctively. However, Francesca, whether because of the lack of feeling in her limbs or other reasons, let Chaoxing taste her. As Chaoxing made the next move, Francesca subconsciously clenched her hands. She felt her tongue moving constantly. Her whole body was trembling. Her blood, which had been frozen to the point of cold, began to heat up rapidly. Chaoxing tasted a hint of herbal flavor and a delicate orchid-like fragrance in her mouth. It was unforgettable. Obviously, this woman is different from everyone else in the territory. She is half-elf blood, and she also controls the spiritual power of the forest. Compared to ordinary pure-blooded elves, she is even closer to nature. At this moment, Chaoxing really feels that he is holding a goddess of nature. It is like lying in a jungle full of birdsong and flowers, which makes people intoxicated. Until 3 or 4 minutes later. During this process, Francesca did not dare to breathe. Like a puppet, she lay in Chaoxing's arms, not daring to move. It was obvious that she had never experienced such a thing before, and she was in a state of confusion. A few minutes later, Chaoxing separated his lips from hers, leaving a trace of crystal saliva. The moment Francesca felt his tongue leave her, she seemed to come back to her senses. She took a deep breath in an instant. Who? She breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling. Looking at Chaoxing, her beautiful eyes widened. You. This always calm and elegant which was rarely incoherent. She seemed to have no idea what to say, and she just shrunk her head into her cloud yak coat. At this time, Chaoxing smiled and asked, "How is it? Do you feel better?" After hearing this, Francesca in his arms was stunned for a moment. She sensed it, and found that her frozen body had miraculously recovered. Surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. How amazing! Your flirting with me just now actually has this effect? Chaoxing was stunned. Good guy, it turns out that she thought I was flirting with her. I think you misunderstood, Chaoxing explained. A touching smile appeared at the corner of the witch's mouth. She stood up from Chaoxing's arms. At this moment, the forest spirit in her body was shaken, and the ice crystal fragments on the light purple dress were all gone. A cool, elegant temperament emanated from her. She became the beautiful, knowledgeable witch again. I'm going out, the witch said lightly. Chaoxing also came back to his senses at this time, and then said, "Okay, take care of your rest." Francesca walked directly outside the Lord Mansion, as if nothing had happened just now. Bang! After the door closed, Chaoxing touched the remaining warmth and fragrance at the corner of his mouth. Did you do too much just now? However, the fact that her favorability didn't drop means that she's not angry. At the moment when the door of the Lord Hut was closed, Chaoxing heard a system prompt. Because you care about your subordinates, the loyalty of the territory member, Francesca has been improved, current loyalty, 94. Chaoxing laughed immediately. He patted his body and stood up from the ground. Now, it's time to go see the dragon speaker. After saying that, Chaoxing quickly came to the basement that was cast with the breath shielding magic. Sarah, Lu Mushua, and Isabel were all there. They put the dragon speaker on a small wooden bed, cleaned the blood off her body, and changed her into new clothes. Lu Mushua sat on the bedside, feeding her a bottle of life secret medicine from time to time. Seeing Chaoxing coming over, Lu Mushua looked up and asked, "Axing, how is Francesca? Is she out of danger?" Chaoxing nodded slightly. She is almost recovered and has gone back to rest now. After hearing this, Lu Mushua also breathed a sigh of relief. What the condition of this dragon speaker? Chaoxing asked immediately. Lu Mushua shook her head. Not very optimistic. Her injuries are too severe, and she is almost losing her vitality. We have to feed her the secret medicine of life 24 hours a day to stop the deterioration of her wounds. Otherwise, it won't be long. She will probably die of exhaustion. Hearing this, Chaoxing frowned. Given the dragon speaker injuries, if she were an ordinary 5th or 6th level warrior, she would have died by now. Thanks to her amazing vitality, she was able to hold on until now. According to the current situation, how many bottles of life secret medicine should be fed a day to maintain her life? Lu Mushua did a quick calculation. About 110 bottles. This number can be said to be quite outrageous. A bottle of life secret medicine is worth 10,000 or 20,000 kronor, which means that in order to maintain the life of the dragon speaker, 1 or 2 million kronor must be consumed every day. But fortunately, his territory can still afford it. Chao Xing said directly. Then feed her first, and see how long it will take for this woman to wake up. I will send a few people to live in the basement, and take turns to take care of this woman 24 hours a day. You all go back first. After hearing this, Sarah and Isabel stood up and left. Chao Xing glanced at the panel of the dragon speaker. It was still the same as before, a lot of question marks. However, in the status column, there appeared a lot of negative statuses such as bleeding, painful curse, near death, coma, etc. In this situation, Chao Xing had no choice. He could only continue to replenish the dragon speaker vitality, and then rely on her own will to wake up as soon as possible. As long as she wakes up, it will be easy. These strong men all have ways to recover themselves. Under Chao Xing order, for women in their 30s and 40s soon came to the basement. Chao Xing asked them to work in 4 shifts, taking turns to take care of this woman 24 hours a day. Then he walked out of the basement. Chao Xing thought to himself, I don't know when this woman will wake up. But now, it's almost time for the system update. So let's get ready first. So, Chao Xing returned to the Lord Mansion and waited for the update with Lu Muxue. Time began to pass slowly. Soon, it was 23:45 at night. There are only 15 minutes left before the system update. The survivors have already started a heated discussion in the chat channel. Woohoo! The new version is finally coming. And I am ready to show my skills. Alas, I don't want it to come so soon. I want the construction week to continue for a while. +1 to the above. The construction week is really a welfare week. The resources of the territory are accumulated much faster. But the improvement of strength has slowed down a bit. Damn it. I didn't get any benefits in this construction week. Those damn nobles came to my territory to collect taxes. Which is really a lying mouth. I can't pay so much tax. These bastards took away the polar people and imperial soldiers in my territory. I hacked them. Me too? Fuck these bastard nobles. They stole my wife. When I become powerful, I will definitely sleep with all the wives of these nobles. Brothers upstairs, you are so miserable. Chapter 361 version update begins. Time stops. Construction takes 7 days. It can be said that many people territories have begun to take shape. But because the natives and the survivors began to gradually come into contact, many people were persecuted by these nobles. Chao Xing, for example, has no such concerns. After all, he has already controlled the Baron and turned him into his slave. For other survivors, this is simply unimaginable. Brothers, you all heard about it, right? It's time to merge the regions again. This time, 5 regions will be merged into one. We are Region 17, which means merging Region 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I heard that the chat channel tonight will be very lively. I took a look at the world channel. These regions seem to have a lot of people. Do you know which strong people they are? No matter which strong people they have, they are definitely not as strong as Boss Chao Xing. That right. Boss Chao Xing was able to challenge the large ice dragon horn a week ago. Other regions cannot have such strong people. They were very confident in Chao Xing's strength. At this time, a survivor named Zhou Chen said, "You are really wrong. There are strong people of this level in other districts. And there are more than one." Hearing this, the survivors were stunned. "Oh, brother Zhou Chen. Do you know any news?" The survivor named Zhou Chen continued, "It's not news, I just happen to have some connections. I have friends in these districts, so I know their development." After hearing this, the survivors were also interested. "Brother Zhou Chen, what are the names of the strong men in these regions? Can you tell me a little?" "Yes. Can they really challenge the large ice dragon horn like Chao Xing?" Feeling that he was being watched by everyone, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a little proud. He chuckled and said, "Of course. After all, these regions have more than 200,000 people. Although it has dropped to more than 100,000 now. With such a large population base, there will always be some powerful beings." Bai Ji from District 16, known as the Ice Queen, said she changed to a hidden profession, is very powerful, and is now even sprinting towards the 4th level. Wei Jianni from District 18, known as the Little Sword Saint, said he has inherited the legacy of a dead sword saint, and has superb swordsmanship, and once killed a leader of the same level with one sword. And Cheng Lu from District 20, he doesn't have a nickname. His only characteristic is that he is very strong, and the weapon he uses is a sledgehammer. It is said that Cheng Lu was targeted by a legion leader before, and his relatives were also attacked. Cheng Lu went crazy, rushed to the other legion headquarters, destroyed all the buildings of the Legion, and smashed more than 100 people inside into pulp. These strong men are not only strong in their own strength, but also gradually created their own legions, and became the top 3 forces in their region. During the Ice Nest Challenge, they also used the large ice dragon horn, and the challenge was successful, as Zhou Chen named the names of the strong men one by one, and announced their past deeds. In the chat channel, other survivors were also extremely surprised. Zhou Chen said with emotion, "There are billions of survivors in our blue star, and there are still many strong ones. Although Chaoxing is very abnormal, who can say that there are no stronger people in other regions?" After hearing this person, the survivors also agreed. Indeed, after all, there are billions of people in the world, and everyone has survived to this day, and they all have some skills. That right. There are still many capable people among the survivors of our blue star. Haha, I think Chaoxing is still the strongest. You know, he didn't even create a legion, but he still ranked first in the rankings for 2 consecutive times. The survivors also suddenly remembered this. The reason why these people Zhou Chen mentioned were able to challenge the large ice dragon horn was that, in addition to their own strong combat power, they also relied on the power of the legion, and Chaoxing in their district, but he hasn't established a legion yet. Therefore, who is strong and who is weak can be seen at once, including Chaoxing. He also saw the chats of these survivors. He was not surprised at all that strong people who could challenge the large ice dragon horn appeared in other areas. After all, each area has about 200,000 people. With such a large number of people, there must be some hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They either have their own opportunities in this world, or after entering the cruel Doomsday world, they use their own means or wisdom to get ahead of other survivors. Therefore, it is normal for these people to stand out and suddenly become powerful. But Chaoxing did not feel that way. After all, except for the indigenous forces, it is hard to find a stronger person than him among the survivors. Chaoxing is not strong in one aspect, but in all aspects, whether it is his personal strength, the strength of his troops, or even the strength of the territory. He can completely crush the survivors, unless it is a being like the Seed of Light, who has a great power from the beginning. Other survivors, in terms of combat power, cannot possibly surpass him. At the same time, in an area more than 2,000 kilometers away from the snowstorm plain, this is a snow-covered mountainside, where a piece of flat land has been reclaimed. A territory with a diameter of 1 kilometer is located in it. There are a large number of survivors active in it, as well as some combat members. They all lined up in a neat team, with solemn expressions, looking ahead. In front of them was a woman dressed in white. Even her hair was white, standing in the wind. Her white hair danced in the wind, as if she had merged with this world of ice and snow. Her figure was upright and elegant, like a queen in the snow, exuding a kind of cold and ethereal temperament. The snowflakes on the hillside fluttered down, landing on her shoulders, hair tips, adding a bit of ethereal beauty. She opened her rosy lips and said, "There are only 10 minutes left before the 3rd system update. Be prepared for battle, and be ready for any emergency." The survivors and fighters in the territory responded at the same time. "Yes, Commander/Lord." After saying this, the woman in white came to a corner of the territory alone. Here, there was a giant ice sculpture that was 5 meters high and more than 2 meters in diameter. Inside the ice sculpture, there is a giant ape-like creature with white hair all over its body. The woman had a touching smile on her lips. "I didn't expect that my A-level talent, Ice Soul Spirit, would have such an effect. Not only is it immune to 80% of ice attribute attacks, but it can also release cold air to seal the enemy after being attacked by a large number of ice attributes. Even this 4th level leader level snow giant ape was sealed by me. This effect is really powerful." She stretched out her delicate hand, spread out her left palm, and a ball of strong cold air condensed on it. "In this world, my A-level talent can be said to have restrained countless people. In addition, I also changed my job to a profession that fits my talent very well. Even if it is a leader of the same level, I can fight. There are hundreds of thousands of survivors in District 16, and there is no one stronger than me. I hope, after the merger, I can meet interesting opponents." On the other side, in the extremely distant Necrod Kingdom, in the border area, next to a certain huge city, there is a territory with a diameter of about 500 meters. Dozens of survivors in this territory, and more than 100 combatants all picked up their weapons and prepared for battle. They stared at the entrance of the territory, each of them as if they were facing a great enemy. And at this moment, A man in a suit, with a frivolous smile on his face, and a long sword tied around his waist, slowly walked over. His outfit was inappropriate, but in the entire territory, no one dared to look down on him. After all, he was the leader of the Jian Corps, who killed a leader of the same level with one sword, and was given the title of Little Sword Saint. A middle-aged man, with a calm face, walked out of the crowd. He said solemnly, "Wei Jiani, do you have to kill me? I just stole a leader monster from you. It's been so long. And you still won't let me go?" The young man in front of him, who looked like a nobody, still had an interested smile on his face. "Captain Wu Hao, you are really forgetful. Besides stealing a leader monster from me, do you still remember that when my army was just starting out, you led a large group of ice nest monsters to attack my territory? That time, I suffered heavy losses and almost couldn't get up." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face gradually darkened. He did not refute, but asked, "Wei Jiani, what do you want?" "I tell you, our dozen of legions in District 18 have united to form an alliance. If you want to deal with me, you must think clearly about the consequences." But the man in the suit chuckled, and disdain appeared in his eyes. Then, he raised his right hand and made a casual move. "Destroy them." After the words fell, more than 300 figures holding long swords and wearing uniform equipment jumped over the city wall. Then, like a wolf, he pounced on the people in this territory. Seeing this scene, more than 200 people in this territory showed fear in their eyes. "Damn it! Your Wandering Swordsman Corps actually has so many people. Wei Jiani, you really have the inheritance of a swordsman." Soon, both sides fought with him. The situation began to tilt one-sidedly. Those figures holding long swords, each of them had a very strong fighting consciousness. And to deal with the survivors in this legion, it was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Puff! Puff! Broken limbs flew everywhere, and the survivors were killed instantly by the concentrated fire of this group of swordsmen. Their combat awareness was also very strong. When the survivors tried to fight back and when they used their skills, their long swords would hit the enemy vital points at a tricky angle, either interrupting their skills or causing them to enter a state of serious injury. The screams continued to be heard. Looking at the battle in front of him, the man felt a little bored and turned around directly. He glanced at the time. There are only 6 minutes left before the merger. The Ice Crystal Kingdom seems to be very busy these days. We even encountered a major event like the siege of Dwelluan Lake City. There are no major events in our Necrod Kingdom. This week has been a bit boring. I hope that after the merger, I can meet more interesting guys. In addition, many powerful people from the nearby regions of the Ice Crystal Kingdom are gearing up, waiting for the merger. Everyone has confidence in their eyes. They can be the first in their own district, so they naturally have their own unique abilities. Even after the merger, the number of people has increased by nearly 5 times. They don't think they are weaker than others. Under the attention of the public, the time has come to 23 hours 59 minutes and 52 seconds. There are only 10 seconds left. When the countdown reaches 60, a system prompt appears. All survivors, please note, you have successfully passed the construction week and are about to start a new stage. The number of survivors after the official period ends is 4.353 billion, the total number of deaths in the near future, 217 million, the remaining number, 4.136 billion, the overall mortality rate, 4.98%. Congratulations. You have adapted to the rhythm of survival in this world again. The new version is being updated. Please be prepared. In the territory, Chao Xing sat on a chair on the first floor of the Lord Mansion, and Lu Mushua sat next to him. Chao Xing pondered, only 200 million people died? Compared to the nearly 15% mortality rate last time, this time it was only 5%, which can be said to be a significant increase in the survival rate. It is indeed, as the system said, everyone has adapted to this world. At the same time, the system prompts continue to appear. Due to the large amount of content in this update, then we will enter a 1-hour time stop. In the time stop state, except for the survivor lord and your subordinate lords, everything else will be unable to move. Survivors can only move within the territory, but cannot operate any buildings. Please try to stay where you are, and wait for the time stop state to end. Time stop remaining time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. When the prompt ends, survivors around the world can feel that time has stopped. Everything around stopped moving. The flame burning in the stove seemed to be frozen in amber at this moment, and the flickering flame was precisely frozen. The curling hot air seemed to be carved in the air, and every wisp was clearly visible. And the snowflakes in the air, all suspended in the air, and you could even see the patterns on them. The survivors exclaimed, "Fuck. Time stops. What an awesome ability. Indeed, should I say it really worthy of being a system? Even such a thing can be done, it really scary. It actually a full hour, brothers and sisters, I don't need to tell you what to do. Right? Haha, I understand. I've been coveting the abdominal muscles of the Night Brother in the territory for a long time. I want to feel them to my heart content. Damn it, then I'm going to attack the cook in the territory. Go!" These stupid survivors immediately thought of using this hour of time stop to do something unspeakable. However, these people soon came back with frustrated faces. "Brothers, I tried it. And the system told me that I couldn't touch anything, including the people. Me too. Even my skills were disabled. And I said I would take advantage of this hour to kill the enemy." Everyone shook their heads in disappointment. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua looked at each other and chuckled. "It seems that we can only stay here for this hour." The beauty also nodded gently. The system prompts continued to appear. Time stop has been enabled. Now the update content is being released. Update content. 1. The second merge has started. Your Zone 17 has now been merged with the 4 Zone 16, 18, 19, 20. After hearing the system prompts, everyone stood there and waited. Just like last time, after the merge started, the feeling of the world expanding appeared again. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded. Chao Xing glanced at his small map. There were indeed many unexplored blank areas on it. Judging from the location, it seemed to include most of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and even a piece of the map of another kingdom was lit up. Chao Xing asked in confusion, "Isn't this merger based on the map range? How come even the survivors of other kingdoms were merged with us?" Lu Muxua was also puzzled. She shook her head and didn't think much about it. Anyway, they can't go that far at the moment. Let alone other kingdoms. They haven't even been to the main city of the Ice Crystal Kingdom yet. The system prompt appears again. The second merge has been completed. Your server has now been changed to 4 major regions. Chao Xing glanced at it. Online users in 4 major regions. 931263/931263. Only 930,000 people? This is much less than I expected, Chao Xing thought. However, this is also normal. After all, the number of survivors in each district is different. For example, the number of people surviving in District 17 is relatively rare. The number of people in the 4 major districts has increased several times, and a large number of comments have emerged in the chat channel in an instant. Chao Xing did not read this information, but continued to wait for new content updates. Soon, the second update appeared. Update Content 2. The function of blocking information for indigenous people has been added. You will not be able to actively disclose some information, including system, Blue Star, version challenge, etc. Updated Content 3. Life skill proficiency has been enabled. Now you can check the proficiency of the people in the territory to know their progress to the next level. Updated Content 4. Territory Prosperity Interface. Prosperity involves statistics from many aspects, including furnace level, population, legion strength, loyalty, business relations, lord strength, etc. Note, the higher the prosperity, the more special talents can be attracted. Updated Content 5. Prosperity Ranking List has been enabled. Based on the prosperity of the territory, the first place will receive a 20% bonus to resource collection speed, the second to 10th place will receive a 10% bonus to resource collection speed, and the 11th to 100th place will receive a 5% bonus to resource collection speed. Updated Content 6. New resource points have been refreshed. 4 consecutive updates have appeared, and each one is very important. Lu Muxua asked in confusion, asking, "The meaning of this second update is that we can't tell the natives that we have the Lord system, or that we are from Blue Star." Chao Xing's eyes were also solemn. It seems so now. This update should also protect us. After all, the waters of this world are too deep. If some stupid survivors go and tell some terrifying existences the information of us survivors will attract their attention. If we capture survivors on a large scale and conduct research, it will be a big problem. After listening to Chao Xing's analysis, Lu Muxua also felt that it made sense. As for the third update, as expected, the proficiency interface was updated. However, Chao Xing has not checked it yet. so he does not know the specific value. The fourth update, prosperity, was somewhat unexpected, and even a prosperity ranking list was launched. This prosperity ranking is pretty good. As long as you are in the top 100, you can get a bonus to resource collection speed, which is equivalent to having a construction week buff. Xiaoxing opened his prosperity interface. Calculating your prosperity. Furnace level, level 18, evaluated as a warm place, prosperity plus 180 points. Population, 1,462, evaluated as a small scale, prosperity plus 146 points. Territory combat power, 312 4th level combatants, 5 commander level creatures, leader level creatures. Evaluated as outstanding combat power, prosperity plus 475, loyalty of the people, 175 above 100,472 above 90, 80 above. Evaluated as the people will, prosperity, honor plus 342 points. Territory talents, master talent asterisk 1, expert talent asterisk 1, senior talent asterisk 2, intermediate talent, evaluated as initial gathering of talents, prosperity plus 180 points. Lord combat power, level 5 Frost Mage plus Demon Transformation, evaluated as strength gradually revealed, prosperity plus 50. Vice Lord combat power, level 5 Aurora Knight, evaluated as initially showing strength, prosperity plus 25 points. Territory agriculture, Kulin barley, cold dew rice, evaluated as barren land, prosperity plus 10 points. Land animal husbandry, cloud yak, light feather chicken, evaluated as booming, prosperity plus 120 points. Magical plants in the territory, pale tree, ivy head fort, ancient war tree, golden sunflower, ice thorn convolvulus. Evaluated as fertile soil, prosperity plus 378 points. Trade relations, Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, close, prosperity plus 50, Orchid Chamber of Commerce, friendly, prosperity plus 20, Giant Chamber of Commerce, strange, prosperity plus 10, evaluated as trade buds, prosperity plus 80. Culture, primary library asterisk 1, education system, none, artistic atmosphere, none, cultural square, none, evaluated as initial cultural development, prosperity plus 10. Territory faith, none, evaluated as land without faith, prosperity plus 0. Territory advanced buildings, king altar, intermediate mage tower, primary warrior camp, primary night hall. Evaluated as embryonic form of war, prosperity plus 120. After a long system prompt, Xiaoxing was also very surprised. Wow! There are so many statistics. It really has statistics for all aspects. From the above evaluation, it can be seen that the agriculture, culture, and faith of the territory are his shortcomings. As for the other statistics, the evaluations are all good. At the same time, a system prompt unique to him appeared. According to the comprehensive statistics, your territory prosperity is 2116. Your comprehensive ranking is 1. The moment he saw the ranking, Xiaoxing smiled. As he expected, his territory has the strongest overall strength, although his prosperity score is relatively low in terms of culture, agriculture, and faith. His average score has been raised to a terrifying level in terms of magic plants, animal husbandry, and even territory combat power. This also means that in terms of comprehensive combat power, among the 4 major regions, among more than 900,000 people, he is also the first. Chapter 362 New Challenge, the world boss is coming. Xiaoxing territory is the most prosperous among more than 900,000 people. The prosperity actually reflects the strength of a territory. I looked at the ranking list. For district territory prosperity ranking. First place, Xiaoxing 2116. Second place, Baiji 1132. Third place, Weijiani 724. Fourth place, Walls Bolt 653. Fifth place, Chenglu 614. Sixth, eighth place, Sebastian Taylor 532. 10th place, Wu Xinghu 457. On the ranking list, there are still 2 familiar names. They are Xiaoxing and Wu Xinghu. Many survivors also opened the ranking list immediately and exclaimed, "Wow! Xiaoxing is number 1 again. Awesome. Haha. I said that even after the merger, Xiaoxing's strength can still suppress the heroes. Indeed, This has directly widened the gap between the second and third place. More than double. It's outrageous. Some survivors who originally expected that Chao Xing would be defeated after the merger were stunned. Oh my god. This guy hasn't said much this week. I thought he was doing something. It turns out he'd been making a fortune quietly and developing his territory. No. He always been so low-key. Generally speaking, those who can make it to the top 10 of the list are at least in the top 3 in their original region. And those who can make it to the top 3 among nearly 200,000 survivors must have their own unique abilities. Before the merger, these strong men were all arrogant and felt that among the other survivors, it was impossible for anyone to be better than them. After the ranking list was announced this time, it can be said that the confidence of these people was hit. Except for Chao Xing and Wu Xinghu. The top 10 names on the list were all unfamiliar names. And there was a number behind their names. But what surprised him was that there were actually 2 Western names among them. They all seemed to be from District 19. Huh? This time, aren't the people from Hong Kong being merged together? Why are there some foreigners? Chao Xing was puzzled. He looked at the chat channel and found that there were indeed many Westerners speaking. Joshua, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that our birthplace would be right next to the territory of these Eastern survivors. Things are getting interesting. Nix, it really getting interesting. Let these Eastern survivors experience what it means to survive. Dixon, I agree. It's time to strengthen these Eastern survivors. There are only 150,000 people left in our district. I didn't expect that these guys still have so many people left in each district. It seems that they are still too comfortable in their survival. Qinyu, the guys upstairs. Stop showing off here. There are only 150,000 people left in your district. And you seem very proud. Doesn't this indirectly show that you are useless? Li Jia, that right. You are still trying to increase our strength. You are really a group of idiots with mysterious confidence. Don't let the people die in just 2 days after the merger. When the 2 sides met, they seemed to be full of gunpowder. Nix, heh, what do you know? We are all fighters in District 19. During the Ice Dragon Challenge, we all challenged like crazy. Although we suffered many casualties, the survivors have all become stronger. Now most of us in District 19 have broken through to the 3rd level. And we rarely see weak 2nd level fighters. After hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised. After all, if what this guy said was true, it was really cruel. Everyone challenged the Ice Dragon Horn at all costs. And those who survived were the elite among the elites. Of course, the other party must have exaggerated. If these 150,000 people can challenge the Ice Dragon Horn, their strength will not be level 3. But all of them will be level 4. The survivors in the East also quickly fought back. Dude Jingpeng, waste is waste. Don't make excuses for your own waste. This is a survival game. The one who survives to the end is the winner. Zhou Shui, that right. Everyone challenges the Ice Dragon Horn at all costs. With that pitiful explosion rate, you can't even explode more than 100,000 in the entire district. You are really bragging without thinking. Ha ha. Brother upstairs, you found the point. Being exposed directly, these Western guys were a little embarrassed. Both sides started a fierce debate. After Chao Xing glanced at the chat in the chat channel, his eyes suddenly became clear. As he expected, there were many more Western names in it. Including the World Channel, many people said on it that they merged the servers this time, and many people of other nationalities appeared. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Interesting. Is this to prepare us to contact people from other countries in advance and adapt? As the system continues to merge regions, it will definitely merge billions of survivors around the world into one region in the end. And this involves 197 countries, big and small. Each country has great cultural differences. So this update is equivalent to letting everyone get used to it in advance. Of course, how well the run-in is done is not something the system can control. After all, from the current chat channels of the 4 major regions, the 2 sides are full of gunpowder when they meet. And Chao Xing doesn't care how strong these Western survivors are, they are just some 3rd-level survivors. In terms of base numbers, the number of 3rd-level survivors in each region is not much less than theirs. Before they can continue to argue, the update prompts continue to appear. Update content. 7. The survivor panel has changed. In order to protect the privacy of the survivor lords, survivors cannot view the attribute panels of other survivor lords, and the attribute panels of the lord subjects without permission. Note, survivors with some special reconnaissance skills can be forced to view. Update content. 8. The Dragon Store adds more exchange items. Now, you can use the Ice Dragon mark to exchange for Advanced Power Hearts, Expert Level Frost Wall Blueprints, Expert Level Frost Arrow Tower Blueprints and other items. Please note, the following is the most important update of this time. Update content. 9. The second stage of the Dragon Challenge is coming. The Ice Dragon Jwema in the ever-frozen sea awakens, and his power continues to grow. Next, an army of ice nest monsters led by Jwema Claw will appear all over the world. By killing these ice nest monsters and Jwema Claws, you will get rich points rewards. Attention! In each region, 10,000 Jwema Claws will appear at 6 o'clock in the morning every day. Where Jwema Claw is located, there will be a large number of ice nest monsters, ice nest elements, and even ice nest evil beasts, ice nest giant elephants and other leader-level creatures. At the same time, the health of all monsters will be greatly increased by several times or even dozens of times once the Claw of Jwema is discovered by the survivors. If they choose to announce it, the discoverer will be rewarded with 100 points, and it will be marked on the map of all survivors. Only by cooperating with each other can these Claws of Jwema be defeated. Note, this challenge is only for survivors. The power of the dragon will not affect the natives of the world who are not members of the territory. If the survivors have joined the native forces, they will not be able to participate in this challenge. Update content. 10. After all survivors complete the Claw of Jwema challenge in the area, 5 powerful Jwema beasts will be refreshed at 1700 hours in the afternoon. The Jwema beast is a commander-level creature. At the same time, the blood volume will be adjusted according to the system, and the blood volume will be strengthened by hundreds of times. Only by working together can we defeat the Jwema beast. After the battle, according to the contribution value, a generous point reward will be given. At the same time, the first output will be rewarded with gold points. Finally, the long system prompt ends. However, all the survivors on the field are in a state of shock. Because of this series of updates, the amount of information is too much. The chat channel was instantly filled with exclamations. Fuck. Fuck. So this is the challenge of the new situation. We are asked to go outside the territory, find those Jwema Claws, and then deal with these guys? Each region has only 10,000 Jwema Claws, and 5 ice nest behemoths per day. That means 2,000 Jwema Claws, and 1 ice nest behemoth per region. Isn't this enough? Plus 1, I feel like everyone is going to fight for the monsters this time. The above, what are you thinking? Fighting for monsters? Didn't you see that the system has said that? The health of the Claw of Jwema and other monsters has been increased by dozens of times, and it's still unclear whether you can deal with these monsters. That right, and we are not only dealing with the Claw of Jwema, but also the army of ice nest monsters led by it. The difficulty of challenging the monsters this time may be beyond imagination. What I'm more concerned about is, what can be exchanged in the point store? The survivors had a heated discussion. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua were in the Lord cabin, analyzing the content of this update. She whispered, "This time, it seems that we can't use the ice nest to brush experience." Chao Xing nodded. Yes, the challenge content has changed from guarding the territory to going out to deal with these Jwema Claws. In this way, those survivors who don't want to take risks are blessed. They can continue to shrink in the territory and develop quietly. However, increasing the monster health by several times to dozens of times is still quite terrifying. This means that, originally, an ice nest monster only had 10,000 health points. But in this update, the minimum health points are 70,000 to 80,000. Even some powerful legions cannot quickly kill so much health points. Chao Xing seemed to understand something. It seems that the system wants the survivors to develop in the direction of teamwork. Right? This time, Jwema wants everyone to cooperate first and get familiar with the large-scale team battle mode? Of course, this is just Chao Xing's guess. After all, some people don't need cooperation and can deal with Jwema Claw and the legion it leads. At least Chao Xing is very confident. Even if the blood volume of those monsters increases several times, he can still push them away. His current territory combat power is enough to push away a 5th level knight group of 10,000 people. The system challenge is very humane. No matter what, it is impossible to adjust the strength of these monsters to the 5th level. In this way, the survivors have no way to participate. In addition to Chao Xing, there are some people who also do not need teamwork. For example, those in the top 10 of the prosperity ranking. Although their stockpiled troops are not as many as Chao Xing, they must have reached a terrifying number. Perhaps without cooperating with others, they can rely on their strength to push back the army of ice nest monsters led by a Zhuama claw. However, as for the last Zhuama beast, it is a bit intriguing. It actually a commander-level creature. And according to what the system said, the health of this ice nest beast will be pulled to a terrifying level. It equivalent to a world boss. This is not something that 1 or 2 territories can deal with. Where the Zhuama beast appears, there will definitely be a sea of people. Lu Mushua whispered, axing, in one region, a Zhuama beast appears every day, and only by dealing with this Zhuama beast will you get gold points. There will definitely be a lot of people fighting for this monster. Chao nodded. Yes, but we have the Dragon Blood Warrior Core, which has a high damage bonus against dragons and their minions. If we compete for damage, we are not bad. Of course, this will expose part of his territory's strength. But Chao Xing didn't care. After all, his territory has more than just the Dragon Blood Warrior, a powerful type of soldier. It only exposes a small part. After analyzing the content of this challenge, Chao Xing had a rough idea in his mind. At the same time, he also noticed some detailed prompts of the system. The natives cannot participate in this challenge. And the survivors who have joined the native forces, unless they have formed their own forces, cannot participate in this challenge. Obviously, this update is used to restrict the Seeds of Light and some survivors who have joined the native forces opportunistically. After all, the power behind them is too terrifying. Once they mobilize the forces behind them to grab these Zhuama claws and Zhuama beasts, there will be no chance for those ordinary survivors. However, this update is more than that. There is also a survivor privacy protection system. Obviously, this is also a more humane function. There are many survivor lords like him in this world who have secrets. In other words, up to now, most survivors have their own opportunities. In order not to be discovered and coveted by others, the system launched this function. In this way, others can no longer view other people's panels at will. In addition, another important update. That is Dragon Store new items are available. Chao Xing glanced at it. Dragon Store exchange list. Advanced Heart of Power. 50,000 Ice Dragon Marks required for exchange. Unlimited. Expert Frost Arrow Tower Blueprint. 300,000 Ice Dragon Marks required for exchange. Expert Frost Wall Blueprint. 400,000 Ice Dragon Marks required for exchange. There are not many things, only 3 types. After all, this time the update, the main feature is not the Dragon Store, but the Point Store, which is normal. Chao Xing exclaimed, TSK. TSK. It actually takes 50,000 Ice Dragon Marks to exchange for a high-level power heart, which is much higher than the price of breaking through the God Altar. Although the price is relatively expensive, Chao Xing really wants to buy a lot of high-level power hearts. The last wave of upgrades did not allow all members to break through to the 4th level. There are still many people who are still at the 3rd level. I still have more than 1 million Ice Dragon Marks in my backpack, which can be exchanged for dozens of them. But it is still not enough. It seems that I will have to go to the market to trade for some Ice Dragon Marks later. Just when everyone thought that the update content was over, a new system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. The second stage of the Ice Dragon Challenge is 10 days. After 10 days, the score ranking list will be locked, and the top 10,000 lords, including subordinate lords, will get a special quota. Survivors who get this quota will be teleported into a special scene Oracle War, Crystal Bloom. In this special scene, you will bring all the heroes and warriors in the territory to a special plane. In this plane, you can choose different camps, kill more enemies, get rich points rewards, and gold points rewards, and redeem rewards with them. In this scene, if a soldier dies, you can spend the corresponding points to revive. If the survivor lord dies, you can revive for free the first time, but will be eliminated the second time. Oracle War, Crystal Bloom, lasts for 1 month. The selected survivor lord can choose to refuse to enter. If you agree, your territory will be covered with a protective shield. Before you return, no creature can attack your territory. This update contains more system prompts. The chat channel exploded instantly. Qin Shiliang, fuck. Special scene Oracle War awesome. Chui Si, it looks very high-end. You can even choose a camp. It should be very interesting. Yu Jiwen, indeed, but each region only has 10,000 places. I have to work hard. Sebastian Taylor, humph. The 4 major regions have a quota this time. Our Hungry Vortex Corps must take at least 500. Walls Bolt, Taylor, our Gluttonous Journey Corps, we also want a few hundred places. Sebastian Taylor, Bolt. Why don't we unite all the legions in District 19 and snatch the quota from the 4 major districts? So that the top 100 of the ranking list will all be our names. That's exactly what I meant. The 2 legion leaders in District 19 discussed how to dominate the ranking list. The survivors were immediately unhappy. Guanlu, you guys are so arrogant. You've already boasted before the game even started. And you're even occupying the top 100. Have you asked the goddess Bai Ji from District 16 of our district? Fan Yujun? That right, our little swordsman in District 18, the big boss Wei Jian hasn't said anything yet. Wang Xian, these guys are like this, a dog can't change its nature, no matter where they go. They think they are the best in the world, and they are naturally superior to our Chinese players. Zheng Xuedao, when you can't even get into the top 100, you will be honest. The Western survivors in District 19 immediately fought back. Jackson, a bunch of cowards, when we challenged the Ice Dragon Horn, you didn't know where to hide and shiver. Caden, you're right. We are all strong men who have become strong through blood and fighting. In our eyes, you are just a bunch of little sheep. But the survivors in other districts were dismissive. You are bragging quite a lot. You think it glorious even though almost all the people are dying. You're right. Don't you look at the prosperity rankings to see where the proud legion leader of your district ranks? You can't even make it into the top 3. How dare you talk like that? Ha ha ha, this is how you brag. Hearing these Chinese survivors talking about the prosperity rankings, the Western survivors were also very dissatisfied. So what? Prosperity can't fully represent the strength of the territory. Our Hungry Vortex Core and Gluttony Journey Core don't develop the territory at all. We use resources to improve our own strength. That right. We rely on the rankings for combat effectiveness. You guys from the east are too weak. The 2 sides started a fierce argument again, which was full of gunpowder. At this time, Chaoxing did not pay attention to the argument between the 2 sides in the chat channel, but he continued to analyze with Lu Muxue. The top 10,000 territories in each region? According to the calculation that there are 1 to 4 survivors in a territory, that means at least 20,000 people will be selected in each region. There are more than 4,000 regions left, and in all servers, there will be nearly 100 million survivors selected. Plus, these are the top 10,000 strongest territories in each region. There will definitely be a lot of soldiers and combatants in these territories. That is to say, at least tens of billions of people will be teleported to that special scene this time. After reaching this conclusion, Chaoxing was shocked. This is really a big deal. After all, tens of billions of people were teleported to the same scene, and they could choose different camps. There seemed to be a lot of monsters in it. And the most important thing is, you don't have to worry about death in there. If your soldiers die, you can spend points to revive them. It's like you can let go and fight. Just this point alone, it makes people look forward to it. In addition, the Lord himself also has a chance to revive for free. But if he is killed again for the 2nd time, he will be eliminated. What makes Chaoxing a little confused is that he has so many resurrection props on him. How to judge? Should I use up the resurrection opportunity first, or these props first? Shaking his head, those are things to consider later. Their current goal is to try to get a ranking on the scoreboard. Chapter 363, the first wave of transactions after the merger, a huge harvest. The update content is being adjusted. All survivors please wait patiently. Chaoxing glanced at the time above his head. Time stop remaining time, 40 minutes and 32 seconds. This update, the content alone was broadcast for nearly 20 minutes. It can be said to be a very large update. I just don't know what can be exchanged in the point store this time. There are even more mysterious gold points. This also made Chaoxing look forward to it. Then, he and Lu Muxue continued to wait. After all, in the state of time stop, they could not do anything. Soon, the 1-hour time stop time was over. This update has officially ended. The 2nd stage of the challenge will officially start at 6 o'clock this morning. Time has begun to flow normally. In an instant, the time of the entire territory, including the world, returned to normal. The flames danced irregularly. The wind outside continued to howl, and the snowflakes began to fly. At this moment, many survivors were ready to rest, to gather their strength, and to meet tomorrow's challenge. But Chaoxing couldn't rest, because he had something more important to do. This thing, of course, was a trade. Now, he was short of a lot of supplies. The Ice Dragon Mark, the Hunter Mask, various precious herbs, and a large number of elemental crystals, etc. It was just right to take advantage of the chaos in the market after the merger. Sell the things in hand and make a fortune. So, Chao Xing said, Mushua, you take a rest first. I go to the market. Lu Mushua responded obediently. Well, go ahead. Xing, I warm your bed and wait for you to come back and rest. Chao Xing smiled gently and kissed her beautiful cheek. Then he quickly walked out of the Lord Mansion and walked towards the market. The cold wind in the middle of the night was as biting as ever. It was like an invisible bone scraper, constantly scraping the exposed parts of the human body. Even with the blessing of the 18th level furnace, it still felt a bit unbearable. It is conceivable that if it is outside the heating range of the furnace, the temperature will be very low. However, what made Chao Xing feel a little strange was that today territory seemed to be shrouded in a layer of white fog. And not only his territory, but also the snow outside the territory, and the mountains in the distance, seemed to be shrouded in a strange fog. Strange. What is this? Chao Xing reached out and touched it for a moment. But he did not feel any discomfort in this mist. Just like an ordinary natural phenomenon. He shook his head. Since his body did not feel anything, and the system did not prompt him, Chao Xing did not care. On the way, he opened the chat channel by the way, but found that the survivors from the east and the west were still scolding each other. But it was obvious that these western survivors only had people from one large area, and their number was much less than that of the survivors in China. Besides, as survivors of the 21st century, before coming to this world, they surfed the internet intensively every day. Many of them are professional trolls. In terms of the ability to troll each other, they are far better than the Western survivors. Under the successive attacks of the survivors from various regions, these Western survivors in Region 19 were defeated soon. As soon as their speeches came out, they were drowned out by the vast number of survivors, and they could not see what they said at all. In desperation, these Western survivors could only stop fighting. Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, when facing enemies from other countries, everyone will work together. However, there may be some friction in the relationship between the two sides in the future. This is inevitable. Even in this new world, everyone still has a strong sense of home and country. In addition, this time, it was the Western survivors who took the initiative to provoke, so they would not be treated well. If it were Chao Xing, if they dared to provoke him, he would not let them have a good time. He shook his head. Ignore these guys, as long as they don't delay me from making money. Thinking of this, he opened the market directly. In an instant, a huge amount of consignment information appeared in front of him. There are 50 products on one page of the market interface, and there are tens of thousands of pages here. According to the rules of the trading market, to prevent malicious consignment or fake orders, the same survivor can only post one consignment information. That is to say, the current number of consignors has exceeded 500,000. Chao Xing glanced at it casually, and all kinds of strange things occupied his sight. The princess original underwear, turbid liquid, chocobo feces, ice lizard eggs, and so on. Whatever you can think of, you can find it in the market. Chao Xing praised, not bad. After the merger, the supplies in the market have really increased several times. Now, sell the nightmare arrows and the magic potions first, and exchange them for some resources. Of course, the most valuable things in his backpack were the intermediate life secret potions. But now, there was a dragon speaker in his territory, who consumed more than 100 bottles of life secret potions every day. So this thing couldn't be sold. So, Chao Xing threw all the arrows of the 3 levels up first, and set the required items. Among them, there were various hunter masks, as well as high-level element crystals and intermediate element crystals and other materials that were urgently needed in the territory. Although the Ice Dragon mark is also very important, Chao Xing is more in need of these materials at the moment, so he still prioritizes exchanging for the urgently needed items. Soon, he set up the transaction information. Not long after, the sharp-eyed survivors of the original District 17 immediately discovered a new consignment information on the market. Their eyes lit up instantly. They quickly shouted in the chat channel, "Brothers, stop arguing. Chao Xing has started consigning things again. Let go grab them. The quicker the better." Hearing this, the survivors of the original District 17 were shocked. Fuck. After so many days, Boss Chao Xing is selling things again. Yeah. I haven't seen him this week. I have been watching the trading channel. Now I finally got what I am waiting for. Brothers, hurry up. Grab it, and you will make money. For a while. The survivors of District 17 stopped the screen-sweeping quarrel and began to rush into the market. The survivors of other districts were confused. Brothers from District 17, what happened? Don't leave. Brothers? If you leave, our firepower will drop. Yes, there are the most brothers in District 17, and their output capacity is quite strong. They will really go all out if something happens. However, they had no time to reply to these survivors, and they all rushed to the market in a hurry. By the way, who is Boss Chao Xing? Yes, why are the brothers from District 17 so excited when they hear this name? The people above, do you want to see who is the first on the current prosperity list? After hearing this, everyone seemed to remember something, and immediately opened the prosperity ranking. The name Chao Xing was listed on it, and it was ranked first with a high score of 2,116. Fuck. It turned out to be this big guy. How terrifying. Even the goddess Bai Ji and Wei Jiani were suppressed. The prosperity of these two territories combined cannot compare to this Chao Xing. Brothers, stop discussing. Let go to the market. The brothers in District 17 are so excited. This Chao Xing must be selling good stuff. I'm here. I also want to see what he's selling. It's true. This prosperity ranking is quite useful. It immediately made Chao Xing famous. The survivors stopped arguing and rushed to the market, wanting to see what this mysterious boss was selling. Is it as weird as the survivors in District 17 said? Including those on the prosperity rankings. People like Bai Ji, Wei Jiani, and Western survivors Bolt and Taylor also became interested. They were very curious about Chao Xing, who had appeared without making any noise and suddenly ranked above them. Now, when they heard the news that he was selling supplies in the trading market, they immediately went to the market interface of the territory to check. When he saw the consignment information on the market, his pupils shrank immediately. The other survivors who rushed to the market in the first batch had also seen the properties of the items Chao Xing was consigning. Immediately, there was a cry of surprise. Oh my god! Boss Chao Xing actually sells this kind of arrow. Isn't the bleeding effect too strong? Indeed. Especially the purple arrow. It really outrageous. This arrow will cause more than 10,000 blood loss. Who can withstand it? Not only that, did you see the effect of those magic potions? This magic potion and arrows work together to produce the most terrifying effect. Damn. No wonder the brothers in District 17 said they wanted to rob them. Otherwise they would be gone. Even those on the prosperity rankings were surprised by the effect of the arrows and secret potions. However, what shocked them was not the properties of these arrows. It was that Chao Xing could actually take out so many at once for trading. After all, those at the top of the rankings all had their own legions and forces. Usually, you can also get some good things with powerful attributes. But these treasures are given priority to your own people. Even if other survivors want them, they must spend several times the price to buy them. But this person does not seem to have any concerns in this regard, and directly conducts large-scale transactions. The survivors exclaimed again. Boss Chao Xing needs intermediate element crystals and advanced element crystals. 1 green arrow is equal to 10 intermediate element crystals, equal to 1 advanced element crystal. This price is still very fair. Ha ha. Even masks can be traded. I'm going for it. Brothers. Instantly, Chao Xing received a large amount of trading information. Trade successful. You lost finally cast nightmare arrow. Green. 10. You got intermediate element crystal 100. Trade successful. You lost finally cast nightmare arrow. Purple. 1. You got advanced element crystal 5. Trade successful. You lost Sabina nightmare potion. Green. 1. You got hunter mask 1. Trade successful. After almost 10 minutes, the more than 7,000 arrows in Chao Xing hand, plus 1,000 bottles of nightmare potion, were all sold out. This is the purchasing power of nearly 1 million people. Too powerful to be terrifying. Chao Xing looked at his gains. This transaction has accumulated. Intermediate element crystal asterisk 7124 advanced element crystal asterisk 3196 expert element crystal asterisk 275 hunter mask asterisk 3253 hunter elite mask asterisk 672. Not bad. Not bad. This transaction is another wave of fat. With so many element crystals, in a short period of time, you don't have to worry about this material anymore. You can build a lot of arrow towers with confidence. There are more than 3,000 masks, which is almost equivalent to more than 5,000 honor points. Chao Xing was delighted. Of course, this transaction did not completely free him from the trouble of insufficient materials. Intermediate and advanced element crystals are used to build element arrow towers, and the number required is quite large. Expert element crystals are prepared for warriors to break through to the 5th level. According to the calculation that 10 element crystals are needed to break through a warrior, Cao Xing needs to prepare at least more than 2,000 expert element crystals. Moreover, this is only based on the current territory combat power. Next, he will recruit more soldiers, so he needs to prepare more elemental crystals. Of course, he also needs the Ice Dragon Seal. Now advanced Heart of Power can also be exchanged for the Ice Dragon Seal. In the territory, those non-warrior citizens can only use the Heart of Power to break through the 4th level. However, Cao Xing also has more precious items to sell. When the arrows and potions were sold out, the discussion about Cao Xing in the chat channel continued. Haha. I got 2 arrows. This arrow is really effective. It turns out that the brothers in District 17 used this kind of arrow to save their lives. No wonder I said that you have 20,000 more people than our district. Indeed, this kind of arrow was a life-saving artifact when we were at the 2nd level. Don't say the 2nd level. Even if everyone has broken through to the 3rd level now, this thing can still save lives at the critical moment. Hearing the praise from people in other districts, the survivors in District 17 also felt proud. Of course, our boss Cao Xing is a very nice person, and he takes good care of ordinary survivors. Indeed, his prices are very reasonable, so ordinary people like us can afford them. Many people have relied on his various props to survive the difficulties. Yes, our District 17 has such a high survival rate, and boss Cao Xing has made an indelible contribution. It's a pity that he didn't put that kind of life-secret medicine on the shelf this time. Drinking a bottle of that thing can directly restore 2,000 blood. That is the real life-saving magic medicine. The survivors in District 17 were discussing fiercely. Those who didn't get the items felt very sorry. What a pity, I didn't get the items this time. I didn't get the items either. I will definitely rush to the market the first time I hear this person name next time. Brothers, disperse. We will get the items next time. Just as everyone was about to go back, a survivor in District 17 said, "The people upstairs, I advise you to wait a little longer. If you leave now, you will probably regret it later." Why? Because every time boss Cao Xing makes a deal, he doesn't just sell these things. The good stuff is all behind. Hearing this, the other survivors in the chat channel were all shocked. Oh my god, there are good stuff? The effects of these arrows and potions are already outrageous enough. Is there anything stronger than this? Yes. Yes. The survivors in Area 17 said proudly. That natural, this guy hasn't appeared for several days, and this time he suddenly appeared. He must be selling more than just these things. Haha, the smart people are already waiting next to the market. At this time, a survivor named Frodo City said, "You fools, you spent so much resources to buy these consumables, and you are still counting money for others after being sold." As soon as this was said, the chat channel was silent, and the survivors in Area 17 cursed casually. Idiots! They are really idiots, a bunch of guys who only know how to show off their presence. You can buy it or not. No one took such a stupid statement seriously. Cao Xing did not notice the discussion in the chat channel. After all, hundreds of thousands of people were online at the same time, and the information on the screen was too fast. He directly put the pile of saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, he got last time on the shelf. Consignment information, saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, asterisk 100G. Inventory reserve, 30,000 copies. Items required by the seller, blueprints, herbs, skill books, element crystals, masks, skill books, etc. Consigner, Cao Xing. Seller note, powerful tiger meat that can increase strength by 30 points. A boon for strength professions. Buy as soon as possible. The number of masks in Cao Xing hand added up to almost 20,000 honor points, including the honor points he had accumulated. The total was 113,000. After exchanging for the legendary weapon, he didn't have many honor points left to exchange for other items. Recently, he decided to take time to go to the main city of Yongchuan to exchange the rewards. So, in this transaction, he added the hunter mask and the ice dragon mark. As for the price he set, it was also relatively fair. 100G tiger meat equals 1 mask. After all, masks can be exchanged for honor points, and honor points can be used to exchange for war horses. 10 masks can be exchanged for a Locarno warhorse, which is a 3rd level creature, even if you just kill it for meat. you can get several hundred kilograms of meat. Therefore, everyone knows how precious the masks are and will not trade them easily, including the arrows and potions just sold. They did not exchange for many masks. However, as mentioned before, Chaoxing tiger meat is too tempting. This time, it will definitely make those survivors tempted. However, the price of the Ice Dragon mark is very high. 100G tiger meat equals 1000 Ice Dragon marks. After all, the gap for high-level Heart of Strength is still quite large, and it takes 50,000 to exchange one. So Chaoxing also raised the price a lot. When seeing the powerful attribute bonus of this tiger meat, the chat channel exploded instantly. Fuck. Meat that directly adds 30 points of strength, isn't this too outrageous? It really outrageous. I'm a level 25 polar warrior, and my strength has just reached 260. Eating a piece of this thing directly increases my strength by more than 1/10. Horrible, why don't you just buy them up? Haha. I said that there must be some good stuff in Chaoxing Place. I guess I guessed it right. +1 above. Luckily I've been waiting by the market. Brothers, one mask can be exchanged for one copy. I think I can exchange 10 copies if I grit my teeth. Go! Instantly Chaoxing was once again overwhelmed by a huge amount of transaction information. Transaction successful, you lost saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, *300G, you got Hunter Elite Mask *1. Transaction successful, you lost saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, *1000G, you got Hunter Ordinary Mask *10. Transaction successful, you lost saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, *1000G, you got Ice Dragon Mark *10,000. Transaction successful, you lost saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, *2000G, you got Airdrop Support Skill Book, purple, *1. Transaction successful, you lost saber-toothed tiger meat, purple, *1500G, you obtained Intermediate Brewery Construction Blueprint *1. You obtained Ammunition Improvement Skill Book. You obtained Sacred Shield Judgment Skill Book. You obtained Aurora Flash Strike Skill Book. You obtained Ice Seal Skill Book. You obtained Chain Ice Wall Skill Book. You obtained massive transaction information directly flooded Chaoxing's system bar. Too fast. Really too fast. A trading market with millions of people. It's so hot. Chapter 364 Serial Ice Explosions. Epic Angels Descend. A market of nearly 1 million people is quite terrifying. He threw these 30,000 pieces of beast meat, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing countless people to scramble for it. In just 2.5 minutes, Chaoxing were sold out. Even faster than the previous sale of arrows and magic potions. And Chaoxing also gained a lot of resources. Looking at the sudden surge of various materials in his backpack, Chaoxing's mouth curled up a smile. Chaoxing took a few deep breaths, and then counted his gains. Ordinary Hunter Mask *11254 Elite Hunter Mask *900 and 73 Black Priest Mask *68 Ice Dragon Mark *4.72 million. Very good. These masks alone are worth nearly 15,000 honor points. In this way, the number of honor points I have is more than 120,000. Add more than 4 million Ice Dragon marks. It awesome. Ha ha ha. With a look of joy, Chaoxing continued to check other harvests. Next, it was the herbs that the witch wanted. He collected 100 to 300 copies of White Orchid, Glow Moss, and Night Shadow Grass. As for the more advanced Aurora Grass and Dragon Blood Grass, and the mysterious Cata Flower, he did not receive any. But this is normal. After all, this kind of golden quality herb itself contains extremely powerful properties. The Dragon Blood Grass, after consumption, can even directly increase the upper limit of life by 2,000 points. Although the purple saber-toothed tiger meat is effective, it is not enough to make these guys take out the golden herbs. But it doesn't matter, I still have tiger meat with stronger attributes in my backpack anyway. I don't believe that. These guys can still hold back when the time comes. The corner of his mouth curved up. Then, there are 6 intermediate blueprints. These include Intermediate Brewing Workshop, Intermediate Bluestone Floor Tile, Intermediate Stone Stairs Blueprint, Intermediate Bakery, Intermediate Lighthouse Blueprint. There is also an Intermediate Warrior Camp Construction Blueprint Gold. These blueprints, you can tell what they do by looking at the names. After upgrading to the intermediate level, the durability increases a lot, and some special functions are activated. For example, the illumination range of the Intermediate Lighthouse is wider. The daily bread output of the Intermediate Bakery increases. the area of the intermediate stone staircase becomes larger. And so on. The most special one is naturally the intermediate warrior camp, gold, which has added 3 new intermediate skills that can be learned, namely, warrior code, quick roll /. Xiaoxing glanced at it, and then thought, the most useful things here are, of course, the intermediate brewing workshop blueprint and the warrior camp blueprint. For the former, I have a high-level brewing workshop blueprint. Next, I can upgrade it to the high-level level, and then I can start brewing. However, if you want to brew the dream magic wine, you also need materials such as the dream magic vine. Let's see if I can collect a batch of them later. For the latter, the warrior camp can allow the warriors to learn a few more skills, which will improve their strength in a side way. Next is the skill book that Xiaoxing is looking forward to the most. There are 7 skill books in total. He and Lu Muxua each received 2, and Tong Chuchu received 3 directly. First, I took a look at the properties of the 3 skill books of the mechanic. Airdrop support skill book, exclusive to cold iron mechanic. Skill effect, consume a certain amount of mechanical force, summon a bomber group, cause bombing damage to enemies within 100 meters ahead, cooling time, 90 seconds. Ammunition improvement skill book, exclusive to cold iron mechanic. Skill effect, consume mechanical force, bless the weapon you use, make the next 30 rounds of ammunition, increase the attack range by 20%, increase the penetration effect by 20%, cooling time, 120 seconds. Modified Mark Chaser, exclusive to cold iron mechanic. Skill effect, consume a certain amount of mechanical force and more materials, increase the armor of the Mark Chaser by 50%, and make it permanent, summon up to 2 Mark Chasers, cooling time, 10 minutes. Not bad, these 3 skills are very powerful. The first 2 speed up the output of the mechanic, and the last one can actually turn a limited time robot into a permanent one. In this way, Tong Chuchu output and team support capabilities can also be greatly improved. Xiaoxing continued to check. Strength Blessing skill book, purple exclusive to Aurora Knight. Skill effect, concentrate the power of the Aurora. Increase the strength attribute of allies within a 20-meter range by 20%. Lasting 120 seconds. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Aurora Flash skill book, purple exclusive to Aurora Knight. Skill effect, instantly stimulate the power of the Aurora in the body. Transform into an Aurora shadow and rush forward. And slash 4 to 6 times in a row towards the straight line area in front, causing 115% damage to enemies along the way. Cooling time, 120 seconds. Wow! 20% strength attribute bonus. Xiaoxing was shocked. This blessing of strength doesn't sound as good as blessing of courage in increasing attack power. But this is a noble percentage bonus. In other words, even if it is a friendly entity of level 8 or 9, after taking Lu Muxua blessing of strength, it can increase its strength by 20%. Very good, another group buff skill, and it of strength attribute. Most of the warriors and archers in my territory are physical attacks, and this blessing of strength can be said to have raised their attack power to a higher level. Let's see if we can find a blessing that increases spirit or agility later, that would be even more comfortable. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing felt a sense of anticipation again. In addition to this blessing skill, the other book Aurora Flash is also good, a burst of magic skill. Next, it's Xiaoxing own skills. Ice Seal, Purple Frost Mage exclusive skill book. Skill effect, concentrate the power of ice, place an ice mark on the enemy, slow it down by 20%, and burst out an ice breath every 10 seconds, causing 112% magic damage to it, lasting 60 seconds. Note, Ice Seal may be dispelled by the enemy skills. Chained Ice Wall, Purple Frost Mage skill book. Learning conditions, intermediate ice control or above. Skill effect, condenses a large amount of magic power, can quickly condense 3 to 15 ice walls, blocks enemy damage, but needs to pay attention to the consumption of mental power. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Note, if your frost control skill reaches a high level, you can detonate the ice wall, making it a chain of ice explosions, causing huge damage to surrounding enemies. Oh! After learning advanced frost control, can you also detonate the ice wall? That interesting. If the explosion damage coefficient of the ice wall is high enough, it equivalent to giving me another means of group attack. Xiaoxing was very satisfied with this skill. The other book Ice Seal, needless to say, 60 seconds, explodes every 10 seconds, and if it is full, it will deal nearly 700% damage. Not only can it interfere with the enemy, it can also enhance the burst ability. Of course, the flaws will be dispelled. But in general, these two skills are quite good. Chao Xing clapped his hands and clicked to learn them all. In an instant, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. Chao Xing felt that he seemed to have become a frost mage who practiced hard in the extremely cold world all day long. As he cast spells over and over again, he meditated again. It was as if he had entered a state of selflessness, completely immersed in the practice of spells. Every time he cast a spell, he could feel his control over the spell gradually increasing. Every time he meditated, he could deeply comprehend the secrets of the spell. This cycle repeated for an unknown period of time, until one day, when he cast a spell again, he suddenly felt an unprecedented smoothness and power. This also meant that Chao Xing had learned these two advanced spells. Yes, this function of the survivors is convenient. Just clap your hands, which is equivalent to the hard work of these aborigines for several years, or even decades. He nodded with satisfaction. The harvest of 30,000 portions of purple tiger meat was almost cleared. Next, it was the golden meat with stronger properties and more terrifying. This kind of powerful tiger meat, Chao Xing only had 1,100 pieces in his backpack, which means he could sell 11,000 portions. However, he wanted to leave some for his warriors. So this time, Chao Xing decided to sell 5,000 portions first, and if there were good things, he would add more depending on the situation. So, he began to set the conditions for the transaction. Consignment item: Icefield Saber-Tooth Tiger Meat Gold. Stock reserve: 5,000 copies. Required items: Skill Book, Construction Blueprint, Aurora Grass, Dragon Blood Grass, Kata Flower, Dream Magic Vine, etc. Consigner: Chao Xing. Seller note: top quality tiger meat, the divine meat of the strength profession, don't miss it. Just when Chao Xing was setting the transaction information, in the distant border area of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the woman in white stood next to the market, looking at the survivors around her and asked, "How much did you get?" The man looked at her, then shook his head and said, "Captain Baiji, there are too many people. We sold a large number of masks and ice dragon marks, and only managed to get 53 copies." The woman frowned slightly. "Only more than 50 copies? This number is far from enough for my frozen nights to eat. It seems that I have to find a way to contact this Chao Xing and ask him to trade some tiger meat privately. But I need to give him something that will make him excited, so that he will be willing to trade with me. Do you want to take out that skill book?" On the other side, Wei Jiani, who is known as the Little Sword Saint, led his roaming swordsman army and returned to his territory. A little girl, who looked about 7 or 8 years old, ran over quickly. "Uncle, you are back." Wei Jiani touched her hair. "Xiaoya, how much tiger meat did you grab that I asked you to help buy?" The little girl shook her head and said, "Only 34 portions. Sorry, uncle, I was too slow." She looked at Wei Jiani with a face full of self-blame. But the man did not blame her, but chuckled. "It's okay if you didn't get it. Go and get my blueprint. I chat with Chao Xing privately later. See if I can exchange some more tiger meat." The little girl nodded heavily, and then ran quickly to the Lord Mansion. And Wei Jiani looked ahead, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This Chao Xing is really capable. He can even get this powerful tiger meat. He deserves to be the number 1 on the current ranking. This kind of tiger meat will greatly improve my wandering swordsman corps. I must get it. Not only Wei Jiani, many corps leaders have the same idea at this time. They decided to take out their best things from the bottom of their boxes and go to Chao Xing to trade privately. Just when everyone thought that Chao Xing had ended the transaction after selling that large amount of purple tiger meat, many people have already dispersed. Those who grabbed the tiger meat happily shared it in the chat channel. Those who didn't get it were envious. However, some people continued to wait by the market. When Chao Xing set the consignment price for the golden tiger meat and put it on the shelf, it was immediately discovered. The survivors who found the consignment information suddenly had their pupils shrink and their breathing became a little rapid. Fuck. Although I know that Boss Chao Xing may have more powerful tiger meat, this is too exaggerated. Damn. Won't people go crazy for this stuff? With shaking hands, he posted the properties of tiger meat on the chat channel. Then he swallowed and said, "Brothers, Boss Chao Xing has delivered another product. And this time in an unprecedented hard product." Hearing this, everyone also cast curious glances. After seeing the properties of the golden tiger meat, the chat channel was silent for a moment. Then it caused a huge sensation. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Isn't this too fucking ridiculous? 50 points of strength, 3% of physical attack power. Which warrior or knight can resist this temptation? The above, a hunter. Can't resist it either. It ridiculous. This kind of beast meat increases attack power by a percentage. If someone doesn't have it, it equivalent to having at least 3% less attack power than others. Indeed, and this is not just a small difference, the attack power may differ by 10%. Everyone has analyzed the importance of this tiger meat. As the person above said, if you don't buy it, your attack power will naturally be lower than others. No one wants to be inferior to others. What more? This is tiger meat that can greatly increase their combat effectiveness. You have to buy it. For a while, anyone who has the strength rushed into the trading market, including the leaders of the major legions. After hearing the news, they changed their minds. Used their best treasures to exchange for this golden tiger meat. The woman, whose whole body was white, had a serious expression on her face. The man next to her asked again, Captain Baiji, have you seen the information on the trading channel? I saw it. I didn't expect that he would even trade this level of beast meat. It's incredible. In an instant, she had made a decision in her heart. Go. Take out my skill book. Hearing this, the man next to her was shocked. You mean the epic quality skill book? The woman nodded. Yes, if it this Xiaoxing, he should know the value of this skill book. As for how much tiger meat it can be exchanged for, I talked to him. In a territory full of Western faces, a sturdy, hairy Westerner was making a video call. Miss Taylor, this Oriental man named Xiaoxing is quite capable. He even has this powerful beast meat. This resource is very important to us. A female voice soon came from the other side. That right, Bolt, we should mobilize our forces and concentrate all resources. We must take this kind of tiger meat and take it on a large scale. This is our advantage over other legions. After listening to the other party analysis, this hairy Westerner also realized that the value of this kind of tiger meat was far beyond imagination. He sighed. I don't know what this Oriental is thinking. This precious tiger meat is not digested internally, but is traded. I wonder if he has a problem with his brain. The woman opposite said, Bolt, this Xiaoxing ranks first in the prosperity ranking, and his strength is obviously much stronger than ours. Don't easily question this person's decision. They have their reasons for doing so. We just need to buy back his resources, strengthen our own strength, and then surpass him in one fell swoop. I understand, Miss Taylor. Then let's work together to surpass this Xiaoxing. A grim smile appeared on the face of the Westerner. They all began to mobilize, including other powerful legion commanders. They all mobilized their own forces, wanting to grab as much tiger meat as possible. A large number of people poured into the market. However, due to the trading conditions set by Xiaoxing this time, the lowest quality of herbs were gold. Therefore, there was no crazy rush when selling purple tiger meat. After all, at the current stage, there were not many people who could produce gold quality materials. However, with a base of hundreds of thousands of people, there will still be some lucky or powerful people who can come up with such precious materials. Soon, Xiaoxing received a large amount of transaction information. Transaction successful. You lost saber-tooth tiger meat, gold, *1000G, you got Aurora grass *10. Transaction successful. You lost saber-tooth tiger meat, gold, *2000G, you got dragon blood grass *10. Transaction successful. You lost saber-tooth tiger meat, gold, *700G, you got dream magic vine *70. Transaction successful. You got advanced energy core production blueprint. Transaction successful. You got advanced machinery factory construction blueprint gold. Transaction successful. You got intermediate night hall blueprint gold. Transaction successful. You got intermediate archer training range blueprint gold. You got advanced ice control skill book gold. You got Terminator X skill book orange. You have obtained Angel Advent skill book orange. Among them, there are also many people who have some precious blueprints and skill books. After Xiaoxing negotiated the price with them, he quickly traded. The Western survivors, who were eager to trade with Xiaoxing, were directly rejected. As more and more Western survivors were rejected, they asked in the chat channel, at Xiaoxing, why do you refuse to trade with us? At Xiaoxing, what do you want to do? Damn it! I was rejected too. He treats me differently. Xiaoxing was too lazy to respond to these guys. I just don't want to trade with you, what wrong? The survivors in other areas, seeing these people chat, immediately understood something. They all laughed. Ha ha ha. A bunch of idiots. Great job. Chao-Shing, see how arrogant these guys are. The two sides started a fierce war of words again. Bolt and Taylor, who were originally full of confidence, stood there with a depressed look on their faces. Chao-Shing didn't care about these guys at this time, but watched the precious props, herbs, and skill books fall into his backpack one by one. He couldn't hide his ecstasy on his face. A region with 900,000 people. There are so many good things. I'm really rich now. After 10 minutes, the transaction was officially declared over. At this moment, Chao-Shing looked at the pile of golden materials and even orange skills in his backpack and took a deep breath. With excitement. First, I looked at the number of the 3 golden herbs I urgently needed. Aurora Grass * 1174 Dragon Blood Grass * 1378 Dream Magic Vine * 692. Very good, so many materials, enough to make more than 1,000 holy water and high-level life secret medicine. At that time, these high-level life secret medicines can be exchanged for more resources for me and realize a virtuous circle. And those holy waters are also enough for me to deal with the undead in the ancient battlefield. In this way, I don't have to worry about these undead rushing out of the ground and posing a threat to my territory. Thinking of this, his mood became better. Of course, the harvest is more than that. This time, he also received 4 golden production drawings. 2 of them are the Advanced Energy Core and Advanced Machinery Factory that he urgently needs. Great! In this way, I can make the Goblin Airship. Chao-Shing was very excited. I looked at the properties. Advanced Energy Core Production Drawing. Drawing description. Based on this drawing, a core device that provides energy for advanced machinery can be produced. Material required for production. Advanced Machinery Factory, fine iron * 500, copper * 300, mithril * 100, magic pattern stone * 10. Advanced Machinery Factory Construction Drawing. Drawing description. The intermediate machinery factory in the territory can be upgraded to advanced level, and more advanced machinery can be produced. Armor, 800. Durability, 32,000. Area of land, 1586. Square. Building height, 21 meters. Materials required for upgrading. Intermediate machinery factory, wood * 50, 000, stone * 20, 000, iron * 10, 000, copper * 10, 000, mithril * 1200, eternal gold ingot * 150, magic pattern stone * 150. Note: the advanced machinery factory has a certain ability to produce high-tech equipment. After upgrading to the expert level, it will be able to produce some large combat mechas, puppets, etc. Very good, the materials required are not complicated. Duan can start building at dawn. Then, there are 2 golden building drawings. You know, this kind of golden building will increase the prosperity of the territory. Chao-Shing also paid a lot of money to get it. Intermediate Night Hall Construction Drawing Gold. Drawing Introduction. The primary night hall in the territory can be upgraded to the intermediate level, and the night profession can be trained in it. Gain experience points, and learn more intermediate skills. Armor, 700. Durability, 28,000. Occupancy area, 786 square meters. Height, 14 meters. Training experience value, 1 hour / 3,000. Intermediate skills can be learned. Charge and break. Courage shout. Tough body. Construction requirements. Lord Mansion level 8, wood * 50, 000, stone * 30, 000, iron * 10, 000, mithril * 1000, eternal gold ingot * 200. Magic pattern stone * 200, advanced element crystal * 200. Upgrade time, 115 hours and 54 minutes. Intermediate archer range construction drawing gold. Drawing description. It can upgrade the primary archer training range in the territory to intermediate level, allowing archers in the territory to train in it, gain experience points, and learn some additional intermediate skills. Armor, 420 points. Durability, 22,000 / 22,000. Occupancy area, 2,489 square meters. Maximum number of people training at the same time, 150 people. Experience points gained from training, 1 hour / 3,000 points. Learnable skills, intermediate archery mastery, linking arrows, poison loss attack. Construction requirements, Lord Mansion level 8, wood * 40, 000, stone * 30, 000, iron * 10, 000, Mithril * 800, Magic Pattern Stone * 150, Eternal Gold Ingot * 150, Advanced Element Crystal * 150. Not bad, the experience points gained per hour have doubled, and there are 3 more intermediate skills. And I have gathered all the materials for upgrading these intermediate buildings. We can start construction tomorrow. The corner of his mouth curved up. Then, the biggest gain of this transaction, that golden quality, 2 epic quality skill books. You know, he has been in this world for so long, and he has only obtained 2 epic skill books in total. From this, you can imagine how difficult it is to obtain epic quality skill books. I looked at the attributes. Terminator X, Cold Iron Mechanic Exclusive Skill Book. Quality, Epic. Learning level, above level 40. Skill effect, consumes a lot of mechanical force, as well as iron * 50,000, copper * 10,000, mithril * 1,000, eternal gold ingot * 100. Summon a leader-level robot that inherits 158% of the mechanic attributes. It can exist permanently. You can summon up to 1 robot. If it is destroyed, you need to wait for 1 day to summon it again. Note, Terminator X is a leader-level creature of the same level. It has skills such as Concussion Impact, Destruction Fall, Focusing Beam, Violent Barrage, Energy Shield, etc. Note 2, if the mechanic level is upgraded, X needs to be summoned again. It can be recycled and 90% of the materials will be returned for resummoning. So fierce. It can actually summon leader-level mechanical creatures. Xiaoxing exclaimed. This is an epic skill book for mechanics. And you must be above level 40 to learn it. In addition, even after learning it, a large amount of materials are needed to summon it. 1,000 mithril and 100 eternal gold ingots alone are not something that ordinary survivors can afford. This is why the survivor was willing to trade this skill book with Xiaoxing. Because he couldn't afford that much mithril and eternal gold ingots. In addition, if he finally gathered so many materials, and then they were destroyed in battle, the loss would be huge. Although this skill has various limitations, it still cannot deny its power. Just one thing, it can exist forever, explains everything. This is equivalent to having a leader-level mechanical creature that will continue to improve as your level increases. You know, even the Earth Dragon Mecha is only a leader-level creature. Therefore, the combat capability of this Terminator X is definitely very strong. Very good. With this skill book and the modified Mark robot, the mechanic can be said to have begun to show his talent. Of course, when it reaches the master level, it is the moment of qualitative change for the mechanic profession. With excitement, I checked another skill book, which is also of epic quality. Moreover, it is the exclusive skill book of the Aurora Knight, as the ace auxiliary in the team. The value of this skill book is needless to say. The person who traded with him was a survivor named Bai Ji. Xiaoxing had some impression of this name. She was currently ranked 2nd in the prosperity ranking. Xiaoxing also asked her why she would trade such a precious skill book. The other party answer was that the Aurora Knights in the team were too useless, and were not worthy of learning this skill book. Xiaoxing was speechless. Of course, another reason was that she urgently needed this golden tiger meat. According to other survivors, this woman seems to have trained a group of powerful melee soldiers. She needs a lot of saber-toothed tiger meat to improve the combat power of this soldier. How to say this kind of transaction, a powerful orange skill book in exchange for a permanent improvement, is not a loss. After all, not everyone can be like Xiaoxing, possessing the heaven-defying talent of eternal power. In the end, Xiaoxing exchanged this skill book for 500 pieces of saber-toothed tiger meat. It sounds like a lot, but compared to the value of the epic skill book, it is not worth mentioning. Moreover, Xiaoxing still got a bargain. After all, if it were him, he would not be able to trade the epic skill book even if it was 50,000 copies, let alone 500 copies. This woman seemed to feel that she had lost money, and she also added him as a friend. She smiled and shook her head. Xiaoxing looked at the attributes of this skill book. Angel Advent Skill Book, orange exclusive to Aurora Knight. Learning level, above level 40. Skill effect, summon a 2-winged war angel, and merge with it, and transform into a war angel form. In the next 5 minutes, all attributes will increase by 50%, and you will have skills such as Divine Light Swordsmanship, War Angel Body, Divine Punishment, Divine Light Spinning Slash, and Dark Nemesis. Note, in the War Angel form, The original skills of the Aurora Knight will not be available. It actually a transformation into a battle angel. This skill should be the same type of skill as my demon transformation. Right? Chao Xing instantly understood the effect of this skill book. Interesting, when the time comes, Mu Shui and I will transform into a demon and an angel respectively. The light camp and the dark camp will attack together. Thinking of the scene at that time, Chao Xing couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't wait to see what Lu Mu Shui looked like when she transformed into a battle angel. So, Chao Xing first clapped his hands on the advanced ice control skill book and studied it. A large number of ice control skills flooded into his mind. Then, he said something in the chat channel. Everyone, this transaction has officially ended, you don't have to wait. After saying that, Chao Xing did not continue to check the chats of these survivors. But he quickly returned to the Lord Mansion. Clang. The moment the door was closed, the warmth of the Lord Mansion came instantly. Chao Xing shuddered and sighed. My own little nest is still comfortable. He quickly went upstairs. Lu Muxue was still lying on the bed at this moment, and seemed to be paying attention to the chat channel. Her black hair hung down from her shoulders, as smooth as silk. From Chao Xing's perspective, she looked quite lazy and charming. Her slightly tilted face, against the background of black hair, looked even whiter and more delicate. Her eyes flickered with a faint light, and the corners of her mouth also drew a curve, which made her look exceptionally beautiful. After seeing Chao Xing, a happy smile appeared on her face. Axing, you're back. Come into the bed and warm up. Lu Muxue stretched out her tender white palm and patted the soft quilt. Chao Xing smiled and shook her head and said, Go to sleep later. Muxue, try this skill first. After saying that, Chao Xing directly threw all 3 skill books he had just received to her. Lu Muxue was a little confused at first. When she saw the introductions on these skill books, her mouth opened slightly, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. Chapter 365 Battle Angel Form. The challenge begins. Lu Muxue exclaimed, Oh my god. There are actually epic quality skills. Lu Muxue has also lived in this world for more than a month. Naturally, she knows how precious epic quality skills are. It is almost impossible to find them. Even Chao Xing currently only has 2 epic level skills. One of them was given by the first kill of a commander level strongman. From this, we can imagine how difficult it is to obtain such skills. Chao Xing smiled and said, Try to learn it. How good is this skill? Yeah. Lu Muxue quickly got out of bed. She was wearing a set of light blue silk pajamas. These pajamas were of course sewn by Elena, Xia Yanni and others. They fit her perfectly, and perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Lu Muxue clapped her hands first, and clicked on the 2 purple skills to learn. Instantly, the strong power of the Aurora appeared on the 2nd floor of the Lord Mansion. Chao Xing looked around. The surroundings were like a dream. Colorful lights intertwined and flickered, and countless mysterious runes seemed to flow in the air. It was as if she was in a dream world. A few minutes later, the Aurora power of the entire 2nd floor of the Lord Mansion was absorbed into her body. This also means that the 2 purple skills have been mastered by her. Then, the most precious skill book. The angel has arrived. As Lu Muxue clapped her hands, the skill book disappeared. At this moment, it was not the power of the Aurora that emerged, but the strong power of holy light. Not only did it fill the entire Lord Mansion, but the strong holy light even rushed out of the Lord Mansion, illuminating the territory in the middle of the night. Isabel, who was meditating in the magic tower, suddenly opened her eyes, because she also felt the strong breath of holy light. A few minutes later, all the holy light power poured into Lu Muxue's body. Lu Muxue opened her lively eyes and said happily, Axing, I have learned it. Chao Xing also smiled. Very good. Now let's try the effect of this skill. The beautiful knight did as she was told. As she took out the long sword and shield from her backpack, she put on the ice dragon armor again. She became heroic again. At the same time, Lu Muxue raised the long sword in her hand above her head. A strong breath of holy light emerged from the tip of her sword. She opened her red lips slightly, and uttered an ethereal and majestic voice. My loving archangel, please give me the perseverance to cut through thorns, the wisdom to get rid of adversity, the spirit to resist temptation, and the power to protect my compatriots. The words fell. In the dark sky, it seemed as if some kind of divine will descended, passing through the endless cold current, the clouds, and continued to pass through the roof of the Lord Mansion. Then it landed directly on Lu Muxue. At this moment, Lu Mushua's body stiffened instantly, as if she was fixed by a mysterious force. Under Chao Xing's gaze, Lu Mushua actually floated up slowly. Her legs were about 30 centimeters off the ground. At the same time, her body began to rise rapidly. From the original height of nearly 1.7 meters, it directly increased to 2 meters. And it looked extraordinary and heroic. The originally smooth black long hair quickly turned golden at this moment, flying behind her like a waterfall, and each strand of hair seemed to be shining with dazzling light. Her eyes were like bright sapphires, and from the outline of her face, it could be vaguely seen that this was still Lu Mushua. However, compared with usual, she was more resolute and majestic. In addition, the armor on her body also began to change, dazzling, glowing with mysterious light. Not only that, the broken magdel in her hand was also covered by the strong power of holy light. It turned into a nearly 1.5 meter long great sword of divine light. And the shield in her other hand also turned into a sacred white color. She quietly floated in the air, with a pair of white wings spread out behind her. And the feathers emitting glory slowly fluttered. The sacred breath enveloped everything around her, like a Valkyrie descending to the world. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but stare blankly. If someone asks him, "What does an angel look like?" then Chao Xing will answer without hesitation. The one in front of him is an angel. Lu Mushua's temperament is really suitable for this form. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua casts Angel descends successfully. All attributes increase by 50%. Lasts for 5 minutes. And is enhanced by the talent Eternal Power. This skill has become a permanent state. Note, in the permanent state, you can exit and switch to this form at any time. As expected, Angel Descends has become a permanent existence. At this moment, being watched by Chao Xing, this two-winged war angel, who symbolizes bravery and courage, said a little embarrassedly, "Axing." Hearing the familiar voice, Chao Xing also came back to his senses from his trance. He chuckled and said, "Mushua, your form is quite good. I feel that the aura on your body is almost reaching the level of the leader of the same level." After hearing this, Lu Mushua also nodded in agreement. "Yeah. I feel that I have become very strong now, and it should not be a problem to deal with the 5th level leader." Chao Xing praised, "Not bad. Let's see what skills you have after transformation." Lu Mushua did as he was told and quickly attached her skills. Divine Light Swordsmanship changed the attack form, so that each subsequent sword swing will increase the attack range by 100%, and will also have a 30% light attribute attack. War Angel Body changed the full body armor form. Gain 100% stiffness effect. Will not be knocked down. And reduce 30% damage. Divine Punishment. Raise the holy sword in your hand. Condense a large amount of divine light power. And bring down divine punishment on the enemy, causing enemies within 500 meters to fall into a state of blindness for 1 to 3 seconds. And cause 288% light to them. Attribute Attack. Cooling time. 5 minutes. God Light Spinning Slash. Charge for 1 second, then sweep all enemies within 200 meters. Sweep away units with less power than itself, and cause 238% knockback damage. Cooling time. 3 minutes. Dark Nemesis. Passive skill. War Angel exterminates all evil in the world, causes an additional 30% damage to dark creatures. Dark creatures include demons, undead, corpses, and all creatures that come into contact with the power of darkness. So strong. Chao Xing sighed. This two-winged battle angel form is on par with his primary demon transformation. In some ways, it is even stronger than his demon transformation. And the most important thing is that she also has a Dark Nemesis passive skill. Before he advanced, Chao Xing really couldn't beat Lu Mushua. This Dark Nemesis skill is interesting. Recently, I'm planning to deal with that ancient battlefield. Her passive skill itself restrains the undead. If holy water is added, will Lu Mushua become the nightmare of these undead? Thinking of this, Chao Xing's mouth curled up with strong joy. Of course, although Lu Mushua's transformation form is very strong, it is definitely not comparable to advanced demon transformation. This also gave Chao Xing an idea. Since the demon transformation can be advanced, then this two-winged battle angel form, can it continue to advance to a 4-winged battle angel? Or even a 6-winged battle angel? According to the rules of this world, it should be possible. But Chao Xing doesn't know how to advance. After all, angels are sacred creatures, and they won't devour each other like demons. Shaking his head, these are things to consider later. Now Lu Mushua's angel advent form is already very strong. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Mushu. This way, you will also have a strong fighting power. Lu Mushue was also very happy. Before this, she was Chaoxing's personal bodyguard, protecting his safety throughout the whole process. Now, as Chaoxing becomes stronger, he no longer needs her protection unless he is dealing with powerful enemies. So during the battle, Lu Mushue basically helps to block the enemy attacks. Now with this skill, she can also become the main output of the team. Looking at her excited look, Chaoxing smiled. Rest. It already 1 o'clock in the morning. We have to get up early tomorrow to meet the new challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn. After saying that, Lu Mushue also released the two-winged War Angel form. A large number of feathers flew away, and then turned into light spots and disappeared. She became the heroic Aurora Knight again. Then, the two of them hugged each other and went into bed. Time passed slowly. Although Chaoxing and the others fell asleep, the chat channel was still very lively. Many people were very excited about this update, and were already looking forward to the Ice Dragon Challenge after dawn, so that they could show off their skills. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. At the same time, in the terrace forest not far from Chaoxing territory, a dark shadow was lurking on a snow-covered branch. Her movements were very light, and her superb lurking skills allowed her to conceal all her breath, and she didn't even step on the snow. Her dark green pupils could clearly see everything around her in the dark night, and her erect ears were trembling slightly. After confirming that there were no enemies nearby, she quickly moved to the next tree, so as to achieve rapid movement. This figure is none other than the beast-eared girl Healy. According to Chaoxing's order, she came to this mountain forest to investigate. As she walked along, the surprise in Healy's eyes became deeper, because she found that the number of goblins inside was beyond imagination. And at night, these dirty guys began to vent their beastly desires wantonly. As Healy walked along, she heard the screams of various wild beasts and some strange creatures. It made her scalp tingle. Healy patted her flat chest and said to herself, The Lord was right to ask me to come here to investigate. There are too many goblins here. These monsters may pose a threat to the territory. The Lord asked me to find the leader of this tribe. That is, the location of the Goblin King. It seems that I have to go deeper. Thinking of this, Healy's eyes gradually became serious. As an assassin who had a certain reputation on the continent tens of thousands of years ago, her psychological quality is still very strong. Although there were many goblins below, she had no fear. She leaped back and forth on the trees and headed deep into the forest. In the center of the tribe, Goblin Lu Yang was grabbing a naked woman's ankle and making her stand upside down with her mouth open. He kept shaking her body. Lu Yang had a smelly saliva flowing out of his mouth, and a smile of enjoyment appeared at the corner of his mouth. The woman's head was red at this moment, and after being upside down for a long time, all the blood rushed to her head. She could hardly breathe, and she almost fainted. Woo-woo. Looking at the woman under him, Lu Yang did not stop, but changed his hand, continued to hold her ankle, and shook her back and forth. Goblin Lu Yang enjoyed it while thinking. This system update was unexpected. Those survivors who joined the indigenous forces were unable to participate in this challenge. However, I am not one of those who joined the indigenous forces. The goblins in this forest are all my forces. Seriously speaking, I am also a lord. But I am a goblin lord. So, I can also participate in this challenge. Lu Yang's face showed a proud smile again. However, my goblin army is not convenient to show up, so I have no chance to participate in this challenge. But, I can still get a lot of benefits from this challenge. I can take advantage of these people going out to look for the Ice Nest Monster Legion and lead the army to attack the territories of these survivors. Take away all the food from the polar people in their territory. Ha ha ha. At the border of the snowy plain, in the unknown deep mountains, there is a cave that no one dares to approach. It is said that there are man-eating monsters in this cave, even those experts dare not approach. At this time, a male survivor with a chaotic breath and a distorted face was lying on the slippery ground in pain. He kept rolling his body and roared like a beast. It almost there. It almost there. Damn it! Don't rush me. Don't rush me. He was in a state of madness at this moment, as if he had fallen into a state of intense schizophrenia. He raised his head and looked around. The surroundings were gloomy and terrifying, and it seemed extremely dark. A strange atmosphere permeated around him, and the darkness seemed to have substance, so thick that it was impossible to see the scene in the depths. Indistinctly, it seemed that countless black shadows were gathering, as if the evil spirits crawling out of hell were baring their fangs and claws. He was in the depths of this terrifying cave. A series of dark, tall figures surrounded the young man. They stood like cold and hard telephone poles, then slowly bent down, and uttered strange and unpredictable words in the young man's ear. The young man held his head and screamed in pain. "Shut up! Shut up! I know, I will let the Lord of Demons come, you bastards! I need more power now. I want to participate in the challenge, so that I can become stronger faster. Then, my body will be able to bear the power of the Demon Lord. Did you hear that? You bastards!" At the same time, the tall and thin black shadows surrounding him finally shut their mouths, slowly stood up, and silently retreated into the darkness. The pain on the young man's face gradually disappeared. When he came to his senses, he saw two terrifying figures appear. They looked incorporeal, exuding a thick dark aura, and there was a pair of broken wings behind them. There were two demons. Behind these demons, there was a group of beings with black bodies and expressionless faces. These were the demon slaves of these two demons. The young man took a deep breath, and then said, as promised, "I am here. Now, I want to recruit you to be my subordinates, and help me become stronger quickly. Only in this way can the Demon Lord come as quickly as possible." The two demons looked at each other, and then their mouths opened into an exaggerated arc at the same time. "Weak human, since you have fulfilled your promise and come here, then we will naturally keep our promise. My inner demon, Mammon Beelzebub. My gluttonous demon, Beelzebub Moloch. I am willing to submit to you." At this moment, this gloomy young man also laughed. Headquarters of the Church of Light. At this moment, the Seed of Light is kneeling respectfully in front of a statue. Behind him, there are also a large number of red robes of the Church of Light, and the Archbishop. They seem to be holding some kind of ceremony, as they continue to kowtow. There was also a group of people wrapped in white cloth like mummies. Even their heads were wrapped in white cloth, constantly humming some kind of song. In that distant sky, the light suddenly appeared like a miracle. The top of the church shines brightly. The sacred light never stops. Hold the torch. The entire headquarters was constantly echoing this ethereal and deep song. As they continued to worship, the statue began to emit a strong light. After a moment, the prototype of a holy book appeared. This holy book emitted a strong light, illuminating the entire church headquarters, every corner. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of the Seed of Light mouth. He waved his hands. The next moment, one by one, naked humans with their hands and feet tied with white cloth were lifted up. What was even more bizarre was that the hair on the bodies of these tied humans was shaved off, like livestock waiting to be slaughtered. These people are all sacrifices. At the same time, the light emitted by the holy book became stronger and stronger. These sacrifices were originally in a coma, but under that strong light, their bodies suddenly burned with white flames. The strong burning sensation rose from the depths of their souls, and then spread throughout their bodies. Ah! It hurts so much. The fire is burning again. The fire is burning again. Put it out. Listening to the screams of the sacrifices, the believers below were not only unmoved, but their expressions became more and more crazy. In the blazing fire, the sacrifices kept rolling and struggling, and the appearance of the holy book became clearer and clearer. The horrible burning lasted for half an hour. The screams also lasted for half an hour. Finally, when the last sacrifice was burned to ashes, a holy book surging with the light of vigorous hope floated in the air. The soft light was like the warm sun in spring, full of endless vitality, making people unable to help but worship. The Seed of Light said respectfully, "Welcome to the Holy Scripture of Dawn." Including other bishops, archbishops, and even high priests, all bowed devoutly. "Welcome to the Holy Scripture of Dawn. The will of the God of Light will last forever." At the same time, a voice came from the Holy Book. "Forcibly transmitting the Holy Scripture of Dawn has consumed too much of my divine power. Next, I will fall into a dormant state for a period of time. During this period, you must obey the command and decision of the Seed of Light." All the bishops and archbishops below responded respectfully. "Yes, great God of Light. We will obey your will and obey the Seed of Light." At this moment, the young man who was the spokesperson of the God of Light did not feel any pride, but had a hidden anger on his face. He bowed again and said respectfully, "Great God of Light, we already know who the enemy is. That group of evil demons. They seem to be preparing to summon the Demon Lord. Please give me some inspiration. I will wipe out these demons as quickly as possible and take back our holy book." The will of the God of Light was silent for a moment, and then replied, "I do sense that there is a demon lord who wants to forcibly descend to this world, and his location is. But that demon lord has not found a suitable container and cannot descend to this world. But don't worry. With the power of our church and the Dawn chapter, even if the demon lord descends, you are enough to fight against him." After hearing this, the young man felt relieved. He quickly opened the map and searched for the location according to the coordinates of the God of Light. The next moment, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it in the snowy plain. Damn demon. You can't escape now. He almost wanted to lead people to kill this demon who repeatedly ruined his plans. Even crushing his bones and scattering his ashes could not relieve his hatred. However, the will of the God of Light said at this time, "Remember, during my sleep, you should focus on the border area of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Although the Glory chapter is lost, it has my mark on it. No one else can use it, so don't rush it. The function of the Dawn chapter is more powerful than the Glory chapter. It can help you improve your strength again. When I wake up, I hope to see the return of the Glory chapter and the success of the border plan." After hearing this, the young man said respectfully, "Remember the oracle, and I will do my best to complete it." The ethereal voice of the God of Light sounded again. "Very good, you are the spokesperson I chose. I have high hopes for you. If I can get out of trouble in the future, recover my divine power, it won't be difficult for you to step into the legendary realm." After the words fell, the vast will dissipated, which also meant that the will of the God of Light was completely silent. And this young man, after hearing the last sentence, his heart trembled instantly. At the same time, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. He quickly got up from the ground. As the young man stood up, the other bishops and archbishops also stood up. Then, he stepped forward and grabbed the new holy book. He held the holy book in his hands as if it were a treasure, flipping through the contents. When he saw the attributes of the holy book, a smile appeared on his face again. "Very good. Compared to the Glory chapter, this Dawn chapter is the most suitable holy relic for our church current situation. With it, the success rate of the border plan can be increased by another 20%. O King, you can no longer stop us this time." However, compared to the border plan, he wanted to deal with a demon who repeatedly destroyed his plan. So, the Seed of Light directly opened the Dawn chapter, and a mysterious force appeared directly. "Sullivan, the enemy position has been determined. How is the situation on your side?" At this moment, the archbishop who was hiding in a secret area suddenly felt a strange light around him. His face turned pale with fear, and he thought he was discovered. When he heard the voice in his ear, he understood the reason. He replied respectfully, "My Lord Seed of Light, I am fine now. Tacit has returned with 3 legion commanders. However, Crow is still leading 3 commanders to chase me. It seems that this guy will not stop until he kills me. I am trying to get rid of him." Hearing this, the young man frowned slightly. "This Crow has been chasing you for 2 days, and you still won't give up?" What he didn't know was that General Crow had suffered a disastrous defeat in Dwellin Lake City last time, and he hated everyone in the Church of Light. He must chase this archbishop to death. Otherwise he will never give up. The archbishop also replied helplessly, "Yes, this Crow is very strong, and I was injured in the last siege. Now I am no match for him, and I can only keep running away." The Seed of Light nodded slightly. "I understand. You continue to hide and try to protect yourself. At this juncture, we cannot confront the Ice Crystal Kingdom head-on. Next, I will put pressure on the Ice Crystal Kingdom at the border, so that they can transfer General Crow back. Then, we can take action against that damn demon and avenge our previous shame." Archbishop Sullivan was shocked. He quickly replied, "As you command, Great Seed of Light." At the same time, he also memorized that location. In his eyes, anger burned. He wanted to kill the demon right away. The damn guy stole his holy book of light. If it weren't for this demon, Dwellin Lake City would still be in a stalemate. According to estimates, the King army could be dragged here for at least a week, and they would lose a lot of troops. It can be said that this demon accounted for at least 50% of the credit for the destruction of Dwellin Lake City. In the near future, there will be a great war between the Church of Light and these demons. And at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the dragon of the dragon speaker, Seraphis, is still escaping madly. It has now escaped from the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. However, the terrifying crazy aura behind it is still chasing it. In fact, the number of people chasing it has increased from 1 to 3. This dragon has been escaping for a whole day and has been in full force. It was still in a state of serious injury at this time, and it could be said that it had seriously overdrawn its strength. A trace of fatigue appeared in Seraphis' pupils, but it knew that it must not stop. Once it stopped, it would be caught up by these crazy guys. Gradually, Seraphis' breath became weaker and weaker, and even his mind was a little unclear. The threat of death behind him was approaching again. It shook its head hard to keep itself awake. Then he looked at the mountain in the distance, which was tens of thousands of meters high and covered with snow all year round. In that mountain, he sensed the breath of his own kind, which was many times more terrifying than his own. The dragons were proud, and would hardly ask for help from their own kind. But Seraphis knew that it was his only hope. In an instant, he sped up and rushed madly towards the mountain. That night, it was not only the survivors who had a sleepless night. The entire Ice Crystal Kingdom, and even the entire continent, is also surging with undercurrents. Amidst all the chaos, an invisible mist surged out from an unknown area, covering the nearby 4 or 5 kingdoms, including the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The civilians didn't feel anything, but the powerful people who were in seclusion all felt a sense of impending storm. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was 5:45 in the morning. Today, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue got up early on purpose. The two of them quickly washed up. Stretching, Chao Xing hugged his good wife, then said, "Let go, Muxue, it's time to go out and arrange the work." Okay. After that, they pushed open the door of the Lord Mansion together. The dawn light shone on the earth, making the various buildings in the territory shine brightly. The golden statue of the king shone with a gorgeous luster, and the big ball on the top of the magician tower exuded blue magic. The level 18 furnace was burning vigorously at this moment. The fog that enveloped the entire territory last night had also disappeared, as if all the bad things had disappeared with the appearance of the sun. However, these things did not disappear, but were hidden, and hidden even deeper. Chao Xing chuckled and said, "It seems that we got up a little early today. De Zhuang and the others haven't gotten up yet." The beauty next to him smiled sweetly, and then the two of them waited silently together. 6 o'clock in the morning. A system prompt appeared. "Attention all survivors, the second stage of Dragon Resurrection Challenge has been opened. Remaining time, 9 days 1700 hours. A large number of Ice Nest Legions led by Zhuama Claws have appeared in your area. The first survivor to discover, if you choose to publish the location, will be rewarded with 100 points. Remaining number of Zhuama Claws, 10,000. The point store is open. By hunting Zhuama Claws in the wild, and the Ice Nest Legions led by it, you will get corresponding points, and the points can be exchanged for various generous rewards in the store. Note, the rewards in the point store mainly include various types of recruitment scrolls, and the points wheel. Gold point store. By hunting Zhuama beasts in the wild, you will get gold points based on the output, and use them to exchange for special rewards. Note, the gold point store is temporarily closed, and will be open on the last day of the second stage challenge. Weather forecast. There will be fog today, and the temperature will be between -53°C and 67°C. After another long system prompt, a lot of messages suddenly flooded the chat channel. The second stage of the challenge has begun. 10,000 Zhuama Claws. How many you can grab depends on your ability. Brothers, go! Damn! Wait for me, I'm going too! Chapter 366 Point Store opens. The prototype of the Legion mode. The system rules are that the first person to discover the location of Zhuama Claw, and willing to publish it on the map, will receive 100 points as a reward. So, at the beginning of the challenge, a large number of survivors rushed out. But there are still more survivors who are not impulsive. They are ready to see the situation first. The same is true for Chao Xing, who is not in a hurry to act. Lu Muxue beside him whispered, asking, "Do we have a specific action plan?" The scale of their territory is growing day by day. For a large-scale challenge like this, it is natural to have corresponding plans. As the saying goes, preparation is the key to success. Especially, this kind of monster is limited in number, and the challenge requires competition, which requires a reasonable plan. Chao Xing shook his head. "Not yet, we don't know the strength of Zhuama Claw and the dragon army it leads, so it's not easy to allocate combat power. Now, let's take a look at the exchange items in the point store." Lu Muxue nodded gently. Then, Chao Xing opened the store interface. In addition to the dragon store, There were 2 more stores. Point store, open. Gold point store, not open. Chao Xing also directly clicked on the point store in an instant. A wide variety of exchange items appeared inside. Point store exchange list. Primary soldier recruitment scroll. Level 3 training militia recruitment scroll, 100 points, can be exchanged for 1,000 copies. Level 3 orc miscellaneous soldier recruitment scroll, 100 points, can be exchanged for 1,000 copies. Level 3 goblin miscellaneous soldier recruitment scroll, 100 points, can be exchanged for 1,000 copies. Level 3 empire soldier recruitment scroll, 100 points, can be exchanged for 1,000 copies. Level 3 empire archer recruitment scroll, 150 points, can be exchanged for 50. 0. Level 3. Mid-level troops. Level 3 kobold poacher recruitment scroll, 300 points, can be exchanged for 1,000. Level 3 Ascalon warrior recruitment scroll, 300 points, can be exchanged for 1,000. Level 3 boar warrior recruitment scroll, 300 points, can be exchanged for 1,000. Level 3 centaur warrior, archer, lance shield cavalry, 300 points, can be exchanged for 1,000. Level 3 orc vanguard scroll, 400 points. Points, can be exchanged for 500 copies. Level 3 mercenary recruitment scroll, 400 points, can be exchanged for 500 copies. Level 3 shadow killer recruitment scroll, 500 points, can be exchanged for up to 300 copies. Level 3 werewolf. High level arms. Level 3 silver hand knight recruitment scroll, excluding mounts, 1,000 points, can be exchanged for up to 100 copies. Level 3 star country swordsman recruitment scroll, 1,000 points, can be exchanged for up to 100 copies. Level 3 earth, water, wind, thunder mage apprentice recruitment scroll, 1,000 points, can be exchanged for up to 100. Level 3 cloud country assassin recruitment scroll, 1,000 points, can be exchanged for 100. Level 3 tribal witch doctor recruitment scroll, 1,000 points, can be exchanged for 100. Level 3 royal gunner recruitment scroll, 1,300 points, can be exchanged for 100. Level 3 dwarf warrior recruitment scroll, 1,000 points, can be exchanged for 100. Level 3 barbarian. Good guy. So many types of soldiers. And you can redeem so many at once? Chao Xing was shocked. This time, the point store has launched nearly 38 types of soldiers. From primary to advanced. They include primary militia, orc soldiers, intermediate centaurs, and Ascalon warriors. Even advanced recruitment scrolls such as silver hand knights, barbarians, and royal gunners. If all can be redeemed, this territory will directly have tens of thousands more combatants. Hiss. Too scary. The items that can be exchanged in the point store this time are far beyond everyone's expectations. In the chat channel, there are constant exclamations. And Chao Xing soon understood the reason. Most of the current survivors, after 7 days of construction week, have been mining resources and carrying out infrastructure work. The foundation of the territory has almost been laid. At the same time, with the cultivation of various resources, they all have 1 or 2 or 3 loyal leaders, or even leader-level subordinates. What next? Of course, it to increase the number of soldiers, expand the territory, and go the legion route. With the current progress of these survivors, it is very difficult to increase the number of soldiers, unless they are survivors in war-torn areas. The speed of accumulating soldiers for others is actually very slow, including Chao Xing himself. There are not many combatants, and they are recruited from the indigenous people. Most of them are summoned from the summoning space through recruitment scrolls. Therefore, unless there is a large-scale war between kingdoms, it will take a long time to gather a squadron. Interesting. There are so many high-level arms. Among these high-level arms, I have only recruited water and earth mage apprentices, and I have never seen the others. But they must have their own unique features to be classified as high-level arms by the system. This time, the system classification also made Chao Xing roughly understand the differences between primary arms, intermediate arms, and high-level arms. Primary troops have simple skills and a single evolution path. Intermediate troops are stronger, with stronger combat awareness and 1 or 2 talents, such as boar warriors and Ascalon warriors. As for advanced troops, they should have more functions and more evolution paths. However, there are no Nightmare Court archers and Dragon Blood fighters this time. Chao Xing was a little disappointed. He was also thinking that this time he could directly put together a 100-man Dragon Blood Fighter Squadron, or a Nightmare Court Archer Squadron, to activate the Legion bond. But it doesn't matter, there are still many of these high-level troops that are worth exchanging. For example, the Silverhand Knights. I am preparing to capture a batch of Griffins. If these Knights tame the Griffins, they will surely be able to exert stronger combat power. There is also a recruitment scroll for Wind Mage apprentices. I have a Gennady Mage manual in my backpack, and I am worried about where to find a Wind Mage. At that time, I will recruit a group of Wind apprentices, select one with good talent, and use my resources to push him to the leader level. Next, he can learn the skills in the manual. Chao Xing thought happily. Then he continued to look at the turntable system under the point store. Lucky turntable. Rules of use. The survivor consumes 200, 500, 1000, 5000, 5000, points, and randomly draws an item. The higher the points consumed, the higher the quality of the reward drawn. Items that can be obtained by turning the wheel. Recruitment scroll, magic plant seeds, crop seed bags, special items, etc. Note, 50,000 points, guaranteed to get a gold quality item, 20% chance to get an epic quality item, 100,000 points, guaranteed to get one epic quality item. After reading the rules, Chao Xing also smiled with interest. This big turntable is quite interesting. It can even spin out epic quality items. But the prerequisite is that you have enough points, and have exchanged for the soldiers you want before you can draw them. Otherwise, you will lose a lot of money. At this moment, the chat channel has also started a heated discussion about the things that can be exchanged in the point store. Fuck. The things that can be exchanged in the point store this time are so scary. Yeah. The lowest one is the 3rd level recruitment scroll, which means creatures above level 20. You can make a lot of money by exchanging anyone. I saw the advanced troop, Shield Maid. There happens to be a leader level Shield Maid in my territory. She can lead the troops. Haha. Yes. There is also a leader level Royal Gunner in my territory. He is newly recruited. She can lead the troops. The person above, stop fantasizing. 1,000 points for an advanced troop is not so easy to obtain. Hearing this, the survivors who were still thinking about exchanging for an advanced troop squadron were also directly pulled back to reality. Brothers, if you find the location of a Zhuama Claw, you will get 100 points, which is equivalent to a 3rd level primary soldier. It really good. It really good. I have already rushed out of the territory. I plan to make a fortune by finding these Zhuama Claws today. The other survivors naturally discovered this. After all, as long as you find the opponent location, you can get points without fighting. There are many people rushing to do this good thing. In an instant, countless people rushed out of their own territories to look for Zhuama Claws and the Ice Nest Monster Legion. Not to mention, with hundreds of thousands of survivors, including their subjects, the number of people reached at least tens of millions. Even though the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom was very vast, it could not stop everyone carpet search. Soon, many people found the location of the Zhuama Claw. On Chao Xing map, 3 white dragon heads were marked. This meant that 3 Zhuama Claws and its legions had been discovered. A large number of survivors swarmed towards the area marked on the map. Chao Xing was not in a hurry. He thought, next, we need to see the strength of Zhuama Claw and the points obtained by killing these monsters, and then decide on the tactics. At the same time, Chao Xing opened the World Forum and saw the posts posted by the survivors who found Zhuama Claw. Brothers, I found Zhuama Claw. Fuck. This Zhuama Claw is actually a giant ice dragon, so big. It more than 10 meters wide. The Ice Nest Monster Core below it, there are at least more than 10,000 monsters. I saw many Ice Nest evil beasts, Ice Nest trolls, and other leader level monsters. Levels are between level 30 and 40. These monsters have high HP. Each of them has at least 200,000 HP, which is at least 10 times the HP bonus. That Zhuama Claw is even more terrifying. A level 40 commander level creature, and its HP has reached more than 20 million. As the survivor announced the information he found piece by piece, it also caused a burst of exclamations from the survivors. Especially when they heard that Zhuama Claw had more than 20 million HP, they took a breath of cold air. Oh my god, is it so outrageous? It a monster of more than level 30, which is 10 levels higher than our level. It really terrifying, and they're a 10-fold HP bonus. This is not something we can beat at all? It normal, didn't the brother above say it? There are only more than 10,000 monsters under Zhuama Claw. It sounds like a lot, but if the survivors near us unite, we can definitely outnumber this group of monsters by many times. That's true. But we must be careful when advancing. These monsters are so high level that we will suffer heavy losses if we are not careful. We might earn more points than we lose. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched, because what the other party said was indeed reasonable. At this time, some brave survivors had already led the army to rush forward. They immediately exclaimed, "Fuck! Killing an ordinary ice nest monster gives 1 point, and killing an elite monster gives 5 points. It feels like if we can take over a legion led by Zhuama Claw and kill all these monsters, it will be almost more than 10,000 points." Hearing this, the survivors asked, "Brother, where are the leaders? How many points do you get for killing one?" "I don't know. I can't beat these 4th level leaders." "I do it. My archer was shot dead by an ice arrow." "Damn. It a big loss." Everyone was stunned. While they were chatting, the positions of many ice nest monster armies were discovered. Everyone also roughly understood the mode of this challenge. Gather more people's strength, fight against the ice nest monster army, and then kill the monsters inside to get points. One by one, they began to get ready and seek to form a team. "Brothers, are there any of you near the coordinates 8239.9193.12175? Come and join us. I'm nearby. Give me the coordinates, and I bring my men to find you." The Ice Tiger Legion has gathered near, and is preparing to attack the ice nest monsters below. Brothers who are interested, please come and join us. Instantly, a large number of survivors began to form teams, together to defeat those Zhuama Claws. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, still standing in the territory, began to think, where Zhuama is, there are more than 10,000 monsters. Moreover, the health of these monsters has been increased. The little ice dragon, that is, Zhuama Claw, as a 4th level commander, even has 20 million health points. With the strength of my troops, I can directly push forward, but it will take a lot of time. Lu Muxue next to him said softly, "Axing, it seems that, whether the monsters killed by the people of the territory, or the monsters killed by the subordinate lords, the points are counted for the lord. Should we split up? I will lead one team of soldiers, and you will lead another team." Chao Xing thought for a moment. Lu Muxue's proposal was feasible. This was also the plan to maximize the benefits. While other survivors were trying to stick together as much as possible, trying to gather more people to dare to attack the Zhuama Claw Legion, Chao Xing and his men were now ready to split up. In terms of territory combat power, he was more than one step ahead of other survivors. However, he shook his head and said, "Let not split up today. I want to withdraw some troops to do another thing. Then concentrate the remaining combat power to test the waters against a Zhuama Claw. See how strong these monsters are, and then make corresponding plans." Caution has always been his code of conduct. Even though Chao Xing's current strength has reached a very strong level, he still did not become arrogant. Instead, he chose to proceed steadily. Lu Muxue also nodded gently. As a subordinate lord, she could make suggestions, but she could not question the lord decision. At the same time, Chao Xing quickly shouted, "Everyone gather!" Soon, the people of the entire territory were mobilized. Those polar people, including more than 100 villagers from Grapevine Village, and the goblin laborers, all gathered. They saluted and said, "Lord, good day. Beautiful lady of the Lord. The glory of the holy goddess still shines on you." Chao Xing was speechless. These guys were saluting him more and more simply. The greetings to Lu Muxue changed every day. However, he didn't care. Chao Xing didn't rush to issue the task, but looked at the villagers of Grapevine Village first. "Have you had breakfast?" Hearing this, the villager Zelko was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head slowly. "No, respected lord." Chao Xing frowned. "Why not?" Zelko said embarrassedly, "Lord, our whole village has no habit of eating breakfast. We only need to eat 1 or 2 meals a day, so let's save some food for the territory." The villagers, including the others, nodded. But Chao Xing shook his head and said, "No, you are too weak now, and you won't be efficient at work with such a weak body. Remember to have breakfast in the cafeteria first, and then start working. This is an order." As Chao Xing finished his last sentence, the old village chief Zelko straightened up. He said respectfully, "Yes. Thank you, my kind lord." The old village chief, of course, also knew that this was Chao Xing's care for them. There was already a look of emotion in his eyes. Chao Xing nodded slightly. and then began to give instructions for today's tasks. Chao Yi, the old man, whose body was getting stronger and stronger, stood up at the first time. Lord, please give me your instructions. Chao Xing said, I have collected a lot of supplies last night. Now, you can upgrade the intermediate city walls and arrow towers on a large scale. Today's task is to upgrade all arrow towers to the intermediate level, and then start upgrading to the advanced level. For the other city wall construction work, let the villagers of Grapevine Village do it. After listening carefully to Chao Xing's instructions, Chao Yi said respectfully, I will obey your orders, Lord. After arranging the task for Chao Yi, Chao Xing continued. Do on. The polar man stepped forward respectfully and looked at his lord with a firm gaze. Last night, I got a lot of blueprints again. These include the intermediate bakery, brewery, warrior camp, night hall, archer training ground, etc. Don't worry about the others. Your main task is to upgrade the brewery to the intermediate level first, and then to the advanced level. Then, arrange people to upgrade the mechanical factory to the advanced level. Also upgrade the warrior camp, night hall and archer training ground to the intermediate level. After a pause, Chao Xing said, this time, there are many buildings to be upgraded. Please pay more attention. Duan wrote down Chao Xing instructions one by one. Then he said firmly, I have remembered it. Please rest assured, Lord. Chao Xing nodded, and then continued to shout. De Zhuang, Lord, I'm here. Polar man De Zhuang jumped out excitedly holding a hammer. This guy has been mining in recent days. His skin has become darker. And of course, he has become stronger. Chao Xing took a quick look and found that De Zhuang level had also reached level 14. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For staff like them, if they don't fight normally, they can only gain experience in the training ground. Naturally, the speed is not as fast as those combatants going out to fight monsters. But De Zhuang was able to reach level 14 so quickly, which was quite good. De Zhuang, now there are enough people in the territory, and those goblins don't need to build the city wall anymore. Next, you will lead all the goblin laborers to go outside the territory and mine the nearby mines with all your strength. I have found a large mining site. I will send you there after the danger inside is eliminated. Due to the update last night, the resource site has been refreshed, so Chao Xing can start mining again. After hearing this, De Zhuang raised his hammer and said excitedly, Great! We have more mining sites to mine. The goblins around him also echoed. Mining! Mining! Chao Xing, then, let's get started. After the words fell, hundreds of staff members immediately dispersed. On the field, there were still hundreds of combatants left. Chao Xing looked around. These combatants also looked back with a firm gaze, holding their weapons tightly, ready to fight at any time. The group of wild boar warriors shouted, Lord, please lead us to continue to fight. The wild boar warriors' double swords are thirsty. Chao Xing shook his head. Don't worry. Wait for me to recruit 2 more people. In his backpack, there were still 2 powerful recruitment scrolls that had not been used. One was a 5th level leader swordsman, and the other was a 5th level commander level centaur archer. Chao Xing was still looking forward to what creatures these 2 recruitment scrolls could recruit. However, he decided to summon them one by one. Such precious scrolls should naturally be given due treatment. So, Chao Xing took the lead in taking out one of them. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the 5th level leader level swordsman recruitment scroll? Yes. At the same time, a glowing hexagram array appeared in front of everyone. Then, they saw long swords of different shapes falling from the sky. Chapter 367 Recruiting the Centaur Commander. Saint Harati. Clang. Clang. With the sound of metal clashing. In the blink of an eye, this hexagram array was filled with various long swords. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Although he is only a leader-level swordsman, this way of appearance is really cool. So cool. Then, they saw a figure appear in the teleportation array. At the same time, a steady male voice sounded. I used to be very ordinary. As a swordsman, I was not even as good as my peers. Among the talented geniuses, I was so ordinary. I was jealous, I hated myself, and I was desperate. However, even so, I still believed that I was born with a talent and would be discovered one day. Even if I ended up in despair, I would still swing my sword firmly. Experiencing hardships in training is the proof that I was born for faith. I dreamed that I and the sword in my hand were flying in the sky. Now, I have no regrets. I have mediocre talent, but I have extraordinary dreams. This is not a sin. Thanks to the gift of the goddess of fate, I have a second life and can dance with the sword freely again. The voice faded away, and a male figure appeared in front of me. The most eye-catching thing was his shoulder-length black hair, as thick as ink, and as smooth as a waterfall. He was not tall, just of normal height, but he exuded a calm aura. He wore a slender sword on his waist. The scabbard was simple and gorgeous. The hilt was wrapped with black leather. It was comfortable and stable in his hand. Chaoxing looked up and saw a face that was not so stunning, but very distinctive. The sword-like eyebrows flew into the temples, and the eyes were as deep as the night. It was to describe this person's appearance. Seriously speaking, this was the first swordsman in his territory. Although Assam also uses a sword, he is more inclined to the knight system, and is good at charging into battle. At this moment, the male swordsman also noticed Chaoxing's gaze. Then he glanced at the surrounding soldiers. He immediately knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao, the swordsman of the Star Country, is at your service." Chaoxing looked at the man kneeling on one knee in front of him, and walked up to him and said, "Welcome, Xiao. Your arrival will bring a strong boost to this territory." The man in front of him raised his head, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "I can feel the power of this territory. There must be quite a lot of strong people here. The days ahead will not be boring." His eyes first fell on Assam, and then on Lu Mushue, including other swordsmen in the territory. They were all concerned by this new swordsman. Assam in the crowd noticed the man's eyes, and looked at him calmly. The two sword-wielding beings seemed to see the fighting spirit in each other's eyes at this moment. They seemed to want to compete now. But they also knew that now was not the right time. A smile appeared on Chaoxing's lips. "Don't worry, you won't be bored in my territory. Xiao, you said you are from the Star Country. What is that place?" He just heard. The swordsman introduced himself. In addition, the point store also has a type of soldier, called the Star Country Swordsman, so he couldn't help but be curious about this place. The calm swordsman also retracted his gaze, and then replied respectfully, replying to the Lord, "The Star Country is in a very far place. Our country is stable and prosperous, and the technology is very advanced. But there are also many martial artists like me. But later, our country encountered that invasion war, and I died on the battlefield. Until now, I don't know whether the Star Country still exists." Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. He glanced at the attributes of this leader-level swordsman. Star Country Swordsman, Xiao. Race, human. Level, 46, 5th level leader-level creature. HP, 231852/231852, Pale Tree bonus. Attack power, 3372 to 3454. Attributes, Strength 1591, Agility 1782, Spirit 1414, Constitution 1482. Armor, 689 to 718. Skills, Expert level swordsmanship mastery, stealth training, break through the limit of swordsmanship, become a swordsmanship expert. When using sword weapons, increase attack speed by 40%, and can skillfully perform basic skills such as upward blow slash, 3-stage slash, eagle falling slash, instantly leaps into the air, causing 157% armor-piercing damage to the enemy, and reducing its armor by agility *0.3, lasting 60 seconds, cooling time, 60 seconds, sword shadow storm. Wave the sword in your hand, the sword energy spreads around like a storm, causing 3 by 117% physical damage to enemies within 30 meters around, and there is a 50% chance of blowing the enemy away for a distance, cooling time, 5 minutes. Invisible sword intent. After practicing sword for decades, one day, I realized the sword intent. Make all attacks of sword energy effect, attack power increased by 20%, attack range increased by 50%, and every 30 seconds, you can control all sword energy to attack the enemy. Note, this skill is Xiao's skill, which is different from the skills of other Star Country swordsmen after they advance to the boss. Talent, ordinary heart, knowing one mediocrity, and accepting it calmly, learning speed -20%, mental resistance +70%. Bond Star Country Swordsman, when the number of Star Country swordsmen acting at the same time reaches more than 10 people, agility increases by 20%, when more than 30 people, skill cooldown time decreases by 20%, when more than 50 people, attack power increases by 20%, when more than 100 people, activate the additional skill Star Country sword formation. Satisfaction, 65. Loyalty, 61. After reading the introduction of Xiao Xing narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Is there a swordsman who can create his own skills? Xing became interested in this swordsman. After all, it is rare to be able to create skills by yourself. This means that they have unique talents and have walked their own way in their respective systems. Like the old wizard Tyron and the deceased archmage Gennady, they all created their own spells. This also indirectly shows that the swordsman in front of him from the Star Country is far more powerful than the 5th level leader. So, he asked directly, Xiao, what was your strongest level? Xiao thought for a moment, and replied directly, my lord, my strongest level was the 6th level commander level. Hearing this, Xing nodded slightly. Sure enough, he was another person with a great background. However, Xiao's personality was relatively calm. He was not obsessed with his past strength and glory, but quickly accepted the current situation, and re-inspired his fighting spirit. For someone like him who has an ordinary heart, it is difficult to be defeated by setbacks. Please rest assured, Lord, although my strength has declined, the memory of the battle will not be erased in my mind. In the continuous battle, I will soon break through myself and reach the master level again. The black-haired swordsman had strong confidence in his eyes. Xing smiled. Maybe I can make this time go faster. After saying that, he directly took out a leader-level soul of a white-robed priest from his backpack and threw it to the swordsman Xiao. He had 2 more leader-level souls of this level in his backpack. Xiao took it with a bewildered look on his face, and asked in confusion, Lord, what is this? It can restore your potential and make you a leader-level being. Xing said it briefly. Xiao seemed to be shocked after hearing this, and his pupils widened instantly. He could also feel that this soul contained extremely strong power, which could indeed make him reach the leader level quickly. It is obvious how precious this kind of thing is. And he had just joined, and he received such treatment. For a moment, it seemed as if a string in his heart was touched. Xiao clasped his hands together, and then said respectfully, Thank you, Lord. Xiao will use the long sword in my hand to cut through the thorns for you. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Xiao has been improved. Current loyalty, 71 directly increased by 10 points of loyalty. Xing chuckled. Very good. Now use it. You know how to use it. Yes, sir. After saying that, Xiao directly slapped the soul into his body. The next moment, from his body, an extremely aggressive and lethal aura burst out. If Xiao's temperament was calm before, then he is now sharp, like a sharp blade out of its sheath, with the momentum to cut off everything. Even Assam couldn't help but look at him sideways. They are both at the 5th level, but Assam was the leader before, and Xiao was the head. The gap between the two sides is too big. Although Assam saw the fighting spirit in Xiao's eyes, he did not take it too seriously. After all, with his strength, plus a complete sword of the lake girl, it was too much of a bully to deal with such a 5th level leader. And now, the aura of Xiao gradually gave him a sense of threat. Your territory member, Xiao successfully transformed into a 5th level leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Activated self-created swordsmanship, extreme soul swordsmanship. Extreme soul swordsmanship. Xiao integrated the swordsmanship of various masters in battle after battle, and finally created his own swordsmanship. Block probability increased by 30%. Attack speed increased by 50%. And skills can be released. Extreme Soul Slash. Extreme Soul Flash. Soul Brand. Wow. Another self-created swordsmanship. As mentioned before, those who can create a skill by themselves are all geniuses. Xiao has ordinary qualifications, but he can create 2 skills by himself, one of which is an extremely powerful swordsmanship. It can be imagined that before Xiao created these 2 skills, he must have made unimaginable efforts. At this moment, the swordsman tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, and his heart was filled with emotion. He thought that it would take a long time for him to recover his past strength. Unexpectedly, he had regained the potential of a leader just after being resurrected from the alien space. Thousands of words are not as good as actual actions. Xiao has decided to use everything he has to protect this territory. At this time, Xing continued, Xiao, you are very good. In my territory, you will soon be able to recover your previous strength, even surpassing the past. After saying that, Xing first used his 4 buff skills, all on Xiao. Ice Armor plus, Ice Healing plus, Frost Shield plus, Source of Extreme Ice. Then, He glanced at the fighters next to him. They understood what Chao Xing meant. Lu Muxia, Eilina, Hilda, Victoria, and Blot and others all used various skills on Xiao. Blessing of Strength, Blessing of Courage, Snake People Frenzy, Queen Will, Mind Spirit Surround, Black Smoke Totem, Resonance Totem. As various buffs continued to improve, the aura of this swordsman began to surge at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Andrew level. Xiao was at a loss at this moment, and had not yet recovered from Chao Xing's series of states. And at this moment, Chao Xing took out the epic long sword, the Divine Shadow Sword, from his backpack again. Xiao, catch it! Clang! The Divine Shadow Sword passed through the air, as if it could cut through the air, and the sword body made a slight tremor. At this moment, Xiao was still in the process of improving his strength, and did not react. But he subconsciously caught the long sword that was completely black, but exuded strong lethality. At this moment, Xiao instantly felt the powerful force contained in this weapon. His pupils shrank again. Lord! This determined swordsman even started to speak incoherently at this moment. Like everyone else, Xiao was stunned by Chao Xing's series of blessings. After all, this all-round permanent enhancement is really too terrifying. Xiao felt that his current strength could even compete with his peak self. Chao Xing waved his hand. No need to say more, use the power I gave you, and the sword in your hand, to kill all enemies. Xiao took a few deep breaths, and thousands of words merged into one sentence. Xiao, yes? Sir! Due to your generous gift, territory member, Xiao loyalty has been greatly improved, current loyalty, 86. 2 consecutive waves of improvement directly brought his loyalty to 86. Chao Xing also smiled. Return to the team, Xiao, there will be a mission later. The swordsman nodded solemnly, and then came to the team behind him. And Chao Xing took out another scroll from his backpack. This is a 5th level commander level scroll, and the summoned creatures in it must be very powerful. Do you want to use the 5th level commander level Centaur Archer recruitment scroll? Yes. When Chao Xing clicked to confirm, instantly, the scroll burst into a dazzling light. Then it turned into countless fragments and disappeared. Shoo! At the same time, the sound of thousands of horses galloping rang in Chao Xing's ears. Tap, tap, tap! Then Chao Xing saw a flexible and light figure appeared in the sky. As the 4 horse hooves continued to leap in the air, they quickly approached the center of the territory. Chao Xing also saw the figure clearly. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman. Her skin as smooth and delicate as white jade, exuding a soft luster. Her lower body was a horse with soft red hair. She was wearing a tight red leather armor, which not only highlighted her exquisite figure, but also did not hinder her movements. She carried an exquisite longbow on her back, which was made of dark red wood, with exquisite patterns carved on it, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Between the 4 hooves under his feet, every step he took, it seemed as if a few blood-colored petals appeared. This centaur was like a blood-colored rose, flaming and breathtaking. Just like that, he walked towards him step by step in the sky. The centaurs in the entire territory seemed to sense something. They all raised their heads, looking intently at the centaur in the sky. At this time, Cantel exclaimed, Chief, this is our saint, Harati Softhoof. Hearing the name Harati, the eyes of all the centaurs on the field suddenly became extremely enthusiastic. At the same time, this archer with a strong leadership aura had already landed on the ground of the territory with her 4 hooves. She walked step by step, and the petals under her feet looked like blood spilled on the ground. It was like the sound of a spring in the mountains hitting the rocks, and it sounded pleasant. The centaurs know secrets that you cannot understand. Our warriors are like fire and shadow in battle. Your kind can enslave us, but you can never destroy our spirit. Under the open sky, we are not afraid of anything. Many centaurs came over involuntarily and hummed along. The swords and halberds in our hands shine, and the courage in our hearts lasts forever. The road ahead is long and rugged, and the steps of the centaurs never waver. For our homeland. At this moment, the centaur, who was wearing red armor, and whose whole body was as red as a rose, took off the longbow on his back. She said with a firm look, Warriors of the tribe, I am Harati, I will fight alongside you. Hearing this, all the centaurs shouted, We are with you, Saint Harati. In the territory, more than 100 centaurs instantly fell into a frenzy, and the female centaur nodded slightly, pacifying the fanatical centaurs. Then she looked at Chao Xing. Excuse me, are you my lord? Chao Xing nodded. Yes, I am the lord of this territory, and the lord of the other centaurs here. When Harati heard the latter part of the sentence, he was not as resistant as he had imagined. Instead, his eyes softened. That great. I never thought that I would see so many centaurs as soon as I came out. I can see that the people are living well in this territory. The Blood Legion destroyed our homeland. And now, they seem to have found a new place to settle down. Chao Xing's mouth also curved. You are right. This can become the new home of the centaurs. A place of glory. Well, welcome, Harati Soft Hoof. The beautiful female centaur bowed slightly, and said with the most solemn etiquette, It is an honor to receive your invitation. In the name of the centaur saint, I will protect your honor. Chao Xing laughed. The two people summoned today have good tempers. Then, I looked at the attributes of this commander. Centaur Saint, Harati Soft Hoof. Race, Centaur. Level 46, Level 5 Commander. HP, 158235/158235. Pale Tree Bonus. Attack Power, 8752 to 8891. Armor, 1663 to 1712. Attributes, Strength 3017, Agility 3332, Spirit 2814, Constitution 3182. Skills, Expert Archery Mastery. When using a bow and arrow weapon, attack speed increases by 40%, critical hit rate increases by 40%, dance in the air. Passive skill, Harati can move quickly in midair, and attack the enemy. Armor-breaking arrow, charge for 1 second, shoots an armor-breaking arrow at the enemy, causing 147% armor-breaking damage. The target will have its armor reduced by 0.3 of Harati agility in the next 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Saint Will shoots an arrow, forms a 500-meter diameter protective field in the designated area, and increases the stiffness of friendly centaurs within the field by 50%, increases armor by 20%, and increases magic resistance by 20%. Cooldown time, 100 seconds. Saint Glory, for every 20% drop in Harati health, releases a Saint Glory, increasing the attack power of all friendly centaurs by 20%, and uses the lost health to heal friendly centaurs within 1,000 meters. If Harati dies, all centaurs will enter a frenzy, and all attributes will increase by 100%. Commander level skill, Sage Principle. For each additional centaur commanded by Harati, the upper limit of life will increase by 1%, up to 1,000%. Legion skill, Victory Charge, activated. Talent, Centaur Sage, increases armor of friendly centaurs by 20%, and increases stiffness by 20%. Bond, Centaur Legion, 100 people activated. Satiation, 74. Loyalty, 69. Chapter 368. The challenge begins. All troops attack. After reading the attributes of this centaur, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Good fellow. The existence of this Harati is a god-level assistant for the centaurs. Whether it is Saint Glory or Saint Guardian, they can greatly enhance the centaur's survivability and destructive power. In addition, a commander-level skill Saint Rule can increase the life value by up to 10 times. And Harati health points can be used to treat the centaurs within 1,000 meters. It really terrifying. With such a commander-level figure, it no wonder that these centaurs respect her so much. Chao Xing praised, Harati. You have the ability to make the centaurs rise. The centaur, as beautiful as a rose, sighed softly. You are too kind. I used to think that I could lead the centaurs to rise. But the reality has taught me a heavy lesson. The enemy's strength exceeded all the centaurs' expectations. Our land was trampled. Our homes were destroyed. Our people were slaughtered. Even with my ability, the centaurs were eventually destroyed by the Blood Legion. Hearing this, Blot eyes suddenly turned red. Damn the Blood Legion. I will make them pay the price. Chao Xing also remembered something at this time. Blot enemy seemed to be the Blood Legion. So, the centaurs and the Char tribe have a common enemy? Harati looked at him. It's too difficult to take revenge on the Blood Legion. Their Khan holds the legendary weapon Hassashin, and his fighting power is too strong. In our centaur's tribe, almost no one is his opponent. Even I died under that weapon. Chao Xing heard about the legendary weapon Hassashin. This is the third time he has heard of this weapon. According to Marita of the Orchid Kingdom, the legendary weapon, the Moon Goddess Staff, was also destroyed by Hassassin. It was also recorded on the Broken Magdell that Hassassin was a weapon left by the gods to make the world more peaceful. But now it has become a killing blade. It must be said that it is a bit ironic. After hearing this, Blot next to him said firmly, I used to feel that revenge was hopeless. But since I came to this territory, I have seen hope. Hearing this, the centaur Saint Harati turned his gaze to Blot. The Shar shaman was passionate, and said word by word, "Here is another holder of the legendary weapon Magel. There is also a knight recognized by the legendary weapon Sword of the Lake Lady. And a powerful commander. Most importantly, we also have a lord with divine power. He can give us the ability to be immortal." At this moment, Blot was extremely enthusiastic about Chaoxing's admiration, including Harati. After hearing the last sentence, they also looked at him with surprise. Chaoxing chuckled and said, "It not immortality, but it can really increase your survivability. Then now, I will give you stronger power." After saying that, Chaoxing directly raised the staff and began to release powerful status skills one by one. And the people around him also blessed Harati. When a series of status skills fell, the Centaur Saint had already felt the surge of strength in her body, and the powerful force that could help her recover her vitality at that moment. For the first time, a shocked expression appeared on her face that had always been calm. "Ancestors, is this what you call God-given power? Unbelievable. I feel that my combat power has even reached the level of the 6th level." Chaoxing smiled and said, "My blessing cannot make you immortal now. You can't really disregard your life and rush into the enemy army." After hearing this, Harati replied respectfully, "Although it cannot make us immortal, your blessing is already quite terrifying. Thank you, kind and holy Lord. Your power is as vast as that of a god, because you helped him improve his strength." The loyalty of territory member Harati Rudy has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 81. The loyalty of this Centaur commander soared to 81. Chaoxing was very satisfied. He nodded, and then said, "Harati, go to the Centaur team." The saint turned around without hesitation. Compared to her calmness when she was just summoned, there was already a fire in her beautiful pupils. Then, Chaoxing looked at the combatants on the field. "Then now, start issuing combat missions." Everyone's face suddenly brightened. Kandar. Hearing the voice, the Centaur Kandar immediately stood up. "Respected Lord, please give me your orders. I give you a squadron of centaurs, and this Centaur Saint, to clear out the monsters in the Lampury grottos together. Is there any problem?" Hearing this, Kandal was stunned for a moment. "Lord, won't you let Saint Harati follow you?" Chaoxing shook his head. "I have enough combat power here. The resource point in the Lampury grottos is very important to us, and we must ensure that it is foolproof." Kandal suddenly said, "I understand. Lord, with this saint beside us, we will be invincible." Then, Kandal looked at Harati next to him. "Saint, please lead us to charge again." The Centaur commander also understood the task issued by Chaoxing. He immediately clenched his longbow and entered combat mode. Then, "Brave warriors, follow me. Let the sound of our hooves resound through the sky again." Tap, tap, tap. The dense sound of horse hooves rang out. The Centaur commander in red armor led a squadron of centaurs and quickly left the territory. Chaoxing continued to look at Tong Chu Chu, and through several new skill books he had acquired last night to her. "Chu Chu, go get the mecha out, and move with us later." The little girl was looking at the 4 skill books in her hand with a look of shock. One of them was of epic quality. After hearing Chaoxing's voice, she came back to her senses immediately. Okay, big brother. I go right away." After saying that, she trotted all the way to the mechanical factory. After Tong Chu Chu drove the 4-meter-high Earth Dragon mecha out, Chaoxing called the Mammoth to buy, the Frost Moose Xiaolan, and the White Bear Volibear over. Then, all Ascalon warriors, Dragon Blood fighters, and Earth mages, follow me. The rest of the centaurs continue to patrol the territory. Boar warriors, go to the territory to protect the goblins and polar people who are mining. If you encounter an enemy that is too powerful, go to the alchemy workshop to find Francesca and Irina. Chaoxing certainly would not take all his troops out. If there was an unexpected situation, it would take him some time to get back. He left behind more than 30 centaurs, more than 100 boar warriors, and the strongest force in the territory. Francesca. It is enough to deal with many crisis situations. After hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Including the warlike wild boar warriors, they did not question the Lord order. At the same time, Chaoxing and Lu Mushua sat on Dabai and Xiaolan skillfully, like 2 soldiers leading an army to war. The staff in his hand pointed forward. Then now follow me. As soon as the words fell, the 3 giant beasts, together with the Earth Dragon mecha, ran out instantly. Behind him were Assam, Andrew, and the newly joined swordsman Xiao and others. Behind them were more than 30 dragon blood fighters, and 101 Ascalon warriors. They soon arrived outside the territory. Xiaoxing quickly glanced at the map. From the time he gave the staff the task, to the time he summoned 2 newcomers, it had been almost an hour and a half. During this time, more and more survivors had discovered the Ice Nest army on the map. If you zoom out on the map, you can even see densely packed white skulls. Xiaoxing zoomed in, and found that no one near him had discovered the Claw of Zwama. The nearest white skull was more than 100 kilometers away. No! After thinking about it, it was normal. After all, the area he was in was quite large. Seeing this, Xiaoxing quickly ordered all Ascalon warriors, dragon blood fighters, divide into groups of 10, and make sure that 2 people in each group carry small communication devices. Then start to split up and search for the Ice Nest army. Other core combatants search separately. After hearing the order, the more than 100 people were like ants in the snow, and quickly split into more than a dozen groups. Elisa lay on Volibear back, and Tong Chu Chu, who was controlling the Earth Dragon mech, followed her. The 2 girls teamed up to search. Xiaoxing rode on Dabai, and Lu Muxiu rode on Xiaolan, and they rushed forward side by side. After advancing about 5 or 6 kilometers, Xiaoxing came to a nearby plain, and there seemed to be some survivors around. They noticed Xiaoxing riding a mammoth and a frost moose, and were instantly shocked. A survivor in his early 20s exclaimed, "Oh my god! Such powerful mounts! And there are 2 of them! Too cool!" The people around him also praised the white one. It seems to be a mammoth. It is said that at least it is a leader-level creature. This person must be very powerful. What kind of pet is that blue one? It looks so pretty. I don't know. These 2 can actually ride such cool mounts. I'm so jealous. Yeah. If I could have such a mount, I would be willing to open the Haoyue treasure chest and get epic equipment. Xiaoxing also noticed the survivors nearby, but he didn't care and said directly, "Mu Shui, let go to the front and take a look." Yeah. After that, the 2 giant beasts carried them on their backs and rushed out at a fast pace. The survivors saw, in the endless snowfield, 2 powerful creatures, one white and one blue, with 2 figures sitting on their backs, were moving very fast towards the distance. The snow kicked up by the 4 hooves was like crystals in the morning sun, blurring the figures of the 2, until they disappeared at the end of the sight against the rising sun. This scene felt like a movie. 1 hour ago, while Xiaoxing was still using the recruitment scroll, nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the snowstorm plain, 2 tall Western survivors, each led a legion of more than 1,000 people behind them to join. 1 man and 1 woman. The man was sturdy, with abundant body hair, like a sleeping lion, who was Bolt, currently ranked 4th in the prosperity ranking. On the opposite side was a Western woman with brown curly hair and a stern face. The shield and long sword in her hands indicated her profession. This person is Taylor, who is ranked 8th in the prosperity ranking. Bolt, long time no see, your army seems to have expanded a lot. Miss Taylor, long time no see, let's work together again, give those little sheep in the east a little shock. After saying that, the 2 looked at the 1,000-man army behind them. Behind Bolt was a group of wind mages, a group of centaurs, and a large number of survivors. And behind Taylor was a group led by the knights, followed by a group of black armored shield guards, and some imperial soldiers, and a large number of survivors. At this time, they united and reached nearly 2,000 people, which could be said to be a large army. They looked at the more than 10,000 ice nest monsters gathered on the plain below. The brown-haired woman said, "Then, let's proceed according to the original plan. I will lead a squadron of centaurs and 30 snow hunters to set traps. Lure the Claw of Yorma over, and hold the monster, and you will continue to lead the army to engage in head-on battle with other ice nest monsters. For everyone, the Claw of Zwama inside is the most difficult target. A level 40 commander, with more than 20 million HP, must be restrained by someone. Otherwise it will cause serious damage to their formation." On the other side, Bolt, who is as strong as a lion, said solemnly, "I have no problem fighting the ice nest monster head-on, although there may be casualties." On the contrary. "Are you sure? After all, Taylor is going to challenge the 4th-level commander-level monster Little Ice Dragon with the combat power of a group of 3rd-level survivors. Moreover, This little ice dragon is not only higher in level than them, but its health has also been greatly enhanced. It is normal to be wiped out if you are not careful. It doesn't matter. I have simulated the battle scenario 4,573 times in my mind. Before we suffer casualties, I can hold this little ice dragon for more than 5 minutes. If it costs us all to be wiped out, it will be enough to support you until you finish clearing the other monsters. She said the heart-shaking words calmly. Bolt's mouth twitched. Taylor, you are my brain. I don't want you to die. The brown-haired woman smiled after hearing this. Don't worry. I won't die. Don't forget. I still have that treasure. Hearing this, Bolt still felt a little guilty. After all, he had to deal with more than 5 times the number of enemies. And there were also a large number of elites among them. The leader seemed to have seen his thoughts. The brown-haired woman calmly comforted him. Don't worry. Although there are many monsters, but without a commander, they are just a pile of loose sand. In order to deal with large-scale group battles, we have specially trained a team of heavy armor guards, which are enough to withstand the impact of this group of monsters. A group of commanded legions and a group of uncommanded monsters are not at the same level of threat. Although there are many ice nest monsters, they can only attack without any rules. The survivors can adjust their tactics according to the combination of various arms. This is also their advantage. Bolt nodded, and the fear in his eyes had dissipated. Okay, let's get started. After that, more than 2,000 people rushed out in one go. The group of ice nest monsters also discovered the enemy and began to rush over in a mighty force. The two sides came into contact instantly. 7 o'clock in the morning. That is, 1 hour after the start of the second stage of the challenge. The points ranking has changed. For major regions points ranking. First place, Walls Bolt 274 points. Second place, Sebastian Taylor 252 points. Third place, Chiao Yiting 178 points. Fourth place, Chunlu 163 points. Fifth place. On the chat channel, the survivors in the West saw the list on the leaderboard and were immediately excited. Haha. Captain Bolt. You're great. You took the first place directly. Captain Taylor. Come on. Step on these guys from the East and let them know what a real strong person is. Little sheep from the East. I told you, we don't care about the prosperity rankings at all. We rely on our strong fighting power. Now you know how big is the gap between you and us. The survivors from the East immediately fought back. Why are you so arrogant? It's just a temporary lead. It only been an hour since the challenge started. Look how proud you are. That right. It seems that after being suppressed last night, these guys are very unconvinced. They are so eager to jump out. Our goddess Bai Ji and the big boss Wei Jian haven't made any efforts yet. The survivors in the West continue to mock. The Bai Ji and Wei Jian you are talking about haven't even touched the shadow of the Ice Nest Monster Legion. They haven't even entered the top 100 yet, and they are still making efforts. Including the arrogant Chao Xing. He doesn't have any points now. And he's not even on the list. He's just a show-off. And his actual combat power is very weak. The friend above is right. On the current list, among the Eastern survivors, only Chunlu seems to be quite capable. This one is the one with real strength, and can barely keep up with our Captain Taylor. At this time, Chunlu immediately jumped out and replied, Don't confuse me with you guys. Although I don't like to talk much, I feel ashamed when you compare me with you. Hearing this, the Western survivors who were still praising Chunlu suddenly froze. The reason they said this was to deliberately provoke the relationship between Chunlu and others. After all, although they were very confident that they could suppress the other 4 districts with the strength of District 19, their number was too small, which was an indisputable fact. Here, they had no advantage at all. So they first thought about provoking Chunlu, the number 1 person in District 20. And it would be best if he could become their ally, and then defeat him one by one. But this person is very smart, and he doesn't fall for it at all. The other survivors can naturally see the tricks of these Western survivors. Ha. A bunch of idiots, and they are still using tricks to sow discord. Isn't this a trick they always use? Even before they came to this world, these guys often did this. It's really embarrassing, but this also shows that they really don't have much confidence. Ha. The Western survivors immediately felt their faces getting hot. Humph. What the point of saying more? Aren't the strong men you are so proud of still on the list? Being trampled under the feet of our Captain Bolt? Hearing this, the survivors in the east were also furious. The other party is now using this point to trample on them. But unfortunately, they have no way to refute. For a while, everyone could only hope that the strong men on their side would quickly exert their strength and pull these arrogant guys off the list. At this time, Chao Xing was also riding on Dubai, running wildly in the vast snowfield. He even looked for some dark forests and valleys. But he still didn't see the Ice Nest army. The area of the snowfield is 500 kilometers * 500 kilometers. Calculated based on the 10,000 Zhuama claws in the whole area. He was originally in District 174, and then merged into District 17, and now merged into District 4. In other words, there are actually 50 small servers in the 4 major areas. If calculated this way, there are actually only 200 Zhuama claws in each community. These 200 Zhuama claws are distributed in an area with a diameter of 500 kilometers, so the chance of encountering them is still very small. And at this moment, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Alisa, found a Zhuama claw and the Ice Nest army led by it. Do you want to publish the location on the map? After publishing, you will receive a 100-point reward. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. He also noticed the hint at the end. For most of the current survivors, the power of Zhuama Claw and the Ice Nest army is too strong, and it is definitely not something that 1 or 2 lords can defeat. So most people would choose to announce it. And Chao Xing thought for a moment, and still chose no. At the same time, there was a sizzling sound of electricity in his ears. Alisa's crisp voice sounded. Lord, guess what I found? Chao Xing was speechless. But he also acted along and said, Oh? What is it? There are a lot of Ice Nest monsters. They are all gathered on a glacier. There are more than 10,000 of them. Among these Ice Nest monsters, there is also an ice dragon with wings. Chao Xing praised. Well done, Alisa, you are really good at finding things. And after receiving the praise, the little girl laughed foolishly again. At this time, Chao Xing quickly switched to the team channel, and then said, Everyone, head towards 7239. This coordinate set. Those who arrive first should not rush to launch an attack. Wait until all of us are here. After hearing the order, more than 100 people who were searching around began to gather at the same place. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered on a hillside. Bang! Bang! Chao Xing rode on a mammoth, separated the crowd, and came to the front of the team. Then, he saw a terrifying number of Ice Nest monsters on the ice of the Ano River in front of him. They are like hyenas carved out of ice, with their mouths slightly open and their fangs exposed. Among the Ice Nest monsters, there are several huge creatures. Ice Nest evil beasts. Their left hands are huge ice hammers, and their right hands are maces covered with ice spikes, which look very lethal. Among them, there are also pieces of frozen boulders, which are about 4 or 5 meters tall, but have limbs like ice cones. These are Ice Nest colossi, which also have the strength of a 4th-level leader. After a quick glance, I found that the health of these Ice Nest giants had reached 5 million. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes and sighed. The general 4th-level leader only has 100,000 lives. This guy has 5 million directly, which is equivalent to a 50-fold increase. It really terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the ice dragon hovering in the air. Unlike ordinary dragons, it has no physical body, and its whole body seems to be made of thousands of years of black ice. Its wings were huge and transparent, like a leaky ice curtain. Every time it flapped, it brought gusts of cold wind, making the surrounding air seem to be frozen. The ice dragon tail was like a long ice whip, and it would create a crack on the thick ice surface with a casual swing. This was the big boss of this time, the Claw of Zhuama. Chao Xing began to think about the corresponding tactics. On the other side, the Ice Queen Baiji had led her frozen knights and thousands of combatants to fight against the Ice Nest army. With just one strike, she fought against the 4th-rank commander-level Zhuama Claw, and led the little ice dragon away from the battlefield. Hiss! Whirring, the ice dragon opened its huge mouth, and a mouthful of white dragon breath gushed out, as if countless icy filaments were spreading rapidly in the air. Then, there was the sound of whirring wind, and the cold breath swept in like a gust of wind, and everywhere it went was covered with frost. But this woman, facing the opponent dragon breath, did not dodge or avoid it, and directly pulled the bowstring on the spot. Huh? Instantly, a strong suction force emanated from the bowstring in her hand. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, forming a huge vortex. The originally bone-chilling cold air seemed to have found a home, and rushed towards her madly. She actually absorbed all the cold air around her, including the breath of the little ice dragon Zhuama Claw. The arrow in her hand, at this moment, carried an astonishing cold air. Then, with the force of thunder, she shot it at the mouth of the little ice dragon instantly. Howl. The little ice dragon blue crystal-like head was instantly frozen. Then, as if it had lost its source of power, it fell directly from the sky. Seeing this, the survivors who were fighting the Ice Nest army in the distance shouted excitedly, "Captain Baiji, you are so cool! Haha, the Captain Arrow is as sharp as ever." Indeed, even the commander-level Zhuama Claw was frozen, it's so scary. Baiji, who was standing by, said calmly, "Keep going. Speed up the fight against the Ice Nest monsters." The cold voice sounded, and the male survivors were like they were injected with hormones. And they shouted loudly, "Brothers, charge! Let Captain Baiji be the first." The efficiency of killing the Ice Nest monsters was greatly improved. On the other side, the strongest man in District 18, Wei Jiani, led his wandering swordsman army, and the survivors behind him. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man wearing light armor and a wolfskin coat. However, the soldiers behind this middle-aged man seemed a little strange. They were a group of creatures wearing heavy gray armor that was as hard as stone. Each of them was 4 or 5 meters tall, and as big as a small hill. These were mountain giants, Greystone Shield soldiers. Chapter 369, Pushing Forward All the Way, the ranking soars. The mountain giants belong to the blood branch of the giants. They, like Putana, also have the blood of half-giants. But this tribe has existed many years ago. After countless years of blood evolution, they have perfectly integrated the blood of giants into their bodies. This tribe has also produced many strong people over the years, although those pure-blooded giants still do not recognize the status of mountain giants. But it is undeniable that this tribe is very powerful. Wei Jiani said, then, "Captain Chu, your Greystone Shield armored soldiers will protect my wandering swordsman corps. However, according to the rules of this battle, only the people who kill the Ice Nest monster will be awarded points. Then I will take out 50% of the points reward for this battle to exchange for the recruitment scrolls you need. How about it?" The Legion leader said, "Captain Wei, you are too polite. Just give me 30%. However, Wei Jiani waved his hand nonchalantly. "It half true. Your limestone shield armor has amazing defense, but not so much lethality. You won't get many points in this operation. If we cooperate well this time, we will have opportunities to cooperate later." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in front of him also had a slight change of expression. He said in a daze, "Thank you for your care, Captain Wei." Wei Jiani waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Now, let's start the battle." As soon as the words fell, more than 1,000 people rushed out instantly. The tall Greystone Shield soldiers were at the front. Every step they took was like a rolling thunder, making a heavy sound. When a large number of Ice Nest monsters rushed over, the shield soldiers raised their heavy rock shields at the same time. Bang! Bang! After a series of collisions, the Ice Nest monsters rushed over, without stopping their steps. The mountain giants still held their shields, pushing and crushing the Ice Nest monsters like bulldozers. They were like unshakable mountains, forcibly opening a path through the monsters. And in the back, the group of wandering swordsmen immediately found the right opportunity and struck out their long swords. Crack! Crack! The long swords penetrated the bodies of the Ice Nest monsters, and dense damage numbers emerged. Even if the health of these monsters had been strengthened, they could not withstand such concentrated fire. In the blink of an eye, one Ice Nest monster after another was shattered. Seeing this scene, even Wei Jiani could not help but admire. This kind of Greystone Shield armor soldier is really powerful. After forming a Legion bond, it can even block the enemy attack across levels. Captain Chu is really lucky. He rescued a group of mountain giants and obtained such a powerful army. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man next to him with envy in his eyes. The mountain giants are really strong because of their bloodline. Most of the exchangeable units in the point store this time are common units such as humans, orcs, dwarves, and barbarians. Mountain giants, elf archers, and harpies are rare units. The middle-aged man coughed twice. Good luck. Good luck. As mentioned before, in this world, many survivors have their own opportunities. For example, this person Greystone armored soldiers, Wei Jiani swordsman inheritance, Bai Ji A-level talent, etc. At the same time, that level 40 commander level ice dragon rushed towards them. Kung! Wei Jiani drew his sword in an instant, with a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. The little ice dragon is coming. It a level 40 commander. With our small bodies, we might be killed instantly if we're not careful. Although he said so, Wei Jiani didn't have any fear in his eyes. Instead, he licked his lips. Then Captain Chu, you lead the leader-level Greystone Shield soldiers. And then cooperate with me to deal with this little ice dragon. Okay. As soon as they finished speaking, they rushed out instantly and took the initiative to fight against this level 40 commander. At the same time, after an hour and a half of fierce competition, the ranking list changed again. Ranking list of 4 major regions. First place, Bolt 453 points. Second place, Taylor 374 points. Third place, Chung Lu 348. Fourth place. Eighth place, Bai Ji 285 points. Ninth place, Wei Jiani 261 points. 10th place. Compared to the previous half an hour, the scores of the top 10 have increased a lot. The survivors also saw that. On the cumulative points ranking list, the names of Wei Jiani and Bai Ji had already appeared, and they began to grow at a steady pace. In just half an hour, they were about to reach 300 points. They were directly squeezed into the top 10. Moreover, they were still maintaining the same momentum, sprinting towards a higher ranking. Brothers, Goddess Bai Ji and Boss Wei Jian finally exerted their strength and have entered the top 10. Fuck. They have already rushed to 7th and 8th. Haha. I said these two were accumulating strength, preparing to give us a big one, and it turned out to be true. Place your bets. Guess when these two can rush into the top 3 and take the first place. I bet within 3 hours. I bet 1 hour. And this group of Western survivors, seeing the momentum of these two people, suddenly felt pressure. Obviously, Bolt, who was first on the list, and Tate, who was second, started to increase their points at a faster rate. At this moment, Bolt, who is currently in first place, and Taylor, who is currently in second place, are also anxious. Taylor on the side is trying his best to hold back the Ice Nest Chuma, using various control skills and traps in turn. Bolt on the other side is leading his army to kill these strengthened Ice Nest monsters. However, despite this, their efficiency is not high. After all, with a 10-fold health bonus, even these ordinary Ice Nest monsters have a health of 100,000. It takes a while to kill an Ice Nest monster. At this moment, the Zhuama Claw has escaped from the trap. It flew to a height of 1,000 meters in a hovering posture, as if preparing to launch a big move. His crash. The sky full of ice arrows fell like raindrops. This is actually a super large-scale group attack magic covering at least 1,000 meters. Puff! Puff! A large number of survivors were pierced by ice arrows, and more than 3,000 damage appeared on their heads, and their health dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen unlucky people suffered too many ice arrows and died directly. Bolt said anxiously, Taylor, this little ice dragon group attack damage is too high. We can't stand it at all. We must interrupt its skills as soon as possible. Hearing this, the woman with brown curly hair looked serious. She nodded and said, I know. Other legions are on the way. I will hold back this commander-level ice dragon. After speaking, the woman took out a strange item from her backpack. It was a terrifying and hideous statue, which looked like an evil and terrifying octopus, and exuded an astonishing evil aura. At this point, we can only use this epic treasure, because Bai Ji and Wei Jiani made it into the top 10. In the entire points ranking, everyone points increased speed instantly accelerated a lot. Of course, the price of the rapid increase in points is more casualties. But now there is a point store, where everyone can use points to exchange for third-level soldiers. So even if the soldiers under his command died, he was not as sad as before. At one time, a large number of survivors formed teams and began to attack the Ice Nest monster army on a large scale. And those survivors who were not originally planning to participate in this challenge, but were developing their territories with peace of mind, sat in their territories and watched the show. This competition is really fierce. Indeed, Goddess Bai Ji just rushed to the 4th place, and was squeezed out of the 5th place by Chung Lu. Wei Jiani is also sprinting, although he dropped to the 6th place, but the gap with the previous strong men is not big. Sure enough, these people are recognized as the strongest in each region, and they are also on the prosperity rankings. Their strength should not be underestimated. Everyone agreed. After all, the challenge this time is still very difficult. The enemies are not only more numerous than them, but also higher in level. Being able to stand out from the competition of hundreds of thousands of people, and to force their way into the top 10, has already demonstrated their strength. At this moment, a survivor suddenly remembered something. By the way, the strong men on the prosperity ranking list have already started to exert their strength. How come we haven't seen the other one yet? Hearing this, everyone seemed to remember something. The other one they were talking about was, naturally, Chao Xing. The batch of strong tiger meat he sold last night was impressive. In addition, he was ranked first on the prosperity ranking list. It's hard not to attract attention. However, up to now, his name has not appeared on the points ranking list. This also made everyone feel extremely confused. The group of survivors in the West, since Chao Xing refused to sell the tiger meat to them last night, also held a grudge. At this time, they got the chance and jumped out to mock. Don't count on your big boss Chao Xing. I just searched his name and still only got 0 points. I guess this guy named Chao Xing is hiding in the territory and dare not come out at this time. Haha, I think so too, otherwise. It almost been an hour and a half. How come there is not even a point? The original survivors of District 17 heard this and immediately became dissatisfied. What are you talking about? You idiots? Your whole family is scared. Big boss Chao Xing is not scared. That right, wait for Chao Xing to exert his strength and slap you in the face. Really? Then I'm looking forward to him exerting his strength quickly and then slapping me in the face. Ha ha ha. A fierce verbal battle began again. At the same time, looking at the mighty dragon army in front of him, Chao Xing also almost figured out the strength of these monsters. Moreover, he also came to a conclusion. That is, with the more than 100 people he brought, it was enough to directly push down the army of ice monsters led by Shuama Claw. There was no need for any tactics at all. So, Chao Xing directly ordered, then Sarah, you go directly to deal with the little ice dragon. Assam, Andrew, Victoria, and other core combatants. Your mission is to do your best to eliminate all the leaders in the dragon army. Leader, don't let these monsters interfere with Sarah and the army. Others, form a formation and start advancing. As soon as Chao Xing finished speaking, Sarah rushed out like an arrow. With a light gesture, she jumped onto the head of one of the ice nest monsters. Before the monster could react, she stepped lightly again and rushed out dozens of meters away. Like a nimble flying swallow, she shuttled among the ice nest monsters as if she was in an empty space. Among the ice nest monster army, an ice nest evil beast had already discovered Sarah. It suddenly opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth. Hiss. After a burst of indescribable piercing screams, the surrounding ice nest monsters instantly fell into a riot. They all seemed to have entered a frenzy, and all rushed toward Sarah. At the same time, the ice nest evil beasts, the ice nest colossi, all jumped high. Like falling meteorites, they slammed toward Sarah. From all directions, there were enemies rushing over. If you were hit by these leader-level monsters, you would definitely fall into a dizzy state. Next, she will be instantly overwhelmed by a sea of monsters. At that time, even if Sarah has amazing survivability, she will not be able to withstand the control of so many monsters. However, after being surrounded, the dark elf assassin eyes did not fluctuate at all. At the critical moment, her figure disappeared instantly, and a brilliant arc of light flashed across the spot. With a sound of shwa, she had already broken through the siege. And in an instant, Sarah entered the moon dance form, like a nimble swift, and jumped into the air. In the air, her movements were swift and smooth, and she moved forward quickly. Her target was the Shuama Claw. When the little ice dragon Shuama Claw saw the enemy coming, its dark blue eyes were filled with the chill of death. It did not show the ant-like look it gave other creatures, but was ready for battle, because it felt a deadly sense of crisis from Sarah. At the moment when the dark elf assassin was about to attack, the little ice dragon raised its head and roared. Roar! Then, a rain of ice arrows shot towards Sarah. It actually launched the super large-scale ultimate move at the first moment. However, Sarah did not dodge or evade, and rushed forward directly under the overwhelming attack. Crack! Crack! After the holy shield was completely broken, she jumped onto the back of Shuama Claw. She stepped on its neck made of ice crystals with both feet, and slashed down mercilessly with the flowing fire blade and the demon fish thorn in her hands. Ding! Crack! Every time the knife went down, it was like chopping on ice, making a series of metallic collision sounds. The terrifying damage numbers appeared on the head of the little ice dragon. Minus 16,632. Minus 17,478. Minus 17,231. Minus 18,321. Minus 31,321. Blessing of Liberation. After Lu Mushua obtained the new blessing skill Blessing of Strength, the lethality of these melee professions was further enhanced. The damage has also been improved. The little ice dragon was chopped and screamed. Even the super large-scale group attack skill was directly interrupted. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing naturally would not let her fight alone. Sarah has successfully held back the claw of Zwanma. Go! After the words fell, Assam rode the frost wolf under his feet, and then led the Ascalon warriors behind him, and rushed out first. For the glory of the Lord. Charge. Boom! More than 100 people charged forward like a surging tide. And the huge number of ice nest monsters below also discovered their actions, and rushed towards the group of soldiers. The distance between the two waves of legions was shortened instantly. Just when the claws of the ice nest monsters were about to cut through the winter skin of the frost wolf, Assam raised the sword of the Lake Lady, and started to sweep directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword of the Lake Lady swept through with the power of cutting through the air. One by one, the ice nest monsters were swept away, and great damage appeared on their heads. At the same time, the Ascalon warriors behind them tightly grasped the long swords in their hands, and swung them forward, creating gusts of wind. Cold lights flashed across the battlefield, and every swing of the sword brought unstoppable power, slashing at the surrounding enemies. Crack! Crack! In the blink of an eye, a large number of ice nest monsters had their health reduced to zero, and shattered into ice debris on the ground. This team has become a sharp knife. Assam was the tip of the knife, and the other warriors formed the blade. They stabbed directly into the ice nest army. Chaoxing also received system prompts. Your territory member, Assam killed the ice nest monster LV31, gained experience value, 310 points plus 1. Your territory member, Anaj killed the ice nest hoof LV32, a 4th level boss creature, gained experience value, 3200 points plus 20. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing eyes showed a look of realization. Will you get 20 points for killing a boss level creature? That good. But I don't know. How many points will you get for killing a leader? Or killing that little ice dragon? Although the health of these ice nest monsters is very high, it is obvious that Chaoxing attack power is more powerful. His points began to increase at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he had more than 50 points. At the same time, the Dragon Blood Fighter Corps led by Commander Boji has also started to take action. It was still Jonard and Josette, the two leaders, who led the charge. They instantly jumped high, turned into a destructive meteor, and smashed into the monster group. Boom! Minus 37,589. Minus 37,823. Minus 23,542. Minus 22,533. Minus 24,883. Minus 35,254. The 267% group attack coefficient of the Dragon Blood Skythorn, plus the additional 30% damage bonus of the Dragon Blood Fighter to the dragon minions, caused a terrifying damage of over 20,000. After the horrific explosion, at least several hundred ice nest monsters were smashed to pieces. However, the health of these ice nest monsters was really high. Under normal circumstances, a level 4 monster like this would be killed instantly after being hit by the horrific burst skill Dragon Blood Sky Spike. But now, not even one of them was taken away. However, this had no effect, as more than 30 Dragon Blood fighters entered the arena. Commander Boji shouted, 5 people form a formation. Charge forward, and break the ice and snow dragon spear. The moment the words fell, 5 Dragon Blood fighters rushed forward like arrows from a bow. Then, they held spears, and the terrifying ice power condensed to the limit, and then all burst out through the spear tip. It was that large-scale clearing and control skill. Ice and snow dragon spear break. All the Dragon Blood fighters were at the lowest elite level, and they were no joke. Crash! 5 50-meter-long ice pillars suddenly burst out, covering at least hundreds of ice nest monsters in front. Among them, there were some monsters with low blood. Minus 18,732. minus 16,359, minus 15,723, minus 16,823, minus 15,823. After the dense and terrifying damage numbers floated up, at least 100 ice nest monsters were blown into pieces on the spot. System prompt appeared. Your territory members killed a total of 132 ice nest monsters this time. Get points. 193 points. Congratulations. Your points have entered the top 100 of the rankings. Please keep up the good work. Xiaoxing points instantly reached 260, directly rushed into the top 100. At the same time, on the points ranking list, Bolt, who is in first place, has reached more than 900 points. Taylor, who is in second place, has also reached more than 700 points. However, Baiji has already rushed to third place, and has also reached more than 700 points. Now is the second stage of the Dragon Challenge, and 2 hours have passed. Everyone's scores are very close. The minimum score for the top 100 is 200 points to enter, which shows how great the competition pressure is. After all this time, 900,000 people are competing. In order to get on the list, everyone showed their true ability. After all, this is not only about personal honor, but also about the dignity of the survivors in the East and the West. The first and second place in the current list are two Western names, which has long made them feel suffocated. However, Bolt and Taylor are not in a good state at this time. Oh, Taylor, these Eastern survivors are chasing too closely, and my soldier's casualty ratio is getting higher and higher. I can't hold on any longer. The brown curly-haired Western woman, holding the evil statue in her hand, had already made the little ice dragon fall asleep on the ground. However, no one dared to attack the little ice dragon, because it would wake it up. She turned her head and said calmly, Bolt, you can't say no at this time. It's hard to open up the gap. We must maintain the advantage. No matter what. We must take the first place and suppress them. Hearing this, Boko also saw the other party determination. He nodded solemnly and said, okay. Then let's try again and take first place. His figure began to swell, and a fierce aura like a beast burst out from his body. Dense hair grew out of his body at an astonishing speed. The hair stood up, like steel needles, exuding a tough texture. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious lion appeared in front of him. Roar! Bolt roared, holding a broadsword, and rushed into the ice nest army like a violent tornado. He swung the sword, and every swing was extremely powerful. One by one, the ice nest monsters were slapped away by him, or chopped directly, and shattered to the ground. In the chat channel, the survivors were shocked to see that Borko points started to rise again. Damn, did Borko take drugs? How come it's so fast? It already over 1,000. Damn, it true, this guy is too aggressive. He already nearly 300 points ahead of Baiji Goddess. If this continues, today first place may really be snatched away by these Western guys. Hearing this, the Western survivors laughed and mocked mercilessly. Little sheep of the East. Do you see? This is the gap between us. You Eastern guys are always blindly confident, thinking how great and smart you are. But in fact, in the face of real challenges, you are completely vulnerable. Baiji and Wei Jiani, who you put your hopes on, and even Cheng Lu, can only desperately follow behind Boko. As for the other Xiaoxing, I don't even know his name. I guess he's still shivering in his quilt right now. Ha ha ha. In the chat channel, the survivors heard these mocking voices, and their faces turned red. They all wanted to find the territories of these guys on the spot, and have a real-life PK with them. And at this moment, someone suddenly noticed a name on the ranking. Number 78, Xiaoxing, accumulated points 324. This person immediately exclaimed, Brothers, it seems that Xiaoxing has reached number 78. Did you see when he rushed up? I don't know. Didn't they say he didn't even make it into the top 100? Everyone. I searched for this person named 3 minutes ago, and his score was still 0 at that time. Hearing this, all the survivors on the field were shocked. It was still 0 points a few minutes ago. Isn't this unlikely? You mean, in just a few minutes, his score soared by more than 300 points, and then rushed into the top 100? I bet. I am absolutely not wrong. 3 minutes ago, Xiaoxing only had 0 points. When the Western survivors heard this, they were full of sarcasm. Ha ha. These Eastern little sheep have been hit so hard by us that they are hallucinating. Even our Captain Borko took half an hour to get 300 points. But you said that Chaoxing only took 3 minutes. Isn't that a bit too unrealistic? You don't really think that among the current survivors, anyone can increase 300 points in 3 minutes? No one objected, because it was indeed too shocking. At the same time, the survivors who had been staring at the rankings found that Chaoxing ranking had changed again. Look at the rankings. Boss Chaoxing just added 50 more points, and has already rushed into the top 60. No, it already in the top 50. Wow! What a terrifying speed! Before they could come to their senses, Chaoxing points reached 400 points, and he directly rushed into the top 40. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 370 Thunder like prison, strongly occupying the first place. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They could be sure that, 1 minute ago, Chaoxing's score had just reached 300. And while they were talking, this person's score soared by more than 100 points. Too outrageous. What going on? I don't know. Who can tell me what happened? For minutes, more than 400 points added? Is this something a human can do? According to this momentum, doesn't it mean that within 10 minutes, Big Boss Chaoxing will be able to reach 1,000 points, and beat Bolt to take the first place? When they thought of this possibility, everyone was stunned. They looked at the constantly jumping numbers on the leaderboard in shock, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. And the group of survivors in the West also saw the scene. Although they were shocked, they were still unwilling to admit it. These little eastern sheep are probably out of their minds. This Chaoxing must have used some method to kill all the ice nest monsters, and then harvested them again. It is impossible to keep this speed. That right. I bet he's going to stop soon, and he won't even make it into the top 10. But at this moment, Chaoxing's score suddenly jumped. It increased by more than 100 points at once. With 557 points, he ranks 9th. At this moment, the survivors who were watching the leaderboard took a deep breath. Hiss! It in the top 10. Fuck. What a monster. It increased by more than 100 points all of a sudden. Damn, where are those idiots who said that Chaoxing couldn't make it into the top 10? Stand up. Open your eyes, and take a good look. The Western survivor who had just bet that he could not enter the top 10 suddenly had a swollen face. At this moment, countless people learned the news. Chaoxing, who ranked first in the prosperity ranking, began to exert his strength. In just over 4 minutes, he jumped from 0 points to more than 500 points, and made it into the top 10. And he maintained this terrifying speed and sprinted all the way. Even some leaders who were fighting fiercely with the ice nest monsters felt very unbelievable after hearing the news. They almost forgot to deal with the monster in front of them. When they opened the ranking list, the 2 words Chaoxing, who was ranked 9th, were so dazzling. At the same time, more than 100 combatants led by Chaoxing have begun a full-scale battle. Andrew, there is an ice nest evil beast over there. All the monsters near it are left to you. Victoria, release the mind shield, protect our soldiers. Alyssa, Rennies, focus on the low-health leader monster. As Chaoxing issued one command after another, the crowd started a crushing battle again. Although the health of these ice nest monsters has been strengthened several times, it is fine as long as their attack power, armor, agility, and other attributes are not strengthened. For them, they are just some sandbags with thicker health at best. At this time, Chaoxing sat on to bite back. This huge mammoth used its huge body to slam into the army of ice nest monsters with overwhelming force, and relying on its terrifying recovery ability, it recklessly rushed forward. It kept raising its elephant hoof, and every time it stepped down, there was a loud noise like a landslide. The ice surface more than 10 meters thick was trampled into spiderweb-like cracks, and it would swing its nose from time to time, and slap away the approaching ice nest monsters. Chaoxing, who was sitting on his back, waved his staff and continuously released various powerful magics, blasting the ice nest monsters into pieces. On the other side, the Frost Moose Xiaolan had a completely different fighting style from Dubai, because it has the permanent wind wings given by Chaoxing. In other words, this Frost Moose can fly indefinitely. It was seen flying in the air about 6 or 7 meters high, its blue hair swaying gently in the wind, rippling like blue waves. Then it opened its huge mouth, and spit out bursts of amazing cold air. The cold air rushed out like a raging torrent, spreading rapidly with the biting coldness. In the blink of an eye, a large number of ice nest monsters were frozen into ice sculptures, standing on the ice. The soldiers behind them waved their blades, cutting the ice nest monsters into pieces of ice, and they worked very well together. Seeing this, Chaoxing smiled. Sure enough, giving Xiaolon the ability to fly was the right choice. The lethality and controllability of this moose are amazing. Then, he looked at the surrounding ice nest monsters again, and found that their health had dropped a lot. Very good, now it's time to maximize the benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his staff. Instantly, on the white ice surface, more than a dozen ice walls suddenly appeared. Blow them up. Chao Xing waved his staff. The dozen ice walls in front of him exploded instantly, as if they were detonated. Ice chips filled the sky, like sharp blades, with boundless impact force. They swept away the ice nest monsters within 100 meters around. Boom! Boom boom boom! Minus 18,932. Minus 17,832. Minus 18,231. Minus 19,232. After the series of explosions, terrifying damage figures of nearly 20,000 appeared one after another. Dubai also raised his trunk at this moment, and released the leader-level skill Elephant Gallop. Moo instantly. Hundreds of huge mammoths appeared behind him. They looked at the enemy in front of them, and rushed forward without hesitation. Bang! Crack! Minus 16,872. Minus 15,723. Minus 15,923. Minus 18,321. Horrible damage numbers appeared one after another, and in front of them, at least hundreds of monsters were in a state of low health. Chao Xing looked to the side, and saw Assam, who was leading the Ascalon warriors to charge, and shouted, "Assam, use the divine sword energy." Hearing the order, the brave knight turned around without hesitation and raised the legendary weapon in his hand. A destructive aura emanated from the blade, and then it was slashed out directly. Hua! In an instant, hundreds of ice nest monsters were vaporized on the spot when they came into contact with the sword energy. A white light rose above the heads of at least a dozen soldiers, including the mammoth Dubai. It also upgraded to a higher level. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam, used the divine sword energy to kill 247 ice nest monsters. Weapon attack power plus 247 points plus 312 points at this moment. Chao Xing original score of more than 500 points instantly soared to more than 800. And his ranking also jumped from 8th directly to 3rd. Such a terrifying increase directly set off an uproar in the chat channel. Fuck. Shit. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Big boss Chao Xing just increased by more than 300 points in a moment. I saw it too, it outrageous. Other scores increased by a few points with difficulty, but Big Boss Chao Xing's score increased by hundreds of points directly. According to this trend, it won't take long to get the first place. Not only these survivors, but also the leaders of the major groups who are fighting against the Ice Nest army are all shocked. Borko, who is temporarily ranked first, sees Chao Xing like a dark horse, who has entered the top 3 like a sword drawn from its sheath. On the list, a heavy pressure came. Damn! What going on? Why is this guy so fast? Taylor, what should we do? This Chao Xing is catching up. He was anxious. However, the brown curly-haired woman in front of him also clenched her teeth tightly, thinking about countermeasures. How could this happen? How could this happen? This is impossible. We all entered this world on the same day. Why is he so much stronger than us? She almost bit her lips until they bled. And she couldn't think of any solution at all. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any countermeasures are useless. Seeing this scene, Borko also knew that this woman had run out of tricks and had used every trick she could. But he still refused to give up. So he took a deep breath and shouted, "Kill! It's not that easy to take my first place." After he finished speaking, he once again transformed into a violent beast and rushed into the Ice Nest army to fight. On the other side, Bai Ji, the strongest person in Area 16, was continuously releasing cold air, freezing a large number of Ice Nest monsters. Even the commander-level little ice dragon was frozen into an ice sculpture by her again, and fell to the ground. At this time, a woman next to him said, "Captain Bai Ji, your 3rd place is gone. It was taken away by Chao Xing. His speed is so terrifying, it's like a monster." Bai Ji's eyelashes covered with crystal frost trembled, and then she said lightly, "I know, just take it if you want. This person's strength is not on the same level as ours." She sighed. She has always been the number 1 in the server with her strong fighting power, and has won the 1st place in the ranking twice in a row. Bai Ji felt that there were not many survivors who could be her opponents. However, this merger made her invincible state of mind feel a little frustrated. The woman next to her saw the frustration in Bai Ji's eyes and hurried to comfort her. "Captain, please don't lose heart. I am your most loyal fan. If you fail, I will have no one to cling to. We are still waiting for you to lead us to participate in the Oracle War." Bai Ji looked at the woman speechlessly, then smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry. I am not that easily defeated. Speaking of which, Bolt has also started the sprint, and I don't know how long it will take Chao Xing to take the first place." However, just as they were discussing, suddenly, Chao Xing's score jumped again. More than 300 points added directly. With 1157 points, he took the first place directly. The entire chat channel was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at the first name on the leaderboard, feeling unbelievable. And when they came to their senses, there was a tsunami-like cheer on Chao Xing's side. After seeing Assam swing the sword, the swordsman Xiao's eyes suddenly shone. That was not fear, but a strong will to fight. As a swordsman, he was keen to challenge the strong, especially those who use swords. And Xiao would combine the moves of these strong men in challenges again and again, and create a new swordsmanship. At this moment, Xiao said in a deep voice, "This territory is just as I imagined, with many strong men. Then now, let the Lord see my strength." The moment he finished speaking, the black sword in Xiao's hand flashed. On the ice, two figures with the same body shape as him suddenly appeared. It was the special effect of the Divine Shadow sword. The Divine Shadow clone. Then, Xiao sheathed the long sword. Clang! The invisible cold wind surged quietly. And the two clones behind him also kept the same sword-sheathing action as him. After charging for 1 second, Xiao directly drew out the long sword. Shwa! From around his body, more than a dozen small tornadoes suddenly appeared, and began to spread rapidly around. The two clones also moved like the original body. In the blink of an eye, dozens of tornadoes appeared on the ice. These tornadoes carried a tearing breath, and all the ice nest monsters along the way felt as if they were cut by dense blades when they came into contact with these whirlwinds. A lot of damage occurred on their heads. -15,821. -14,923. -14,662. -17,129. -18,321. Hukacha. A large number of low-health ice nest monsters were directly taken away by this wave of explosion. After doing this, the swordsman did not stop at all. Raising the long sword, he flexibly approached other monsters on the ice. The target was a leader-level monster with 1,000,000 health points, the Ice Nest Colossus. As he drew his sword again and again, each sword was accompanied by sword energy, and an invisible sword energy would appear behind him. And the health of the Ice Nest Colossus also began to drop rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was suppressed to less than 400,000. And the sword energy following Xiao behind him also reached dozens. At this moment, he pointed his long sword. In an instant, dozens of sword energy pointed at him, and shot at the Ice Nest Colossus at high speed. Puff! Puff! A dense piercing sound came. -7,856. -7,749. -7,632. -7,823. -7,532. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Nest Colossus with 400,000 HP left began to lose HP like water. 400,000. 300,000. 200,000. Then the HP was directly reduced to zero, turned into ice crystals, and scattered all over the ground. The Ice Nest Colossus was actually killed instantly by this wave of explosion. It was Xiao's self-created skill. Invisible Sword Intent. Your territory member, Xiao killed the Ice Nest Colossus LV-32, a 4th-order leader-level creature, gained experience value, 12800, gained points, 100 points. Seeing the power of this sword, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Such a fast sword, such a high damage coefficient. Obviously, with this move alone, Xiao's single target output can reach the top 10 in the territory. Although it is only in the top 10, it is still quite terrifying. After all, there are too many monsters in front of him. The 5 commanders, plus Assam, Andrew, Renis, Heli and other output monsters. Others also have the resources poured in by Chao Xing. Xiao can rank in the top 10, which has proved his strength. Yes, this swordsman from the Star Country, is not only powerful in single combat, but also in group attack. Worthy to train. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to give orders. Wally, use Thunderous Skywrath. Chu Chu, summon Terminator X, and then use the destruction ray of the Earth Dragon Mecha. Let's speed up the clearing. After receiving the order, Wally, the big white bear, stood up. It slowly opened its claws, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning condensed. Then, a huge thundercloud was created directly above the head of the group of ice nest monsters in front. Instantly, a series of destructive lightnings came like a rainstorm. Crack! Boom! Thunder was like rain, lightning was like a waterfall. That area directly turned into a thunder purgatory. A large number of ice nest monsters were twitching due to the electricity, and their health dropped rapidly. On the other side, Xiao Chuchu consumed a lot of mechanical force, and used that epic skill. There was a muffled sound in the sky. Then, a huge metal creature, at least 5 meters high, fell from the sky at high speed. The gray-blue metal body flashed a cold and hard luster in the sun, as if it was a pure war machine. Its head was streamlined, and its eyes flashed red light. It also carried a huge energy device on its back, which kept flashing blue light, providing it with powerful power. This is the Terminator X. Xiao Chuchu shouted. Ix. Use Violent Barrage. Instantly, this gray-blue mecha flew into the air, and a large amount of ammunition rushed out from the muzzle on its chest. Bang! Bang! In an instant, tens of thousands of bullets were directly released, forming a whole barrage. Tong Chuchu also entered the low-altitude flight mode and directly used the destruction ray. Swish! A white ray with a diameter of 50 centimeters and a length of hundreds of meters swept through the monster group, causing a series of violent explosions. On the other side, Chao Xing also raised his staff and launched an ice tornado. 2 huge dragon heads emerged from the magic circle, and then began to rotate at high speed. Crack! Crack! A dense sound of shattering sounded. For super powerful group attack skills were released at the same time. The surrounding area of more than 1,000 meters was directly covered completely. The ammunition poured down like a rainstorm. The destructive thunder that kept falling from the sky, and a thick destructive ray that kept exploding. In addition, the 2 ice dragons that were spinning at high speed. The battlefield was bright and full of smoke, and the specific scene could no longer be seen. It seemed as if the whole world had fallen into chaos and violence. The fierce power even made the soldiers who were fighting look at it sideways. When all the noise subsided, a large number of ice nest monsters were cleared out. The rest were also in a state of low health. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You killed a total of 773 ice nest monsters this time, including 742 ordinary creatures. Elite creatures. Experience points, 674670. Points plus 918. Chao Xing points. Again soared by more than 900, directly breaking through 2,000. On the points ranking list, he directly pulled away from the second place, Borko, by nearly 1,000 points. After learning the news, Borko, who was still thinking of struggling, completely gave up. He seemed to be hit hard, and his attack speed slowed down a lot. After Chao Xing finished this wave of group attacks, he was also very happy. Haha. This feeling of clearing the field is so cool. I can now release various group attack skills without restraint, and bombard these ice nest monsters. The battle has lasted less than 15 minutes in total. Chao Xing has killed almost 1/5 of the monsters. According to this progress, it will take about an hour to completely destroy this wave of ice nest monsters. It sounds like a long time, but you have to know that the other survivors formed a joint army, and the number of combatants reached 2,000 to 3,000, which is dozens of times that of Chao Xing. But it still takes 4 or 5 hours to kill so many monsters. This comparison shows how terrifying Chao Xing advancement speed is. At the same time, a joint team of 1 or 2 survivors came to the edge of the battlefield where Chao Xing was. Although Chao Xing did not announce his location, there were a large number of survivors searching everywhere in the entire snowstorm plain. So there were quite a few who could find this place. In an instant, everyone was stunned by the terrifying battle below. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Did you see that? Just now, at least hundreds of monsters were wiped out by him. We are not blind. They all widened their eyes, staring at the battle scene below. However, because of the system update, they could no longer spy on the attributes of other survivors and soldiers at will. They could only see the group of powerful creatures below, continuously releasing terrifying skills. They pressed a large number of ice nest monsters to the ground and ravaged them. The most terrifying on the entire battlefield was naturally Sarah's side. She led an ice dragon with a wingspan of 18 meters, and shuttled freely among the monsters. From time to time, she showed her agility, jumped on the back of the ice dragon, and dealt it a terrible blow. This level 40 commander level ice dragon was completely suppressed. At this time, one of the survivors swallowed and said, "Did you see that mammoth? I heard before that Boss Chao Xing Mount is a mammoth. Could this group of people be that person Legion?" Next to him, a middle-aged man with a beard said, "No doubt. It probably him. There is no such a powerful existence around here, except this one." Hearing the confirmation of this middle-aged man, the survivors around were surprised and excited. They quickly shared their experiences in the chat channel. "Brothers, you must not know what we found. It Boss Chao Xing. We saw his army. He is actually dealing with an entire ice nest monster army alone with only 100 people. How terrifying." Hearing this, the survivors asked in surprise, "More than 100 people dealing with an ice nest monster army? Is that so outrageous? Isn't that possible? It would take at least 100 or 200 people to contain that commander-level little ice dragon." The survivors immediately replied, "It's true. We saw it with our own eyes. The people of Boss Chao Xing are so abnormal. They treat these ice nest monsters as ordinary monsters. That little ice dragon is being suppressed by a perverted assassin. The assassin's speed and reaction ability are so terrifying. The little ice dragon has no chance to fight back." The survivors were shocked again. "Oh my god. Is it so outrageous? You can suppress the little ice dragon by fighting alone. No wonder this guy points are rising so fast. We even have to cooperate to deal with an ice nest monster, but Chao Xing just brushed these ice nest monsters as ordinary monsters. It's really annoying to compare with others. Indeed. This is too depressing. Don't be sad. Brothers, I think the ones who are most affected right now are Bolt and Taylor on the list." Hearing this, the survivors in the east remembered something and smiled at the same time. "Damn. Why didn't those guys who were clamoring to suppress us come out? Are they playing dead? Ha ha ha. That right. They smile when the wind is in their favor, but they play dead when the wind is against them. Come on. Your Taylor has been dragged down to 4th place by Bai Ji. If you don't work harder, you won't even be able to keep your 2nd place." The Western survivors felt their faces burning after being mocked by everyone. Chao Xing, who was fighting at the moment, naturally noticed the group of survivors watching, but he didn't drive them away, but continued to quickly clear the ice nest monsters in front of him. After all, he couldn't help exposing his strength in this ice dragon challenge, and he had already made preparations, and many hidden dangers had been eliminated. The Church of Light, which had been successfully diverted by Chao Xing, had thrown dirty water on the demon. In addition, the power of this church had suffered a heavy blow, and there was no energy to pay attention to Chao Xing in a short period of time. Moreover, now the system has been updated. They could only see their soldiers dealing with the ice nest monsters with ease. They did not know the level of Chao Xing and his men. So, Chao Xing raised his staff, and various magics burst out one after another. Seal of Ice, Ice Soul Spinning Spear, Ice Blossoming, Ice Breaking Flying Blade. Bang! Bang bang! One after another. The terrifying damage numbers of over 10,000 exploded. Directly, the survivors watching from a distance were stunned. Is this the strength of the number 1 player on the list? Too scary. How can his damage be so high? Nonsense, didn't you see the weapon in his hand? It definitely an epic quality weapon. Indeed, and the skills used by Boss Chao Xing seem to be of very high quality. Such a skill book sells at a sky-high price in the market. Everyone's eyes were filled with realization. At this time, a survivor nearby said, "Should we start a live broadcast? With this guy's strength, he will definitely attract a large number of people to watch." At this time, the middle-aged man nearby slapped him. "You idiot! Don't take us with you if you want to die. Without this guy permission, you start a live broadcast privately. If you anger him, all of us will be enough for him to kill." Hearing this person's expression also changed. After all, this is a world where force is supreme, and the lives of the survivors are no longer protected by law. It is obvious that Chao Xing power crushes all of them. If they anger him, he will come and kill them all without any reason. This person looked at the overwhelming battle below and never dared to mention the live broadcast again. The other survivor sighed. Too powerful. This kind of attack power. This kind of advancement speed. A real all-round push. Yes. If he can keep up this pace, no one will be able to take away the first place in the ranking. Captain, can we also go down and get some points? The second stage of this time is originally public, and the system also encourages us to fight together. Let go and deal with some lone ice nest monsters nearby. He shouldn't say anything. Right? The middle-aged man thought for a moment, shook his head and said no. Don't you see the situation below? Obviously, he can defeat this army of ice nest monsters by himself. If we go down to grab the monsters now, maybe the other party won't say anything, but it will leave a bad impression in this person's mind. After listening to the analysis of the leader, the others nodded in understanding. At this moment, Chao Xing, after half an hour of fighting, had already cleared out about 50% of the army of ice nest monsters here. With a 6,000-point advantage, he firmly took the first place. As for the second place, Bolt has just reached 2,000 points. It is almost 3 times the gap. More importantly, it took Bolt almost 2 hours to accumulate 2,000 points. Chao Xing only took half an hour to get 6,000 points. What is more terrifying is that his soldiers did not suffer any casualties. You know, even as strong as Boko, Bai Ji and others, suffered many casualties when dealing with the army of ice nest monsters. Chao Xing's 0 casualties are simply a shocking thing. The group of survivors who were watching seemed to have noticed this. Chao Xing naturally knew that this would attract the attention of the survivors. Chapter 371 Stealing Monsters? Killed Zhuama Claw. So Chao Xing said directly, Isabelle Mouchue, you don't have to fight. Just use a few healing skills from time to time. Victoria, release the mind shield, protect our soldiers. After hearing this, the 3 women also did it immediately. Isabelle raised her staff and began to release the new life hymn and holy light chain. The strong breath of life continued to emerge from her body. Just by looking at it, one can feel that the healing ability of this skill must be extremely terrifying. Lu Mushu on the other side also continuously released purification spells, and used her powerful fighting consciousness to block a large number of ice nest monsters. Powerful healing skills fell one after another, containing strong vitality. Victoria on the other side also held up the mind shield to block a lot of damage. The survivors who were watching had a look of relief in their eyes. So that's how it is. There are so many people with healing skills in Boss Chao Xing team. No wonder these soldiers have such strong survivability. Yeah, did you see that guy's shield? I calculated that it blocked at least hundreds of thousands of damage. This auxiliary skill is too abnormal. If we have such a powerful auxiliary hero in our legion, I would dare to challenge these ice nest armies. The survivors were envious. Everyone knows how much help a powerful auxiliary hero can bring to the team. Obviously, Chao Xing is more than one. As time goes by, more and more survivors come to Chao Xing's side. They all know that Chao Xing is dealing with an entire ice nest monster corps alone. Among them, there is even a powerful assassin who is fighting against the 20 million HP Zhuama Claw. After hearing this news, not only the second place Boko, but also Bai Ji, who has rushed to the 3rd place, and Wei Jiani, who is the 5th place, have some sudden realization in their hearts. Bai Ji's face was still cold, but with a complicated look in her eyes. She murmured, "Is the gap so big?" Boko gritted his teeth. "This is impossible. There are tens of thousands of ice nest monsters. And they are ice nest monsters with several times the blood volume. And there is also a 4th level commander. How powerful must he be to deal with so many monsters? This is simply impossible." Wei Jiani on the other side also sighed. "It deserves to be ranked first in prosperity. This strength is really beyond reach. I don't know how strong I have to become to challenge you." Chao Xing didn't know what these guys were saying about him. He was looking at his rising points, with a look of joy on his face. Not bad. Not bad, more than 6,000 points in half an hour, and half of the monsters are left. If I can defeat all the ice nest monsters, I will get at least 10,000 points. I can go back and exchange for a dozen Cloud Country Swordsman recruitment scrolls, or directly exchange for more than 100 Empire Soldier recruitment scrolls, so that the territory population will increase dramatically. Thinking of this, I felt better. Of course, given Chao Xing talent, he would definitely go the elite route next. The quality of soldiers is more important than quantity. It would be best to exchange the points for some advanced soldiers. Then, with his talent bonus, there will be a qualitative change. This challenge, the benefits are really good. However, killing these ice nest monsters is still the same as before. Only the Ice Dragon Mark and Ice Dragon Horn are dropped, and the Dragon Rock Mine dropped by the leader monster. Unlike killing wild monsters outside, they will drop items such as the Heart of Strength and Soul. Time slowly passed. Since the battle began, it has been almost 40 minutes. Xiaoxing has already pushed away nearly 80% of the Ice Nest monsters here, and his personal score has officially exceeded 10,000. And in the top 10 of the rankings, except Xiaoxing, the upward momentum of others suddenly slowed down. So far, the second place has not even broken through 3,000 points. This is because the outbreak in the previous few hours had made them use all their trump cards, and some powerful skills had been used. The soldiers also suffered considerable losses, and now they need to withdraw from the battle and regroup. After all, not everyone can be like Xiaoxing, who has the strength to directly push down the army of Ice Nest monsters in one wave. More people need to attack again and again, waiting for some powerful skills to cool down. This is also why each region has only 10,000 Chuama claws. Because 10,000 is enough. It is unknown whether it can be pushed through. Fortunately, the Zhuama beast in the afternoon will appear without killing all Zhuama claws. After so long, more and more survivors have joined the battle. In the 4 major regions, there are 930,000 survivors in total. Considering the number of their combatants, it is easy to break 100 million. As long as the command is proper, a legion of 2,000 to 3,000 people can attack the Ice Nest army of this level. The survivors are fighting with all their might to kill more Ice Nest monsters. After all, those are all points. As long as they work hard, they can build a legion of 100 people. Even if it is just a beginner-level army, the strength of the territory will be greatly improved. So, everyone is sprinting with all their might, and the chat channel is much quieter. At the same time, the battlefield on Xiaoxing's side is almost coming to an end. Sarah, who is constantly fighting with Zhuama Claw, has worn down 20 million HP of this guy through more than 40 minutes of fighting. If it weren't for the little ice dragon bursting out various skills in succession, forcing Sarah to jump off it, and also having various skills to restore health, I'm afraid she would have killed it alone. But even so, the health of Zhuama Claw is not optimistic. There are only 2 million left. With such a high health, even a squadron of 100 survivors will take a long time to grind it to death. If Sarah bursts out with all her strength, she can kill it directly in 3 or 4 minutes. Several groups of survivors came and left to watch the battle. Those who left, of course, seized the opportunity to find other ice nest monsters. Those who were still standing had other ideas in their minds. They naturally saw the ravaged claws of Zhuama. This assassin fighting awareness is amazing. After fighting for so long, she won't get tired? After hearing this, everyone felt unbelievable. That assassin had been fighting for more than 40 minutes at a high intensity. This kind of combat awareness and endurance are far beyond imagination. At this moment, the survivor who said he wanted to go down to get some points suddenly whispered, "Captain, it seems that the little ice dragon has only 10% of its health left. You say, do we have a chance?" Hearing this, the captain shook his head directly. "Don't think about it, there is no chance. The benefits of killing a commander are amazing, but if you offend him for this, it will not be worth the loss." Next to him, the young man rolled his eyes a few times, and then continued, "Captain, I heard from those people in the chat channel that this guy has a good temper, and many people survive with his help. I haven't heard that he bullies ordinary survivors. And now, he has almost earned 10,000 points. We are just robbing a monster. He shouldn't be so stingy, right?" After hearing this, the captain was still a little hesitant. The man continued to persuade him, "Captain, that a level 40 commander, if you get it, you can definitely make a lot of money. Besides, this dragon challenge is originally a public one. It's really unreasonable for him to eat alone now." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was also a little shaken. He said hesitantly, "Then, let go over and take a look." Hearing this, the survivors next to him said, "Then let go over and take a look." Although these people were afraid of Xiaoxing's strength, a low health Zhuama Claw still made them feel excited. The young man who had been encouraging them showed joy on his face. Then, the middle-aged man led a group of survivors and slowly approached the ice surface of the Anno River. Xiaoxing naturally noticed these survivors, who were gradually walking towards him. He didn't say much, but raised his staff directly, and an ice wall fell in front of the survivors. These people were shocked. The middle-aged leader said quickly, "Boss Xiaoxing, we have no ill intentions. We are here to help you." And Chaoxing said calmly, "No need, the battle here is almost over, you can go somewhere else." Hearing this, the group of survivors stood still. No one dared to move. And at this moment, the survivor who urged his leader to come and grab the monster stood up and said, "Chaoxing, this kind of ice nest monster army, the system originally let all of us challenge together. You took it all by yourself. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? We just came here to kill a few ordinary monsters. But you really regard these ice nest monsters as your own private property?" Chaoxing glanced at him calmly. The man suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cave. But he still resisted the fear in his heart and stood still. "Am I wrong? You took the entire ice nest monster army by yourself. Which is too domineering. We are recording the whole process. You'd better get out of the way. Otherwise we will post the video on the forum to let everyone know who you are." Hearing this, Chaoxing had an idiotic look on his face. Behind him, an arrow came at high speed. Swish. The sound of breaking through the air rang out. This arrow came with a blast that cut through the air. Fast. Too fast. There was no chance to dodge at all. It hit the survivor forehead directly, and then pierced through it fiercely. Puff. Minus 21,554. Critical hit plus vital attack plus headshot bonus. This arrow killed the survivor instantly. The body of this person fell down limply. Until he died, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. Seeing this scene, the remaining survivors stiffened. A fear of death enveloped them. They had never expected that Chaoxing would actually start fighting as soon as he said so. And Chaoxing just said lightly, "If you want to deal with these ice nest monsters, I will let you do whatever you want. But seeing that I have almost cleared this side, you jumped out at this time. Everyone knows what you are planning." If these people had joined the battle at the beginning, Chaoxing would not have said anything. But the current situation is that they have almost cleared the ice nest monsters. And the level 40 commander is already at low health. They are coming here now. Obviously with the intention of stealing the monsters. Although Chaoxing will not use his strength to bully these ordinary survivors. Not everyone can get a share from him. Also, if you want to post the video on the forum, it's up to you. Shall draw a line. If you dare to cross it, you will be killed without mercy. After saying that, he directly removed the ice wall. Shao on the other side directly jumped into the air, and the long sword in his hand, with invisible sword energy, slashed down fiercely. Shwa! On the snow in front of him, a crack hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared. The power of this sword seemed to be able to cut an elephant in two, enough to kill them all in an instant. This move can be said to have shocked all the survivors. Standing there in a daze, not daring to cross the red line. They looked at each other. The leader sighed and said, "Let go." Although this boss is easygoing, he is not a fool. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to us. The other survivors were also very grateful. In the situation just now, if this person wanted, all of them would be killed instantly by Chaoxing men. Now that they are still alive and standing here, it can be said that they have saved their lives. The survivor sighed, indeed, luckily. This big guy Chaoxing didn't take his anger out on us. Damn, we were almost tricked by this kid Sun Chuan. They retreated silently, not even caring about the body of the survivor on the ground. As for what he said, to post the video on the forum, to threaten Chaoxing, these people dared not even think about it. And on the battlefield below, under Sarah constant ravages, the health of the Zhuama Claw has dropped below 1 million. The roar of the little ice dragon resounded through the sky. However, its roar had no effect. The number of ice nest monsters around was getting smaller and smaller, which was enough to explain everything. At this moment, Chaoxing also set his sights on this little ice dragon. Zhuama Claw. Race, ice nest monster. Level 40, level 4 commander level creature. HP, 947, 100/23.47 million. Attack power, 5524 to 5891. Armor, 1321 to 1451, extra plus 1000. Skill, Ice Breath Spray. Zhuama Claw sprays extremely cold dragon breath in the fan-shaped area in front, causing 178% frost damage to the enemy and slowing it down. The movement speed of enemies hit by dragon breath is greatly reduced by 10%, lasting 10 seconds. If the enemy is sprayed by dragon breath continuously during the deceleration period, the deceleration effect will be superimposed, and there is a certain chance of freezing. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Dragon Claw Assault. Zhuama Claw rushes to the enemy at an extremely fast speed, causing 157% damage to enemies within the range, after hitting the enemy. Zoma Claw gains a 20% speed increase. Cooling time 80 seconds. Ice Scale Shield. Zoma Claw increases armor by 1000 points, and after activating this skill, an additional shield with 3 million durability is obtained, and 30% damage reduction. After the shield is shattered, it will release a frost shock to the surrounding area, causing damage to the enemy and slowing down. Cooling time 3 minutes. Frost Field. Zoma Claw releases frost power, creating a frost field in the designated area. Enemies in the area will continue to receive frost damage, and their agility will be reduced by 1000 points. Zoma Claw will gain a 20% attribute bonus in the frost area, increase attack power and defense power, and speed up the recovery of health by 15%. Cooling time 4 minutes. Frost Rain. Zoma Claw flies into the air, condenses a large amount of ice power, drops a large number of ice cones, causing 56% group attack damage to enemies within 1000 meters below, lasting 10 seconds. Cooling time 10 minutes. Note, this skill is affected by the Lord system, and the damage coefficient has been lowered. Commander level skill. Ice Soul Return. Zoma Claw will place itself in the Ice Soul state. A thick layer of frost shell condenses all over the body. This shell has a durability of 5 million. If it is not exploded in time. After 180 seconds, Zoma Claw will be reborn with full health. Cooling time 24 hours. Talent. Ice Nest Domain increases the movement speed of all Ice Nest monsters by 30%. And after the combat state is released, all recover 1% of their health per second. Talent 2. Dragon Majesty increases abnormal resistance by 30%. Note, this talent is affected by the Lord system, and the value has been lowered. After reading the attributes of this little ice dragon, Xiaoxing also narrowed his eyes. The other skills are easy to deal with, except that the attack range of the Extreme Cold Rain is a bit outrageous. The most difficult one is, of course, its commander level skill, Ice Soul Return. This thing actually gives Zoma Claw a chance to revive with full health. Of course, there is also a way to make this skill ineffective, which is to destroy its shield within the specified time. A shield with a durability of 5 million. Which means, I have to cause 5 million damage in 180 seconds? Xiaoxing originally wanted Sarah to kill the little ice dragon directly, but he changed his mind at this moment. He quickly ordered Sarah, continue to drag it. Don't attack. Wait for us to withdraw troops, and kill it in one wave of concentrated fire. After hearing the order, Sarah also quickly changed her tactics. She used her flexible body to continuously leap on the ice, attracting Zoma Claws to chase after her. Not only the team Xiaoxing was in, but also the other survivors who started fighting an hour earlier. At this time, the surrounding ice nest monsters have been almost cleared, and the battle against the commander-level ice dragon has begun. As the number of enemies decreases, the battle becomes much simpler. After all, the challenge of the second stage of the ice dragon tests the survivors' teamwork ability. As long as they can survive the initial impact of the monster group, it will be a time to test their endurance. Xiaoxing also spent 55 minutes to completely clear all the surrounding ice nest monsters. During this period, his level increased by 1 level, officially reaching level 44. And Lu Muxua level was the same. Including the others, all of them have risen by almost 1 level. The highest level among them is Sarah. She has reached an amazing level 48. There are only 2 levels left, and she can transform into a 6th level master. Xiaoxing has 2 master level hearts of power in his backpack, which are prepared for Sarah. That is to say, it won't be long before he will have a master level assassin. At the same time, the ice surface is full of ice dragon marks and glacial fragments dropped by the ice nest monsters after their death, and some dragon rock ore. A quick glance showed that there were at least 100,000 of them. Xiaoxing praised, not bad. Compared to the ordinary ice nests we dealt with before, the explosion rate is much higher. Before, we dealt with tens of thousands of ice nest monsters, but we might not be able to get 10,000 ice dragon marks. This time, the explosion rate can be said to have increased by more than 10 times. But this is also normal. After all, this time, the level and strength of the monsters in the ice nest monster army are far from comparable to the monsters in the last challenge. A minute or two later, the last ice nest monster on the ice fell under the blades of the warriors. Xiaoxing glanced around the battlefield. He found that the survivors who were watching had all been scared away after he decisively killed the blind guy. There were only a few left, and they were also watching from a long distance. He was also happy to be idle. In the blink of an eye, there was only the last remaining Zhuama Claw with low health on the field. The next moment, Chao Xing shouted, "All troops, gather, and surround this Zhuama Claw." After that, more than 100 people all rushed to the center of the battlefield. Then, they gathered around the little ice dragon. His Zhuama claws made a sharp hissing sound, and rushed towards the large army at high speed. The speed that burst out in an instant was like a train running at high speed. The target was Assam riding the Frost Wolf, and the Ascalon warrior corps behind him. Dragon Claw Assault. Looking at the huge shadow rushing over, Assam looked calm, ready to fight head-on at any time. At this moment, a muscular man with a naked upper body jumped out. "Assam Knight, I'm here to protect you." Ha ha. After saying that, Brown directly entered the form of an ice giant, and his figure began to rise rapidly. At the moment when the claw of Zhuama attacked, he raised his shield and rushed forward fiercely. Bang! Crack! The aggressive claw of Zhuama, like a high-speed train, suddenly hit an obstacle and stopped moving forward, being fixed in place. A huge impact force burst out from the shield, directly like a bomb detonating, blasting a spider-web crack in the ice layer under Brown's feet. The soldiers around could not help but step back more than 10 steps. Seeing this scene, the survivors who were secretly watching from a far distance took a breath of cold air. Someone could actually rely on physical strength to resist the impact of the dragon head-on and not retreat a step. Is this still something a human can do? At this time, Brown, after stopping the claw of Zhuama, blew his mustache, smiled proudly. "Assam Knight, how is my strength? Is it comparable to the dragon?" The knight just smiled. At the same time, Zhuama Claw, which hit the shield, shook its head and seemed a little dizzy. But its pupils were still cold. Just when it wanted to flap its wings and fly again, Sarah directly threw out the dagger of obstruction and then hit it accurately, delaying its ability to move. And the earth mage next to him had already condensed a large amount of flying stone magic and smashed it on the huge body of the little ice dragon. After such a ravage, Zhuama Claw HP has dropped to 500,000. Seeing a group of wolf-like creatures surrounding it, the little ice dragon pupils began to flash coldly. Monsters like this have no fear or other emotions. The purpose of their existence is to kill all enemies. Directly activated the skill ice scale shield. A shield with a durability of 3 million appeared on its body. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing did not waver at all. He gave the order directly. "Focus your fire. Kill this little ice dragon. Remember to save your skills. They will be useful later." Hearing this, all the warriors rushed forward. The group of dragon blood fighters rushed the fastest. Back then, it was these Zhuama claws that led a large number of ice nest monsters and destroyed their homes. Now it can be said that the enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Swish! Swish! More than 30 spears, plus a giant axe, attacked like a storm. Although Commander Boji was filled with hatred, he still remembered Chao Xing's instructions. Use normal attacks to break the shield of Zhuama Claw first. After hearing the order, these dragon blood fighters approached brazenly, then used dragon spears to thrust and jumped into the air. Bang! Snap! At the same time, all the archers of the Nightmare Court pulled their bowstrings. Dense arrows shot into the air. 3 million durability. Under the firepower output of so many people, it seemed to be completely ineffective. It took less than a minute. The shield on Zhuama Claw exploded, and the attacks did not stop at all. The dense arrows, mixed with the flying stone spells of the earth magicians, and the magic attacks of Chao Xing and others, Zhuama Claw was under a huge amount of attacks every second. The remaining hundreds of thousands of health points were also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watching, Zhuama Claw only had the last 30,000 health points left. At this time, Burji activated the commander-level skill Sunset Afterglow. His strength increased dramatically. He jumped into the air, and with the giant axe in his hand, he chopped down the head of Zhuama Claw fiercely. Bang! Minus 31,774 after the terrifying damage number, Zhuama Claw health returned to 0, and then let out a scream. Hiss! The huge dragon body smashed into the thick ice, making a dull crashing sound. However, it did not die, but quickly formed a layer of ice crystal shell all over its body, turning into a huge ice sculpture. Moreover, a blue progress bar appeared on its head. That was the durability of its ice soul state. Seeing this, Chao Xing directly ordered, "Explode, kill it in 1 second." After hearing this, Everyone immediately threw out all kinds of explosive skills. Wow! Wow! The blue progress bar on Zhuama Claw head began to drop at a terrifying speed. This is the output capacity of more than 100 people, at least hundreds of thousands of damage per second. And Zhuama Claw is still in an immobile state. It is a living target. 5 million durability only lasted for 50 seconds, and then it ran out of energy. Then with a bang, it exploded. Successfully killed Zhuama Claw LV-40, a 4th level commander level creature, gained experience points, 20,000. Gained, Ice Dragon Core, Orange, *1. Gained points, 1,000. Gained gold points, 1. Chapter 372 Giant Lizard in the Cave, Angry Goblin King. Seeing the last prompt, Chaoxing eyes lit up instantly. Oh! It turns out that killing Zhuama Claw will also give gold points, that good. Just don't know, what can I exchange for this 1 point of gold points? The gold point store will not be opened until the last day of the challenge, so it can't be used now. So, he looked at the nearby warriors, and quickly ordered, "Okay, start cleaning the battlefield." After hearing this, everyone quickly took action. At the same time, the Centaur Legion on the other side had also arrived at the Lampuri Grotto. The entrance to the grotto was in a desolate valley, half hidden by several huge rocks, and one had to go through a passage to get inside. As soon as they entered, it was as if they had arrived in a huge underground world. There were many blue magic torches on the wall, allowing them to see the surrounding scene clearly. Inside the cave, there are huge stone pillars, rising from the ground like towering trees, supporting the towering cave ceiling. On the ground, various strange-shaped rocks are scattered in an orderly manner. If you look closely, you will find that these rocks contain a large amount of iron, copper, silver, and other metals. "Chief, this cave is so big," a centaur warrior exclaimed. "Yes, when I first discovered this cave, I couldn't help but sigh at the scale of this cave. There must be a lot of mineral veins in it," Kandel said proudly. But the newly joined centaur Saint Harati frowned slightly. She said in a low voice, "Centaurs, stay alert. I feel a dangerous breath in the depths of the cave." Hearing this, all the centaurs looked stern. After all, this saint is a 5th order commander level creature. With a series of blessings given to him by Chaoxing, his actual combat power is almost equivalent to that of a 6th order commander. Even she felt a hint of danger, which means that there may be the legendary 6th order creature in this cave, or even stronger. Kandel on the side said with some doubt, "Saint, I didn't encounter any powerful monsters when I came here last time." Harati glanced at him. "You are lucky. This cave is not simple." Her eyes were on the murals on the surrounding walls, which were engraved with many lifelike scenes. There was a group of creatures that looked like lizards, but could walk upright like humans, kneeling in front of a statue and constantly worshipping. In another mural, a group of lizard men were carrying rich offerings, offering them to a mysterious being. All of these were seen showing lizard men holding ceremonies. Kandel also noticed something strange at this moment, and he said uncertainly, "Saint, should we inform the Lord?" Harati looked serious, shook his head and said, "It not necessary at the moment. The breath deep in the cave seems to be in a strange state. Besides, the enemy is here." Hearing this, the expressions of all the centaurs on the field changed instantly. In the surrounding cave passages, there were dense crawling sounds, as if a large number of monsters were rushing towards them. Harati immediately grasped the bowstring in his hand. "Get ready for battle." After saying this, all the centaurs suppressed their emotions and entered into combat mode. The spear and shield cavalry held their iron shields and stepped forward. The other centaurs followed behind this group of spear and shield cavalry. Behind them, there were the centaurs. Harati, wearing red armor, was surrounded by the centaurs. At the same time, a large number of eyes flashing with dim light appeared in the darkness. They were giant lizards. These giant lizards were huge, like moving hills. Their skin was rough and tough, covered with a thick layer of keratin scales, in dark green, dark brown, dark gray, etc., like ancient armor. Their limbs were strong and powerful, and their claws were as sharp as knives. In the process of rapid movement, they also left deep scratches on the ground. If you look closely, you will find that in all corners of the cave, there are traces of these giant lizards crawling. Seeing giant lizards everywhere, Harati took a deep breath. "Line up. Fight." "My lord. All the spoils have been collected," Assam reported respectfully. Hearing this, Chaoxing nodded slightly. looking at the pile of spoils in front of him. His eyes were filled with joy of harvest. He took a step forward and collected all the things on the ground. Obtain, Dragon Rock Ore Gold, asterisk 1872. Obtain, Large Anti-Corruption Potion, Gold, asterisk 1. Obtain, Medium Anti-Corruption Potion, Purple, asterisk 17. Obtain, Ice Dragon Mark asterisk 117923. Obtain, Glacial Fragment asterisk 59021. Obtain, just as I expected, there are hundreds of thousands of Ice Dragon Marks, plus nearly 2,000 Dragon Rock Ore. This profit is still very good, Chaoxing exclaimed. However, this time a new material was revealed. It seems to have been revealed from Zhuama Claw. I looked at the properties. Ice Dragon Core Orange. Item type, Special Item, cannot be traded. Quality, Epic. Effect 1, Direct Use, can increase 2,000 points. Effect 2, 1 can be exchanged for 1 Dragon Series Silver Treasure Box. Collect 10 can be exchanged for 1 Gold Treasure Box. Collect 50 can be exchanged for 1 Haoyue Treasure Box. Note, due to the version update, the equipment level in the Dragon Treasure Box will be enhanced, and the Treasure Box will add higher level purple, gold suits, and orange weapons. Oh! Can it be used to exchange for a Dragon Treasure Chest? Chaoxing was a little surprised. This is equivalent to, every time you kill a Zhuama Claw, you can get at least 1 Ice Dragon Series Silver Treasure Chest. Not bad. I didn't expect that after the version update, a new high-level suit would appear in the Dragon Treasure Chest. It just so happens that the level of the suit I have is a bit low. But because the suit attributes are very good, I have never changed it. This time, let's see if we can exchange a few gold treasure chests and directly open a whole set of new equipment. However, it is a bit abnormal to exchange for the Haoyue treasure chest. It actually requires 50 pieces to exchange. At the same time, Chaoxing saw the battle information that was flooding the screen. Your territory member, Harati Soft Hoof, killed the cave monitor LV-43, a 5th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points, 2150. Your territory member, Kandar, killed the cave monitor LV-45, a 5th level elite creature, and gained experience points, 4,500. Chaoxing thought, has the battle started over there with Harati as well? The giant lizards inside are all level 5 creatures, and they are quite powerful. But he was not worried. After all, with the strength of these centaurs, each of them can almost deal with level 5 boss creatures. With a god-level assistant Harati, there shouldn't be any problems. At the same time, several system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Rab, killed the Frost Goblin LV-29, level 3 ordinary creature, gained experience value, 870. Your territory member, Lafitte, killed the Frost Goblin. Did the Wild Boar Warriors also encounter a battle? Chaoxing was puzzled, and then pressed the communication device on his ear and asked, Lab, what is the situation in the territory now? There was a noisy voice on the other end of the call, and the screams of goblins. A few seconds later, Lab replied, Lord, there is nothing wrong. When we were patrolling outside the territory, we found 2 goblin squadrons. They looked like they had just attacked a camp, carrying a dozen polar captives on their shoulders, and some supplies. We killed these goblins and captured their polar people. Ha ha. Chaoxing laughed after hearing this. I didn't expect that Lab and his men would encounter such a thing while patrolling nearby. This also made Chaoxing suddenly realize that something was wrong. Why did these goblins raid the territories of other survivors at this time? Chaoxing wanted to ask Healy about the situation, but he was worried that contacting her suddenly would expose her. At this time, Lab voice pulled Chaoxing back to his thoughts. Lord, what should we do with these polar people? Chaoxing said, take them all back to the territory. Oh, don't let go of the goblin corpses either, I need them. Hilda Commander's skill Bloody Feast requires a large number of corpses. They can be taken back and hatched into blood spiders. As for these ice nest monsters, they will be directly shattered into ice debris on the ground after being killed. No corpses will be left. Rabu replied loudly, okay. Strong Lord. We will have more than a dozen more polar people in our territory. Chaoxing was in a good mood. This way, there will be more staff. After doing all this, he looked at the score ranking list again. For Major Region's score ranking list. First place, Chaoxing, accumulated points, 13885. Second place, Bolt, accumulated points, 2752. Third place, Baiji, accumulated points, 2581. 4th place, Taylor, accumulated points, 2464. 5th place, Chaoxing points, once again led by a cliff-like gap. In the chat channel, the survivors were completely shocked by his terrifying speed of rise, including Bolt and Baiji below. After Chaoxing's score broke through 5 digits, they had completely lost hope of catching up. The gap was too big. There was no way to play at all. Chaoxing calculated in his mind at this time. It took about an hour and a half to push down an ice nest monster army, including the time of searching for the target and fighting. And I got nearly 14,000 points. This is a good harvest. If you don't count the materials, it equivalent to exchanging for more than 20 wild boar warriors and centaur warriors, or a dozen Star Country swordsmen. And at only 9 o'clock in the morning. There are still 8 hours before the challenge of Zwama Claw ends at 5 o'clock. I will probably get tens of thousands of points. Thinking of this, I feel better. So, Chaoxing opened the map. 50 kilometers away, 2 more Zwama Claws were found. Most of the survivors around were also concentrated in these 2 places. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and decided not to join in the fun. Eating from a big pot is not as good as enjoying it alone. So, Chaoxing ordered, continue to act separately, and look for the undiscovered Zwama Claw and Ice Nest Monster Army. After hearing this, everyone began to disperse quickly. At the same time, in the goblin camp, Lu Yong's expression froze when he saw the news that the more than 200 goblins he sent out were slaughtered. Damn it! Haven't we already found out that the survivors in the territory have all gone out to participate in the challenge? What going on? At this moment, he felt as if he had eaten shit. I thought that I could raid the houses of the survivors when they were out. Unexpectedly, I was intercepted inexplicably. I was extremely depressed. Lu Yong made up his mind. Damn it, if you send another goblin brigade out, I won't believe it. At this moment, in a hidden stone chamber deep in the tribe, an angry roar was heard again. Roar! The sound exploded like thunder, which frightened the goblins in the entire tribe. Lu Yong's expression darkened, and then he said helplessly, this guy is hungry again. Its appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and the tribe needs more food to develop. If this goes on, we will not be able to make ends meet. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yong looked down at his feet, and saw the women who were chained like wild dogs. Forget it. I'm almost tired of playing with you. I just feed you to it. Hearing this, the dazed women below suddenly showed a look of fear in their pupils. They kept shaking their heads, trembling all over, as if begging the other party to let them go. However, Lu Yong grabbed the chain directly, and locked their necks tightly. These women suddenly felt difficulty breathing, and grabbed the chain on their necks with painful faces. However, Lu Yong ignored the expressions of these women, and dragged them all the way like animals, walking towards the depths of the tribe. Just as he dragged those women into the depths of the tribe, a shadow also sneaked in. Chaoxing led everyone to continue searching in the snowy plains. Nearly 200 people were divided into dozens of teams, and the search efficiency was still very fast. After about half an hour, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz, found the Ice Dragon Claw. Do you want to publish the location? Chaoxing's eyes lit up instantly, and then he chose no as usual. Then, Victoria's slightly majestic voice came. Lord, we have found it. The location is... Chaoxing praised, well done, Victoria. I will bring people here. After that, Chaoxing quickly switched the team channel and asked everyone to gather at Victoria Place. A few minutes later, they stopped at the halfway point of a valley, and below the valley, there was a familiar army of ice nest monsters. There were tens of thousands of them, which seemed mighty. And in addition, there was the claw of Zwama flying in the air. Ordinary teams don't have the courage to launch an attack on an enemy of this size. Chaoxing ordered, follow the previous tactics. Sarah will deal with the claws of Zwama, and the core fighters will deal with the leaders. Others, just push forward. Quick battle and quick decision. As soon as the words fell, more than 100 people all took action. Hoorah! Sarah rushed the fastest. Behind him was the Ascalon warrior corps led by Assam and Braun. The 2 big guys took the lead, like 2 fierce gods of war. After the warriors entered a certain range of the Ice Nest Monster Army, they attracted the attention of the monsters. Tens of thousands of Ice Nest monsters swarmed over. In an instant, the ground shook, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The Ice Nest monsters let out a creepy roar, like a surging tide. However, the warriors were fearless. They rushed directly into the ice nest monster army with a more ferocious momentum. Bang! Crack! As soon as they touched, it was a crushing battle. Under the long swords of the warriors, and the concentrated fire of the mages and archers behind them, a large number of ice nest monsters were instantly reduced to 0 health. Your territory member, Assam killed the ice nest evil beast LV-35, a 4th level leader level creature, cargo experience value, 14,000. Get points, 100. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz killed the ice nest colossus LV-36, a 4th level leader level creature, get experience value, 14,400. Get points, 100. Your battle prompts kept appearing on the screen. Chao Xing points exceeded 20,000 in a short time. And it was still rising at a terrifying speed. Moreover, with the experience of the last battle, they advanced faster. It took 45 minutes to clear the entire army of ice nest monsters and gain more than 10,000 points. Then it took another 3 minutes to kill the 40-level commander Zhuama. The current time is 11:30 in the morning. There are still 5.5 hours from the end of the Zhuama challenge on the first day to the start of the Zhuama Behemoth challenge in the afternoon. On the points ranking list, Chao Xing's score soared to 27,000. And Bolt, who was in second place, had just broken through 4,000. The survivors were all stunned. This is outrageous. It only been a morning. And Big Boss Chao Xing is almost at 30,000 points. So, he must have earned at least 70,000 or 80,000 points today. Hearing this number, the survivors were also shocked. Everyone knew what this meant. That is equivalent to 700 to 800 primary soldier recruitment scrolls. Intermediate soldier recruitment scrolls can also be exchanged for more than 100 scrolls, and even a high-level soldier squadron can be assembled in one day. Damn! Boss Chao Xing really made a lot of money this day. So Indius, I wish I had this fraction. I would be satisfied if I could get a few thousand points a day. The person above, you are dreaming. Everyone was Indius. After all, Chao Xing gains in this day were really terrifying. It is conceivable that after the Ice Nest challenge, the strength of Chao Xing territory will increase horribly. Brothers, I heard from some people that Boss Chao Xing seemed to have taken over the entire Ice Nest Monster Legion, and even killed the Zhuama alone. Oh my god. No wonder his points have increased so horribly. If I had the strength to swallow the entire Ice Nest Monster Legion, I would be able to achieve this speed. It's really frustrating to compare with others. We waited for people everywhere. And it wasn't until thousands of people dared to attack the Ice Nest Monster Legion that Boss Chao Xing swept through it directly. Yeah, is this the difference between the big guys and us? Chao Xing didn't have time to watch these people discussion at this time, and still seized the time to kill more Zhuama. Separately, find the new location of Zhuama. More than 100 people dispersed again. At the same time, after an hour of fierce fighting, Harati finally solved the large number of giant lizards at the entrance. She still held the longbow in her hand, and then said, "All warriors, seize the time to rest and recover your strength." After hearing this, the centaurs also breathed a sigh of relief. Then they took out the food that Chao Xing had prepared for them from the leather backpacks on their horses, and began to recover their strength. Looking at the large number of giant lizard corpses around them, Harati said with a complicated expression, "So many level 5 giant lizards launched an attack together. In the past, even a 1,000-man centaur army would have suffered a lot of casualties. However, the blessing of this lord is even more magical. There was not a single centaur casualty. It's incredible." Harati had led the centaurs in many wars, but never like today. Even though the number and strength of the enemies were much higher than theirs, they were still suppressed by them. Even, she suffered 0 casualties, which was simply unbelievable. Kendar came over and said, "Saint, we need to collect the spoils dropped by these giant lizards first, bring them back to the territory, and hand them over to the Lord." Harati was stunned for a moment, but she reacted immediately. When she was in the alien space, she was told by a mysterious force that these survivor lords had special features. One of them was that, after killing monsters in the wild, loot would drop. Harati nodded slightly. "Okay, then everyone clean up the battlefield first, and then follow me to go deeper into the cave." All the centaurs started to move. And in a place they couldn't see, inside the cave, deep in the intricate passage, there was a strange area. As a large number of giant lizards died, a strong bloody aura began to gather. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. From 11:30 to 3 o'clock, It took a total of 3.5 hours. Chao Xing once again pushed away the two armies of ice nest monsters led by the Ice Dragon Claw. He got 28,000 points. The cumulative points reached 56,000. He looked at the progress of the challenge. For major regions, the number of Zwama claws remaining, 4752 in nearly 10 hours, hundreds of thousands of survivor lords in the 4 major regions, killed more than 5,000 Zwama claws in total. According to the current efficiency, it is definitely too late to kill the remaining 4,000 Zwama claws before 5 o'clock. However, this does not have any impact, regardless of whether the 10,000 Zwama claws are killed or not. The second stage challenge will start on time. Chao Xing led the army to stay in a hilly area. In the snow below, there is also an army of ice nest monsters. However, it seems that someone has already got there first. A group of survivors, with more than 1,000 people, are repairing within a kilometer away from the ice nest monster army. Chapter 373. The first cooperation with the Star Moon Legion begins to transform. 1 kilometer. This is the safe distance that the survivors obtained after many attempts. As long as you enter this range, you will attract the hatred of the ice nest monster army and then attack you. As long as you can escape this distance, the ice nest monster will give up the pursuit and return to its original position. In response to this situation, many survivors have discovered guerrilla tactics, which is to fight a wave, and then quickly escape, and wait for the skill to cool down. This group of survivors, it seems, used this tactic, and has successfully retreated safely from the attacks of the ice nest monster army many times. Chao Xing pondered, according to this method, as long as there are enough combatants, and they all obey orders, it may be possible to achieve considerable results with relatively small casualties. Of course, it will take more time, and the coordination of the team members and the command ability of the team leader are big problems. However, as long as the team can persist, they will all undergo unprecedented transformation. A flash of inspiration flashed through Chao Xing's mind, and he seemed to understand why the Lord system arranged this Ice Dragon challenge. That is, to train the team command ability of the leaders, and the running in of the team members. Under this pressure, the leaders are under tremendous pressure, and need to continuously improve their team command ability. They need to make accurate decisions on the ever-changing battlefield, reasonably allocate combatants, coordinate various links, and ensure the efficient operation of the team. The team members also need to constantly adapt to each other in the battle, learn to cooperate with each other, obey the command, and exert their maximum potential. Although this process will be difficult, as long as they adapt, it will be a transformation for each team. Interesting. So it seems that the special scene in 10 days will require strong teamwork ability. Is this laying a good foundation in advance? After understanding this, Chao Xing smiled. At the same time, he was looking forward to the new scene challenge in 10 days. He wanted to leave here directly. At this moment, he accidentally saw that among the survivors below, there was an acquaintance of his, Ji Xinyue. She was resting with her team members. Moreover, the location of the Zhuama Claw was not published on the map. It seemed that she also wanted to swallow up the entire army of ice nest monsters. However, she had ambitions, but her strength was much worse. After a long battle, the army led by Ji Xinyue paid the price of hundreds of casualties, and only killed more than 2,000 ice nest monsters. During this period, they withdrew from the battle many times, waiting for the skills to cool down. They can challenge the 4th level bosses, and even the leaders by commanding and cooperating with various arms. But that Zhuama Claw is too abnormal. For a small group like them, it is simply a nightmare. Ji Xinyue's method is to let the team have control skills to control Zhuama Claw in turn. Then she led the other combatants to charge. After Zhuama Claw was about to escape, she quickly led the people to evacuate. However, after a day, the efficiency can be said to be quite low. Ji Xinyue's score just broke through 2,000 points. It can be said that she died more than she earned. P.S. In the same legion, for the survivor lords who have not given up their territory, the points obtained by killing ice nest monsters will not be enjoyed by the legion leader alone. For those who have given up their territory, such as Tong Chu Chu, the ice nest monsters killed will be counted on the lord head. Captain, why don't you just make your position public? The ice nest army is too abnormal. We have no way to swallow this behemoth with our strength. However, Ji Xinyue's eyes were filled with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat. She clenched her fists and said solemnly, "No, our strength is still okay. Didn't you notice? The battle lasted for almost 3 hours. And we organized a total of 8 attacks. From the first battle, the casualties exceeded more than 50 people. And the casualties in each subsequent battle were getting smaller and smaller. And more monsters were killed. Everyone combat awareness and my ability to cope have been significantly improved. As long as we hold on for a few more times, I feel that everyone can retreat from the attack of the ice nest monster without any casualties. Hearing this, the survivor seemed to realize this. A young woman next to him said, that being said, but everyone's physical strength is almost at its limit, and the potions and supplies in the backpack are almost used up. Shinua looked at the backpack after hearing this. And inside, integrate everyone points after returning. I heard that the high-level soldier in the point store, the tribal witch doctor, has good healing abilities. There is also a low-level soldier, the silver hand recruit, who also has healing skills. After returning, I will exchange a tribal witch doctor recruitment scroll, and you can exchange a few silver hand recruits to form a healing team, which can save a lot of consumption. Everyone nodded solemnly after hearing this. Just when Shinua was about to announce the location of the ice nest monster army, she suddenly received a call request. Seeing the applicant name, her mouth opened slightly, as if she had seen something unbelievable. With a look of doubt, she answered the call. I saw your team. Are you interested in fighting against this army of ice nest monsters together? Chao Xing was still simple and direct. Hearing this, Shinua's eyes lit up. She quickly replied, of course I'm interested. She knew who was the first on the current ranking. With the help of this person, and the power of her own Xingyue Legion, she might really be able to push back this army of ice nest monsters. Okay. Wait for me. Both parties hung up the call. The survivors of the Xingyue army saw that their leader was originally in a depressed state. Now, they became excited as if they had encountered something happy. A young man asked, Captain Xingyue, aren't we going to retreat? Why are you so happy? Xingyue shook her head. No, we are not retreating. Because soon, a mysterious big man will come to help us. Hearing this, the survivors of the Star Moon Legion were puzzled. They speculated, who is this mysterious boss? Is he capable of dealing with such a huge ice nest army? Is it Wuxinghu Ice Tiger Legion? I guess it's Qiu Yiting Silver Fur Legion. Shinua smiled and remained mysterious. Until they saw a huge mammoth and a frost moose coming from a distance, and the more than 100 warriors behind them. Each of them was like a god of war. As they approached, a strong momentum came over them. It was a murderous aura that had been baptized by countless battles. It made everyone's pupils shrink. When they saw the mammoth and the frost moose next to it, everyone had guessed the identity of the other party. The group of survivors immediately exclaimed, fuck! The mysterious person the captain mentioned turned out to be Chao Xing. Oh my god! What did I see? I saw this legendary existence with my own eyes. No wonder the leader said this mysterious existence can deal with the ice nest monster army. It turns out that the leader knows a person of this level. The survivors of the Star Moon Legion were completely shocked. For them, Chao Xing is now the undisputed #1 in the 4 major regions. Whether it is the prosperity ranking list or the points ranking list, the #1 on it is the same name, which is hard to ignore. Moreover, in the past 2 months of survival, Chao Xing has sold various powerful props again and again, which also left a deep impression on everyone. Moreover, in this second stage of the Ice Dragon Challenge, Chao Xing showed some of his strength to the survivors for the first time. However, just a part of it had already shocked everyone. If it was this guy, then the army of ice nest monsters would not be a difficult task for him. Boom! Boom! As the heavy footsteps of the mammoth approached, its nearly 5-meter tall body brought them a sense of death-like oppression. Not to mention, the group of warriors with a terrifying aura behind Chao Xing. All the survivors of the Star Moon Legion held their breath and fell silent instantly. Then, they saw the man sitting on the back of the mammoth. He was wearing a light blue wizard robe and a crystal-like ice dragon crown on his head, like a majestic and powerful wizard. In the silence, Shinua took the lead and said, Boss Chao Xing, Sister Mu Shui, you are here. On the backs of Dabai and Xiaolin. The two smiled and nodded. Long time no see. Sister Shinua, hello. Hearing the two people response, Shinua's smile became even brighter. Chao Xing did not talk about the past for a long time, and directly said, Shinua, time is running out. I will lead the people to rush forward first, and let us deal with the Zhuama Claw, and you just follow us. Ji Xinyu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Boss Chao Xing, you can arrange it. At this moment, the survivors of the Xingyue Legion were still in a state of confusion, and had not recovered from the shock of seeing this legendary figure. Chao Xing had already issued an order. Then, a quick fight, and a quick decision. Everyone go! The moment the words fell, Sarah had already flown out like a low-flying swallow, and rushed straight towards the Zhuama Claw that brought nightmares to the survivors of the Star Moon Legion. At the same time, the little ice dragon also reacted quickly, opening its ferocious mouth, and an astonishing cold air was brewing in it. When the survivors of the Star Moon Legion saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. After all, it was a level 40 commander. They even needed hundreds of people to control it for a period of time. Every time Zhuama Claw broke free from control, it would cause casualties. And now, this assassin under Chao Xing dared to rush forward alone. Voila! At the moment when Zhuama Claw exhaled, the figure drew a beautiful arc of light, dodged the attack directly, and jumped onto its back nimbly. The dagger in his hand slashed down mercilessly. Each slash was a terrifying critical hit. Hiss. The Zhuama Claw was chopped and kept making painful hisses, and rolled madly in the air. However, no matter how it struggled, the assassin was like a nimble swallow, continuously causing damage to Zhuama Claw. Everyone had an unreal feeling in their eyes. Oh my god, was that still the Zhuama Claw that had just beaten them, and made them flee in panic? How come they were being trampled like helpless animals by this assassin? Before they could react, Chao Xing had already led more than 100 of his fighters to rush forward. Boom! The fighters at the front, such as Assam, Braun, Boji, Xiao and others, had already launched a fierce attack. The surging army of ice nest monsters, the moment they came into contact with Chao Xing warriors, collapsed like a flood encountering a solid dam. Schwa! Crack! The soldier swords kept slashing, and the sound of ice crystals breaking kept ringing. There were more than 30 earth mages in the back summoning a large number of earth element puppets. These puppets were tall and solid, and they rushed towards the nest monsters like boulders, and knocked them all over the place. And the arrows of more than 30 nightmare archers passed by with bursts of purple mist. Soon, the health of a large number of ice nest monsters was reduced to 0, and they were shattered into ice debris on the ground. They were unstoppable all the way, and crushed a large number of ice nest monsters. This scene directly stunned all the survivors on the field, and even their combatants. Too horrible! Is this the real combat power of Chao Xing? These ice nest monsters in their hands are just like a group of toys, and are completely vulnerable. Yes, even those leader-level ice nest evil beasts, ice nest colossi, are not the enemy of those warriors. Brothers, the assassin who single-handedly challenged Zhuama Claw is more terrifying. How powerful is this strength and combat awareness to be able to do it? Everyone felt a strong sense of disbelief, including Ji Xinyu, who also stood there in a daze. After a while, she murmured, "The last time I saw you, you were only in your teens. I didn't expect that after such a long time, you have become so powerful." At the same time, Chao Xing's voice sounded. "Why are you standing there? Come and fight together." Everyone came back to their senses. Ji Xinyu rode on her white tiger and shouted, "Brothers, follow me and charge." That cute accent immediately brought the survivors back to their senses. Smiles appeared on their faces. "Follow the leader." After the words fell, more than 1,000 people joined the battle group to deal with the ice nest monster in another position. Ji Xinyu was in the center of the team, constantly commanding, even with Chao Xing's army next to her. She was very cautious. Chao Xing was constantly releasing large-scale group attack skills. Boom! Boom! Even the ice nest monsters on Ji Xinyu's side were affected. Most of the ice nest monsters were reduced to tens of thousands of HP by several large-scale group attacks from Chao Xing's side. And the Xingyue Legion had a much lower pressure to deal with these low-health ice nest monsters. Bang! Crack! One by one, the ice nest monsters were killed in seconds by their concentrated fire. Seeing their points rising, these survivors also showed the joy of harvest on their faces. Isn't this too easy? These ice nest monsters feel like they have been given a weakening buff, and they will die with just a few cuts. Ha ha. Indeed, I have never fought such an easy battle. Boss Chao Xing and his men are so powerful. They looked at their captain and chuckled. "Captain, so you are so familiar with Boss Chao Xing, we didn't know." Yes, if we had known this, we would have just gone to hug this guy thigh. Captain, you have kept it from us so hard. But Ji Xinhua said with an embarrassed face, I am not that close to him. I just did a mission with him before. Hearing this, the other survivors laughed and said, we don't have a very good relationship. But you still helped us deal with the Ice Nest monster army and helped us beat these monsters to a low health. Captain, this is not like ordinary friends. Is it that Master Chao Xing has taken a fancy to you? Ji Xinhua blushed after hearing this, and she almost couldn't hold the sword in her hand. She turned her head and said in panic, don't talk nonsense. The women around Master Chao Xing are all so powerful and beautiful. How could he take a fancy to me? Those people started to make a noise. Our Xinhua leader is not bad either. Yes. Yes. Ji Xinhua quickly stopped them and said, stop talking, now it's time to fight. Everyone should listen to my command. Hearing her slightly majestic voice, everyone's expression was also stern, and they stopped joking. However, with Chao Xing's help, the survivors of the Xinhua Legion fought more vigorously. Chao Xing on the other side did not hear the discussion of these survivors. Instead, they seized the opportunity to kill more monsters. Since the Star Moon Army had already killed 2,000 Ice Nest monsters, they had their help this time. Chao Xing battle time was even shorter. It took only 30 minutes to kill most of the Ice Nest monsters. There were only a few hundred remaining ones left, which were left for the Star Moon Army to deal with. Then, Chao Xing led his men straight to the area where the Claw of Zhuama was located. Bojia, Yu Sun Chaser. Shao, Extreme Soul Sword Chi. Victoria, prepare to charge the shock wave. After receiving the order, Burji jumped high like a ferocious beast. The battle axe in his hand carried a huge force, and slashed at the head of Zhuama Claw. Clang! After a heavy sound, a dizzy sign appeared on Zhuama Claw head, and then it fell from the sky. At the same time, Shao Sword Energy and Victoria Shock Wave, as well as the attacks of everyone, came at the same time. Hua la la! The violent attack fell on Zhuama Claw. It only took 1.5 minutes to kill the low-health Zhuama. Successfully killed Zhuama Claw LV40. 4th level commander level creature. Experience points, 4,000. Ice Dragon Core, orange, *1. Points, 1,000. Gold points, 1. The battle here is over. Chao Xing picked up the things that Zhuama Claw dropped after his death. Obtained, Dragon Rock War Gold, *114. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark *1085. Obtained. Chao Xing exclaimed, not bad. This is the 5th Ice Dragon Core. Enough to exchange for a gold treasure chest. At the same time, Ji Xinhua battle was over. This woman was very sensible. She had people quickly collect the spoils on the ground and pile them all together. Ji Xinhua came over with a happy smile on her face. Boss Chao Xing, thank you. The Ice Dragon marks have been collected. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then took away 80% of them. The rest will be given to you. After hearing this, Ji Xinhua quickly refused. That won't work. Big brother Chao Xing has helped us a lot. I just got another 1,000 points. The system has prompted me to enter the top 100 of the ranking list. Including other captains, the total score is almost 1,000 points. This time, the Star Moon Legion has accumulated 4,000 points. If they are integrated, they can be exchanged for a lot of recruitment scrolls and improve their strength. But Chao Xing smiled and said, "It okay. You have also contributed. It a fair distribution." Without waiting for Ji Xinhua to refuse, Chao Xing continued, "Okay, I am going to hurry up and deal with another Ice Nest Claw. Then see you next time." After saying that, Chao Xing led his men to walk away. And Ji Xinhua and other people from the Xinhua Legion looked at Chao Xing back. The survivor said with emotion, "It's so cool to kill an entire Ice Nest monster easily, and then leave in style. Yeah, when can I be as impressive as Chao Xing? I'm so envious." And Ji Xinhua came back to her senses at this time. She took a deep breath, and said, as if she had made up her mind, "Everyone, let's take a break, and continue to look for new Ice Nest monsters. We need to get as many points as possible to improve the strength of the territory. If we want to stand out among hundreds of thousands of people, or even the global survivors, our level is not enough." After hearing the captain order to continue fighting, everyone seemed to realize something. One by one, they stopped complaining about being tired, but clenched their fists, and their eyes were burning with surging fighting spirit. After more than 10 minutes, Chao Xing led his soldiers to a forest that was rarely visited by people. Lu Muxua asked in confusion, asking, "Shouldn't we hurry up and find the location of the Ice Nest Monster Legion? Now!" There is only 1 hour left before the Zhuoma Claw challenge ends at 5 o'clock. Xiaoxing smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. Let upgrade first. He looked at the soldiers with a satisfied look in his eyes. After a day of fighting, most people on the field have upgraded 2 or 3 levels. Xiaoxing level has reached 46. And Lu Muxia level is also 46. Then, there are the soldiers, all of whom are between level 35 and 38, and are about to reach the maximum level of level 4, and can officially break through to level 5. Among them, Birdie Sun Chaser, Volibear, and Tong Chu Chu have all reached the maximum level of level 40. Of course, the most terrifying one is Sarah, who has reached the maximum level of level 50. And in Xiaoxing backpack, there are also Master Level Power Hearts * 2. Expert Level Power Hearts * 7. They are prepared for these people. It can be said that if he digests these Power Hearts, he will most likely have 1 more 6th level Master Level Warrior, plus 3 Expert Level Warriors. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing felt better. Chapter 374 6th Level Master Assassin, Zoma Monster appears. Xiaoxing is looking forward to the transformation of Sarah and Burji. Because of their breakthroughs, the speed of clearing the Ice Nest monster army will be accelerated. Next, the speed of gaining points will also become faster. More importantly, in another hour, there will be a large world boss, Zoma Monster coming. This thing, but it gives rewards based on output. Now improve it, just in time to deal with the Zoma Monster, cause more output. So, Xiaoxing shouted, Sarah, Boji, Wally, Zyakuchu, come here. The 3 people and the bear came to Xiaoxing. He chuckled and said, Are you ready to have more powerful power? Sarah's expression moved slightly, and she said respectfully, I am ready at any time, my dear lord. And Boji, who was always calm, couldn't help but get excited. I can't wait, my lord. Xiaoxing directly took out a master level and 2 expert level hearts of power from his backpack and shared them. The 3 of them took them at the same time. Tong Chu Chu said happily, Thank you, big brother. Boji next to him said solemnly, Thank you, Lord. The system prompt appeared. Due to your generous gift, Boji Sun Chaser loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 97. The loyalty of this Dragon Blood Fighter Commander has officially reached 97. And he is only 3 points away from full loyalty. Sarah and Wally were already full of loyalty, so they did not continue to improve. Xiaoxing nodded slightly, then crushed another expert level heart of power and merged it into Wally Bell body. The next moment, the 3 people and the bear on the field all entered a state of transformation. For powerful auras continued to rise, like 4 volcanoes about to erupt. They continued to brew powerful forces, especially Sarah, this commander-level assassin, who had extremely terrifying lethality. Xiaoxing threw all kinds of resources at her. This time, she was about to usher in the transformation of a master. Her aura made people feel a strong tremor in their hearts. Like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed, the strong sense of oppression seemed to be able to cut the surrounding air apart, making people shudder. Including Burji and Volibear next to him, their bodies constantly burst out with a breath of destruction. After a few minutes of transformation, the breath of Sarah and Boji suddenly stopped. But Xiao Chu Chu and Volibear completed the transformation successfully. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Tong Chu Chu, has successfully transformed into a 5th level expert creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%, health plus 50%. Your pet, Volibear, has successfully transformed into a 5th level expert creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%, health plus 50%. Xiao Chu Chu and Volibear, who had successfully broken through, excitedly expressed their joy to Xiaoxing. Sarah and Boji looked dejected. 2 successes, 2 failures. For this result, it was within the acceptable range. Xiaoxing chuckled and said, Sarah, Boji, don't be depressed, I still have it here. You will succeed in breaking through. After saying that, he took out another master level, an expert level power heart, and threw them to the 2. The 2 of them were moved again, and took it solemnly. Without any extra words, they held the crystal tightly, and secretly swore in his heart, This time, I will never fail in my breakthrough. Ding! Crack! As the crystal shattered, pure power flowed into the body. The aura of the 2 began to rise again. And this time, it was obviously much smoother than the last time. It was as if the accumulation was enough, and it finally came to fruition. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance successfully transformed into a 6th level Master level Strongman. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Because it completed the sublimation transformation, life plus 100%, abnormal state resistance plus 50%. You have a Master level Citizen, Commander level potential, reputation plus 3000, prosperity plus 60. Your territory member, Boji Sunchaser, successfully transformed into a 5th level Expert level Strongman. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Because it completed the sublimation transformation, life increased by an additional 50%. At this moment, Chaoxing eyes were filled with joy again. Very good, the resources I accumulated before finally play a corresponding role now. This time the improvement will make my strength soar. It as if all the efforts and accumulations in the past have now turned into real power, making people feel extremely happy. With excitement, I looked at the attributes of the 3 people and the bear. Survivor, Tong Chuchu. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 40, Level 5 Cold Iron Mechanic. Detailed attributes, click to view. Chaoxing Pet, Volibear. Race, Beast. Level 40, Level 5 Leader Level Creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Dragon Blood Fighter, Boji Sunchaser. Race, Norn. Level 40, Level 5 Commander Level Creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance. Race, Dark Elf. Level 50/1000000. Level 6 Commander Level Creature. Detailed attributes, click to expand. After reading their attributes, Chaoxing could only sigh. Abnormal. 2 abnormal. Among them, Sarah, who has already broken through to the 6th level, is the most terrifying. With a full 2 million HP, nearly 14,000 attack power, and 2,800 attack power blessed by Lu Mushua. Sarah attack power is directly piled up to nearly 17,000. And the nearly 100% critical hit rate. With this knife, and triggering the gift of liberation, wouldn't it be like playing to kill those monsters in seconds? If Sarah had dealt with the little ice dragon alone before, it would take about 40 minutes to kill the enemy. Then according to the current strength, it will only take 25 minutes. This is the transformation of the 6th level. It can be said that Sarah has become the undisputed first output in the territory. Even Francesca, who is also a 6th level commander, cannot compare with her. Of course, Boji attributes are also very terrifying. Just at level 40, his attack power has exceeded 10,000. His critical hit rate is just a little low. If the critical hit rate is higher, he can even compete with those ordinary 6th level strongmen in output. Chaoxing was very satisfied. The 4 people who had broken through felt the surge of power in their bodies, and were also very happy. Others had envious looks on their faces. Chaoxing took a glance. Except for Sarah and others, everyone level had improved significantly. Assam and Andrew, the first batch, reached level 49, and they only needed to reach the last level. Others, such as Braun, Hilda, Victoria, Isabel, and others, were about the same as Chaoxing, at around level 46. Of course, it doesn't mean that they can all break through after reaching the maximum level, because Chaoxing has used up all the master level power hearts in his hand. And there are still 3 expert level power hearts. Chaoxing thought, it seems that we still need to find more powerful monsters in the near future. Otherwise, there will be no place to get the power hearts needed by so many people to break through. Currently, there are many places with high-level monsters. The nearest one is the ancient battlefield, and the far one is the lost royal city outside the border mentioned by Lord Orlon. However, the most important thing at the moment is the Dragon Challenge. In these 10 days, I will try to get as many points as possible, and then establish the combat system in my territory. So, Chaoxing looked at the time. It was already 16:07 in the afternoon. There were only 53 minutes left for the Zhuama Claw Challenge. Chaoxing quickly ordered, as usual, continue to look for more Zhuama Claws, and try to kill one more in the last hour. After hearing this, everyone followed their original teams and started to act separately. The search efficiency of more than 100 people was quite high. This time it was very smooth. It took about 8 minutes for the Holy Light Priest Isabel to find a group of ice nest monsters in a dense forest. After hearing the news, Chaoxing also quickly led people to gather there. When he arrived, there were only 40 minutes left. He first looked at his points, which had reached 62,000. If this wave of ice nest monsters can be devoured before 5 o'clock, Then, he can get nearly 75,000 points. So, Chaoxing quickly ordered Sarah. Kill Zhuama Claw with all your strength. Others, let go and do it. Hearing the order, everyone rushed out like a tiger. At the same time, Harati led the Centaur Legion, shuttling back and forth in the cave. They chose a passage, but after going around in circles, they returned to the original place. Kandar held the sickle in one hand and touched his head with the other hand. Damn it! Why is this cave so big? Yesterday I found some frost white crystal ore at the entrance, and I hurried back to report it. Fortunately I didn't come in. Otherwise I would definitely get lost in there with my brain. The centaurs next to him also laughed after hearing this. Harati didn't say anything. She took out a piece of parchment from the leather bag on her back and painted on it. If you look closely, you can find that this parchment seems to record the topography of the cave, and also the route they passed through. After drawing, Harati carefully put it into his bag, and then said, "Okay, let's choose another passage to enter. Try to explore this cave as quickly as possible," because the task given to them by Chaoxing was to eliminate the threats in the cave, and then let the goblins go into mine. Therefore, before they have fully explored the cave, they have not completed their mission. After hearing this, the centaurs entered another passage one after another. Not long after they went deeper, the familiar crawling sound came again. This time, there was no need for Harati to warn them, as all the centaurs were ready for battle. The next moment, a large number of cave monitors rushed in from all sides of the passage. Freeze in the frozen memories. A huge hexagram array with a diameter of more than 15 meters appeared in a forest. Huge ice cones rushed out one after another, taking away the last life of the Zhuama Claw. With a bang, the huge body of the little ice dragon turned into ice fragments on the ground. Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. With all our strength, we finally cleared the ice nest monsters here before 5 o'clock. Compared to the previous 50 minutes, it took nearly an hour to push down an ice nest monster. Up to now, it only took 35 minutes to end the battle. It can be said that the improvement is quite obvious. Mainly because Sarah broke through to the master level, she seemed to be more comfortable dealing with the Claw of Zhuama. It only took about 25 minutes to reduce its HP of more than 20 million to only 1 million. Then, with the cooperation of the elite personnel in the team, the Claw of Zhuama was killed in seconds. After Sarah released her combat power, she was able to defeat those ordinary ice nest monsters with ease. In addition, there were 3 more 5th level strongmen in the team, and the output capacity skyrocketed. Therefore, their battle speed was significantly improved. A smile appeared on his lips, and he quickly ordered, "Okay, let's start cleaning the battlefield." After that, everyone started to move. It took 3 minutes to quickly clean up the battlefield, and piled up all the spoils. Chaoxing also stepped forward and picked up the spoils on the ground. Obtained, Ice Dragon Core, Orange, *1. Obtained, Dragon Rock Mine, Gold, *1325. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark *112832. Obtained. Looking at the pile of materials in the backpack, a smile appeared on his lips. Today, I defeated 5.8 Ice Nest Monster Legions in total, and the profit is not bad. I gained nearly 600,000 Ice Dragon Marks alone, and my points have reached 76,000. Enough for me to exchange for more than 70-star country swordsman recruitment scrolls. Thinking of this, I feel better. Moreover, this Zhuama Claw Points Challenge, there are still 9 days. According to today's pace, I will get at least 70,000 points every day, maybe even more. Because, the strength of these ice nest monsters has been determined. In addition, after digesting today's points, the strength can be improved. While ensuring the safety of the territory, Chaoxing and Lu Muxue can fight separately. In this way, in 10 days, 1,000,000 points are not a problem. And Chaoxing can even directly exchange for 1,000 high-level soldier recruitment scrolls. Thinking of this, Chaoxing can't wait. Comfortable, too comfortable. At the same time, after they cleaned up the battlefield, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. The first day of the Zhuama Claw Challenge has ended. All Zhuama Claws, and the ice nest monsters led by them have disappeared. Now a new challenge, Zhuama Behemoth. Zhuama Behemoth has appeared within the server range. The challenge time is 6 hours. The remaining number of Zhuama Behemoths is 5. Please note, Zhuama Behemoth is a level 50 commander level creature. The attack power has been reduced. The attack speed has been reduced. The desire to attack has been reduced. The health value is 500 million. Seeing the system prompt, the chat channel was filled with exclamations. Fuck. Level 50 commander, is this outrageous? I'm only level 25, our attack can't even break the defense? At this moment, one of the survivors analyzed, not necessarily, maybe there is a chance to kill this monster. Didn't the system say that? The monster attack power, attack speed, and even attack desire were lowered? In this way, this Wama beast, at best, is just a sandbag with thicker armor and more blood. With so many of us, there is still hope to kill it. After this person analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. Indeed, the system should not generate an invincible monster for us. However, this 500 million HP still sounds scary. Even the Claw of Zwama has only 20 million HP, brother upstairs. This is the world boss. Only a few thousand people fought against the Claw of Zwama. This time, it is estimated that tens of thousands of people will fight. 500 million HP cannot withstand the output of so many of us. While they were discussing, the leaders of those large groups had already started their actions. Even Chaoxing opened the map on the system. The location of the Zwama beasts was marked on it. The 5 red dragon heads looked so dazzling. Chaoxing thought, these 5 Zwama beasts are at least 1 or 2,000 kilometers apart from each other. It seems that the system is also allocated according to the original 5 major areas, such as Area 15, Area 16, and Area 17. And the nearest Zwama beast is 60 kilometers away. It seems we have to speed up. After saying that, Chaoxing led everyone to rush to the location of the red dragon head. Most of the survivors in the 4 major areas took action at this time. For all the survivors, today is the most lively day. After all, such a collective fight against the world boss is rare. They called their friends in the chat channel and sought to form a team. The survivors who happened to be near the Zwama beast had reached the position of the red dragon head at this moment. When they looked up and observed the figure of the beast, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck. Is this the Zwama beast? It's so fucking big. Yeah, it worthy of being the world boss. This shape looks very deterrent. So cool, brothers." Listening to these people discussion, the survivors became more curious. They quickened their pace and rushed towards the direction of the Zwama beast. Chaoxing was also running at full speed. On the vast snowy plain, the momentum of the group running at full speed was quite astonishing. At their current marching speed, 60 kilometers would only take about 20 minutes. Soon, Chaoxing approached the red dragon head on the map. About 5 kilometers away, they stopped. In front of them was a wide plain. There were no obstructions or buildings around, and it looked like a place suitable for large-scale battles. Nearby, there were already many survivors who had gathered like him. Since Chaoxing was very fast, the number of survivors was not large, but there were about 3,000 or 4,000 people. The 5 world bosses this time were divided into the original 5 regions. It can be said that each region had nearly 100,000 survivors participating at the same time, and including the number of their combat subjects, it easily exceeded 10 million. It is conceivable that more and more survivors will gather next. At this time, the survivors who arrived early were already shocked by the scene in front of them. They raised their heads and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. In the center of the vast plain, a huge figure stood, which was terrifying. It was a monster that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, covered with ice blue scales all over its body, as if it was made of pieces of 1,000-year-old black ice. Its body is at least 100 meters high, like a towering mountain, full of oppression. Its head is huge and ferocious, and its sharp teeth are like rows of swords, flashing with cold light. On the back of this ice-blue Tyrannosaurus, there grows a pair of huge wings, which are also made of ice crystals, like 2 ice crystal curtains. At this moment, this Zwama beast stands there quietly, and its terrifying weight has already trampled 2 huge pits 7 or 8 meters deep on the ground. Chaoxing exclaimed, "Wow, it really a giant beast. It's so fucking huge. This monster just stands there. It gives people a feeling of invincibility." When Burji Sun Chaser next to him saw this monster, he had already clenched his battle axe in his hand, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Zomar giant beast, the main force that attacked our Norn tribe back then. Every Zomar giant beast brought serious casualties to our Norn army. Chaoxing asked, "Is this monster different from the ones you encountered before?" Boji nodded. "It is indeed different. Its aura is obviously much weaker, not even 1/10 of the real Zhuama beast. The real Zhuama beast is a dominant creature. Their huge feet can cause landslides and cracks with one step. Chao Xing nodded. Then he glanced at the attributes of this behemoth. Ice Nest Monster. Race, Ice Nest Monster. Level 50, Level 5 Commander. HP, 499.9 million/500 million. Attack Power, 5542 to 5632. Armor, 3125 to 3324. Skill, Enhanced Ice Scale Armor. Armor increases by 1500. All attacks received are reduced by 30%. Cold Trampling. Zhuama monster raises its huge feet to stomp the ground, causing a strong earthquake and cold shock wave. The shock wave spreads from the center of the Zhuama beast to the surrounding areas, causing 178% huge damage and stun effect to enemies within a range of 1000 meters. Cooling time, 80 seconds. Snow Curtain Roar. Zhuama beast roars to the sky, spraying extremely cold frost breath from its mouth, causing a huge snowstorm, interfering with the vision of all enemies, and causing a 30% slowing effect. Cooling time, 120 seconds. Ice Edge Field. Condenses a large amount of ice power, summons thousands of ice spikes, and affects the surrounding 10,000 meters away, causing 164% piercing damage, and reducing its movement speed by 30%. Cooling time, 120 seconds. Dragon Shield Breath. Zalma Behemoth will briefly gain the ability to fly, and gain a shield. During this process, it will enter the long-range attack mode, will continuously spit out extremely cold breath, causing continuous 169% freezing damage to the enemy, lasting 30 seconds. Cooling time, 100 seconds. Note, after Zalma Behemoth enters the Dragon Shield Breath state, it will gain a shield with a durability of 10 million. Breaking the shield within 15 seconds will interrupt its skills, enter the Backlash state, and fall from the sky. The Backlash state lasts for 30 seconds. Zomar armor is reduced by 50%, and it cannot attack. Commander level skill, Ice Star Fall. For every 10% reduction in the health of the Ice Nest Behemoth, it will increase its desire to attack, and launch an Ice Star Fall. The Ice Nest Behemoth will fly high, and then fall heavily to the ground with a destructive force, causing a huge impact, causing 558% destructive damage to enemies within 1000 meters. Note, this skill is affected by the Lord system. The damage number and range have been reduced, and there will be a 15-second pre-swing before the skill is cast. Talent, Dragon Majesty. Abnormal resistance increased by 90%. Note, a scale of the ancient dragon Zhuama transformed into a giant beast. Although it has been weakened by the Lord system, it still has unparalleled defense and destructive power. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. This monster is really outrageous. With more than 3,000 armors, according to the new armor calculation method, even Sarah attack will be reduced by about 30%. Plus, the 30% damage reduction of the passive skill, which means that this Zhuama beast has at least 60% damage reduction. Plus those powerful skills, this monster is a battlefield killer. No wonder Burji said, Zhuama beast caused heavy losses to the Norn tribe. Chapter 375. The World Boss Challenge begins. Fusion of Dark Blood. Chao Xing analyzed. This monster attributes are all-round strong. However, the only good news is that the Ice Nest Behemoth attack power and desire to attack have been reduced. Except when launching the commander-level ultimate move, those third-level survivors will not be killed instantly in one blow. Of course, you must also pay attention to avoiding skills, otherwise, if you are careless and fail to avoid the attack range, then it will be completely GG. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have entered the 5-kilometer range of the Zhuama beast, and have automatically joined the battle channel. All survivor lords within the 5-kilometer range can speak in it. Zhuama beast damage ranking has been opened. You can check your damage ranking here. Note, after the battle, rewards will be given according to the output ranking. Please try to cause more damage to the Zhuama beast. Oh! A battle channel was automatically opened. There is also an output ranking list. Chao Xing praised. This is getting more and more interesting. Beijia next to him asked, Lord, when do we start fighting? He tightly grasped the axe handle in his hand, and it seemed that he could not help but want to fight the Zhuama beast in close combat. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and shook his head and said, Beijia, don't worry. This is not the real Zhuama beast. If you want to defeat an enemy of that level, you can't rush. You must keep calm first. The Dragon Blood Warrior Commander seemed to have reacted after hearing this, and an apologetic look appeared on his face. I was too hasty. Thank you for your advice, Lord. Jiaoxing waved his hand and didn't care, as more and more surviving lords gathered nearby, together with the number of their subjects. The number of people here has exceeded 50,000. More than 50,000 people. What does that mean in the snow? Looking around, there were almost only heads. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell who was who. As the number of people increased, the survivors here gradually became more confident. However, the might of the ice nest beast was still too terrifying, and no one dared to rush forward first. The survivors looked at each other. One of the survivors shouted in the regional channel, "Is there any lord who would lead people to rush forward and try the skills of the Zhuama beast? I don't dare to charge. This beast looks scary. I don't know its specific strength. I'm a little unsure. Lord Imo, why don't you lead the troops to charge first? I won't go. I only have this little money. If I get crushed to death, I won't have anywhere to cry." Amid the discussion, no one dared to lead the troops to charge. After all, although the ice nest beast's desire to attack was reduced, no one knew how low it was. If the other party goes crazy, with its terrifying size, it might be able to easily destroy a 1,000-man army. Seeing that, more and more people gathered, but no one dared to take action. Brothers, it's not a good idea to waste time like this. Indeed, it's not a good idea to just wait like this. Is there anyone who can lead a charge and see the strength of the ice nest behemoth? Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to take action. At this time, a steady male voice sounded in the regional channel. "Everyone, I am Wu Xinghu." Hearing this name, everyone was stunned. Most of the people near the map of the snowstorm are survivors from Area 17, so they are quite familiar with this name. "So you are the leader of the Ice Tiger Corps, Captain Wu. Do you have anything to say?" Wu Xinghu said, "Everyone has seen the skills of this Zhuama beast, which are quite powerful. If you are not careful, you will be killed instantly. If you trust me, you can give me the command of this battle, and everyone will obey my command." Wu has confidence that he can deal with this Zhuama beast while minimizing the casualties. As for how much damage will be caused, it depends on your output ability. Hearing this, many of the surviving lords and legion commanders on the field fell into thought. Indeed, if the more than 50,000 or 60,000 people on the field can be united together and obey the command, then this will be a very powerful force. However, among the surviving lords present, including the legion commanders, who would easily obey the command of others, if the other party secretly protected their own people during the command and used others as cannon fodder, it would be too miserable to die. Wu Xinghu sighed when he saw no one responded. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He said again, "In this case, let our Ice Tiger Legion take the lead. Everyone, let's see how I deal with the attack of this Zhuama beast first. Then, you decide whether to join the battle or not." After saying that, he shouted directly, "Brothers of Bingu, charge!" Boom! The knights, composed of 50 knights riding Locarno warhorses, rushed out quickly. This was the force that Wu Xinghu had gathered in the last siege, including 5 elite Locarno warhorses. A knight's group of this size, even in some small town-sized territories, is not uncommon. Wu Xinghu was able to form one so quickly, which can be said to be very capable. And this knight group is also the force he is most proud of. Behind the knight group, there are a large number of infantry warriors, and a small number of archers and mages. The most important thing is that there are a total of 6 warriors among them, pushing 2 huge siege crossbows together. The moment they saw the 2 siege crossbows, everyone's eyes lit up. In the last battle of Guilin Lake City, they were too familiar with this siege crossbow. Isn't this the golden weapon? The destroyer siege crossbow? The survivors were amazed. The Ice Tiger Corps even exchanged 2 of these siege crossbows. It seems that they really gained a lot in the last battle of Guilin Lake City. Yes, they also have a knight group of 50 people. This force should not be underestimated. They are really worthy of being the Ice Tiger Corps. So cool. I wish I could have my own knight group someday. Amidst the discussions of surprise and envy, the Ice Tiger Knight group was about to rush within 3 kilometers of the Ice Nest Behemoth. Wu Xinghu, who was sitting on his warhorse, stared at the movements of the Zhuama beast, and carefully tested the opponent's maximum hatred range. When the knights rushed to about 2 kilometers away from the Zhuama beast, the huge monster seemed to be awakened from a deep sleep. In an instant, a terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze the soul spread. A pair of cold pupils suddenly opened, and a terrifying and brutal aura spread like a surging tide. It slowly turned its Tyrannosaurus-like head, aiming at Wu Xinghu Knights. Then it opened its bloody mouth, and the terrifying cold air poured into its mouth like a whirlwind. Whoosh! The next moment, a mouthful of cold dragon breath spurted out. With a loud bang, a huge blue dragon breath swept out like a torrent. Wherever it passed, the ground was instantly frozen, the grass and trees turned into ice sculptures, and the hard rocks were instantly frozen and cracked. Just a breath of dragon breath, and the survivors watching felt the biting cold. When Wu Xinghu saw the attack coming, he felt the temperature above his head drop sharply. He quickly commanded, "Knights, charge to the left with all your strength. Warriors in the back, keep your distance from us." The moment they received the order, the knights changed direction. When they fled to the left, the dragon breath above their heads also changed direction instantly, spitting after them. However, after the Zhuama beast's desire to attack was reduced, even the speed of the dragon breath was slowed down a lot. The Ice Tiger Knights successfully dodged the attack. Wu Xinghu looked back and saw that the Zhuama beast had closed its mouth. This meant that its breath had ended. A smile appeared on his face. As I expected, the attack of this beast has become very slow. Our speed is enough to dodge it. After that, Wu Xinghu continued to give orders. The knights continued to charge forward, attract the hatred of the Zhuama beast. Other combatants, keep a distance of at least 500 meters from us, and after entering the attack range, launch an attack directly. The next moment, the nearly 800 combatants he led all took action. The knights were about to rush to within a kilometer of the Zhuama beast. This behemoth began to swing its huge tail violently. The tail swung like a huge tree collapsing, pressing down with overwhelming force. However, after being weakened by the Lord system, the attack speed of this attack was also greatly reduced. Seeing this, Wu Xinghu was overjoyed. He shouted, "Knights, everyone, rush 100 meters to the right." 50 knights adjusted their direction without hesitation and rushed out directly. Not long after they left, they heard a loud bang, and the huge tail hit the snow, instantly stirring up the snow all over the sky. But surprisingly, this seemingly terrifying blow did not cause any damage, including the survivors watching the battle nearby. Their eyes lit up instantly. The weakening of the system reduced the attack speed of the Ice Nest beast by 50%. Now, even these 3rd and 4th level survivors have time to react. It can be said that as long as they pay attention to avoiding skills and attacks from the Ice Nest beast, even ordinary people have a chance to survive and cause damage to this monster. At the same time, Wu Xinghu has led the combatants to rush within 200 meters of the Ice Nest beast. The combatants behind him have also reached about 500 meters. This is within the attack range of most long-range professions. He quickly ordered focus fire. Attack! Destroyer siege crossbows. Ready to fire. After hearing this, the combatants launched all kinds of attacks crazily. Swish. Boom. Various elemental magics. Arrows fell on the Ice Nest monster, like attacking a huge iceberg, making a ding, ding ding sound. At the same time, a series of astonishing damage numbers appeared. -48, -37, -33, -152, -65, -3,754. Seeing this long list of damage numbers, tens of thousands of people on the field twitched their mouths at the same time. All the damage was in the double digits, and one of the damage was in the 4 digits, which was caused by the Destroyer Siege crossbow. The survivors sighed, "It abnormal. The Ice Tiger Legion brothers are all at a high level, but they only cause this little damage. How can we play? Yes, it's hard to even cause a 3-digit damage. With 500 million HP, how long will it take to beat them?" However, another survivor analyzed. "Don't panic. The last system update changed the calculation method of armor, which means that no matter how powerful our attack is, it will not cause a situation where the defense is not broken. Do you understand the principle that elephants can be killed by ants? We have more than 60,000 people here. Even if only more than 10,000 people can launch an attack, the damage in 1 second is hundreds of thousands, or even millions of damage. It won't take long. We can kill this Ice Nest monster." After hearing this, the survivors' eyes suddenly became clear. At the same time, next to the regional channel, there is an output ranking list. The names are displayed on it. First place, Wu Xinghu, 7,791 points of damage in total. Second place, Jiang Liang, 174 points of damage in total. Third place, The group of survivors watching, seeing the ranking list, are already a little itchy. They asked in their respective team channels. Captain, this time, the Zhuama Beast seems to give rewards based on the output ranking. Should we not go? Yes, I feel that the boss in this world is quite simple, not as difficult as imagined. Let go. Captain. The Legion leader thought for a moment, and nodded directly. The Ice Tiger Legion has already tested the attack speed of this Zhuama Beast, now it's our turn. Then, he raised his arm and called out, Everyone! Follow me! All combatants, remember to switch to the team channel and follow my command. Kill! Boom! Instantly, 200 or 300 combatants rushed out like a surging tide. As this legion rushed out first, more legion leaders also reacted. They all issued orders to attack, and more people rushed out like wild horses. It seemed to have set off a chain reaction. On the field, more than 80% of the survivors all launched an attack at the same time. Like a surging torrent, 40,000 to 50,000 survivors rushed towards the Zhuama Beast. A large number of survivors, after reaching the Zhuama Beast attack range, launched an attack directly. Dense arrows, various spells, and some ammunition attacks all fell on the huge body of the Zhuama Beast. -17, -24, -25, -16, -14. Every second, a huge amount of damage figures floated up. I looked at the health of the Ice Nest Beast. HP, 498.1 million/500 million. 1 minute into the battle, the Ice Nest Beast had lost 190,000 HP. And on the output ranking list next to it, there were many more names. This gave everyone hope. Brothers, kill! Bang! Crack! The melee fighters surrounded the two big feet of the Zhuama Beast, and kept hitting its soles with weapons. And the ranged fighters did their best to maintain output. Among them, the leaders of the various armies were constantly giving orders. Pay attention to the mouth of the Zhuama Beast. It is about to spit out a breath. Brothers in the 800 square meter area ahead. Spread out. The Zhuama Beast's right foot is about to be raised. Be careful of its extreme cold trampling. This is a super large scale attack. Brothers nearby cannot dodge. Pay attention to your own health. Use life-saving skills to resist. The moment the words fell, the beast had already raised its right foot, and then fell violently. Boom! A violent shock wave started to spread rapidly from the bottom of its feet, and spread out to the surrounding area within 1,000 meters. Instantly, tens of thousands of damage numbers appeared around. -7,654. -7,352. -7,441. -6,325. -5,231. -4,054. Nearly 80% of the survivors, their health dropped a lot instantly. Among them, there were quite a few second-level survivors, who were ready to run over and do some damage, but they were killed instantly because they couldn't dodge in time. Other than that, there were not many casualties. Seeing this, the leaders were delighted again. Their fear of the Zhuama Beast also dissipated a little. All ranged, retreat 1 kilometer away and restore health. Aurora Knight, release the blood recovery skill for our melee. Those second-level brothers should not join in the fun. You are here to be killed with your little health. If you die, it will be in vain. After hearing this, the second-level creatures on the field retreated honestly, because they also knew that the attack of this Zhuama Beast was not something they could withstand. After using the large-scale skill of extreme cold trampling, the Zhuama Beast seemed to be silent again. It would only spit out a breath and flick its tail every 10 seconds. Brothers, be careful of another large-scale skill of Zhuama Beast. Ice Edge Field. My health has recovered. I should be able to withstand another attack. Haha. So many people fighting a boss. It quite interesting. The survivors really experienced the fun of fighting the world boss in a group. Time, for minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Remaining HP of Zhuama Giant, 490.3 million/500 million. Tens of thousands of people, killed 9.7 million HP in 4 minutes, which is quite efficient. If we continue to calculate this way, as long as there are no problems, the battle can be resolved in about 2 or 3 hours. And in the output ranking list of this Zhuama Giant, first place, Wu Xinghu, accumulated output 62,300. Second place, Qiu Yiting, accumulated output 4,120,000. Third place, Zhou Bo, accumulated output 34,400. Fourth place, Yao Yiming, Accumulated output 27,900. 5th place. For this world boss, the famous legions in District 17 have all arrived. Among them, the one with the highest output is still Wu Xinghu. His 2 destroyer siege crossbows, gold, are really killer weapons. But what surprised Chao Xing was that Yao Yiming also came, with the 10 destroyer siege crossbows, purple, given to him last time. He got the 4th place in output. Looking at the siege in full swing below, it really makes people feel like besieging a world boss. Lu Muxua sat on Xiaolan back and whispered, "Should we participate?" "Ah Xing?" Chao Xing nodded. "I will definitely participate. But don't be in a hurry." Because he had a different idea at this time. Chao Xing took out a drop of black and purple blood from his backpack, which contained an extremely evil breath. This thing is exactly the Era and Dark Blood, orange, obtained when he opened the Haoyue treasure box last time. It is said that this drop of blood comes from the god of mutation. After taking it, if it can be successfully fused, it will gain a 100% abnormal hit probability, and the upper limit of abnormal status will be increased to 100 layers. Needless to say, the 100% abnormal hit probability means that the 90% abnormal resistance of the Zhuama beast will be completely ineffective. The upper limit of the abnormal state is raised to 100 layers, which is even more abnormal. Originally, those abnormal states that cause continuous damage such as bleeding, poisoning, and burning can only be stacked up to 10 layers at most. Some equipment may exceed the upper limit, reaching 15 layers, 20 layers, and this drop of blood is directly 100 layers. What a concept. There is no need to say more, especially when used to deal with this kind of sandbag-like world boss. The effect is outstanding. Chao Xing's eyes swept over the group of fighters under his command. First he looked at Sarah, then at Rennie's, and then his eyes stayed on the blood spider queen next to him. He looked at Hilda next to him, then shook the bottle in his hand and asked, "Are you interested in trying it?" He originally wanted to use it on Sarah. After all, her attacks cause bleeding, and the blade of flowing fire in her hand also has a burning effect, which can be said to be a double abnormal state. However, from the last experiment, in fact, Hilda blood poison is also an abnormal state. This blood poison is very scary. 1 layer is 10% attack. The previous upper limit is 10 layers. Equivalent to after the full stack, it will cause an additional 100% attack damage to Hilda every second. And now, if you fuse this drop of blood of the god of mutation, it will be stacked to 100 layers. That means it can cause an additional 10 times attack every second. In addition, she has a ring of the unholy spirit, gold, in her hand. This ring can increase the damage by another 15%. Add up to 1,150% damage coefficient. This is a terrifying number, you can imagine. Of course, all abnormalities will be dispelled by dispel skills. But the Zhuama beast in front of him obviously did not. The beautiful blood spider queen frowned slightly, with a solemn look. "I feel an uncomfortable breath in this drop of blood. If the fusion fails, I may fall into a long period of weakness." Chao Xing smiled and said, "I know. If you fail, it's just right for you to rest for a week." Hearing this, Zierda didn't say anything more. She was a very straightforward person. She directly took the bottle of dark purple blood from Chao Xing's hand and pulled it out. The blood fell into her palm, as if there was a strange power surging. She absorbed it without hesitation. In an instant, Zierda seemed to have suffered some kind of heavy blow, and an extremely uncomfortable expression appeared on her beautiful face. Her facial features wrinkled slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Not only that, her blood vessels began to bulge, like whining earthworms. You can see the dark purple blood surging wildly in the blood vessels. Chao Xing frowned slightly, and sighed in his heart. The blood of the god of mutation is really an evil thing. The pain of fusing this thing is probably no less than the dragon blood fighter fusing the ice dragon blood. At this time, Zierda was gritting her teeth and trying her best to bear it. However, despite the pain that kept coming like a tide, she still gritted her teeth and said nothing. However, the damage numbers that kept popping up above her head showed that she must be in great pain now. -8,000 plus 5,124 minus 8,000 plus 5,124 minus 8,000 plus 5,124. Seeing this, Chao Xing hurriedly said, "Mu Shui, Isabel, pay attention to her health, and be ready to release healing skills at any time." After hearing this, the two girls were ready to release their skills. Even Isabel, who was next to her, put aside her prejudice against Hilda at this time and began to concentrate on treatment. In this way, Hilda's health dropped for a while, and then rose again. Her whole body was engulfed by the horrible pain, and her white shoulders began to tremble violently. Until about 10 minutes later, Hilda's condition finally stopped. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Hilda Blood Kiss Fusion Era and Dark Blood Success. Abnormal hit rate plus 100%. Abnormal layer limit increased to 100 layers. Chapter 376. One person is as powerful as 10,000 troops. The powerful Blood Spider Queen. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Because this means that Zilda succeeded. At this time, after experiencing that kind of horrible pain, Zilda's face also became extremely pale. Apart from that, her body did not change. She took a few deep breaths, seemingly calmed down. Then she stretched out her white jade hand covered with black gauze, and condensed a ball of blood poison in her palm. A layer of dark purple aura appeared in the blood poison. Zierda's face was still calm, as if the pain she had just experienced had been forgotten by her. I feel that my blood poison has changed. This change has increased my blood poison to a terrifying level. Thank you, Lord. Chao Xing also had a relieved smile on his face. In this way, Zierda has completed a qualitative change again, a transformation that is no less than her breakthrough to the commander. In addition to summoning the Blood Spider Legion, she had another terrifying ability. Go ahead. Let me see how you perform. Zierda nodded slightly, and then rushed down alone. Chao Xing was not in a hurry to send out other people, but wanted to let Zierda try the damage first. The red shadow joined the battlefield of the Zhuama beast at a rapid speed. At this time, the battlefield below became more and more chaotic. Moreover, during this period, another 10,000 or 20,000 people joined the battle. There were 70,000 to 80,000 people on the battlefield. And there were also a large number of strange and bizarre soldiers and summoned creatures. It was easy to imagine how chaotic the situation was. Therefore, the appearance of Zierda did not attract any attention. As a 5th level commander level creature, with a full movement speed buff, Zierda ran very fast, like a flash of red lightning. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the feet of the Zhuama beast. From Zierda's perspective, the thick legs of this Zhuama beast were like a pillar of support, covered with wrinkles and ice blue scales, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. However, the Blood Spider Queen showed contempt in her eyes. TSK, clumsy big guy. As she raised her hand, a large number of blood spiders appeared from her body. It was her skill to hatch blood spiders. There were 40 or 50 of these blood spiders, and they were extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of ordinary survivors. In the blink of an eye, they appeared under the feet of the Zhuama beast. Puff! As the first blood spider exploded, a blood poison force attached to the feet of the Zhuama beast. Since the talent of the dragon majesty of the Zhuama beast was weakened, it only increased its abnormal resistance by 90%. Under the attack of a large number of survivor lords, it had been attached with more than 100 abnormal states. Of course, the damage caused by these people's abnormal states was very small. Most of them were single-digit damage, and a few were more than 20 points. As the blood spider exploded, the blood poison, first layer, effect appeared on the status bar of the Zhuama beast. Swish! As the blood poison took effect, from the head of this boss, a damage number of -424 appeared. It looked insignificant, but compared to the survivors around, most of whom had double-digit damage, it was already many times more than them. And the most important thing is, this was only the effect of one layer of Zierda blood poison. According to this calculation, as long as it is stacked to 100 layers, it is equivalent to more than 40,000 damage per second. This is a terrifying damage number, you can imagine. As the blood spiders below continued to self-destruct, in the blink of an eye, the blood poison state of the Zhuama beast was stacked to 47 layers. Shush! As the blood poison effect continued to take effect, 5-digit damage numbers appeared one by one. -19,928. -35. -72. -19,928. -47. -44. -19,928. -115. -133. Among a bunch of 2-digit and 3-digit damage, 5-digit damage numbers suddenly jumped out. You can imagine how shocked the survivors were when they saw this scene. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Fuck! Who launched this attack? It's so terrifying. It's outrageous. Nearly 20,000 damage in one go. There are only 100 or 200 people in our group. It takes 1 or 2 minutes to cause so much damage. Something wrong? Brothers? This seems to be abnormal state damage, which is equivalent to nearly 20,000 damage per second. This is too terrifying. What? The survivors looked at the damage numbers above their heads in shock. And Zierda, who caused all this, continued to spit blood poison calmly, adding more damage. Chao Xing, who was far away, was delighted after seeing Zierda's performance. Great. This effect is really terrifying. Sure enough, just as I guessed, after Zierda merged this drop of blood, she can not only use the blood spider self-destruction flow, but also the abnormal flow. If there are enough self-destructing blood spiders, then 100 layers can be stacked up in an instant. Hilda, while waiting for the cooldown of the skill hatching blood spiders, continued to spit blood poison, adding layers. The damage caused per second also became higher and higher. Puff! Puff! When the second wave of blood spiders appeared, all of them self-destructed under the feet of Zwama Claw. The abnormal state on its body was directly stacked to 100 layers. Swish! The blood poison attacked one after another. One after another. Terrifying damage numbers appeared. Minus 42,400. Minus 42,400. Minus 42,400. Minus 42,400. Minus 42,400. The survivors were all dumbfounded. Fuck. Who the hell is this? More than 40,000 damage per second. Is this the number that appeared on the Zwama beast? What a pervert. With such a terrifying output, he alone can kill this Zwama beast. Too outrageous. What does it mean to have an output of more than 40,000 per second? Even if it is a ranged army of 2,000 or 3,000 people, it can only cause about 20,000 or 30,000 damage per second. Zilda is equivalent to, with just her alone, the output capacity is comparable to that of a legion of thousands of people, or even higher. It's so terrifying. Moreover, Zilda is not only outstanding against this kind of world boss that stands still. Even when dealing with some ordinary bosses, this ability is also very powerful. After all, she can now hatch a large number of blood spiders from corpses. As long as there are enough blood spiders, a wave of self-explosion can easily stack up to 100 layers. Even if some bosses have dispel skills, your dispel always has a cooling time. Right? This cooling time alone can cause an unknown amount of damage. It can be said that the combination of Zierda's two abilities directly improves her combat ability by more than one level. She has great potential. Thinking of this, Chao Xing was even more excited. He seemed to see, in the future, Zierda waved her arms on the battlefield, leading a large number of blood spiders to drown the enemy. This drop of blood really merged correctly, and the survivors saw a familiar name through the current Zwama monster output rankings. First place, Chao Xing, cumulative output 1.2433 million. Second place, Wu Xinghu, cumulative output 894,200. Third place, Qiu Yiting, cumulative output 753,300. Fourth place, Yao Yiming, cumulative output 693,300. Fifth place. It seems that the gap is not big. But you have to know that the battle has been going on for more than 10 minutes. And it has been less than 40 seconds since Zierda joined the battle. This is a terrifying speed. You can imagine. Oh my god. When did the name of Chao Xing appear? I don't know. I didn't see him on the battlefield. Brothers, this more than 40,000 damage. It can't be caused by Chao Xing Min. Everyone thought of this possibility at the same time. However, they looked around, but could not find Chao Xing at all. After all, Chao Xing had only sent Zierda out so far. In addition, the survivors could not see the attributes of other lords and people. In such a chaotic battlefield, it was difficult to notice a blood spider queen. In the battlefield below, Zierda was still causing damage. The damage of blood poison was uninterrupted. As long as the blood spider queen continued to stack blood poison, she could continue to cause damage. Just 1 minute later, Chao Xing damage jumped to 3 million, widening the gap again. Everyone looked at the damage numbers on the leaderboard in shock. At the same time, the health of the Zwama beast had dropped by 49 million. There was only 1 million left, and the commander-level skill Falling Eye Star was about to be activated. Wu Xinghu, who had been paying attention to the Zwama beast, quickly shouted in the regional channel, "The boss is about to explode. Everyone, retreat quickly." After saying this, he led his knights and the combatants of the Ice Tiger Legion to rush to the battlefield behind. The other captains also realized this. After all, everyone knows how terrifying this commander-level skill is. With a damage coefficient of 558%, none of the survivors on the field can withstand it and will be killed instantly. All the captains quickly commanded, "Retreat! Retreat quickly to a distance of 1,000 meters from this Zhuama claw. If you don't want to die, run faster." A large number of survivors dispersed like a tide. At the same time, the health of the Zhuama beast has also reached 450 million directly. At this moment, the pupils of this huge monster suddenly widened. From its nasal cavity, two groups of icy breaths instantly spurted out. The destructive breath continued to overflow from its body. The next moment, the Zhuama beast stomped its feet and suddenly rushed into the sky. Everyone lost their target of attack. The battlefield below was in complete chaos. Tens of thousands of people fled in a hurry, fearing that they would be swept away by this big move, and even a stampede occurred. A regiment leader shouted hurriedly, "Don't panic. Don't panic. This skill has a 15-second lead time, which is enough for all of us to escape the attack range. Evacuate in an orderly manner, don't crowd." Under the coordination of the major regiment leaders, although there was some confusion, they still let their men evacuate. Time passed quickly. After about 10 seconds, about 80% of the survivors below had evacuated. The remaining survivors were also about to run to the edge. At this moment, everyone simultaneously sensed the sound of whistling wind above their heads. They looked up and saw a black spot in the sky, coming down at a rapid speed with destructive power. At this moment, the survivors who were gathered around had already retreated in large numbers. Another part of the survivors had also fled to a distance of about 700 to 800 meters from the attack range of the Zhuama beast. However, there were still some scattered figures standing on the field. They either had means to save their lives or were confident in their own strength. At the same time, the sound of wind from above became stronger and stronger. They vaguely saw the Zhuama beast actually curled up its body, and it really looked like an aquamarine asteroid made of ice crystals. It fell at a terrifying speed, like a meteor across the sky, with an unstoppable momentum, and directly hit the ground. Boom! A deafening roar was heard, and the earth shook violently, as if a strong earthquake had occurred. The huge shock waves spread around like a surging sea wave, raising dust and snow all over the sky. The wind was howling, making it almost impossible to open your eyes. Minus 31,154. Minus 32,278. Minus 31,923. Minus 30,523. Several terrifying damage numbers appeared. The few unlucky ones who did not escape to a safe distance were killed instantly by this blow. When the flying snow dissipated, the huge body of the Zhuama beast gradually appeared. It was like a towering mountain, standing on the earth, exuding a chilling aura. The survivors swallowed their saliva and were terrified. Is this a commander-level skill? It really terrifying. Yes, it just gave me the feeling that it was like the end of the world. Who can survive such an attack? Abnormal. What they didn't know was that this destructive move had been weakened by the system. The real Zhuama beast, launching Ice Star Falling, could easily destroy everything within a dozen kilometers around. The power was comparable to a nuclear bomb. However, even under this destructive power, there was still a figure who did not dodge or avoid. It was Zierda. She was still standing there, spitting blood poison slowly, continuing to cause damage to the Zhuama beast. The terrifying attack just now only broke a layer of her holy shield. Seeing this, Chaoxing laughed. Holy shield is really a magical skill. To deal with this kind of monster, you can just stand and shoot, no need to hide at all. After seeing the monster ultimate move end, Wu Xinghu immediately ordered, "Keep charging." The Knights of the Ice Tiger Legion, and more than 700 combatants behind them, charged out again. During the charge, Wu Xinghu looked at the output rankings. Chaoxing cumulative output has reached 5 million. Just now, after the Zhuama beast flew into the sky, no one could attack. However, Zierda blood poison continued to cause damage. From the activation of the skill to the end, it took almost 20 seconds, and Zierda contributed more than 800,000 output. However, the number of blood poison layers was also reduced by 6 layers, and the poison needed to be stacked. Wu Xinghu sighed. Sure enough, this guy casual move is the peak that others can hardly reach. This time, the first place It seems to be his again. However, Wu Xinghu never thought of surpassing Cao Xing. In so many previous encounters, he had already deeply felt the perversion of this man. He just needed to keep his second place. After he finished speaking, the Ice Tiger Corps led by him launched a fierce attack on the Zhuoma beast again. Seeing this scene, other survivors also rushed out one after another. After all, this time the reward was based on output. If you can fight for a few more seconds, you can cause a lot of damage. Hua la la. More than 80,000 people rushed forward again. Cao Xing had no intention of sending out the entire army. After all, with she aired a blood poison, he could already hold the throne of the first output. However, in order to speed up the killing of the Zhuoma beast, Cao Xing decided to send Sarah out as well. Sarah, when you go over, just attack the Zhuoma beast toes directly. Keep a low profile. Don't let them notice you. The dark elf assassin nodded. The next moment, she rushed out directly. After breaking through to the master level, her agility has exceeded 5,000. Coupled with the increase in various movement speeds, the speed of the instant burst directly exceeded 700 meters per second. It is even twice the speed of sound. What kind of concept is this? You can imagine. Like a black lightning, it took only 7 or 8 seconds to arrive at the feet of the Zhuoma beast. Then, she raised the blade of flowing fire in her hand and slashed it down mercilessly. Bang! Crack! Minus 17,543. Minus 16,235. Minus 18,321. Minus 22,423. Sarah is already a 6th level master, and her attack power is almost twice that of Hilda. Add to that her 100% critical hit rate, an epic weapon, and a terrifying burst skill. But the damage she caused is still not as high as Hilda blood poison. From this, as a 5th level creature, Hilda output is so abnormal. It actually suppressed Sarah in an instant. Of course, as mentioned before, Zirda blood poison will only be effective when dealing with monsters with high health and high defense. In terms of explosive power, it is definitely not as good as Sarah. However, with the addition of this kitchen knife assassin, the 500 million health of the Zhuoma beast is decreasing faster. Moreover, everyone also noticed. On the output ranking list, Cao Xing cumulative damage was originally increasing by 40,000 to 50,000 per second. Now it suddenly became 70,000 to 80,000 per second, which was even more terrifying. However, the survivors at this time were numb. They knew that this man could not be described by common sense. Even if Cao Xing killed the Zhuoma beast in seconds, they would not be surprised. As time went on, more and more survivors joined the battle group, and the number of fighters gathered here has exceeded 100,000. This number even exceeded the Battle of Duoluan Lake City. Looking around, there were densely packed heads. The leaders kept giving orders, and their throats were almost smoking. Similarly, the health of the Zhuoma beast was also decreasing faster and faster. Before, Cao Xing estimated that, with the people on the field, it would take at least 3 hours to resolve the battle. Now, this time is expected to be greatly shortened. In addition, after the shield of the Zhuoma beast is broken, it will fall into a weak state for 30 seconds, which further increases the output capacity of everyone. After a full hour and 17 minutes of fierce fighting, the health of the Zhuoma beast is finally reaching the bottom. 5.42 million/500 million. The last 5 million health. At the same time, everyone took a look at the output ranking list. Zhuoma beast output ranking list. First place, Cao Xing, cumulative damage 227 million. Second place, Wu Xinghu, cumulative damage 8.9441 million. Third place, Qiu Yiting, cumulative damage 8.3751 million. Fourth place, Yao Yiming, cumulative damage 7.9395 million. Fifth place, Zhou Bo, cumulative damage 6.1221 million. Sixth place. 13th place, Ji Xinue, cumulative damage 2.2955 million. Cao Xing 200 million damage is simply daunting. The survivors swallowed their saliva. Too abnormal. More than 200 million output per hour. Almost as much damage as tens of thousands of us. It really outrageous. I can't imagine how this guy did it. I guess, under boss Cao Xing, there should be a leader with extremely terrifying superimposed abnormal damage. Didn't you see those damage numbers of more than 40,000? This is abnormal damage. Yes, I saw someone post a prop in the chat channel before, which can increase abnormal damage by more than 10 times within a certain period of time. I think everyone can also consider cultivating an abnormal leader. Bleeding is the best in the world. Everyone was guessing how Chao Xing did it. What they didn't know was that these were only the two strongest output forces under Chao Xing. If the whole army pressed forward, I'm afraid that with his army, they could defeat this Shuama beast within an hour. At the same time, Chao Xing saw that the health of the world boss was only the last 2 million. He continued to order, Boji, Xiao, Assam, Victoria, you all go together. Listen to my orders, and be ready to launch the strongest attack at any time. That right. Chao Xing was already thinking about whether he could get a kill. Although, he had already received the reward for being the first to kill a commander. But this time was different. This time it was the world boss. Who knows if there would be other rewards? Not only Chao Xing, but also the leaders around him. All had the same plan. They all told the team members in the team channel to save their burst skills. Throw them all out at the end. In the blink of an eye, the health of the Zhuama beast dropped to 1 million. Everyone couldn't help but breathe tensely. 900, 000. 800, 000. 700, 000. When the health of the Zhuama beast dropped to 500, 000, Chao Xing instantly ordered, use the strongest burst. Got the order. Sarah figure flashed directly, and instantly used the single body death dance. On the other side, Xiao had already superimposed dozens of swords behind him. At this moment, all of them shot out. And Boji also directly output the explosive skill Sun Chaser, including Assam and Victoria next to him. They also launched charged attacks. And the leaders also shouted, attack! Burst with all your strength! Fuck, the head of this Zhuama beast must be ours. Kill it, brothers. Now the Zhuama beasts in other areas have 200 million or 300 million HP left. This is the fastest one. As long as we kill it, it will be the world first kill. Getting a first kill of this level, maybe there will be a world announcement. Hearing the words world first kill, everyone breathed quickly. Chapter 377 The first kill in the world, digest the reward. The reward for the first kill of the Zhuama beast is still secondary. The most important thing is the possible world announcement. For them, this is the supreme honor. After all, this kind of announcement will let the survivors all over the world know your name. You will be proud to brag about it in the future. Everyone burst out with unprecedented damage. At this moment, one terrifying damage number appeared. Minus 11,592. Minus 121. Minus 42,400. Minus 13,252. Minus 225. Minus 1823. Minus 229. Minus 744. Minus 11,421. The numbers of damage appeared in great numbers. Among them were the strange items that the team leaders took out from their backpacks, causing damage. The field was too chaotic. No one was sure who would get the first kill in the end. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared, stretched out his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Pop! Minus 56,231. An unprecedented damage number appeared. It was Sarah explosive skill Shadow Bloom. The health of this Zhuama beast was reduced to 0. And then it exploded with a bang. The huge body collapsed like a tall building, and then turned into ice crystal fragments on the ground. The survivors looked at the system prompts eagerly, and then shouted in frustration. Damn! I didn't get it! I didn't get it either. Did Binga brother get it? Wuxing who spread his hands and said helplessly, it wasn't me. You guys were too quick to get it. I didn't even have time to react. You guys were already getting it. Everyone laughed. Brothers, I just saw a damage of more than 50,000 at the end. I guess this guy got the first kill. Forget it. If we didn't get it, we didn't get it. Anyway, we were the first in the whole district to kill the Zhuama beast. We can brag to people in other districts in the future. Haha, I've recorded it. 1 hour and 17 minutes. I don't know if there's anyone in the server who faster than us. I don't think so after all. We have that guy this time. He almost did half of the output by himself. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This Zhuama Behemoth challenge can be said to have made everyone feel the sense of participation and fun. At the same time, it also greatly improved the command ability and coordination of the major legion leaders. Still very good. Some of the survivors stared at the Zhuama beast falling to the ground, seemingly expecting something. When everything was over, they found that nothing had exploded, and a look of disappointment appeared in their eyes again. At the same time, When Chao Xing died of the Zhuama beast, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed Zhuama beast LV50, level 5 commander level creature, reputation plus 2000, points plus 2000. Because you are the first person in the whole server to kill Zhuama beast, do you want to announce it to the world? Chao Xing was happy. There's really a server-wide announcement? Without thinking, he directly clicked no. Chao still likes to keep a low profile. Then, the second system prompt appeared. The Zhuama beast was successfully defeated. In this battle, you and your subjects caused a total of 229 million damage. Ranking first in the output ranking. Ranking reward, Zhuama scale fragment, orange, *1. Ice dragon core, orange, *5. Gold points plus 5. Based on the damage you caused. This time you get an additional point reward, 22,900. The moment he saw the prompt, Chao Xing eyes showed ecstasy again. Haha, I got more than 20,000 points again, this is so comfortable. You know, he only got more than 13,000 points for defeating an entire ice nest monster core before. This time, it a full 23,000. In addition, there are 5 ice dragon cores, orange. According to the exchange rate, this is equivalent to half of the Dragon Series gold treasure box. The harvest is quite amazing. Comfortable, comfortable. Chao Xing was delighted. But in addition to these rewards, there is also a new reward. It was a piece of ice blue. The size of an adult face. With irregular edges. It looked like a huge scale that was shattered. I looked at the properties. Zhuama scale fragment, orange special item. Item introduction, a scale from the dragon Zhuama. After being shattered, a weakened Zhuama monster was born. Item effect, after collecting 10 pieces, you will get a complete Zhuama scale. Zhuama scale has strong defense and is an excellent forging material. Note, this fragment is a leaderboard exclusive reward and cannot be traded. Good guy. The scales on Zhuama body? Chao Xing was shocked instantly. You know, the ice dragon Zhuama is a fierce existence at the level of a true god. What is the concept of a true god? Even when the god of light possessed the godhood, he was not at the same level as a true god. A piece of scale on its body is definitely very powerful. You only need to collect 10 pieces, and you can get a complete Zhuama scale. Chao Xing held the fragment in his hand, and a look of desire appeared in his eyes. Of course, this is definitely very difficult. After all, this thing cannot be traded. This is equivalent to the second stage challenge lasting 10 days. You must get the first place in the challenge of the Zhuama beast every day to get a complete scale. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Chao Xing has the transformed Zirda, so there should be no problem. As for people in other areas, it will be difficult to keep the first place every day. After the battle, Sarah, Zirda, and Boji and others have all come back. Sarah said softly, Lord, the mission has been successfully completed. Well done. You are all great. Chao Xing had a sincere smile on his face, and he was in a very good mood. After all, today battle, the harvest was really rich. The points alone have reached 99,000, which is a concept you can imagine. It can allow him to directly exchange for 99 high-level soldier recruitment scrolls, and then form a bond effect of 100 people with Xiao. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't wait. Let go and go home. Although the other 4 red dragon heads were still on the map, it meant that the battle of the others was not over yet. But the distance was too far, a full 2 or 3,000 kilometers. When they arrived, the Zhuama beast had been killed. So he didn't think of grabbing the second one. Of course, if the troops were divided later, it would be considered. Everyone followed Chao Xing and walked towards the territory. When the Zhuama beast challenge ended, it was already 6:30. So, by the time they came back, it was already night. From afar, they could see a bustling scene in their territory. At present, the number of refugees, polar people, goblin laborers, and villagers in their territory totaled 311 people. With the efforts of so many staff members, various buildings in the territory were being built at a rapid speed. Every time Chao Xing came back, he could see changes in his territory and felt very relieved. As the 200 people returned to the territory, Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, was the first to greet them. Dear Lord, welcome back. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Did anything happen in the territory today? Chao Yi reported, 2 things. The first thing is that the walls of our territory have all been upgraded to intermediate frost walls. Do you think they need further upgrades? Hearing this, Chaoxing looked around and found that all the walls around the territory had turned frost white, which looked full of a cold atmosphere. Yes, you are very efficient. The dragon shop happened to have the blueprints for the advanced city wall. So, Chaoxing opened the shop directly. Do you want to consume 500,000 ice dragon marks to exchange for the advanced frost city wall construction blueprints? Although the price is high, but considering Chaoxing's current reserve of more than 5 million ice dragon marks, it is nothing at all. He clicked the exchange button directly. Exchange successful, ice dragon mark -500,000. Then, he looked at the properties of the blueprint. Advanced frost wall construction blueprint. Blueprint effect. Can upgrade the intermediate frost wall to the advanced frost wall. Armor, 600. Durability, 30,000. Additional effect. Advanced frost aura. Gives friendly units within 50 meters of the wall an additional 150 points of armor. And reduces the damage to the wall by 20%. Area. 10 meters long * 8 meters high * 2 meters wide. Materials required for upgrade. Intermediate frost wall *1. Stone * 500. Glacier shard * 300, iron * 50, dragon rock or * 10. Time required for upgrade, 18:24. Not bad. The armor and durability of the advanced wall have been more than doubled. With the addition of a high-level halo, the defense is still very strong. Similarly, the materials required are several times more than those for the intermediate city wall. And this time, we need golden materials such as Longyan ore. Chaoxing took a glance and found that there were more than 8,000 Longyan ore in his backpack, which was more than enough to upgrade the more than 600 city walls. So, he clapped his hands and directly clicked on learning. Then he ordered Chao Yi, "You will start upgrading the intermediate city wall to the advanced level tomorrow. It takes 18 hours to build a wall. This is a big project. You can take your time." Hearing Chaoxing's instructions, the old man's face was touched again. "Lord, you are as considerate of your subordinates as always. I will convey your will." Chaoxing smiled. "Now let's start reporting the second thing. The second thing is that several wanderers visited the territory today. They call themselves down-and-out nobles with rich business experience. Seeing that our territory is developing well, you want to join our territory, so I asked them to wait for you in the tavern first." Chaoxing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. A downtrodden noble? It should be that the recruitment function of the tavern has taken effect. And he has rich business experience. Could he be a business talent? He was interested. After all, his territory really needs some talents in related fields. "I know, I go see these people later." After saying that, Chaoxing glanced at the people who were still working, and asked, "Why haven't you let them rest yet?" The old man Chao Yi replied somewhat awkwardly, "These villagers from Grapevine Village said that today was their first day working in the territory, and they wanted to perform well. I asked them to go back and rest, but they all refused." Chaoxing smiled. Then he shouted directly, "All staff, stop your work and go to the cafeteria to eat." The voice spread throughout the territory. The staff looked at each other, then put down the props in their hands and walked towards the cafeteria area. No one here would disobey Chaoxing's orders. Then, Chaoxing turned to look at the fighters on the field and praised, "Your performance today is very good. Now, I will let the fighters who have reached the 3rd level to break through." There are indeed many 3rd-level fighters in Chaoxing territory, such as those Earth Magicians, and some of the Nightmare Court archers who failed to break through last time. After that, he directly opened the dragon shop, spent 3 million ice dragon marks, and exchanged 60 high-level power hearts in it. Then he said directly, "Tyron." The old magician walked over respectfully. Chaoxing took out all the power hearts, and then said, "Let those magician apprentices come to receive them, and then start to break through. If you fail, just use the second one. And the nightmare archers who failed to break through last time, come here and claim it. Today, I will let you all break through to the 4th level." After hearing this, the apprentice mages and the nightmare archers on the field suddenly showed a look of emotion in their eyes. They all supported their left shoulders with their right hands, then bent down slightly, and said, "Thank you for your gift, generous lord. Because of your generous gift, Tyron Rock Speaker loyalty has been increased, current loyalty, 95. Because of your generous gift, Patty loyalty has been increased, current loyalty, 87. Because of you, everyone started to break through. A total of 58 high-level power hearts were consumed. And these mage apprentices and the remaining nightmare archers all broke through to the 4th level. Chao Xing was also very pleased. In this way, there would be no combatants below the 4th level in his territory, including those dragon blood fighters, Ascalon warriors. They were all about to reach the maximum level of the 4th level, and could transform to the 5th level. However, those warrior professions were easier to deal with. After all, they had the God Warrior altar to break through directly. As for non-warrior professions, a large amount of expert-level strength hearts is needed. Shaking his head, he would consider these later. Chao Xing announced, "Okay. You all go away. And go and rest." Nearly 200 combatants all dispersed. At the same time, the Wild Boar Warrior Lab, holding a pair of black double swords, came towards them. He reported respectfully, "Lord, according to your instructions, we have brought back all the bodies of the goblins. And the polar captives are there too." After saying that, he pointed to a corner next to the square. There were indeed many figures standing there. There was also a large pile of corpses on the ground. And the group of newly joined polar people, they still had some frightened looks on their faces. But after staying in this territory for a long time, they were also infected by the working atmosphere here, and the fear in their hearts had long disappeared. Especially when they saw the scene of those polar people, each of them strong and healthy, carrying stones and walking briskly, they were even more shocked. The polar people in this territory are obviously much stronger than other polar people. In other words, they have power beyond ordinary people. This is something that can subvert their 3 views. It is generally recognized in this world that polar people cannot have power. However, in this territory, everything seems to be commonplace. So, while waiting, they are very curious about what kind of person the Lord here is. And at this moment, they finally saw him. Chao Xing smiled faintly, and then said, "Well, as you can see, your original territory has been destroyed by the goblins. Are you willing to join my territory now, and contribute your strength?" One of the polar people asked tentatively, "My dear Lord, after joining your territory, can we humble polar people also have power like other polar people?" Chao Xing nodded. "As long as you make contributions. Of course you can." Hearing this, all the polar people said respectfully, "We are willing to contribute to this sacred territory. It is our honor." Recruitment successful. Polar people, Samantha Brown Fitch, joined your territory. Territory population plus 18. These polar people are good at work, and their efficiency is much higher than those villagers. 18 people were added at once, and the mood became more cheerful. What surprised Chao Xing was that there were actually female polar people among them. Of course, their body shape is the same as that of male polar people. Short, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. "Chao Yi, take these polar people to Duan." The leader Chao Yi said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Then, these polar people followed the old man to the center of the territory. After doing this, Chao Xing called Zierda over again. "Zierda, hatch all these corpses." The blood spider queen bowed slightly. "As you wish, my lord." Chao Xing could feel that Hilda's attitude towards him was changing day by day. It was the kind of change that made her completely put down her status and pledge her loyalty to him. After she finished speaking, the blood spider queen gracefully extended her right hand, and a ball of red blood gathered, and then quickly fell on the bodies of the goblins. Their stomachs swelled rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then burst open with a puff. In the blink of an eye, a large number of blood spiders emerged from them. After these blood spiders appeared, they began to quickly gnaw at the corpses under them. Soon, more than 200 corpses disappeared without a trace. Chao Xing calculated that these more than 200 corpses hatched about 1,000 blood spiders, which was quite good. After a wave of explosions, the damage was off the charts. In addition, it could instantly stack up 100 layers of blood poison, which was quite powerful. "Okay, Zierda, let these blood spiders find a place to stay, and you can go back and rest. As you command, my lord." After saying that, she turned around gracefully and walked towards her residence. Behind her, there were densely packed red spiders crawling on the ground. After a while, Chao Xing was the only one left here. He thought to himself, now, it's time to digest the rewards from the day. He had 99,000 points, and exchanging them all for recruitment scrolls, which would greatly improve the strength of the territory. However, Chao Xing was a little confused about which type of troops to exchange first. At present, he needs many types of soldiers. One is a wind mage, The other is a Silver Hand Knight. Needless to say, the former. He has a Gennady Mage Manual, Orange, in his hand, which records many powerful wind skills, which is very helpful for his territory. Chaoxing is now in urgent need of a wind mage with good talent to study this manual. As for the other Silver Hand Knight, naturally, he is preparing for the Griffin Knights later. In addition, there are Earth Mage, Star Country Swordsman, Boar Warrior, Ascalon Warrior, Centaur, etc. These are the most urgently needed arms. Earth Mage and Star Country Swordsman can form a 100-man bond effect. As for the other 3 intermediate arms, although the bond has been formed, but from the last White Walker army, Chaoxing saw it. In addition to the 100-man bond, when it reaches the 1,000-man bond, the 10,000-man bond will activate a more powerful effect. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing shook his head. Forget it. We have to walk one step at a time and eat one bite at a time. Although these arms are relatively important, I can redeem them all with my points acquisition speed. So, for now, I'd better redeem the Star Country Swordsman first and put together a 100-man legion. So, Chaoxing opened the points store and clicked on the Advanced Arms Redemption interface. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume points? 99,000. And redeem the 3rd level Star Country Swordsman recruitment scroll * 99? Yes. In an instant, Chaoxing points were all used up, leaving only the last 300 points. In his backpack, more than 90 scrolls appeared out of thin air. Of course, the points on the leaderboard will not decrease, because the points are accumulated. Chaoxing first called Xiao out. The swordsman said respectfully, Lord, please give me your orders. Chaoxing nodded slightly. I am going to recruit a group of new swordsmen from the Star Country, and you will lead them in the future. Swordsman Xiao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but he didn't say much. As you command, Lord. After Chaoxing finished his instructions, he took out all the scrolls in his backpack, and then clicked on the summon. Do you want to use the Star Country Swordsman recruitment scroll * 99? Please note, this type of troop is a high-level troop, and it requires 3 territory population. Chaoxing was stunned. Does this type of high-level troop also require more population? It didn't matter to him. Anyway, his level 8 Lord Mansion still had 1,500 people, which was very sufficient. At the same time, I was looking forward to the properties of this advanced soldier. The next moment, all the scrolls disappeared. In front of me, there were 99 more hexagram arrays. These hexagram arrays were much smaller than when Xiao was summoned. However, the scene was equally amazing. In the sky, a dense rain of swords fell. Clang! Clang! These extremely sharp swords penetrated deeply into the ground. A deep voice sounded. The glory of martial arts passed away like a meteor, and the sword in my hand was silent in the wind. We stood up. We raised our swords and fought. The wind is still blowing, and the sword is still silent, even though the years pass. Time changes. The fire in my heart has never been extinguished. Chapter 378 The Swordsman Corps, and the nobles who came to the door. When the light faded, the long swords disappeared with it. 99 swordsmen, all wearing uniform azure light armor, with a cloak tied around their necks, and long swords on their waists, appeared in front of Chaoxing. Swordsman of the Star Country, Ling Han Feng. Reporting to you. Chaoxing was happy in his heart. The names of these swordsmen were quite interesting, all with one word, and quite easy to remember. He took a step forward, and then solemnly said, Welcome, swordsmen from the Star Country. I am the lord of this territory. Let's pick up our weapons again and fight with swords. On the field, the swordsmen all looked at Chaoxing, with admiration in their eyes. One of the Star Country swordsmen said, Our new lord. You have great power. I can feel that the magic power in your body is as deep and vast as an iceberg. This must be a territory full of martial arts. Chaoxing smiled. In our territory, there are indeed many strong people. Then from now on, you will all be under Xiao command. At the same time, Xiao, holding the Divine Shadow sword, stepped forward. After seeing Xiao's appearance and the strong aura on him, all the swordsmen were shocked. They seemed to have not expected to see another swordsman from the Star Country here, and a powerful one at that. They immediately said respectfully, Meet the great swordsman. In their Star Country, there are unique titles of different levels. People like Xiao, who have the strength of a 5th level leader, are called great swordsmen. If he breaks through to the 6th level, he will be a great swordsman. Xiao waved his hand. No need to salute me. Just follow the orders of the Lord. From now on, I will lead you to fight together. The swordsmen looked at each other and said respectfully, yes. I will defend this territory with the sword in my hand. Chao Xing also took a look at the skills of these swordsmen. Star Country Swordsman, Feng. Race, Human. Level 27, Level 3 Ordinary Creature. Health, 15744/15744, blessed by the Pale Tree. Attack Power, 744 to 758. Armor, 211 to 226. Attributes, Strength 235. Agility 273. Spirit 214. Constitution 244. Skills, Intermediate Swordsmanship Mastery. Eagle Fall / Note, Eagle Fall will reduce the armor of the enemy hit by agility *0.3. This state can be stacked up to 3 times. Legion Skill. Star Country Sword Formation. All Star Country swordsmen throw out their weapons, suspend in different positions in the air, forming a large sword formation with a maximum diameter of 500 meters, reducing the movement speed of all enemies in the sword formation by 50%. Then the strongest swordsman in the Legion jumps into the air, holds the weapon, and performs 100 consecutive super high-speed slashes on the enemies in the sword formation. The damage coefficient fluctuates depending on the attack power of each weapon. Cooling time, 1 hour. Note, this skill must be completed by 100 swordsmen at the same time, among which a swordsman of the lowest leader level is required to complete the super high-speed slashing action. The more swordsmen participate, the more slashes will be made, up to 500 people. Note 2. During the release of the sword formation, the other swordsman cannot act. After the slashing action is completed, the swordsman leader will fall into a short-term weak state due to the consumption of a lot of physical strength. Talent, none. Bond, Star Country Swordsman, 100 people have been activated. Satisfaction, 62. Loyalty, 67. Oh my god, 100 super high-speed slashes, so outrageous? Chao Xing was instantly surprised. This was the skill with the highest damage he had ever seen. Although due to space reasons, each slash would only cover the enemies in a line. So not all the enemies in the line would be damaged 100 times. But if it was against a large boss, like the Zhuama Beast, it would be different. The damage of these 100 slashes was real. Chao Xing explained, it really deserves to be a high-level soldier. The skills of this legion are so terrifying. It can be said that, if any legion can gather a squadron of 100 Star Country swordsmen, when dealing with the Zhuama Beast, the damage will increase greatly, and it may even be the first place. Of course, it is not that easy to be the first place. The system also noted that, in addition to 99 ordinary Star Country swordsmen, a leader-level swordsman is also needed to complete the slashing action. This has stumped many people. At present, it is estimated that only Chao Xing has this condition. Chao Xing praised, the attributes of these swordsmen are really good. However, it is also a big problem to add single target buff to all these more than 90 newcomers. It a pity. It would be great if there was an item that can turn a single target skill into a group target one, or something that can reduce the cooldown time of a single target buff. But it is obvious that such a thing must be extremely precious. At least he has never seen it so far. Shaking his head, Chao Xing said, Xiao, take them to familiarize themselves with the territory first. Then let go to the training ground and get to know each other better. Yes, sir. After saying that, the swordsman led the newly formed Star Country Swordsman Corps and left here. Chao Xing was the only one left here again. He wanted to go to the tavern to see the few downtrodden nobles that Chao Yi mentioned. But what surprised him was that the centaurs he sent out had not returned yet. Are there so many monsters in that cave? You haven't finished fighting them in a day? So, he pressed the communication device on his ear and asked, Kandar, did anything happen to you? Zizi. Zizi. After a while, Kandar's rough voice sounded. My lord, nothing happened to us. We just got lost in the cave. He looked a little embarrassed. Chao Xing was stunned. Lost? Yes. Kandar said frustratedly. We underestimated the complexity of the passages in this cave. After entering one of the passages, we circled around inside for a few times, and then we were completely lost. Chao Xing frowned slightly. Do you need me to bring people here? No need. Kandar said hurriedly. Saint Haradi is drawing a map. We decided to repair in the passage tonight and continue exploring tomorrow. However, it may take 3 or 4 days to explore the entire cave passage. Harati next to him also replied, "Don't worry, Lord. I will leave the centaurs out." Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay. Then you can do it. Remember to contact me if you have any questions." "Understood, strong lord." Both parties hung up the call. Then, Chao Xing went straight to the tavern area of the territory. Pushing open the wooden door of the tavern, a spacious hall suddenly appeared in front of him. The inside was filled with a faint aroma of wine, and the wooden tables and chairs were arranged in a staggered manner. Some ancient paintings and weapon decorations were hung on the walls, and a few dim oil lamps were hung on the ceiling, and the flames flickered. In addition, the stove was burning with a crackling sound. Chao Xing exclaimed, "You know what? My tavern now has that kind of atmosphere." At one of the tables in the hall, there were a few strangers in luxurious long clothes. Their clothes had all kinds of exquisite decorations. After seeing Chao Xing come in, the bartender Lockie took the lead and said, "Respected lord of the territory, good night." Hearing Lockie's voice, the few downtrodden nobles seemed to react, and they immediately stood up from their chairs. When they saw Chao Xing's face, the four people's eyes suddenly lit up. One of them, a young man in his early 20s wearing a tall round hat, said, "Oh, Lord, you are finally back. Do you know? We have been waiting for you here for a day." Next to him, another middle-aged man interrupted him. "Jasper, what are you talking about? This is the lord of this sacred and prosperous territory. His affairs must be very busy. It's our honor to be able to take the time to meet us poor guys." The young man seemed to have reacted and slapped his head. "You're right, Uncle Wayne. Look at my mouth." The two men sang in unison. A faint smile appeared on Chao Xing's face. Then he looked at them carefully. There were 4 people here, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men were all wearing dark yellow clothes with various exquisite patterns on them. But the decorations on these clothes have also lost their former luster due to the weathering. The gold thread patterns on the cuffs and collar have been worn. Some of the silk threads have loosened, and there are even several holes on the back and hem. The other woman, who is about 30 years old, is wearing a blue dress. The fabric of the dress also looks like tulle, but now it is full of wrinkles and stains. Facing Chao Xing's scrutinizing eyes, the faces of the 4 people seem a little embarrassed. After all, his power is getting stronger and stronger, and a look can frighten these ordinary people. "I heard that you are impoverished nobles. Which country are you from?" The middle-aged man said, "Yes, your honorable lord. We are from the distant kingdom of Esphus. I used to be a viscount. This is my wife Maggie, and my 2 nephews Jasper and Cammy." In his tone, there was unconcealed pride. "But soon," he said with a depressed look, "but for some reason, our kingdom fell into decline, and the whole country declared bankruptcy. The former noble status could not bring us convenience, and it also caused trouble. So we sold all our property and began to wander around the surrounding countries." Chao Xing listened, nodded slightly. Then he continued to ask, "Then you came to my territory. Do you want to join or do something?" The middle-aged man, who claimed that he was once a viscount, immediately replied, "This respected lord, we accidentally passed by here and saw your territory from a distance. We are amazed at the size and prosperity of this territory. It has great development prospects. In the future." Chao Xing waved his hand and interrupted, "Let's get down to business." The middle-aged man sensed Chao Xing's impatience and said with a sneer, "It like this. We are not ready to join your territory at the moment. We would rather cooperate with you." "Cooperation? How do you want to cooperate? We have been in this country for a while, and have conducted in-depth understanding and investigation. We found that the business here is very prosperous, but there are few investment institutions like some. For us, this is an undeveloped blue ocean. Just give us enough funds, plus our business acumen. We will soon be able to leverage the entire kingdom business system." Listening to his impassioned speech, Chao Xing showed an interested look on his face. "Oh, what do you need me to do?" The middle-aged man said solemnly, "We want to borrow some money from you, and then invest in a nearby city. With our brains, I am confident that within a year, we can double our assets, and the borrowed money will be repaid twice as much." Chao Xing showed an interested look on his face. "Within 1 year, I will pay you back double." "Yes, sir. We can sign a document, you can rest assured." "How much startup capital do you need?" Chao Xing continued to ask. The other party hesitated for a moment, then reported a number. 15 million kronor, what do you think?" Chao Xing narrowed his eyes, and fell into hesitation. And the four people on the opposite side did not urge him, and waited silently. After a moment, Chao Xing seemed to have made a decision. Okay. I promise you. Hearing this, the four people faces suddenly showed ecstasy. They looked at each other, as if they didn't expect it to be so smooth. Great. Lord. Please believe me. You won't regret your decision today. One day soon, you will get our generous reward. The middle-aged man who called himself Viscount spoke generously. His face flushed, and he seemed very excited. Chao Xing smiled faintly. Really? I'm looking forward to that day too. At this time, the woman in a light blue dress, with a curvy figure and a mature face, suddenly said, Lord, when can you give us the crowns? Hearing this question, the others looked at Chao Xing expectantly. He continued to smile and said, Wait a minute. 15 million crowns is not a small amount. I have someone move it over. The middle-aged man immediately said politely, Then I have to trouble you. Lord, your generosity and decisiveness are admirable. When the woman next to him looked at Chao Xing, her face also revealed admiration, and she also secretly cast a wink at him. Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and said directly, Bring a few people over. After hearing the order, the action was launched outside. Soon, a dozen Ascalon soldiers came into the tavern. However, they did not bring Crone, but surrounded the four people. The four people in front of them looked at the soldiers with confusion, and then asked, My lord, what are you going to do? Chao Xing still had a faint smile on his face. He gave the order directly, tie them all up. Hearing this, the four people on the field suddenly changed their expressions. The middle-aged man said anxiously, Lord, what is the meaning of this move? The mature woman next to him was no longer as charming as before, and hurriedly said, Yes. Do you want to kidnap us? I warn you, we still have companions in Malign City. If you want to kidnap us, he will definitely publicize this matter and let everyone know that. Your territory will attack innocent people. At that time, there will be no newcomers coming to your territory. Chao Xing still had a faint smile on his face, completely ignoring their threats. The Ascalon soldiers surrounded the four people and pressed on step by step. The four people were no longer calm as before, and their expressions became more and more panicked. They wanted to escape, but they felt the terrifying aura of these Ascalon warriors, and there was no chance of escape. The soldiers directly held the four people down and began to tie them up. They struggled frantically, uttering some threatening words. Damn it! Why do you do this to us? Uncle Wayne, I told you that these lords of other worlds cannot be trusted. Right? They are just a bunch of lunatics with no bottom line. These damn guys, I will make his territory pay the price. Until the four people hands and feet were all tied up. The mature-looking woman was pressed to the ground. Her collar was wide open, and her full chest pressed against the ground. Looking at Chao Xing with hatred. You will regret it. Earl Winster of Malign City is my good friend. He will lead the city guards and the knights to flatten your territory. Chao Xing chuckled. Okay, stop pretending. I know you are not some fallen nobles. Your real names are Mark, Goodman, Depsy, Una, right? Hearing this, the four people underground, their expressions suddenly froze. Then, everyone showed a look of fear on their faces. The middle-aged man asked in disbelief, How did you know? Chao Xing chuckled and said, Not only do I know your names, I also know that you are professional scammers. You often cheat nobles and some ordinary people. And recently you have come to us, the lords of the other world. Earl Winster of Malign City is offering a reward for you. And the reward for each person is as high as 500,000 crowns. Right? Every time Chao Xing said a word, the four people below turned pale. They also knew that they had been completely seen through by this young man. How is it possible? We bought the camouflage potion from the swamp witch. How could you see through it? Chao Xing smiled. You still want to cheat me. You have the camouflage potion. But I have the eye of true vision. At this moment, after being exposed by Chao Xing, the four people seemed to have admitted defeat, and they all collapsed. The middle-aged man on the ground raised his head and asked, What are you going to do with us? Chao Xing smiled and said, You are carrying a 2 million bounty. Of course I will tie you up, and then go to Malign City to claim the bounty. He himself did not expect that there would be a liar who would deceive him and come to his door. Isn't this like bringing sheep into the butcher house and delivering vegetables to the door? Hearing this, the four people's faces suddenly showed horror. They knew clearly that according to what they had done before, what kind of treatment they would suffer after falling into the hands of the Count. Killing them is a light punishment. The middle-aged man said anxiously, Lord, you can't hand us over to the Earl. I think we can talk. If you are willing to let us go, we are willing to pay you 2 million crowns as compensation, which is the same price as the Earl reward. You don't need to go to Malign City at all to deal with the difficult Earl Winston. Do you think it okay? Chao Xing thought for a moment and shook his head. No, your companion just threatened me, saying that he would make my territory restless. I am a timid person, and I am most afraid of threats. Hearing this, the other three looked at the woman with a complaining look. The woman was tied to the ground at this time, and she also looked depressed. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said again, How about this? We are willing to pay 3 million kronor to compensate my companion for his rudeness. This is much higher than the reward you received. Hearing this, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. These swindlers are surprisingly rich. However, considering that they may have swindled many people before, it is normal. Chao Xing asked, Can you give it to me now? The middle-aged man immediately replied, Yes. Now! The moment he finished speaking, he realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and his face changed drastically. But Chao Xing laughed. He gave an order directly. Search them and find out everything for me. After hearing this, the soldiers immediately took action. More than a dozen hands began to grope the 3 men and 1 woman. Let me go! Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Damn it! I'm Una. What right do you soldiers have to touch my body? The woman wanted to struggle, but was slapped by one of the soldiers, and she immediately surrendered. Items were searched out of them one by one. Belts, books, small purses. They were all worthless things. As Chao Xing's order was to search out everything, the soldiers reached into the dress of the mature woman without hesitation and began to tear off the items one by one. Exquisite lace underwear, small panties, and perfume, etc. The woman looked at the soldiers with humiliation, her eyes burning with anger and shame. She stared at the soldiers, as if she wanted to cut them into pieces with her eyes. However, the soldiers looked calm, because to them, they were just carrying out the Lord mission. At this moment, a soldier suddenly found a leather backpack under her skirt. The moment they saw the backpack, not only the woman, but also the other 3 people expressions changed drastically. No! That my backpack. Damn it. Una, take it back. The woman immediately struggled to get up and tried to catch the soldier. However, the soldier kicked him away, then respectfully came to Chao Xing and handed him the backpack. Chao Xing took it. Obtained, Ice Feather Snow Owl Backpack Purple. His eyes lit up instantly. As he thought, these guys had space backpacks, and it was a purple backpack with 80 slots. He opened the backpack and took a look. When he saw that it was full of kronor, his smile became even bigger. Not bad. Not bad, there are so many good things. Chao Xing's face was full of praise. After their backpacks were snatched away, the 4 people on the ground suddenly looked ashen. As if they had suffered a serious blow, they collapsed on the ground. The middle-aged man held on to the last bit of luck and tentatively asked, Lord, you have taken all our assets, can you let us leave now? After hearing this, Chao Xing laughed again. I will let you go, but not now. Take them to the dungeon and lock them up with the other prisoners. He never said that he would let them go. It just so happened that he was going to take some time to go to Malign City recently to exchange the money in his backpack for the store bills. He would also hand these 4 people over to the Earl to collect the reward. It can be said that he made money on both ends. Chapter 379 The Thoughts of the Queen of the Fallen Country. The Secrets of the Wizard. Under the unwilling eyes of the 4 swindlers, they were carried by the soldiers and left the tavern. Soon, the tavern became quiet. Next, it time to count the harvest in the backpack, because the backpacks of these natives do not have the function of stacking. So Chao Xing needs to take out the things inside first and sort them out. He was also unceremonious and transferred all the things inside to his backpack. Obtained, crown asterisk 3.72 million. Obtained, dry food asterisk 1742. Obtained book, the art of language. Obtained book, self-cultivation of an actor. Obtained, swamp witch pounding stick gold. Obtained, swamp witch frog potion recipe gold. Obtained, noble clothing asterisk 4. Obtained, king crown of Esphus purple. Obtained, king crown of Esphus gold. Haha, there are more than 3 million crowns and 3 golden props. Chao Xing was delighted. Among them, the most special ones were the pestle and the potion formula. The next moment, a pitch-black stick emitting a strange glow appeared in Chaoxing's hand. It had a strong herbal and foul smell. It looked like this stick had crushed the flesh and herbs of many poor ghosts. He looked at the properties. Swamp Witch Pounding Stick Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment level, Level 40. Equipment type, Special. Attack power, 0 to 1. Additional special effects. 1. Potion amplification. When refining a potion, increase the success rate by 20%. Additional special effects. 2. Evil degeneration. Release the evil power contained in the pounding stick. Make the enemy creatures within the 10 by 10 meter range in front degenerate 1 potential. Commander degenerates leader. Leader degenerates leader. And so on. Can be effective for creatures within level 60 at most. Last 20 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Note, if the enemy creature potential is ordinary, then reduce its attributes by 20%. Equipment introduction. It was once a tool used by the Swamp Witch to brew dark magic potions, made of twisted black wood and magic crystals that flicker with strange light. Oh! This second special effect, Evil Degeneration, is quite interesting. Chaoxing said happily. Especially when used against those commander-level creatures, the effect is outstanding, and their new skills can be directly abolished. Of course, it's just that the duration is a bit short. But anyway, this is also a prop that can play a role at a critical moment. Put the stick into the backpack. Another recipe appeared in his hand. Swamp Witch Frog Potion Recipe Gold. Quality, Rare. Potion effect. Throw potion at the enemy, and turn it into an invulnerable frog after hitting. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Note, the potion effect can only be effective against enemies within level 80, and will be affected by abnormal resistance. Materials required for refining: Advanced Alchemy Workshop, Advanced Poison Mastery, Glass Bottle, Swamp Toad, Dark Moss. Turning into a frog, this effect is a bit disgusting. But if you want to use it against the enemy, the more disgusting it is, the better. Sabina happens to be proficient in advanced poisons, so she can use this potion recipe to make it. Chaoxing thought happily. Of course, to make this potion, you need 2 strange materials: swamp toads and dark moss. You can only find ways to get these things in the market. In addition, there are more than these 2 props in the backpacks of these swindlers. The next moment, Chaoxing took out a gorgeous crown and a golden crown. The main color of this crown is deep and luxurious purple, and the edges of the robe are embroidered with exquisite and complex patterns with golden silk threads. The collar is high and inlaid with dazzling gems, and the shoulders are broad and straight, decorated with gorgeous golden shoulder armor. This crown looks full of majesty and a mysterious temperament. As for the other crown, it is made of pure gold. The texture of gold is delicate and heavy, and every line is carefully carved, smooth and elegant. After taking a look at the attributes, Chaoxing exclaimed, although the set of crowns has no attributes, it can add 30 points of charm. The other crowns also add 50 points of charm. It seems that these are real goods. These things are very valuable, and there will definitely be many nobles and royal families willing to pay high prices for them. The backpacks of these 4 scammers have a good harvest. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the messy tables and chairs in the tavern and ordered, Lachi, clean up here. I'm leaving first. Laki, who was only 15 years old, replied respectfully, Please rest assured, respected lord, I will clean up this place. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and walked out of the tavern with a happy mood. Not bad. I didn't expect that there would be a liar who would take the initiative to send me money. Now, let go and see what happened to the 4 griffins caught during the day. Then, he went straight to the 4th ring area of the territory. There were several huge iron cages there, and the 4 Gale griffins were naturally imprisoned in them. Next to them, there were several imperial soldiers in armor guarding there. Read from afar. The angry roars of the Gale griffins could be heard. They rammed the iron cages frantically, making a series of dull noises. However, these griffin cages were carefully made by Harold, with a large amount of mithril and eternal gold added inside. Needless to say, the hardness was enough to trap these powerful monsters. Chaoxing walked over. When the imperial soldiers on guard saw him, they immediately bowed and saluted. Dear lord, I wish you good health. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and then asked, How are these griffins? One of the imperial soldiers reported, They are still as hot-tempered as when they were first captured. They haven't eaten anything all day, and they keep hitting the iron cages. Their heads are bleeding. Chao took a look and found that these griffins were indeed covered with various scars. And blood was flowing out, staining their originally gorgeous feathers red. Griffins are proud creatures, and it is very difficult to tame them. Even the expert animal trainers in the kingdom need to spend a lot of energy and time to tame a griffin. And there are no such talents as animal trainers in Chao territory. It seems that we can only think of other ways to make these griffins surrender. At this time, the door of the blacksmith shop next to us creaked open. Two skinny little guys, dragging a huge bundle of iron chains on the ground, walked out laboriously. Their little faces were flushed, and their foreheads were covered with fine beads of sweat. The chains were very heavy, obviously beyond their strength, but the two little guys still dragged them hard. At the same time, Harold appeared behind them. Little guys, to become a blacksmith, you need not only perseverance, but also a strong body. You are too thin, hold on. His voice was steady and powerful, sounding like a reprimand, but actually encouraging them. After hearing this, Sailor and Bodhi immediately exerted all their strength, and dragged the two bundles of chains even harder. Chao asked in confusion, Harold, what are you doing? The dwarf blacksmith immediately laughed and said, Lord, although these griffin cages are strong enough, they are not very stable. I think these griffins will not surrender in a short time. So I made a few iron chains to fix the iron cages. Chao nodded, and looked at Sailor and Bodhi again. The dwarf blacksmith seemed to know what he was thinking, and continued, don't worry, Lord. I took 2 eggs from light-feathered chickens today to strengthen their physique. These 2 little guys are too weak. The main goal in the near future is to let them exercise. The 2 little guys next to him gritted their teeth and replied, Respected Lord, we can definitely hold on. While they were talking, they had dragged the iron chain to the side of the griffin cage, and began to prepare to fix it. Chao nodded slightly, and did not ask any more questions. After all, this is Harold Apprentice, and he has his own training methods. Harold said at this time, By the way, Lord, you are just in time. Today, in addition to making the griffin cage, I also made the gloves you need. The quality should be good. You can go and have a look. Chao immediately became interested after hearing this. It just so happened that Victoria didn't have a weapon yet. Well done. I go and have a look. So, he went straight into the blacksmith shop, and then came to the storage box area. As soon as he opened it, he immediately saw a pair of carefully made gloves, the surface of which was sewn with saber-toothed tiger leather, and the texture was delicate and clear. The color of the boxing gloves is deep and shiny, exuding an ancient and powerful atmosphere. At the joints, there are also solid metal pieces inlaid, which not only increases the sturdiness of the boxing gloves, but also adds a cool texture to it. This pair of boxing gloves looks good. Chao put it away directly. Obtained, Wild Tiger Roar Boxing Gloves, Gold, took a look at the attributes. Tiger Roaring Gloves, Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment level, Level 40. Attack power, 893 to 956. Additional special effects. 1. Spirit plus 150, Physique plus 150, Skill casting speed plus 20%. Additional special effects. 2. Tiger King power, when launching a melee attack, there is a 100% chance to increase the power by 30%. Additional special effects. 3. Tiger Roaring, when launching a skill, there is a 45% chance to draw out the power contained in the gloves, and emit a deafening roar, making enemies within 20 meters, whose mental power is less than 2,000, fall into a state of shock for 1 to 3 seconds, cooling time, 45 seconds, equipment introduction, made from the most precious piece of leather from the saber-toothed tiger leader. When releasing skills, you can faintly hear the roar of the tiger, and its forger is Expert Blacksmith Harold. Iceberg. This pair of gloves has very strong properties. The second special effect can give Victoria a good melee ability. And the third special effect can even have a control effect. Not bad. With a satisfied look, Chao put it in his backpack. Then he left the blacksmith shop. Next, I will go to Victoria to give her this pair of gloves. By the way, ask about the secret of the wizard. Chao did not forget that there was a powerful wizard chasing the queen. The reason is that Victoria knows the secret of this wizard. Now that he is free, he can go over and ask her. As he was thinking, he had come to the door of Victoria's room. Since becoming a core combatant, Victoria also had corresponding treatment. A small private room. Of course, it was only a level 1 residence, which did not occupy a large area and was also convenient to build. Speaking of which, This was his first time to come to this woman's residence. Victoria usually doesn't talk much. Her face is cold and majestic. The powerful aura she exudes makes other people in the territory not approach her. In this territory, Victoria basically keeps to herself. Chao Xing was inexplicably nervous at this time. Ahem, after coughing twice, Chao Xing encouraged himself. I'm here to talk business, not to steal. Why should I be nervous? After saying that, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the wooden door. Dong! Dong dong. The knocking sounded. After a moment, there was a sound of footsteps from inside. The door slowly opened, and a face with a bit of doubt and a bit of majesty appeared in front of Chao Xing. It was a delicate and cold face, with eyebrows like distant black, eyes like cold stars. Under the high nose bridge, the lips were tightly pursed, revealing an inviolable majesty and a bit of mature charm. She raised her chin slightly, looking at the figure at the door. After seeing the figure at the door, the expression on the face of this cold and beautiful woman eased. She bowed and said, Hello, sir. Chao Xing nodded, then asked, Is it not disturbing you? Victoria shook her head slightly, then, No. Your Excellency came to see me about the secret of the wizard you mentioned last time. Chao Xing didn't say anything more, and went straight to the point. Victoria frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a moment, she seemed to have made a decision. Please come in, sir. After saying that, she turned around and entered the room. Chao Xing followed her. Victoria was dignified and elegant. Even her walking pace was different from other women. It was a kind of nobility engraved in her bones. From Chao Xing's perspective, Victoria's back was visible. Her brown hair fell on her slender back like a waterfall, and her close-fitting plain pajamas wrapped her mature and perfect body. From behind, the slender waist is not even as thin as a hand, but it forms a very striking contrast with the plump and perky buttocks. Under the flickering candlelight, her back is sometimes bright, sometimes hazy. Even, you can see the white and tender skin looming, and the outline of the small underwear seems to be hidden under the pajamas, because the size is too small. It can't cover her round and plump buttocks at all, and even squeezes it into an attractive curve. People's eyes are attracted involuntarily, and their heartbeats speed up unconsciously. Chao Xing thought to himself, such small underwear. Isn't it uncomfortable for her to wear? It seems that I can ask Xia Yani to make a larger size later. Well, just according to her size. Victoria's room is decorated very simply. A big bed, covered with a thick quilt. Next to it are two quaint wooden tables and chairs. A pot of hot water is boiling on the stove, making a gurgling sound, adding a breath of life to this quiet room. She leaned slightly and said softly, Sit down. As if she had thought of something, Victoria quickly changed her words and said, Sir, please sit down. Her tone was respectful and a little uncomfortable. Chao Xing smiled and didn't care. He sat down directly. Victoria sat dignifiedly opposite him. This woman sat in a very standard posture. She held her head high. Her legs were just right, and her hands were folded on her plump thighs. Under the flickering of the fire, her eyes still carried a deep tranquility. The elegance and dignity in her bones still exuded a unique charm. Then, she opened her red lips slightly, and then said, This wizard, called Adrian, I don't know much about his strength, but at least he is above the 7th level. He may be a hero-level warrior. He once cast a forbidden spell, which directly enveloped the entire royal city. Under the influence of that spell, the strength of all of us has been greatly weakened. Hearing this, a glimmer appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Is it a hero-level warrior? Now, he also knew how powerful a hero-level warrior was. That was enough to destroy a city. Of course, not all heroes were that powerful. As Victoria said, a witchcraft covered the whole city, which was probably at least a commander-level existence. Yes. The queen straightened her back and continued, and I accidentally saw the wizard right hand. There is a special mark on the back of this person right hand. It is the slave mark of the Rennoir kingdom. This mark is very special. Once it is made, it is directly imprinted in the flesh and blood, and cannot be removed at all. Later, I investigated and found that this person's appearance is very similar to that of a prisoner in the Black Reef prison in our Rennoir kingdom. However, more than 20 years ago, there was a riot in the Black Reef prison, and many prisoners inside disappeared without a trace. I suspect that he escaped at that time. Chao Xing was immediately puzzled after hearing this. You mean? This wizard was once a slave of your Rennoir kingdom. He escaped later, and took revenge on your kingdom? Victoria nodded. Probably. Chaoxing's eyes showed a thoughtful light. He asked again, but he wouldn't have chased you for so long just for this secret. Right? The exquisite and cold beauty in front of him spoke again. You were right. He chased me for 2 reasons. First, he is now a wizard of the kingdom of Ostia, with a high status, and no one has ever known that he was once a slave. If this matter were to spread, it would cause a serious blow to his reputation and prestige. Second, I later secretly investigated the files of this person, and found that he was imprisoned because he was discovered studying black magic. Black magic is an extremely evil and harmful force. The entire Western continent does not allow evil forces to appear. Once someone is found to be using this power, a large number of strong men will take action to encircle and suppress him. I suspect that the reason why this wizard can have heroic power in a short period of time is that he has learned black magic. Victoria spoke word by word. Chaoxing's eyes once again showed a thoughtful look. Then why don't you spread the news that this wizard has learned black magic and let other strong men deal with him? Victoria's bright mouth showed a bitter smile. Because his study of black magic is just my inference, and there is no definite evidence. Adrian is already a high-ranking official in the kingdom of Ostia, and he is also a hero-level warrior. Without clear evidence, who would risk offending an entire kingdom and attack him? Besides, the king probably knew in his heart that Adrian had borrowed the power of black magic. But for the sake of the country's status and reputation, he chose to protect the wizard. Chaoxing nodded. No wonder. The wizard wanted to hunt down Victoria. As long as she is killed, the entire Renoir kingdom will be destroyed, and no one will know that he was once a slave. Moreover, no one can accuse him of learning black magic. Although Victoria is the queen, she is only at the 5th level, facing a hero-level strongman. It is already very good to be alive until now. Chaoxing comforted, don't be nervous. Anyway, this wizard hasn't discovered you yet. You have to believe that it won't be long before our territory will have the power to fear no hero. Hearing this, the tension on the face of the cold and beautiful woman in front of him gradually dissipated, and a gentle smile appeared instead. Well, I believe you. You are a lord worth relying on. The last sentence seemed to make her feel a little unnatural. Chaoxing smiled. At the same time, he couldn't help but turn his thoughts to the basement of his territory. The seriously injured dragon speaker. This person is also a hero-level strongman. If she can wake up, then Chaoxing territory will increase in strength. Of course, only when it is absolutely necessary can she take action. After all, the dragon speaker also has enemies. As for who her enemies are, we can only ask them after she wakes up. Shaking his head, emptying his mind. Then he took out the boxing gloves from his backpack and placed them on the table in front of him. Victoria took them with a puzzled look. This is, Chaoxing said, didn't you say last time that you needed a pair of boxing gloves when you fight? This is for you. Victoria's face showed a trace of surprise, and she froze in place. Chaoxing saw her expression and thought she didn't like it. So he asked, what wrong? When you were the queen, you received too many gifts, and you don't like this pair of gloves? Hearing this, the beauty in front of him shook her head. No, it's not like that. This is the most precious gift I have received in recent years, and I like it very much. Thank you. Thank you for your generous gift. Victoria Santa Cruz loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 95. Chaoxing also smiled. The loyalty of this queen of the fallen country is almost full. Victoria treated the gloves as treasures, holding them in her arms, with a gentle smile on her face. This was the first time Chaoxing saw her so happy. The smile on the queen's face was so charming, making people unable to help but indulge in it. Facing Chaoxing's gaze, Victoria seemed a little unnatural. Her legs were pressed closer together. What wrong? Sir? Victoria couldn't help but ask softly. Chaoxing shook his head. Nothing. I just think that there is a set of clothes that should be suitable for you. Chapter 380 The Goblin King Trump Card. Chaoxing took out the crown of King Esphus he had just obtained from his backpack. There was also a golden crown. The gorgeous clothes were neatly stacked together and placed on the clean table in front of him. Looking at this set of gorgeous clothes, Victoria's eyes showed nostalgia. This kind of crown. I used to wear it on some grand and solemn occasions. At that time, I wore it, as if carrying the glory and responsibility of a country. But now, after the king fall, I actually feel relieved. Chaoxing was slightly startled, and remained silent. At this time, Victoria suddenly asked a little embarrassedly, do you want to see me wearing it? Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and nodded for some reason. The queen nodded slightly, and said softly, "Okay, please wait." After that, she gently lifted the gorgeous clothes on the table, and the dazzling crown. Then, she walked lightly, and walked into a small compartment in the room. Swish, swish. The subtle sound of clothes being taken off echoed continuously. Thinking of the queen's devilishly charming and perfect figure, people were full of expectations. "I'm done," a cold voice sounded. When Victoria walked out, Chao Xing's eyes widened. His eyes were full of surprise. He saw a woman with extraordinary temperament, exuding the aura of a king, standing quietly in front of him. The gorgeous crown on her body was like a flowing scroll, and the golden silk thread was shining brightly under the candlelight. This dress was very close-fitting, perfectly outlining Victoria's graceful figure, with exquisite curves, as if it was made by nature. The gems on the crown were dazzling, like shining stars, exuding a majestic and solemn atmosphere. The slightly raised chin and the firm eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence and calmness. Victoria at this moment, like a goddess from a myth, is breathtakingly beautiful. "Does it look good?" the beautiful woman voice sounded. Chao Xing came back to his senses and replied subconsciously, "It looks good." Victoria's mouth showed a gentle arc, bright and moving. "Speaking of which, I haven't worn this kind of clothes for a long time, but I'm a little uncomfortable. I don't know if it's still as suitable for me now as before." Chao Xing smiled. "No, it suits you very well." When Victoria heard this, her cheeks turned red, and she whispered, if you like, I can wear it for you every day." Her beautiful face showed a shy blush. This was in sharp contrast to her current appearance of exuding a royal aura, noble and cold. It made people want to hold this majestic queen down and love her. At this moment, Chao Xing subconsciously breathed a little faster. Her heartbeat kept speeding up. She could hardly control her inner thoughts. With a loyalty of 95, even if Chao Xing wanted to go one step further, the other party would most likely not resist. Chao Xing stood up and walked quickly to Victoria's side. The queen felt the man approaching, and her breathing stagnated slightly. Then, she saw Chao Xing holding her hand directly. A strong force came, pulling her over, and she couldn't help but throw herself into the other arms. Victoria's face showed a hint of surprise, and a hint of panic. But she did not struggle, but lay quietly in his arms. At this moment, Chao Xing held Victoria, feeling the gorgeous patterns on the crown, and the somewhat tight flesh. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Victoria raised her head slightly, and the golden crown tilted back slightly. From Chao Xing's perspective, he could see her fluttering eyelashes and her light red lips. This cold and beautiful woman, at this moment, was simply gorgeous. Just when Chao Xing wanted to have a kiss on her. And at this moment, the communication device beside his ear made a buzzing sound. Then, a crisp voice sounded. "Lord, a major discovery. A major discovery. Who? You must not know what happened to me." On the other end of the call, there were bursts of rapid breathing. Chao Xing knew who was on the other end, so he said, "Healy, speak slowly." Okay. Today, didn't you ask me to explore the goblin tribe? I found it out. There are not only a lot of goblins in there, but also a big secret." After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. "Oh, a big secret? Where are you now?" Healy replied, "I will return to the territory soon. The group of goblins just found me, but I escaped. These goblins still want to chase me, but they are too slow, and I got rid of them in a short while. I'm almost there." "Lord, where are you?" Hearing this, Chao Xing replied, "I wait for you in the residential area." After saying this, Chao Xing loosened his arms around Victoria's slender waist. "Victoria, I go out first." Victoria's face was also flushed at this moment, and she kept breathing heavily. "Okay, please go and get busy." Chao Xing nodded, but there was some regret in his heart. It seems that the plan to accept this queen can only be postponed to another day. After saying that, he left Victoria's room. At this moment, after Chao Xing left, the majestic queen grasped the corner of her crown with both hands and pursed her lips. She frowned slightly and said softly, "It has been many years since I have felt this kind of heartbeat. Sure enough, even if I have been in a high position for a long time, am I still just a woman?" At the same time, the gate of the territory opened. A short black shadow quickly came in. It turned into a black lightning and rushed directly to Chao Xing. "Lord, The beast-eared girl had an excited look on her face. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Tell me what you found." He didn't feel any emotion because Healy had ruined his good fortune. After all, Chao Xing could still tell which was more important. "Okay." Healy slowly breathed a few times, and then said, "I followed your instructions and went deep into the talus forest, and found a large number of frost goblins there, roughly estimated, at least 7,000 or 8,000. Hearing this number, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. There are so many goblins. No wonder the goblins there are attacking the survivors' territories everywhere. With such a large scale, the talus forest alone can no longer accommodate them. Then what? Heli? Chao Xing continued to ask. The beast-eared girl said respectfully, "Then, I remember your instructions, which is to find out the strength of the goblin king of this tribe. I went deep into the forest and found a large goblin tribe in a valley. The goblin king was in there. However, its condition was a little strange. I don't know what was strange, but it made me feel uncomfortable." Chao Xing thought for a moment and asked, "How strong is this goblin king?" Healy replied, "Only about level 4. So weak." The beast-eared girl nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. Yes. However, although this goblin king is only level 4, it actually gives me a sense of danger. It is sending those goblins to attack our territory everywhere. And I also heard it say that now is the best opportunity. It can make a fortune while other lords are participating in the Zhuama Claw Challenge. Hearing this, Chao Xing himself did not feel strange. But when he thought of the prompt of the last update, his pupils suddenly shrank. You mean, it knows about the Lord system and the Zhuama Claw Challenge? Healy stared with her big green eyes and nodded, yes. At this moment, Chao Xing was shocked. You know, the last system update had a reminder. This Zhuama Claw Challenge is not open to these natives. Even if you want to reveal information, it will be automatically blocked by the system. However, now, the Goblin King clearly knows this. This represents a possibility. That is, this guy is likely to be a survivor lord. After coming to this conclusion, Chao Xing was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that after someone came to this world with him, he would not get a human identity, but a goblin. Even, this person has already sat on the position of the Goblin King. However, thinking of the existence of the Seed of Light and some other adventures in this world, he was relieved. Healy, well done, this discovery is very important. Chao Xing praised. After hearing this, Healy continued, Lord, the Goblin King is not the most important discovery. There is a bigger secret in that tribe. Hearing this, Chao Xing also became interested. Oh, what is the bigger secret? Healy said, the Goblin King originally wanted to continue to send goblins to attack the territories of other lords. And at this moment, a terrifying cry came from deep in the tribe. It seemed that an extremely evil, powerful aura had awakened. Then, the Goblin King said that he was going to feed again, while dragging several women into a dark passage. I secretly followed the Goblin King all the way into the depths of the cave. Then I discovered the secret inside. This Goblin King was actually feeding a soul-devouring worm. Chao Xing's eyes showed a puzzled look. Soul-devouring underworld worm. What is that? Healy explained. Soul-devouring underworld worm is a very evil creature. It is said that this monster comes from the underworld. It is extremely powerful and good at mental attacks. Healy continued, that monster is very strong. A little stronger than the red-robed bishop we met last time, but weaker than the archbishop. It is probably a 7th level creature. It sensed that I was hiding in the dark and let out a terrifying cry. And then my disguise was broken. The Goblin King ordered many goblins to chase me. Then I started to run away. The goblins chased me, and I used the bombs and other things that the Lord gave me to blow them up. Then I escaped. At this point, Healy had a slight sense of pride on her face. She turned her head and said, But Lord, please rest assured, I ran in another direction. Those goblins didn't know that I was sent by you. After hearing this, Chao Xing patted her furry head. Well done, Heli. The animal-eared girl enjoyed Chao Xing's touch and closed her eyes comfortably. Chao Xing was also lost in thought at this time. According to current speculation, this Goblin King has good means. He has been hiding for so long without revealing his identity, and he has accumulated a huge amount of power. The previous few attacks should be testing his strength. In other words, this Goblin King has always wanted to attack his territory. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes turned cold. He had zero tolerance for anyone who wanted to attack his territory. Although Healy was discovered, the Goblin King didn't know who sent Healy, nor did he know that his identity had been exposed. So, I can seize the initiative. In that case, after dawn tomorrow, I will take people to destroy this tribe. Chao Xing had made up his mind. As for the biggest threat to this tribe, the soul-devouring insect, which was said to have the strength of the 7th level, was not a concern. With the current Sarah, she is enough to fight alone and hold him back. At this time, Healy remembered something, and took out a black square box from her backpack, and took out some unused bombs. Lord, here you go. These are the unused bombs. And the props you gave me. Chao Xing took the original cube from her, and encouraged her, okay, you have worked hard today. Go and rest now. After hearing the latter sentence, the beaster girl did not agree immediately. Instead, she stood still, raised her head, and looked at Chao Xing. Lord, have you forgotten what you promised me? What is it? Healy said shyly, you promised me that you would punish me after completing the task. Chao Xing was stunned, and seemed to remember something. But his eyes were strange. He found that this animal-eared girl seemed to have some quirks, and actually asked for punishment on her own initiative. How do you want me to punish you? Healy blushed, and said embarrassedly, I want you to control the magic ring on my neck. Last time, when you controlled the magic ring, I felt difficulty breathing, and felt like I was going to die. But at that time, I felt that I entered a strange state, as if my body did not belong to me, and I merged with the night. Later, I became addicted to this feeling. But I tried several times, but I still couldn't get into the state. So I want the Lord to try it on me a few more times. Chao Xing's expression became even more strange. He could see that this beaster girl had some quirks. He wanted to refuse, but when he thought about it, this was something he had promised himself. So he nodded and said, okay, I punish you a few times. Hearing Chao Xing promise, the beaster girl Healy smiled happily. Great Lord. Then, the two came to Healy's small room. The beaster girl took off the black hood on her head, revealing a waterfall of black hair. The ears on top trembled slightly. Her little hands clenched tightly, and there was an expectant look in her eyes. Lord, please start, I'm ready, she said excitedly. Chao Xing nodded. Then, his mind moved. The magic ring on Healy's neck instantly tightened. At this moment, the cute face of the beaster girl showed a look of pain. Her originally lively eyes were now closed, her brows were furrowed, and her fair face was slightly reddened due to pain. The small canine teeth were exposed, and the mouth was breathing heavily. After 5 seconds, Chao Xing stopped controlling the machine and asked, Is this all right? At this moment, Healy felt relieved and gasped for air. After more than 10 seconds, Healy finally recovered. However, as expected, the uncomfortable expression did not appear. She showed excitement on her face. My lord, it's the feeling just now. In the extreme suffocation, all the senses of my body are maximized, and the night seems to merge with me. Healy is about to fall in love with this feeling. Listening to her description, Chao Xing looked strange. It's good if it succeeds. Then I leave first. However, Healy grabbed Chao Xing's arm. Can you do it again? Please? There was a hint of pleading in her tone. Chao Xing lowered his head, and saw the short beast-eared girl face full of pleading. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Seeing Chao Xing's agreement, Healy stood up happily. Great. Thank you, Lord. At the same time, Chao Xing controlled the spirit contract magic ring again, and the beast-eared girl in front of him quickly showed an uncomfortable expression on her face. This time, it took Chao Xing 5 seconds to get rid of the state, and Healy recovered faster this time. She said excitedly, Lord, it's not enough. Healy wants more excitement. Please extend the time. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then said, Then I give you 20 seconds this time. If you can't hold on, just make hand gestures with me. Healy nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Chao Xing continued to activate the spiritual contract magic ring. As time passed, the expression on her little face became more and more painful, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was as if she had found happiness in the extreme pain. This time, the feeling of suffocation was longer than any previous time. At the 10th second, Healy's hands had already tightly grasped the magic ring on her neck, and she was breathing heavily. That sound seemed to be a moan from the depths of the soul, with a hint of pain, and a hint of charm. Hum. At the 15th second, Healy couldn't help but slightly open her mouth. Ha. Heavy breathing continued. Chao Xing smelled a strange smell. This smell seemed to stimulate the crazy secretion of his hormones. Her little ears began to tremble constantly, and her dark green eyes gradually widened. Looking at Healy's excited eyes, he could be sure that this beast-eared girl must have awakened some strange switch. Lord, Healy wants to do the same as before. Then she rushed forward. Healy said vaguely, Ling Ju Darren, please use the spiritual contract magic ring on me. Half an hour later, Chao Xing walked out of Healy's room. Huh? Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief outside the room. Under the whistling of the cold wind, the fevered brain quickly cooled down. Then he thought, next, I go and see the situation of the dragon speaker. So, Chao Xing quickly came to the secret basement. The basement was shielded by magic, and no breath could be felt from the outside. Once he entered, he could sense the strong magic fluctuations inside. The basement was cleaned very cleanly, and was very bright, without any stuffy feeling. There were 4 small beds in the whole room. They were the dragon speaker and 3 women who took care of her. After seeing Chao Xing coming in, the 3 women stood up at the same time and said respectfully, Lord, good night. Chao Xing nodded slightly. How is this woman? One of the peasant women said, Lord, her condition seems to be more stable. Chao Xing cast his eyes. At this moment, this woman with fair skin and a pair of dragon horns on her forehead lay quietly on the bed. Chapter 381 Legendary Great Snake by Shuang, The Past of the Snake People. The appearance of the dragon speaker was just as it was when I first saw her, giving people a cold and strange feeling. The delicate face seemed to be carved from ice and snow, and the closed eyelids, with mysterious and charming eyeshadow. And Chao Xing also noticed that the wound on the back of her hand had begun to heal. This was good news, because in this way, it meant that her body had an independent consciousness of survival. Next, we just need to continue to inject vitality into it, and then it will gradually recover. Of course, it is hard to say how long it will take to recover. It may wake up in the next 2 days, or it may not wake up in a year or 2. Chao Xing sighed, and came to the dragon speaker ear and said, I don't know how long it will take you to wake up. I don't know where the dragon is gone, and whether it has escaped the pursuers. Dragon speaker, you are my biggest supporter. You must wake up. Hearing this, the sleeping woman's fingers seemed to move. After Chao Xing noticed this, his eyes instantly showed surprise. It seems that this woman is not completely asleep, and she is also trying her best to recover her body. Very good. With her unyielding consciousness, she will wake up soon. Thinking of this, his mood became better. So, he ordered, continue to feed her the secret medicine of life, and the milk from our territory, and continue to feed her. Make sure her injury doesn't get worse. The 3 women said respectfully, don't worry, Lord. We will take good care of this lady. Chao Xing nodded and left the basement. After arriving outside the territory, he happened to see a polar man carrying wood. Go to the machinery factory and help me call the goblin lock. The polar man said respectfully, I am happy to serve you, Lord. After saying that, he carried a bundle of wood and ran forward with his short legs. After a while, a short figure came to Chao Xing quickly. Lord, I heard you were summoning me. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Do you remember what I promised you last time? To help you improve your strength? Last time, this goblin used a high-level blueprint in exchange for the opportunity to become stronger. Chao Xing accepted his blueprint, but he didn't have elite souls at that time. This time, in the Battle of Guilin Lake City, he harvested more than a dozen. Hearing this, the goblin rubbed his dry hands, and said with a wry smile, well, if the resources in the hands of the Lord are relatively scarce, you cannot give them to me for the time being. I can wait a little longer. Hee. Chao Xing glanced at him. Don't worry. Although there are not many resources like this, I will still fulfill my promises. After that, he took out an elite soul from his backpack and threw it to the goblin lock. He subconsciously held it in his hand. After feeling the power contained in the soul, the goblin lock eyes opened instantly. He said with great joy, God of the Crypt, I feel it. This soul can enhance my potential. Great. Locke was so excited that he started dancing on the spot. Chao Xing smiled. Use it, you should know the method. I know, thank you. Lord, Locke will remember your kindness. Due to your generous gift, Lock loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 71. After saying that, he directly slapped the soul into his body. After a while, the aura of this goblin began to grow rapidly. Its breakthrough was very smooth. When the system prompt came, it directly broke through to the elite level. However, since Locke is just an ordinary goblin, he does not have the ability to fight. Even if his potential is improved, he will not activate new skills. But despite this, it is enough to make him excited. Goblin Locke clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Great! Locke has become stronger. Ha! I am a powerful goblin now." Seeing his excitement, Chaoxing also smiled. The next moment, a brighter soul appeared in Chaoxing's hand, which contained an extremely powerful aura. The moment he saw this soul, the goblin Locke could hardly move his eyes away. God of the Crypt. Could this be a tool that can help goblins further improve their potential? There was a look of doubt in his eyes. Chaoxing smiled and nodded. "Locke, do you still want to continue trading with me? Give me the blueprints or other treasures, and I will continue to improve your potential." That right. Chaoxing was eyeing the treasure hidden by this goblin. As a goblin merchant, this guy, in addition to the blueprint of the goblin airship, who knows how many good things he has hidden. At this moment, the goblin Locke was obviously moved. He stared at the bright soul, his eyes fixed on it. Chaoxing struck while the iron was hot. "Locke, this is a good deal. Others just want to trade with me, but they don't have this opportunity yet. If the treasure you give me is precious enough, I can even let you have the ability to fight like those warriors." This sentence completely made him breathe fast. He naturally knew that the improvement of his potential only increased his physical fitness. Only by becoming those professionals can he have the power to fight. After hesitating for a moment, the goblin said in a tangled way, "Lord, Locke really wants to trade with you. But I don't have any treasures with me. Except for the blueprint of the airship, what I can show now is the knowledge in my mind. But I have promised you that as long as you find a higher level energy core, I can help you upgrade the Earth Dragon mech to the master level. This is also the most precious knowledge in my mind. I can't think of anything else that can make you excited." Chaoxing nodded after hearing this. It can be seen that this goblin Locke really has no treasures. However, this gave him a different idea. Chaoxing chuckled and said, "Locke, if there is a chance, I will take you back to the headquarters of the Goblin Southern Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible." Hearing the last sentence, the goblin Locke eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you telling the truth, Lord?" Chaoxing nodded slightly. "Of course. I never lie to my own people. But there is a condition." Locke asked uncertainly, "What is the condition?" "After you return to the headquarters of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, you need to tell other goblin merchants this news. I have something that can help you improve your strength. If you want to have power, you can join my territory and then exchange it with your treasures. How about it?" Chaoxing certainly wouldn't be so kind. He just had his eyes on the wealth of these goblins. The goblins have too many treasures. And like the polar people, they lack sufficient military power in this world. Although there are powerful technological creations such as master level and even hero level mechas. But these things are just external objects after all. Who doesn't want to hold power in their own hands? So, those goblin merchants will definitely be happy to trade with Chaoxing in order to gain power. Sure enough, after hearing the last sentence, the goblin Locke was excited and said, "Of course, no problem. Respected Lord, if you can really give us power, you are a hero who saves the world for our goblin clan. There must be many goblin merchants who are willing to exchange precious treasures with you." Chaoxing also laughed after hearing this. "Very good. Then you go to work first. When I have an idea, I will let you know." "Okay. Lord, may the God of the Crypt bless you." After the goblin finished speaking, he moved his short legs and ran back to the machinery factory to start working. After the goblin Locke left, Chaoxing also began to think about some things in his heart. Trading with these natives was just a sudden idea of his. As mentioned before, it is extremely difficult for the natives of this world to improve their potential or strength. They need to absorb magic power step by step, or exercise their physique, and lay a solid foundation step by step. Then you can improve your strength by practicing some night breathing methods, or swordsmanship. However, these powers are in the hands of the nobles and the army, and the common people have no chance to get in touch with them. This is also the main reason why the whole world is in a feudal system. Most of the ways to rise have been monopolized by the upper class. To break this situation, you can only find another way. And these races who are eager to have strong strength will be happy to accept it when they hear that someone can help them improve their potential. But this kind of thing, only Chao Xing can do it. There are 3 reasons. The first is that he is a survivor and has the Lord system. The second is that items like the Heart of Power and Soul cannot be traded. The third is that the output of these 2 items is relatively small, and the survivors cannot train enough for their own subordinates, and there is no extra to give to other natives. However, this is just the prototype of an idea. Whether it will be implemented or not, it depends on future development. Shaking his head, putting these thoughts behind him, Chao Xing glanced at his backpack. In addition to those elite souls and leader souls, there are 2 leader-level souls. Next, let Ailina transform into a leader. Last time, this snake girl failed to break through. Chao Xing said that he would let her succeed later, and he would not break his promise. And speaking of it, every time Ailina breaks through, the skills she activates are very practical. Whether it is the elite-level Deadly Toxin, or the leader-level Summon White Frost Shadow, they are all very powerful skills. He was also looking forward to seeing what new abilities Ailina would activate after she broke through to the leader. With excitement, he walked to the door of Ailina's room with ease. Chao Xing did not knock on the door, but pushed it open directly. Anyway, he and Ailina knew each other very well. Well, a deep understanding. Creaky. The small wooden door was pushed open. At first glance, he saw a beautiful figure sitting in front of the quaint dressing table. With a graceful figure and elegant and moving. A bronze mirror on the dressing table reflected the beautiful and enchanting face. Ailina had changed into human form at this time. I got a deep red leaf from somewhere, and gently twisted it in her hand. Then she put it to her lips, and licked the leaf gently, making her thin lips more bright and beautiful. Chao Xing came behind her naturally, and put his hand on her shoulder, and by the way, on her large chest. Ailina had already seen the person behind her through the bronze mirror. Feeling the strong hand on her chest, she did not resist. Instead, she held Chao Xing's hand, and said softly, "Lord, you are here." Chao Xing smiled and asked, "You are not bored staying in the territory these days?" Ailina shook her head gently. "Not boring. I usually patrol the territory a few times. When I have nothing to do, I will go to play with the pair of tree spirit sisters. And sometimes, I will take them to climb the pale tree. This pair of sisters is very interesting." Hee hee. After hearing this, Chao Xing smiled faintly. Speaking of which, because of her excellent auxiliary ability and her own talent Eternal Power, Ailina basically stayed at home to gain experience and guard the house. I rarely took her out. But now there is a witch with master-level strength in the territory. And she also has master-level alchemy skills. So the task of guarding the house has been given to Francesca. Chao Xing decided to see what skills Ailina has when she transforms into a leader this time, and then decide whether to take her out. "Ailina, I said last time that I would help you break through to the leader. I give it to you." After saying that, Chao Xing directly took out a bright and huge soul. Ailina took it gently, without much words, but her eyes were full of love. "Thank you, Lord." After saying that, she put the back of Chao Xing's hand to her lips and kisses it. There was a faint lip print left on it. "You're welcome, start breaking through now." After saying that, she stood up. Then, in front of Chao Xing, she directly integrated the soul into her body. I don't know if it was because of the failure of the last transformation, but this time the breakthrough was extremely smooth. From Ailina's body, a strange and cold breath continued to emanate. On her arms and face, white and dense scales continued to emerge. These scales were shining, and they looked full of texture. At this moment, Ailina suddenly frowned. Bright red blood began to seep out of the fair skin. The body kept shaking, and seemed to be in great pain. "Ailina, what's wrong with you? Did you encounter any problems in breaking through?" Chao Xing, who noticed the abnormality, asked quickly. Ailina, with her eyes closed, said with difficulty, No. It seems that a trace of blood in my body has been activated." And at this moment, from Ailina's body, a strong sense of oppression broke out. This oppressive feeling far exceeded the most terrifying creature he had seen so far. Even the dragon speaker was not as strong as this breath. The next moment, a terrifying shadow appeared behind her. It was the shadow of a white snake. The snake was winding its body, covered with white scales, with only a cluster of blue feathers on its head. The moment he looked into the eyes of the snake, a chill quickly spread throughout his body. Chao Xing was shocked. My goodness. What is the origin of this snake? A shadow of light can actually give me such a terrifying sense of oppression. Is it related to Eilena's skills? Before Chao Xing could react, the shadow of the big snake disappeared. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Eilena, has successfully transformed into a leader-level creature, awakened the ancient blood in her body, and learned a new skill, White Frost form. White Frost form transforms itself into the legendary big snake White Frost form, with some abilities. In this form, the upper limit of blood volume increases by 150%, armor increases by 50%, and learn skills such as poison immunity, frost poison spray, giant tail sweep, strangling, frost dance, etc., which lasts for 5 minutes. And the cooling time is 30 minutes. Note, this form borrows a little ability from the legendary big snake White Frost. After being killed in the transformed state, it will not die, but will be released from the transformed state. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing breathing stagnated instantly. Wow! Transformed into the legendary snake by Shuang? So, the white snake I just saw was it? After Chao Xing's initial surprise, he was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, the leader-level skill activated by Eilena was different from that of other Snakeman priests. This was a powerful transformation skill. Moreover, this transformation was very interesting. Different from Chao Xing demon form and Lu Muxua angel form. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua have all their attributes enhanced, while Eilena has only greatly increased her health and armor, and will not die if killed in her transformed form. This is equivalent to picking up a life for free. Chao Xing praised, not bad. Eilena, you actually have the power of a legendary snake. When Eilena heard Chao Xing's voice, the coldness in her pupils, the inhuman look in her eyes faded, and she gradually became much gentler. Thank you, Lord. I didn't expect that I could activate the blood power in my body when I broke through, and even borrow some of the power of this legendary snake. Chao Xing became interested in this snake, and then asked, is this legendary snake still alive? The beauty in front of him nodded slightly. Yes, it is still alive. This is also one of the several guardian gods worshipped by our snake people. It lives in the 10,000 ice mountains, and the local people worship it as a snake god. It is said that this legendary snake has the ability to fly and spread white frost. When it appears, it is like a silver dragon flying in the sky. Wherever it passes, everything will be covered with a layer of white frost. This is also the origin of its name. However, it has not appeared in front of the world for many years. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. So that it, however, you can now borrow the power of this legendary snake at the leader level. I am now looking forward to your performance as a commander. Hearing this, Eilena lowered her head slightly, with a hint of sadness in her expression. We are just a small tribe, and we have never produced a commander-level figure. You know, this world is ruled by humans, dwarves, elves, and other large tribes. A race like us with the blood of monsters flowing in our bodies, in the eyes of the world, is actually equivalent to an unevolved beast. If we appear in places where humans gather, we will be expelled or even hunted. In the tribe where I live, there are often poachers and mercenaries, and they capture our snake people. I once saw with my own eyes that my sister was captured by a powerful human hunter who broke into the tribe and has not been heard from since. At this point, Eilena's voice trembled slightly, as if she remembered some painful past events. This was the first time Chao Xing heard Eilena talk about her past, and the place where she lived. He also had a deeper understanding of the snake people. He embraced the beauty in front of him and comforted her. It's okay, Eilena. No one will come to arrest you in my territory. No one here will discriminate against the snake people. If there is a chance, I will find a way to help you find your sister in the future. When Eilena heard this, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. She said with emotion, thank you, Lord. The two of them hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's body temperature. The somewhat cold body of the snake people. Most people really can't adapt to it. However, Chao Xing's physique is amazing now, and he has gotten used to it. A few minutes later, the atmosphere became a little warmer. Usually at this time, Chao Xing would pick up Eilena and have a deep conversation. But today he didn't move. Eilena raised her head and whispered, Lord. Today, don't you want to taste Eilena's body? Chao Xing chuckled and scratched her upright nose. I have something to do tonight. You can go out with me to fight tomorrow. Leave the task of guarding the house to Francesca. Hearing that she could go out with Chao Xing, Alina was immediately excited, and she couldn't help but hold him with a little more force. Great, I can also fight side by side with the Lord. Chao Xing chuckled. While holding the beauty in his arms, he began to think about tomorrow action. Tomorrow top priority is to wipe out the goblin tribe. However, that guy thief, that powerful monster. If I want to take down this tribe, I must bring enough strength. But the challenge of Zhuanma Claw cannot be neglected. Chao Xing quickly thought about the plan in his mind. It seems that I need to split up with Mu Shui tomorrow. Now the Centaur Legion has been sent out by me, and the Wild Boar warriors need to protect the safety of the territory. At present, we can take out the Ascalon warrior corps and the newly recruited Star Country swordsmen. So we need to get off work overtime tonight to add various buffs to those Star Country swordsmen. So, he touched Alina's hair, and then said, Alina, there is a group of new residents outside, and they need to be given various statuses. Come with me. Okay, dear Lord. Alina agreed obediently. Then, the two walked out of the room together. Creaky after the door was closed. The whistling cold wind also gradually cooled their heated brains. Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and called Lu Muxue. Andrew, Xiao Chu and other people with single target buff. Everyone, we may have to work hard tonight to bless some newcomers. After hearing this, everyone smiled gently. Lu Muxue responded gently, axing, we are fine. Andrew also said devoutly, nature protects our territory and makes all of us full of strength. Chao Xing nodded. Very good. Let's get started. Chapter 382 Separate Actions. Attack the Goblin Tribe. Now, start blessing our newcomers. After saying that, Chao Xing asked Xiao to call the other 99 Star Country swordsmen over. Then he began to add various states to them in turn. Ice armor, frost shield, courage blessing, strength blessing. Instantly, the power of everyone began to surge. It took 6 hours. From 9 o'clock in the evening until 3 o'clock in the morning, it was only then that all the states were added. Similarly, the great consumption of mental power also made everyone feel a little tired. This also made Chao Xing more eager to have the special ability, or props, that can turn a single buff into a group buff. The good news is that after everyone's unremitting efforts, the strength of all the swordsmen of the Star Country has been greatly enhanced, and their loyalty has also increased to about 80. These swordsmen felt the surge of power in their bodies and said respectfully, Thank you, Lord. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then said, Okay. There are still 2 or 3 hours before dawn. Let's go back and rest for a while. After hearing this, everyone dispersed. Chao Xing also took Lu Muxue back to his lord mansion to take a short rest. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. A system prompt appeared on time. Survivors, please note that the second day Zhuanma Claw challenge has officially started. Zhuanma Claw has led a large number of ice nest monsters to appear in every corner. Number of Zhuanma Claws remaining, 10,000. Remaining challenge time, 10:59. Weather forecast, light wind today. Temperature is -52°C to 57°C. Suitable for going out. Building territory. Because the current Zhuanma Claw challenge starts at 6 o'clock every morning, so most of the survivors had already gotten up early. They happily shared their experiences in the chat channel. Brothers, listen to me. You must redeem the intermediate troops. Orc Berserker, this guy is really fierce. His health is super high, his strength is super strong, and when his health is below 30%, he will enter a rage state. Elites of the same level are not as strong as him. The 5 primary troops I redeemed. Silver Hand recruits are also very strong. This primary troop actually has healing skills. I was stunned. +1 to the above. The Silver Hand recruits are really good. I see the Ice Tiger Legion has exchanged for 100 Silver Hand recruits and formed a legion. Damn, isn't this high-level soldier, Royal Gunners too violent? Every shot hits the head, although it's just an ordinary monster, but the output is not even inferior to the elite level. Everyone was eagerly discussing the abilities of various soldiers. Yesterday's challenge allowed everyone to gain a lot of points. It can be said that this time, the point store launched 38 types of soldiers, giving all survivors different choices. The powerful ones can spend tens of thousands of points to directly form a legion bond. And those ordinary survivor lords can also get a few hundred to 1,000 points a day, which can be exchanged for a few primary soldiers, or directly exchanged for an advanced soldier. And they also found that the primary soldiers in the store win by quantity, and their combat effectiveness is relatively weak. The intermediate and advanced troops all have special abilities. Especially the advanced troops, which include not only the violent royal gunners and barbarian warriors, but also the tribal witch doctors, apprentice priests, mercenaries with control skills, towering warriors, etc. You can improve the strength of your territory by replacing any of them. However, the advanced troops are too expensive, costing 1,000 points each. Everyone is thinking about how to allocate them reasonably based on their points. There is no one like Chao Xing who takes the elite route, summons 99-star country swordsmen on the first day, and forms a high-level military corps. After all, not everyone can be like him, and earn 100,000 points in one day. At the moment when the system prompt sounded, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue woke up together. The two looked at each other. Lu Muxue said softly, "Axing, are we ready to go too?" "Okay." After that, the two quickly washed up, and then walked out of the spacious Lord Mansion. Pushing open the door, the first thing that came into view was, of course, the core of the entire territory. The 5-meter-high furnace. With the furnace as the center, there was an open space, which was also the square area of the territory. Hundreds of combatants were already waiting here. As for the staff, the task Chao Xing had ordered last time had not been completed, so they continued to work. On the field, the Wild Boar warriors, the Star Country swordsmen, and the Ascalon warriors all shouted loudly, "Lord, Lady Lord, your glory shines on us." Chao Xing nodded, and then said directly, "Then, I will start issuing today combat missions." Hearing this, all the warriors pricked up their ears and listened attentively. "Today, my lady will lead all the Dragonblood warriors, Ascalon warriors, and half of the Nightmare archers to deal with the Claw of Zhuama. In addition, the core combatants are Berji, Assam, Andrew, Rennies, Hilda, and Blot. And Xiao Chu Chu and Elisa, you each take the Earth Dragon Mech and Wally, and follow her together. All actions need to be under the command of my wife." The people whose names were called by Chao Xing all looked at Lu Muxue. At this time, Lu Muxue turned around and said firmly, "I will lead you to fight today." Assam responded first. "The order of the Lord Wife is equivalent to the will of the Lord. We will faithfully execute any of your instructions with our lives." Including Andrew and Rennies, even the proud blood spider Queen Hilda had no objection. In every battle before, Lu Muxue participated. They knew that this person was not just a show-off. Chao Xing continued, "I will lead all the Star Country swordsmen and the Earth magicians, plus the other half of the Nightmare archers, to deal with the Goblin camp. The core combatants are Sarah, Braun, Eilina, Isabel, Victoria, Heli, Xiao Tyron. Wild Boar warriors continue to guard the territory. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember to find Francesca as soon as possible." Chao Xing battle arrangement this time was naturally well thought out. As an Aurora Knight, Lu Muxue healing ability is still very good. In addition, she can also transform into angel form, and her combat ability is also quite strong. In addition, she also has the Dragon Blood fighter Commander Berger, Ronis, Assam and Andrew, the 4 main output forces. As for Blood Spider Queen Hilda, she is used to deal with the Zhuama monster. Black Smoke Shaman Brock can summon commander-level strongmen. So Lu Muxue combination basically takes into account treatment, defense, offense, burst, and continuous output capabilities. Chao Xing does not have a strong treatment, so he brought the Holy Light Priest, Isabel. In addition, there are the strongest combat power Sarah, Assassin Heli, and Star Country Swordsman Xiao. There is no need to worry about output. In terms of support, there are Queen Victoria, Earth Mage Tyron, and Shield Guard Brown. It can be said that they are both offensive and defensive. Of course, Lu Muxue also has 3 behemoths, Frost Moose Xiaolan, Volibear and Earth Dragon Mech. Seriously speaking, the combat power of both sides is basically at an equal level. Do you understand? Chao Xing asked again. Everyone responded in unison. I understand, respected Lord. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Then you can set off. After saying that, Lu Muxue jumped onto Xiaolan back first. At this moment, she was riding a frost moose, wearing crystal-like white armor, holding a broken magdel, like a Valkyrie about to go to war. Seriously speaking, her heroic temperament was much stronger than Ji Xinyue. However, Lu Muxue had always been with Chao Xing, and had no chance to show up. Now she was leading the army alone. and she began to exude her unique charm. This heroic Aurora knight, staring ahead, raised the long sword in his hand. He shouted softly, "Warriors, follow me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the frost moose stomped its 4 hooves and rushed forward with her. Behind it, more than 100 people followed and walked out of the territory in a huge crowd. When Lu Muxua and her group disappeared from sight, Chao Xing also jumped onto to bite back. Then, "Everyone, follow me!" Boom! Dubai took a step forward with his thick elephant legs. Behind him, 100-man Star Country Swordsman Corps, more than 30 Earth Magicians, and Nightmare Archers were also in great force. At the same time, more than 100 kilometers away, there was a mountain range with few human traces. Deep in the mountains was a complex maze. This was the Lampuri Grotto. More than 100 centaurs were resting in a passage. They stayed here last night, although there were many giant lizards hidden in this cave. But because Harati arranged some centaurs to take turns on duty, nothing unexpected happened. When the morning light first appeared, the light of dawn shone on the earth. Although there was no sunlight in the cave, Harati still woke up on time. The female centaur opened her bright eyes and rearranged her clothes and armor. "All centaurs, wake up!" Hearing Harati's majestic voice, all the centaurs were refreshed and instantly recovered from their tiredness. They stood up one by one and prepared for today's battle. Kanar, who was in charge of night watch, came over to report, "Saint Harati, nothing happened last night, and no cave monitors attacked us in this passage." Harati nodded slightly, and then said in the same tone, "Today, we will continue to explore the cave, and there may be more cave monitors hidden inside. Warriors, check your weapons, count the arrows in the quiver, and our supplies. If we fail to explore the cave today, we must be prepared for a protracted battle." After hearing this, all the centaurs began to check. At the same time, Harati reached out and took out the parchment map from the backpack on the horseback. After confirming the route, he chose one of the passages and led the centaurs to continue moving forward. A few minutes later, the Ascalon Legion led by Lu Muxua had arrived at a small hill 4 or 5 kilometers away from the territory. She stared into the distance quietly, without the familiar figure beside her, and felt a little empty in her heart. This was the first time he fought separately from Chao Xing, and it was indeed a little difficult to adapt for a while. After all, in the past, it was this man who made the decisions, and she only needed to execute them firmly. But now, let her start to stand alone, Lu Muxua felt a little unconfident. However, the experience of more than a month has made her grow up quickly. She took a deep breath. Her proud chest rose and fell, and she got back into the state. First, she opened the map that came with the system and took a look. After discovering that there was no sign of Zwama Claw nearby, Lu Muxua made a clear and firm voice. "Everyone, just like yesterday, the warriors will be in groups of 10, and the core combatants will be in groups of 1 or 2, each looking for the location of Zwama Claw Legion." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Madam Lord." After that, more than 100 people all dispersed. Chao Xing was riding on Dubai at this time, followed by a group of Star Country warriors, plus a dozen Earth Magicians and Nightmare Archers. A total of nearly 140 people. Compared to yesterday, the strength of the Legion has decreased. But with the strongest combat power Sarah, there is no need to worry. However, there is no figure who accompanies him day and night. Chao Xing himself is also a little uncomfortable. Human beings are creatures like this. When you keep a thing for a long time, you will develop feelings and dependence. What more, it a woman who fights side by side with him every day, and sleeps in the same bed with him. Shaking his head, Chao Xing said, "We have to grow up after all. The separation now is for a better life in the future." Thinking of this, Chao Xing said directly, "Then, we are moving forward at full speed now." After that, more than 100 people moved forward in a mighty manner. A few minutes later, "Lord, we are almost at our destination." Harina's ethereal voice sounded. After hearing this, Chao Xing instantly raised his head and looked forward. In the distance, he could see a low mountain in front of him, with dense trees growing on it. There were also some small animals nearby. This is the Talus Forest, where a large number of frost goblins gathered. "Let go, we go straight there." After that, the team marched towards the forest. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the forest. When Chao Xing saw the things in front of him, he narrowed his eyes instantly. They were several branches and spears, with several human heads stuck on them, both male and female. In the extremely low temperature, These heads had been frozen. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Their eyeballs were hollowed out. Their noses were cut off. And even only half of their tongues were left. It can be imagined how much inhuman torture these people experienced before they died. This seemed to be a warning to those intruders. Chaoxing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Was it done by those goblins? Healy next to him replied, yes. Lord, I saw a lot of human slaves in that goblin tribe. Those goblins are too cruel. There are a few people in there who are as miserable as these people, but even so, they are still alive, being tortured by those goblins all day long. It's simply worse than death. And Healy seemed to recall some bad scenes, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Chaoxing nodded. I know. No need to say more. Goblins are cruel, and it is not surprising that they can do such things. However, their leader is a human survivor, and it is a bit too cruel to do such things to other humans. Chaoxing knows that this is a world full of opportunities. Among the billions of survivors, there must be many who have had adventures, including Chaoxing's eternal power talent, and the Seed of Light, who directly became the leader of the Church of Light, and Bai Ji and Wei Jianni, who also have special abilities, in addition to the current Goblin King. Therefore, there are many capable people in this world. However, what he did not expect was that some people changed their race, and even lost their humanity. Chaoxing never looked down on other survivors, and never thought that he was invincible. He could decisively destroy all his enemies and eradicate them. But it was hard for him to do such a thing. He had already decided in his heart to uproot the goblin tribe. What a pity. A good identity is wasted. Shaking his head, Chaoxing directly ordered Braun, Xiao, lead people to clear the way. Braun raised his shield and strode forward. Xiao behind him shouted, all Star Country swordsmen, get ready for battle. Clang! Clang! Hundreds of swordsmen drew their swords at the same time and walked towards the forest. The big guy, Braun, was at the front of the team, protecting the whole team. Chaoxing continued to ride on Dubai, and Alina switched to the snake man form at this time, twisting her snake tail and following him. Everyone maintained a relatively slow speed. Soon, they entered the forest. The leaves of the plants here were very dense. When the light above gradually disappeared, the temperature suddenly dropped by 7 or 8 degrees. But what was a little weird was that the forest was quite quiet, without any sound at all. Not long after they moved forward, one of the Star Country swordsmen seemed to have stepped on something. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound from all directions. Alina's snake eyes suddenly shrank. Lord, be careful. Sarah next to him reacted faster, and appeared directly beside Chaoxing's sharpened spears came at them at a swift speed. If it were an ordinary team, they would be caught off guard if they were suddenly attacked by so many people. However, Chaoxing was not surprised at all when he saw this scene. He raised his staff. Clang! A dozen ice walls suddenly appeared. Instantly, a frost wall was built. This is Chaoxing's new skill, the chain ice wall. It can not only block damage, but also output damage very well. Knock! Knock knock. A large number of spears shot over, and fell on the ice wall, splattering ice chips all over the sky. Then, because of the block momentum, they fell to the ground. The durability of the ice wall dropped like water. But Chaoxing's spirit is now 2500. In other words, each of these ice walls has a durability of 25,000. Even with such intensive attacks, it can still withstand them. In the blink of an eye, all the spears attacking from all directions were blocked. No harm was caused to the crowd. And the arrow attack from the front was also easily intercepted by Braun and the Star Country swordsman. Braun turned his head and smiled. Lord, your move is really powerful. It feels stronger than my defense ability. Chaoxing chuckled and said, stop flattering me here. It takes a long time to release this magic, and the effect of blocking attacks is limited. Braun also knew that he had exaggerated, and touched his head a little embarrassedly. But after this, the atmosphere of the team was not as tense as before. Chaoxing shook his head. Keep moving forward. After saying that, the team continued to move forward. Chaoxing was not surprised by the trap attack just now. After Healy was discovered last night, it was equivalent to alerting the enemy. Although the Goblin King didn't know that Healy was Chaoxing Man, he also knew that his secret had been discovered. Therefore, he must have set up a lot of traps in the mountains and forests to prevent the enemy attack. Braum held the evil eye shield and walked at the front of the team, guarding against possible attacks. However, after walking almost 100 meters, there was still no trace of any enemy. Healy asked in confusion. It's strange. Not long after I came in yesterday, I saw a lot of goblins inside. Why are there no goblins today? Xiaoxing thought for a moment, and seemed to understand something. He chuckled and said, These guys probably know that someone will attack their territory today, so they are waiting for us in the tribe. These goblins are quite smart, and they know how to concentrate their strength to fight the enemy. However, Xiaoxing did not feel any fear, and it was just right to catch them all in one fell swoop. After listening to Xiaoxing's explanation, Healy's face showed a look of realization. At this moment, Brown, who was walking in the front, suddenly stepped on something. He slapped his head and exclaimed, It broken. Brown stepped on the trap again. The next moment, there was a sound like a broken airbag. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, a green poisonous fog instantly spread among the crowd. You have been trapped in the goblin poisonous fog trap. Your movement speed is reduced by 15%. Your armor is reduced by 300 points. And your health is reduced by 722 points per second for 3 minutes. At the same time, the continuous damage numbers -722. -722 appeared above everyone's head. Xiaoxing sighed when he saw this. This poison fog effect actually lasts for 3 minutes, which is really long. 722 per second, which means nearly 130,000 HP in 3 minutes. And the movement speed and armor are also reduced. If it were any other team, they would be in trouble at this time. After all, so many people are poisoned at the same time, and if they are not treated in time, their HP will not be restored at all. After all, those healing skills have a cooling time, and the duration is short, which can't keep up with the consumption. The survivors could only stop the decline of their blood volume by taking precious life secret medicine or other detoxification drugs. However, with Xiaoxing's blood recovery ability, there was no pressure at all. Even if he advanced in the poisonous fog, his blood volume would not drop. However, at this moment, in the surrounding dense forest, a large number of air-breaking sounds were heard again. Swish! Swish! One arrow after another was shot out with a whistling sound. Xiaoxing could even see that there was a little green liquid on those arrows. Obviously, this was also a poison arrow. Xiaoxing thought, it's just right to attack when we stepped on the poison trap. It seems that they have been waiting here for a long time. These goblins are quite insidious. However, he did not panic at all. He had already prepared for this situation. Victoria released the mind shield. After hearing the order, the queen kicked her long legs and jumped to the center of the team. She had changed into the blue mage robe again, showing her graceful figure, and her hands were covered with the gloves. Thinking of the beautiful scene of Victoria wearing the crown last night, she felt that her current outfit was not in line with her temperament. At the same time, Victoria clenched her fists, and a cold voice sounded. The mind energy flows, and it never stops. In an instant, with her as the center, a pale yellow mind energy shield quickly appeared, directly spread out 50 meters, protecting all the soldiers in it. Buzz! Buzz! The arrows fell on the mind shield, causing ripples, but did not cause any damage. Xiaoxing quickly ordered, all nightmare archers, aim at the direction where the arrows are coming from, and counterattack. After the words fell, all the archers pulled the bowstrings. Swish! 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 A large number of arrows were shot towards the direction of the forest. Soon, several screams were heard. Ah! Ah! Xiaoxing's eyes lit up instantly. Continue to attack, focus on them. Swish! Swish! More arrows, shot in the direction of the screams. A system prompt appeared in front of Xiaoxing. Your territory member, Meng Lita killed the Frost Goblin LV-31, a 4th level ordinary creature, gained experience value, 1240. Your territory member. In the blink of an eye, 5 ordinary Frost Goblins were killed on the spot. The besieging goblins cried out in surprise. Damn, there are so many invaders. Run! Go inform the king. Then, there were dense footsteps in the forest. After knowing that they were no match for these people, the goblins fled decisively. Xiaoxing ordered, Sarah, Heli, deal with them. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 black shadows jumped out instantly, turning into 2 black lightning bolts. After a while, there were screams of goblins, and several killing prompts. Xiaoxing continued, Victoria, put away the mind shield. The queen nodded slightly, and retracted the mind power into her body. After waiting for a moment, the 2 assassins turned around and walked back. Sarah reported, "The mission is completed." Chao Xing praised, "Well done, now we continue to advance, directly to the area where the goblin tribe is located." Everyone continued to maintain the formation, and moved forward at a constant speed. After going deep into the forest for about 500 meters. During this period, they also encountered many traps set by goblins, and some attacks. But they were all easily resolved by Chao Xing and others. Although these goblins set up a large number of ambushes, they were completely useless in the face of absolute strength. Healy said softly, "Lord, there are still about a few hundred meters to the goblin tribe." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay." At the same time, in the center of the forest, there was an empty valley. This valley is surrounded by mountains on all sides, which makes it easy to defend but difficult to attack. There is a deep cave under the mountain, which is the goblin tribe. Around the cave, there are a lot of boulders. In addition to those boulders, a row of towering watchtowers were built around the cave, and many goblin archers stood on the watchtowers. Not only that, the open space in front of the entrance of the tribe was also dug by this group of goblins to form a large pond, which was filled with a thick green liquid, which looked full of threats. There is only one wooden bridge that can be crossed. Inside the cave, there are a large number of blue-skinned, ugly goblins gathered inside. They hold swords, spears, halberds, and torches, and their eyes are full of cruelty. The Goblin King sits on a stone chair. He is nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a set of broken armor, and a helmet covered with spikes on his head, showing his cruelty. At this time, a goblin scout hurried back. He rushed out of the goblin group, came to the Goblin King, and knelt on the ground. "King, a group of humans broke into our territory. There are more than 100 of them, and the goblin traps couldn't stop them. The leader was riding a mammoth, and his strength is very strong." The goblin quickly reported all the information he had obtained. After hearing the last sentence, Lu Yong sat up from his chair instantly. "Riding a mammoth?" The goblins below kept nodding. After confirming the identity of the person who came, Goblin Lu Yong's expression suddenly darkened. He seemed to understand something. "I see. The assassin last night was sent by you. Right? So, you already know my identity and the soul-eating worm deep in the tribe. But you still dare to lead people to attack my territory. Are you confident in your own strength, or do you have other purposes?" Goblin Lu Yong's eyes flashed with thought. He knew that he and Chao Xing would have a fight eventually. But he didn't expect that. The opponent was so fast, and so decisive. He was still testing his strength, and he had already brought people to attack. Below, other goblins heard the news of the invasion, and suddenly a trace of panic appeared in their eyes. "There are more than 100 people. Have our actions been exposed? This group of humans is so powerful, they are not the vanguard of the King army. Are they? Yes, if the Ice Crystal Kingdom sends troops to encircle us, what should we do?" Looking at the panicked goblins, Lu Yong's face remained calm. He waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. These people are not the king advance troops, but a lord from another world." Hearing this, the other goblins suddenly looked confused. "King, don't you say that those lords from other worlds are very weak? How dare they bring people to attack our tribe?" Goblin Lu Yong did not answer, but looked at the scout and asked again, "How strong are those humans?" To be honest, as a survivor, Lu Yong only knew that Chao Xing was very strong. But no one knew how strong he was. He hid it too deeply. Although some survivors, like Lu Yong, have been studying Chao Xing, wanting to know why he is so strong and what abilities he has. In fact, for him, the survivors in District 17 even opened a thread to discuss it. But so far, no survivor has ever seen him use his full strength. On the other hand, it is because his development speed is too fast. Even if the survivors got the information, it was a few days ago. The scout replied, "King, this group of humans is extremely powerful. The subhuman assassin who sneaked into our tribe last night is also among them. Moreover, that assassin is not the strongest. I sense several auras in it that are stronger than hers." Hearing this, all the goblins changed their faces again. They all knew how difficult the assassin was last night. Under the siege of thousands of goblins, he was able to handle it with ease, and even killed many of their goblins. If it weren't for the soul-devouring worm inside that launched a terrifying mental attack, which put the assassin into a state of shock, I'm afraid even their Goblin King would be in danger. But now it is said that among the people who attacked them this time, there is someone more terrifying than this assassin. Not only did this group of goblins feel terrified, Even Goblin Lu Yang was very surprised. After all, according to his perception, the assassin definitely had a combat power of level 5 or above. But now he told them that there were several people stronger than her in Chaoxing team. This shocked Goblin Lu Yang. Chaoxing, you actually have so many level 5 and 6 warriors. No wonder you can always be the first. How did you do it? I felt extremely confused. However, looking at the panicked expressions of the other goblins, Lu Yang quickly calmed down. Don't panic. Even if they are powerful, there are only more than 100 people. This is our home ground. We have prepared a lot of fortifications here, which are used to deal with those armies. In addition, we also have powerful creatures such as the soul-devouring underworld worm. These humans are not a concern at all. After saying that, a strange black crystal appeared in Lu Yang's hand, injecting a trace of power. The next moment, a dull and strange cry came from the tribe. This sound was like a sharp wail from hell. So sharp that it seemed to penetrate the eardrums. All the goblins who heard this sound felt as if their heads were pierced by countless needles. And they held their heads in pain. As the dark crystal in the hand of Goblin Lu Yang emitted a strong black mist. It enveloped all the goblins. They seemed to be immune to this cry. And all the goblins recovered from the painful state. Seeing this, these goblins were immediately excited and said, "That's right. We have a great king. And powerful soul-eating insects. So we don't have to be afraid of these humans at all. They can't even stop the soul-devouring worm cry. If you dare to come over, let the soul-devouring worm tear them apart." The goblins' morale was immediately boosted. Lu Yang continued, "Then now, notify all the goblins to return to the tribe. Tear down the bridge, and then activate the poison pool. All archers, quickly go to your watchtowers and prepare for battle. Other goblins, go to the warehouse and move all the iron barricades out, and place them next to the poison pool, so that they can't break through the defense line." Lu Yang issued orders one by one. After a pause, it continued to ask, "Where are the catapults we robbed last time, and the magic bull chariot?" An old-looking goblin next to him replied, "Great king, they are all put together with the last pile of spoils." "Very good, move them all out. Today, let them never return." Lu Yang's eyes, a hint of cruelty emerged. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of goblins took action. Chapter 383 Goblin Line and Justice from Heaven. Lu Muxue was riding a frost moose in the air, moving at a very fast speed, searching for the location of the Claw of Zwama. And at this moment, the system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Andrew found the location of the Claw of Zwama. Do you want to make it public?" Lu Muxue had a peaceful smile on her face, and also clicked no. Then she pressed the communication device on her ear, and quickly ordered, "Everyone, go to Andrew to meet up." More than 100 people, it took more than 3 minutes, quickly assembled. Everyone looked at the soaring little ice dragon, and the densely packed ice nest monsters on the plain in front of them, with fighting spirit burning in their eyes. Lu Muxue rode on the back of the frost moose, and shouted softly, "Everyone, follow me in charge." The frost moose leaped up, and instantly rushed up hundreds of meters. Lu Muxue held up the broken sword, and the gorgeous colorful aurora shone, as if guiding the direction of everyone's progress. Boom! Everyone followed her, charging towards the mighty ice nest monsters below. And the little ice dragon also noticed the people rushing over. "Een!" A loud dragon roar sounded. The huge ice dragon swooped down towards Lu Muxue with a destructive force. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides was less than 30 meters. At this distance, one could even feel the strong coldness emanating from Zwama's claw. It was as if an iceberg was smashing towards her. At this moment, under Lu Muxue's beautiful features, her expression remained calm. The pair of legs covered with white armor kicked, and stepped directly on Xiaolan's back. And in midair, a dazzling holy light suddenly burst out from Lu Muxue's body. This holy light even covered the area of hundreds of meters around. Her body began to rise rapidly, and her whole body armor began to change, as if it was reshaped by divine power, and exuded a powerful aura. The next moment, a battle angel with white wings on his back, a jeweled helmet on his head, and pure white armor on his body, appeared in front of everyone. White feathers fell in the air, and holy songs rang in the ears. This scene stunned everyone. Assam below exclaimed, "It's hard to imagine that our Lord Wife actually has the power of an angel." Andrew looked even more pious. "I feel such a sacred breath." At this time, Lu Muxue, after transforming into a two-winged war angel, did not hesitate at all. He directly raised the holy sword in his hand and shouted, "All dark things will be annihilated by the sacredness." Buzz! The dazzling holy light burst out again. It was even hard to open one's eyes. It was the large-scale skill of the angel form. Divine punishment. Moreover, this holy light not only affected the sight, but also had unparalleled destructive power. The little ice dragon body, which was made of thousands of years of ice, made a hissing sound when it came into contact with the holy light, and white smoke came out of it. The next moment, it fell directly from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Lu Mushua angel form, which is still at the primary level, does not have the ability to fly, and also fell. However, just because she cannot fly, it does not mean that the frost moose cannot. After all, this moose has the wind wing spell cast by Chao Xing. When Lu Mushua was about to fall, Xiao Lan leaped in the air and came directly under Lu Mushua, catching her steadily. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a cold and confident voice came from the air. Everyone, I will deal with this Shuama Claw, and you will deal with the ice nest monster below. Hearing this, Assam below tightly grasped the sword of the Lady of the Lake with both hands, and placed it in front of him, with a look of reverence in his eyes. Yes, brave and warlike Lady of the Lord. Warriors, follow me, Assam shouted, and the frost wolf under his feet rushed out quickly with him. The more than 100 warriors behind him, like a tide, directly engaged in a head-on battle with the mighty ice nest monster. In the forest of Talus, Chao Xing and his team advanced all the way. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Your territory member, Lu Mushua used Angel Advent. The attribute increased by 50%, affected by the talent Eternal Power. This state has become permanent. Chao Xing smiled. It seems that Mushua has already started the battle. We have to speed up here too. Healy's voice sounded at the right time. Lord, there are still a few hundred meters through this forest. You will reach a canyon area. That is where the goblin tribe is. Chao Xing nodded slightly. The crowd continued to move forward. Because the terrain in the forest is relatively complex, and there are many obstacles and traps along the way, so the speed of travel was naturally greatly reduced. It took about 10 minutes, and they advanced about 400 or 500 meters. But the strange thing is, except at the beginning, later they were not harassed by the goblins. Of course, Chao Xing did not relax, because he knew that the news that he led people to attack the goblin tribe had reached the mouth of the Goblin King. These goblins should be concentrating their strength and waiting for him in front. At the same time, a faint light appeared in front. They were about to pass through this forest. When everyone walked out of the forest, the view in front of them was suddenly clear. As Healy said, this is a valley. It is surrounded by mountains, and only their direction can enter. At the same time, there is a large open space in front. The group of goblins seemed to have dug a huge pool here, blocking the way for others to move forward. Moreover, the pool is not filled with ordinary water, but a thick green liquid, which also emits a strong poisonous mist. If you fall into it, you will probably be poisoned severely in an instant. There was originally a wooden bridge that could pass through the poison pool, but the bridge above had been destroyed by the goblins. Chao Xing took a look and understood immediately. Interesting. If you want to attack their tribe, you must first cross this poison pool. However, on the shore of the poison pool, there are a large number of iron chevaux de frise. These iron chevaux de frise are closely arranged, like a solid line of defense. Even if you cross the poison pool, you will probably be stopped by these chevaux de frise. It is really difficult to attack. Just when Chao Xing was thinking about the attack method, an arrow came with a whistling sound, interrupting his thoughts. Swish! In an instant, Sarah's figure flashed and jumped directly in front of Chao Xing. The dagger in her hand slashed down suddenly. Ding! The arrow was cut off by her. Chao Xing raised his head and looked in the direction where the arrow came from. At the end of his sight, a pile of boulders appeared. On these boulders, a large number of thin creatures with blue skin and pointed ears quickly emerged. It was the Frost Goblin. These goblins popped up one after another like mushrooms after rain, and their numbers were increasing. Chao Xing clearly felt what it was like to have heads all over the mountains. And the moment they appeared, these goblins quickly drew their bows and arrows, and then attacked Chao Xing and others. Shoot! Shoot these humans into hedgehogs! Hua la la! A dense rain of arrows came. It was a real rain of arrows. At least thousands of arrows, covering the sky above. However, despite facing such a fierce attack, none of the more than 100 warriors present took a step back. Chao Xing raised his staff, and instantly more than a dozen ice walls appeared. However, the number of these arrows was too large. The ice wall could block the arrows coming from the front, but it could not block the attack from above. It seemed that a large number of arrows were about to fall on everyone's heads. The next moment, an invisible wave of mind energy appeared. Buzz! The pale yellow spirit shield enveloped everyone. Victoria is now a level 46 commander level creature, with 474,000 HP, and the durability of the spirit shield is 120% of her HP. In other words, the spirit shield has a durability of nearly 570,000. But despite this, it can't stop the arrow rain attack of so many goblins. Buzz! Buzz! After a large number of arrows fell on the spirit shield, the damage figures were aroused. Moreover, there were some explosive arrows, freezing arrows, etc. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued. The durability value dropped like water. After the first round of arrow rain, the durability of the mind shield was less than 100,000. Seeing this, Chao Xing frowned. He wanted Sarah, who had the skill of moon dance, to directly jump over the poison pool and rush into the goblin army. But when he saw that the goblins below launched 7 or 8 catapults, a large number of nets, and a strange chariot, I gave up the idea directly. Obviously, the goblins inside learned their lesson after Healy broke into the tribe yesterday and escaped. They prepared a lot of props to deal with these assassins. Even if Sarah can withstand the attacks of these guys. But you have to know that there is an even more terrifying soul-eating worm inside. That is a monster of at least level 7. Even Sarah can't stand it at that time. So, Chao Xing quickly ordered, retreat first. Tyran, help us cover our retreat. Hearing the order, the old wizard raised his staff and summoned more than a dozen rock barriers. This skill is similar to his chain ice wall. Both quickly pull up an elemental wall to block attacks. However, Chao Xing can self-destruct, while his can be attached to the city wall. It can be said that each has its own merits. When the goblins saw Chao Xing and others retreating, they immediately said in a hurry, "This group of humans want to escape. Stop them. Shoot. Shoot quickly, stop them." Tap. 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 The arrows rained down on the earth wall, and the durability value dropped madly. At the same time, the catapults were also loaded with boulders. The huge sling arm was raised high, as if launching a destructive storm. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several thousand-pound boulders, carrying the power of destruction, smashed towards them. However, at this time, Chao Xing and others had successfully retreated to the mountains and forests. Boom! Boom! The sky was filled with smoke and dust. The huge stone hit the place where they were standing, causing a violent explosion. The horrible impact force caused the ground to shake violently, and the broken stones flew everywhere like raindrops. Some smaller trees were even broken in half by this impact. When the goblins saw Chao Xing and others disappear, they danced with excitement. Ha ha! Look, the group of humans was driven away. Goblins are indeed the strongest. These weak humans are no match for us. We are strong enough to deal with the armies of those kingdoms. Ha ha! Goblin Lu Yang, who was observing the battle in a hidden stone chamber halfway up the mountain, had a ferocious smile on his face after seeing this scene. Sure enough, Chao Xing, you are not truly invincible. You are also afraid of these catapults, and afraid of being targeted by my goblin archers. In his heart, a sense of confidence gradually emerged. Chao Xing, I have always regarded you as my biggest enemy, but I didn't expect that your strength is so weak. After this time, I can lead the goblin army to attack your territory without worry. By then, the supplies in your territory, as well as so many people, will become my food. Those top-notch women around you will also become my playthings. His eyes have already seen Victoria and Isabel in the crowd. There was greed and lust in his eyes. Chao Xing, after retreating back into the forest, his expression did not change at all. Because they knew that, although there were many goblins, they were nothing compared to their strength. The only troublesome thing was to withstand the rain of arrows, the trebuchet, and cross the poison pool. At this time, Eilina said softly, "Lord, let me go. After I turn into the white frost form, I will be immune to the attack of poison, and the poison pool will have no effect on me." Chao Xing shook his head. He knew that Eilina White Frost form had a skill called immune to all poisons, which could make her immune to poison attacks below the legendary level, which was very abnormal. However, he was not worried about the poison pool. In fact, with his current strength, there were many ways to attack directly. For example, he could transform into a demon, launch an attack directly from the air, and then rush into the goblin army to kill them. Taking advantage of the chaos, the warrior swam directly through the poison pool. You can also let Sarah and Elena attack together, disrupt the enemy formation, and then rush forward in one fell swoop. In short, there are many ways. But no matter which one, you must find a way to deal with the soul-eating worm. At present, Sarah is the only one who can deal with the 7th level creatures under his command. Chao Xing said, "Don't worry. The poison pool is not a problem for me. Although there are many goblins, as long as you disrupt their formation and avoid concentrated fire, they will not be a threat. The only thing that can threaten me is the soul-devouring worm in the tribe." Sarah said at this time, "Lord, do you want me to sneak into the tribe, directly restrain the soul-devouring worm, and then you can launch a frontal attack? How about it?" Chao Xing glanced at her. This is also a method. Of course, this would be a bit risky, because according to He Li, this soul-devouring worm is also a creature that is extremely good at mental attacks. Assassins have no advantage against it. And who knows if the Goblin King has any arrangements in the cave? Chao Xing shook his head and said, "No need to take such risks. I have already thought of a way. Next, let play a wave of justice from the sky for them." After hearing this, everyone's eyes showed doubt. Chao Xing took out a few vines from his backpack and directly told his plan. "In a while, I will use my flying ability to take you to the sky. When we reach the top of the goblin army, I will take you down at a very fast speed. Then, we will rush directly into the goblins and start killing them. Sarah will jump over the poison pool by herself at this time, and then come to support us. Wait until we break up the goblin formation, and the swordsman will rush over." Everyone was stunned, as if they didn't expect Chao Xing's plan to be so simple and crude. In fact, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. With their strength, one person may not be able to come and go freely among so many goblins. But as long as a few more people go, it's basically the invincible mode. Chao Xing did what he said. He did not enter the devil transformation state, but 2 wind wings appeared directly behind him. Wow! The transparent wings opened. Whoosh whoosh, the wind wings took Chao Xing and flew into the air. He continued, "Victoria, Elena, Xiao, Heli, come up." Hearing this, the 4 people came forward one after another, and then grabbed Chao Xing vines. The combined weight of these 4 people is almost 300 kilograms. This is also what Chao Xing has tested, the maximum load-bearing capacity of the wind wing, and it will not be able to fly higher. Hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind wing behind him began to flap. Chao Xing's arm strength is very strong now, and he can easily pick up these 4 people. He first flew them a distance away, and then began to fly into the air. In the blink of an eye, they flew to an altitude of 2,000 meters. At this altitude, they can see the surrounding mountains and endless snowfields. From a distance, you can see a large number of goblins stationed at the bottom of the valley. They hold their weapons tightly, as if waiting for Chao Xing's next attack. Chao Xing presses the communication device on his ear. "Braun, lead the soldiers out. Attract the attention of the goblins." After hearing the order, Braun takes the order without hesitation. Quickly gather all the Star Country swordsmen, and then rush out of the forest with shields raised. When the goblins see Braun coming out, they shout excitedly, "That group of humans is coming again, attack them. Don't let them get away this time." Soon there was a sound of raindrops breaking through the air from the front. Braun, holding his shield, rushed to the front. In an instant, he was hit by a large number of attacks. Other Star Country swordsmen also kept swinging their swords, cutting off the incoming arrows. But the attack power of these goblins was too low, and Braun's armor now has almost 3,000. In addition, the defensive stance increases armor by 20%, and the thrust shield reduces damage by 20%. In the end, only a double-digit damage appeared. -25. -34. -29. -31. The goblins were shocked when they saw this. This big guy has such a high defense, our arrows don't seem to work. Start the trebuchet, I don't believe he can withstand the damage of the trebuchet. The next moment, all the trebuchets began to load huge stones. When Chao Xing saw this, the attention of the goblins was completely attracted. Continue to take everyone into the air. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. At this altitude, the temperature has reached an extremely low level. The strong cold wind is like a cold blade, ruthlessly cutting everything around. Especially those skins that are not covered by clothes and exposed to the air are already numb. Even the wind wing behind him is almost frozen. He glanced at the temperature above his head. Current temperature, -82°C. Good guy. It has exceeded -80 degrees. Below, the 4 people who were clinging to the vines were also shivering from the cold. Chaoxing asked, "How do you feel? Can you hold on?" Healy replied tremblingly, "No. No problem. Lord." Queen Victoria and Swordsman Shao also gritted their teeth and held on. Only Eilina was relatively relaxed. As a snakeman, she was born extremely cold resistant. Not to mention that she was now a 5th level leader. Chaoxing said, "Okay. Hold on for a while. This height is enough. We can go straight over." Everyone nodded solemnly. Chaoxing was like a helicopter. And then he took 4 figures and began to fly forward. At the same time, the goblins below were attacking excitedly. "Ha ha. Shoot them to death. Launch the catapult. Smash these humans into pulp. Boom. Boom." Those boulders, carrying the power of destruction, smashed towards them fiercely. When Brown saw the boulder above his head, he dodged if he could. If he couldn't, he would just raise his shield to resist. After transforming into an ice giant, he was able to withstand the power of the boulder with just his physical strength. This scene was really too shocking. Imagine, a big man over 2 meters tall, raised a heavy shield, and then resisted the 1,000-pound boulder coming from the sky. What a shocking scene. It was no less than resisting a natural disaster with the strength of his physical body. The goblins were all stunned. Great Goblin God, am I still asleep or seeing things? What kind of monster is this big guy? He can actually withstand the attack of the catapult. Too scary. Is this really something a human can do? Their attention was all attracted by Brown. They didn't notice the black spots in the sky at all. At this height, Chaoxing could already see the surrounding scene. He saw that in front of the pile of boulders, there were a lot of sentry towers, and there were a lot of goblin archers on each sentry tower. Next to them, there are 6 catapults. Next to each catapult, there is a goblin team guarding and loading boulders. Chaoxing said, "It almost done. Then, listen to my instructions, and prepare to go all out." The 4 people below nodded. Understood. The moment he finished speaking, Chaoxing was like a kite with a broken string, leading everyone to descend rapidly. The speed of descent was much higher than the speed of ascent. Whoosh whoosh. Strong winds kept blowing. When they were still 1,000 meters above the ground, Chaoxing could already see the ferocious expressions of the goblins, and their approximate number. After a quick glance, the number of goblins here exceeded 4,000. In the cave, goblins kept coming out. In addition to a large number of goblin archers, there were also a large number of goblin warriors, goblin spearmen, goblin warlocks, etc., hiding behind the pile of boulders. This group of goblins are really insidious. They hid here and waited for my assassin to come over. Then, they controlled her with various skills, and prepared to take her away in one go. Right? But, where did the Goblin King go? Chaoxing didn't think much about it, because they had already reached a height of 500 meters above the ground. At this moment, Lu Yang, who was observing the battle situation halfway up the mountain, also saw the small black dots falling at a high speed. His eyes were instantly locked on Chaoxing. Chaoxing also felt the sight coming from the hillside, but he only saw a pile of rocks when he looked over. However, Chaoxing did not think much about it, as his mind was still on the battlefield below. At this time, the goblin Lu Yang was already in a state of panic. This was the first time he had looked into Chaoxing's eyes. All along, Lu Yang had always regarded Chaoxing as an imaginary enemy. He felt that even if Chaoxing was stronger than himself, he should not be much stronger. However, now, just a glance from the other party made Goblin Lu Yang feel extremely powerful and powerless. At this moment, Lu Yang felt confused. How is this possible? I am now level 35, and my strength is enough to fight against the 4th level boss creatures. Why do I feel more terrified facing you than facing those 5th level monsters? Have you reached the 5th level? Or the 6th level? At this moment, Goblin Lu Yang's eyes were full of disbelief. He thought that his strength had already stood at the top of the survivors? Unexpectedly, the gap between the two sides was so big. Lu Yang reacted quickly and ordered, "Enemy attack. The enemy is in the air. All goblin archers, attack the air." Hearing the order, the goblins below were still in a daze. When they raised their heads, They saw those figures, which had appeared less than 200 meters above their heads. At this height, even if strong men of their level jumped down, they would not be hurt at all. Chao Xing put away the vines, and then said, "Go ahead. Kill them all." The moment he received the order, a dark night power emerged from Healy's body, and she disappeared on the spot. Queen Victoria's mind flowed all over her body, and she fell to the ground like a destructive meteor. A large amount of sword energy appeared behind Xiao instantly, and with a cold light flashing in his eyes, he slashed down fiercely. However, the most terrifying one was the snake girl Ailina. This snake priestess used her newly acquired skill while in midair. The next moment, a breath of vast pressure emanated from her body. Her body began to change rapidly, and her whole body was covered with a layer of white snake scales, and she began to grow rapidly. From her normal height, she directly grew to 10 meters, 20 meters, and nearly 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, a white snake with a length of hundreds of meters and a thickness of nearly 2 meters appeared instantly, like a silver dragon falling from the sky, slamming into the goblin group. Boom! The sky was full of debris. Ailina's transformation was amazing, and at the moment of landing, the huge tail swung violently. Whoosh whoosh. The body of hundreds of meters, carrying boundless power. The 1,000-pound boulders around, like foam props, were swept away directly. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded. This horrible scene directly made all the goblins fall into a stagnation. Chapter 384, sweeping everything. At the same time, Harry on the other side turned into a shadow, and started to kill the goblins. Then they reacted. Swish! Swish! A blood mark appeared on the neck of each goblin, and then the blood suddenly surged. The goblins immediately said in a hurry, "It's the assassin from last night again, catch her. Shoot out the poisonous net, and the hook arrow, to restrict her movements." Swish! Swish! Arrows with ropes came one after another. However, the moment Healy saw those goblins take out the nets, she flashed on the spot, and then entered stealth mode. The goblins lost their target on the spot. Before they could react, Healy had already appeared behind several goblin witch doctors. Puff! The dagger in her hand slashed down, and the goblin witch doctor heart was pierced on the spot, killing him instantly. Then she continued to enter stealth mode, so that those goblins could not touch her tail at all. Every time it appears, it can take away the lives of several goblin commanders, or witch doctors. The goblins on the field felt like they were being targeted, and a chill suddenly rose from their backs. Before, Healy was just suppressed by Sarah. In fact, her fighting ability is really not weak. At this moment, she is in full force, like a death god in the shadows, constantly harvesting lives. On the other side, after landing, the swordsman Xiao directly used Extreme Soul Flash, like a meteor passing by. Swoosh! Along the way, at least a dozen goblins were cut in half by this sword. Soul Flash instantly rushed forward a distance, causing 178% damage to enemies along the way, and dismembering creatures whose health points have reached 0. Cooling time, 120 seconds. After dealing with the goblins along the way, Xiao saw a catapult in the distance. He raised the sword in his hand high. Shwa! A sword energy swept through, and the goblins around the catapult had terrible injuries on their heads on the spot. A large number of goblins were killed instantly by this sword, and a bunch of suspended sword chi appeared behind him. Extreme Soul Slash. Concentrate all sword chi, causing 214% slash damage to enemies 3 by 50 meters in front. And every time an enemy is killed, a sword chi of Extreme Soul will be condensed behind itself. Cooling time, 120 seconds. After using these two moves, Xiao did not stop, and continued to rush into the goblin army, and began the unparalleled killing. The Queen of Mind Chi on the other side was even more terrifying. As a 5th level commander level creature, although her skills are more auxiliary, her attack power is not weak. She condensed a ball of mental energy in her hand. At the same time, a tiger phantom appeared behind her. Roar! The boxing gloves were activated. A tiger roar appeared, and the goblins around her were stunned and frightened in place. Then, Victoria condensed a huge shock wave and pushed it forward. Puff! Puff! The huge impact was like a cannonball. All enemies within the range of 50 meters ahead were instantly cleared. When the dense killing prompt sounded, all the goblins could not help but feel terrified by this beautiful Queen of Mind energy. Of course, the most terrifying one was Ailina. Along with being swept away, there were also a large number of goblins. When they were hit by the giant tail, they felt their bones were broken. After landing, a big injury appeared on their heads, and they fainted directly. At the same time, another team of spear goblins rushed over, trying to besiege Aelina. However, Aelina was extremely strong in the White Frost form. She opened her mouth, as if a cold energy was gathering rapidly. Voila! A white breath suddenly spurted out, and instantly covered the area dozens of meters ahead. The goblins that rushed over were suddenly covered with a layer of white frost, and their movement speed was greatly reduced. There were also horrible injuries on their heads. Minus 17,651. Minus 16,547. Minus 18,231. Minus 17,762. Frost poison spray. Condenses the frost poison in the body, causes 78% attack to enemies within 30 by 30 meters in front, and adds a layer of frost poison effect to them, reducing their mobility by 50%, receiving 200% poison attack per second, lasts 3 seconds, cooldown time, 120 seconds. The damage coefficient of this skill is quite terrifying. 3 seconds means 6 times the attack power. When the frost poison took effect in the second, these dozens of goblins had already died on the spot. Other goblins also realized the threat of this white snake on the battlefield. They quickly shouted, "This big snake is too lethal. Come here quickly, kill this big snake first. Archers, spearmen, all focus your fire." A large number of arrows, mixed with spears, attacked Aelina's huge body. However, these attacks fell on Aelina's scales, making a crisp sound like metal collision. Ding! Ding ding! The arrows couldn't even make a white mark on the scales. The pitiful damage numbers appeared one after another. Minus 168. Minus 175. Minus 229. Minus 135. Minus 163. In the transformed form, her health increased by 150%, and her armor increased by 50%, directly stacking up to more than 3,000 armor. You know, even the world boss Shwama giant beast only has this much armor. You can imagine how terrifying Aelina's survival ability is now. And not only that. She raised her snake head directly, and opened her scarlet mouth. Hiss! Hiss! This sound seemed like a curse from ancient times. And it seemed to ring the death knell of life for these goblins. In the sky, snowflakes appeared. These snowflakes were crystal clear, but they contained deadly cold and poison. They fell on the goblins, and quickly eroded their bodies like deadly poison. In a short time, the skin of hundreds of goblins around was dyed frosty white. Swish! Swish instantly. A large amount of damage appeared on the heads of these goblins. Minus 17,889. Minus 16,554. Minus 17,521. Minus 18,392. Minus 16,023. Within a radius of 200 meters. Hundreds of goblins lasted less than 3 seconds and all fell down. Xiaoxing also heard the killing prompt sound on the screen. Frostfall dance, chant an ancient spell, summon the power of the legendary snake White Frost, make a burst of white frost fall from the sky. All enemy creatures touched by the white frost will be given a layer of frost poison effect. Skill duration, 5 seconds, cooling time, 5 minutes. This is a large-scale group attack skill, and it also comes with a group poisoning effect. 5 seconds of frost poison, that is at least 10 times the attack. With the health of these 3rd and 4th level goblins, it is impossible for them to resist it. From these 4 creatures, jumping down from the sky, and then starting to kill, it took less than 20 seconds. They had already slaughtered thousands of goblins, and the entire army was in chaos. The Goblin King also noticed the battle below, and although he was shocked, he did not panic. Xiaoxing, you actually chose to attack from the air, which was beyond my expectation. However, although the few people you brought with you are powerful, my goblin army is not a pushover. Then, the Goblin King took out an ancient horn from his backpack and blew it. Toot! The heavy sound of the horn echoed throughout the battlefield. After hearing this long sound, all the goblins instantly became more motivated. For the tribe. Kill! Tear these guys apart. I want to drink their blood. It was as if the fear in their hearts was dispelled. These goblins shouted and continued to rush towards Victoria, Aelina and others. Xiaoxing's eyes lit up above. He also heard the horn, and the group of crazy goblins. This thing is a good thing. I find a way to get it later. But now, take my warriors over first. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing flew down directly. Those goblins had already noticed Chao Xing flying in the air. When they saw him landing, a large number of goblin warriors, goblin shield soldiers came towards him. Chao Xing completely ignored these guys. He turned around and faced the direction where Braun and the others were. Then he squatted down and pressed his hands on the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying cold air burst out from his hands. And at a very fast speed, it spread rapidly forward. Like a majestic ice and snow dragon galloping, it spread to the edge of the poison pool in the blink of an eye. Not only that, this cold air also passed the row of iron barriers and directly broke into the poison pool. The terrifying cold air, when it came into contact with the liquid in the poison pool, made a crisp sound of crack, and froze it directly. In the poison pool, the ice spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a snow and ice track with a width of more than 100 meters and a length of more than 2,000 meters appeared suddenly. This is Chao Xing's other epic skill. Ice covering thousands of miles. When it was used at this moment, it was worthy of the name of epic. The snow and ice track exuded a cold light, as if it was the work of nature, and also as a symbol of his majesty in controlling the power of ice and snow. When Braum on the shore saw this, he burst into laughter. What a skill the Lord has! You have created a path in the poison pool, you are so strong. The big guy raised his shield and rushed out first. Warriors, the Lord has paved the way for us. Now charge! Kill! Nearly 100 swordsmen, and those nightmare archers, and earth mages all came to kill us. Among them was the huge mammoth Dabai. Moo! Dabai directly activated Furious Charge, and with a 200% increase in movement speed, it even surpassed Braum. It crossed the poison pool at an extremely fast speed, and came to the other side, and knocked the row of iron barriers away. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing smiled. There were dozens of goblins around him, who took advantage of him releasing the skill Ice 1,000 miles, and continued to attack him. Chao Xing completely ignored him and directly ordered, Dabai, go help Ailina. He himself threw a drop of top-quality sap into his mouth to restore his mental strength. Then he looked at the large number of goblins around him with a look of disdain in his eyes. He raised his staff, and 3 huge ice blocks fell. Boom! Boom! All the goblins around were killed instantly by this group attack magic. At this time, Dabai had already rushed to Ailina's side, and began to run rampant. Because of Ailina's huge size, there were already hundreds of goblins besieging her. Most of the attacks from the goblin archers also fell on her. So Ailina's health was also decreasing at a very fast rate. And the arrival of Dabai can be said to have helped her reduce a lot of pressure. Bang! Bang! Groups of goblins were directly knocked away by it. And after killing these enemies, it directly jumped high with its front hooves and stomped hard on the ground. Moo! A call that seemed to come from ancient times appeared. From behind Dabai, nearly 200 huge monsters with shoulder heights of 6 or 7 meters suddenly appeared. It was its leader-level skill. The herd of elephants galloping. With a flick of Dabai's nose, a large number of mammoth spirits rushed out. Boom! The ground shook wildly, like a tsunami. The moment all the goblins came into contact with these mammoth phantoms, it was as if they were hit by a huge wave, their bones were broken, and they were killed instantly. On the other side, Braum led other Star Country swordsmen, earth mages and nightmare archers to the battlefield. Then, a one-sided killing began. The swordsmen swung their swords, and a large number of goblins fell down. The earth mages continued to release magic, and spikes burst out from the ground, piercing the goblin archers standing on the boulders. The nightmare archers were equally terrifying. Almost 2 or 3 arrows could take the life of a goblin. In the blink of an eye, the goblin army was already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the goblin king Liu Yang, who was standing above and observing the overall situation, had panic in his eyes. How is this possible? How is this possible? I have thousands of goblins. I worked hard, planned for a month, annexed so many goblin tribes around, and finally gathered the troops. Why are you so vulnerable now? From the moment Chao Xing led his men to land from the air, to the moment his warriors rushed over, nearly 2,000 goblins have been killed. In fact, the force that Liu Yang assembled was quite terrifying. At least in the entire 4 regions, there was no legion that could withstand the attack of so many goblins at the same time. Unfortunately, this guy picked the wrong opponent. Liu Yang panicked. He quickly commanded, Catapult. Where are the trebuchets? Kill that big snake first. And our magic bull chariots, get out quickly. After he finished speaking, all the trebuchets began to adjust their angles. He actually wanted to gather all his strength to kill Ailina instantly. Boom! Boom! The sling arm swung, and several huge stones with destructive power smashed towards the white snake. Victoria jumped directly to Eilena's side. A huge mind shield rose up, protecting Eilena inside. Bang! Bang! The huge stone smashed on the mind shield, but did not cause any damage to it. Xiaoxing smiled. Victoria, as a commander-level assistant, was too strong. With her around, the battle is so easy. Sarah, Heli, go and stop those trebuchets. These trebuchets are quite powerful. Xiaoxing has already considered them as his own possession, so he will not destroy them easily. After hearing the order, the two assassins each turned into a black shadow and rushed into the goblin army next to the trebuchets to kill them wantonly. As long as these operators are killed, then the trebuchets will naturally lose their function. At this moment, a huge monster emerged from the dark hole in front. It was a chariot made entirely of metal, with a hideous and terrifying shape and a cold metallic luster. It was 4 meters high and nearly 5 meters long, like a moving steel fortress. At the front of the chariot, there was a pair of curved horns, which were sharp and pointed, as if they could penetrate everything. Move faintly. A deep sound of horns was heard. Then, the chariot rushed forward with a destructive force. The old wizard tyrant directly raised a wall of earth on the spot, trying to stop the impact of the chariot. However, the moment the horns in front of the chariot hit it, the earth wall was like a fragile piece of paper, and it collapsed directly. It was not because the durability of the earth wall was reduced to 0 that it collapsed. It seemed more like the pair of horns had a special effect, which directly broke the magic. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing's eyes showed an interested look. He also tried to raise his staff and released an ice wall. The result was equally vulnerable. The ice wall was instantly shattered by the impact of the chariot, turning into countless ice chips, which flew everywhere. This chariot has this effect? It quite interesting. But, it mine now. Xiaoxing ordered Braun. Stop this chariot. After hearing the order, Braun raised his shield and rushed forward like a bulldozer. The goblin Li Yang on top looked down on him. Humph. You are overestimating yourself. My bull chariot is a secret weapon newly developed by the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Any enemy that stands in its way will be crushed. At the same time, the bull chariot rushed towards Braun with the same destructive force. The sharp horns collided with the shield. Bang! A dull collision sound came, making people's eardrums vibrate. Braun was pushed back and kept retreating. However, the big guy shouted, "Giant ancestor, grant me strength." He instantly entered the ice giant form, and his size and strength increased dramatically. He was like an unshakable mountain, and he resisted the trend of the demon bull chariot. The Star Country swordsmen were about to attack and destroy the chariot. Xiaoxing hurriedly said, "Don't do it. Kill the operator inside, and leave this chariot." Hearing the order, the nightmare archer Ming Lita understood what he meant. She jumped directly to the top of the chariot. Then a few arrows shot a crack at the entrance. Through this crack, you can see the goblin manipulating the chariot. With a cold expression, Ming Lita pulled the bowstring again and launched an attack directly. Swish! Swish! After a few arrows, the goblin inside was killed on the spot, and the violent chariot was completely stopped. Goblin Lu Yang saw this scene from above, and the smugness on his face disappeared. He instantly showed an unbelievable look. Up to now, all his methods were easily resolved by the opponent. Half of his goblin army had been destroyed. The most important thing was that the other side didn't even have one person dead. This really made the goblin desperate. Goblin Lu Yang said in disbelief, How? How is this possible? My magic bull chariot, my goblin army? Why don't they have any effect on you? Am I really going to lose?" The next moment, a cruel look appeared on its face. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and said, "No, I haven't lost yet. I still have the soul-devouring netherworm. As long as I have it, I won't lose." After saying that, he took out a purple crystal stone, which emitted an evil and twisted aura. Then, Lu Yang injected some kind of power into the crystal stone. At this moment, all the strong men on the field felt it. It was as if an evil, horrible, cold aura had awakened. Hiss. A sharp hissing sound that made people's souls tremble sounded. After hearing this cry, everyone on the field felt a sharp pain in their heads. Ding! You have been attacked by the soul-devouring insect. The thought of faith has taken effect. You are immune to this attack. Although he was immune to the attack, Xiaoxing still frowned, because this was just the cry of this monster. but it was unbearable for them. If the monster really launched an attack, how would they respond? Buzz? A strange sound of footsteps came. It was as if a huge creature was running at full speed in the cave, rushing towards them. At this moment, on the entire battlefield, the fighting goblins and Star Country swordsmen could not help but slow down their movements. They looked towards the cave entrance, ready for battle. Then, from the cave, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. It was a behemoth at least 10 meters tall, more than 15 meters long. The figure was covered with a layer of shiny black carapace, with mysterious patterns on the carapace, and exuded an evil aura all over the body. Its head is hideous and terrifying, with a pair of huge compound eyes, flashing blood-red light. When its pupils turn, it seems to be able to see through people's souls, which makes people shudder. Its mouth is huge and sharp, full of sharp teeth, like saw teeth, which can easily bite some hard metals into pieces. The most terrifying thing is its sharp limbs. Like 4 sharp sickles, it can easily pierce the enemy body, and there are sharp barbs on its limbs. Chao Xing couldn't help but complain, "Good guy. This shape is really scary. If it is touched, it will be covered with bruises." Right? At the same time, when the goblin Lu Yang saw the soul-devouring worm rushing out, he immediately issued an attack command to it. However, the soul-devouring worm did not do so, but looked at the goblin corpses on the ground. Greed appeared in its eyes. It pounced directly, pierced the goblin corpses one by one with its sharp forelimbs, and then stuffed them into its mouth. Crunch! Crunch! A numbing chewing sound came. Just like eating a buffet, this monster was enjoying its meal. It didn't care. Even the living goblins were pierced through their bodies by its forelimbs, and then stuffed into its mouth. A scream was heard. Chao Xing said happily, "Oh? This soul-eating worm even attacked its own people. So, the Goblin King didn't have complete control over it?" The Goblin Lu Yang above saw this scene, and was also a little anxious. He kept manipulating the crystal stone, trying to make the soul-devouring worm below obey. However, the worm continued to devour the goblins. Lu Yang was furious. He could not help but rush out of the hidden stone chamber, pointed at the soul-devouring worm halfway up the mountain, and shouted, "Damn it! I asked you to deal with him. What are you doing?" At this moment, Chao Xing and the soul-devouring worm raised their heads at the same time and glanced at the goblin Lu Yang. The moment they saw each other, Eye of True Vision activate. A smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, Chao Xing was sure that this guy was the Goblin King. "So your name is Lu Yang." And Lu Yang seemed to realize that he had exposed his position. But he looked at the dozen or so goblin guards around him, who were more than 2 meters tall. And he was not panicked. Lu Yang shouted again, "Soul-devouring worm, I order you to attack the enemy immediately." However, this huge and ferocious monster just glanced at the goblin Lu Yang, then raised its head, and let out another terrifying cry. Hiss. Lu Yang was in great pain from the shock of this terrifying sound wave, and he kept rolling on the ground with his head in his arms. It gritted its teeth and shouted angrily, "Damn it, if you dare not listen to me, then don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, it picked up the crystal in its hand again, and then injected magic power into it. Instantly, the soul-devouring insect below closed its mouth. As if it had been attacked by some kind of terror, its body began to tremble slightly. The next moment, it was like a volcano erupting. The soul-devouring worm began to struggle frantically on the spot. Hiss! Hiss! The screams of pain continued to be heard. The huge body kept rolling, the limbs bent like sickles, with the power of destroying everything, cut off a large number of goblins around. Because of its rolling, the ground was in a mess. In the area of hundreds of meters around, no creature dared to approach. Until a moment later, Lu Yang stopped injecting magic power into the crystal. The soul-devouring worm frenzy finally stopped. Lu Yang stood up, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Now, I order you to deal with those guys." The soul-devouring worm recovered, with lingering fear in his eyes, and looked at Lu Yang with hatred. Somewhat unwillingly, it cast its eyes on the Star Country swordsmen who were killing. Then, it attacked the Star Country swordsmen with the might of destruction. At this time, Chao Xing had also seen the Goblin King actions. "Interesting. Are you using the crystal in your hand to control the soul-devouring worm? If I snatch it, can I control this monster as well? This monster is still very powerful, at least the 7th level of combat power, and is also good at mental attacks. If you can subdue it and make it your friendly creature, it will be a great killer on the battlefield." Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly ordered, Sarah, go deal with this soul-devouring worm. Helly, go up there and kill the Goblin King. After hearing the order, the two assassins immediately took action. Sarah turned into a stream of light and appeared directly in front of the soul-devouring worm, facing its terrifying body that made people intimidated. There was no fear in her eyes. She just swung the dagger and slashed it hard on the thick shell. Crack! Minus 15,743. Even though the soul-devouring worm had amazing armor, it screamed in pain after being chopped by this knife. Hiss! It turned its head instantly and locked onto Sarah with the compound eyes on its head. Then it swung its huge sickle limbs, cutting down at lightning speed. The attack speed of this monster was too fast, and beings below level 6 had absolutely no chance to dodge it. If it was hit by this knife, it might be at risk of dismemberment. At the critical moment, Sarah did not panic. An arc of light flashed, and the sickle limbs of the soul-devouring worm had the power to cut through the air, but it did not attack any target. At this time, Sarah had already stepped on the back of the soul-devouring worm. Then he swung the dagger in his hand and slashed it fiercely. Hiss! A scream was heard, and the monster went completely crazy and attacked Sarah frantically. One of them was level 6, and the other was level 7. These two creatures, which were equally lethal, fought each other in an instant. On the other side, the beast-eared girl Helly had disappeared from the spot. When she appeared again, she had already rushed to the huge rock on the hillside, and she also found the hidden stone chamber where the Goblin King was. She was about to rush in and behead him. However, the moment she stepped into the door of the stone chamber, a poisonous fog rose up. It also directly revealed Healy's figure. When he saw the poisonous fog triggered, Goblin Liang realized that someone had come in. He shouted, Goblin guards, protect me! In this stone chamber, there appeared more than a dozen goblin giants, who were more than 2 meters tall, with exaggerated bulging muscles on their bodies, and covered with heavy armor. They all held huge maces as weapons. Every attack was like a cannonball exploding, with earth-shaking might. Boom! Boom! The ground was shaking crazily, and the whole stone chamber was shaking constantly. The attack range of these dozen goblin giants was too wide, and their attack power was also very amazing. Healy could only keep moving. However, in this stone chamber, Liu Yang had set up a lot of traps in advance. For a moment, Healy was actually a little passive, seeing that Helly could not be defeated after a long attack. Chao Xing also heard the explosion-like noise coming from the stone chamber halfway up the mountain. He thought to himself, even Helly was held back. This Goblin King is quite capable. Then, I will deal with you myself. After saying that, the wind wings behind Chao Xing fluttered, and he flew directly into the sky. Then, he came directly to the door of the stone chamber. Looking at the dozen or so goblin giants besieging Helly inside, he immediately understood what was going on. Before the goblins could react, he raised his staff. 3 huge ice blocks appeared above the goblins' heads. Boom! Boom! Iceberg fall smashed down. Minus 12,114. Minus 12,057. Minus 18,921. Minus 11,643. A large number of damage numbers appeared, and the health of these deformed goblins dropped sharply. In an instant, all the goblins fell into a state of low health, and they also noticed the frost mage holding a staff at the door. Goblin Liu Yang said in horror, Quick, go and kill this mage! The group of goblin giants were about to give up the enemy and rush to the door. However, after Chao Xing cast the iceberg fall, he released another group attack magic. Ice arrow rain. Instantly, a large amount of ice arrow rain fell. Puff! Puff puff puff. Dense piercing sounds came. These goblin giants were already at low health, and now they were taken away by a wave. Chapter 385 Killing the Goblin King, Gift Crystal? The huge bodies fell down like a hill. A large number of system prompts appeared in front of Chao Xing. Successfully killed the deformed goblin LV36, a 4th level elite creature, gained experience value, 2880. Successfully killed the deformed goblin LV37, a 4th level elite creature, gained experience value, 2960. Success. As a survivor, being able to have so many elite monsters, the strength is still quite good. But for Chao Xing, this is not enough. Liu Yang watched the deformed goblins that he was proud of fall down in groups. There was already disbelief and horror in his eyes. He asked in a daze, Why? We entered this world at the same time. And you are so much stronger than me? Chao Xing smiled faintly. Because I am a human. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 ice balls had condensed in front of Chao Xing. It was the ice-breaking blade. Now Chao Xing uses this skill. The damage caused is even more terrifying. A death-like threat is coming. At the critical moment, Lu Yang shouted, "Underworld worm. Save me!" Below, the huge worm heard Lu Yang call and raised its head to the sky again to make a terrifying hissing sound. Everyone felt a strong tingling sensation in their heads, including Chao Xing. His belief thought has a 60-second cooling time, and it has not cooled down yet. Chao Xing covered his head in great pain. The magic just now was also interrupted, and he received some backlash damage. Damn! The range of this bug mental attack is really outrageous. It can be attacked even here. Also, does its mental attack not need to be cooled down? Why can't it be released so quickly? Chao Xing was full of doubts. And below, those Star Country swordsmen, earth magicians, and nightmare archers were also shocked by this wave of mental attacks, and stood still with painful faces. There were nearly 2,000 goblins left on the field. Seeing this, the goblin said in delight, "These guys are frightened by the soul-devouring insects. Haha. Attack them quickly." Instantly, the goblins launched an attack. Clatter! A large number of arrows and spears, as well as the weapons of the melee goblins, chopped at the warriors. The blood volume of these fighters was pouring out like water. Even the recovery speed of the ice therapy could not keep up. Puff! Puff! After their health reached the bottom, these people triggered Sacred Light Redemption and saved their lives. At the same time, they also reacted. They quickly distanced themselves and recovered their health. But there was still an Earth Mage who was hit the most. Even though Holy Light Redemption restored his health, he still couldn't withstand so many attacks. His health was immediately reduced to 0, and he fell down completely. Your territory member, Rob LV31, has died. At the moment he saw the system prompt, anger appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Since the last attack on the large camp, he had not suffered any casualties. Although there was only one. He was furious. Damn it! Helly, go down and help Sarah deal with the bug. Leave this to me. Hearing the order, Helly rushed out of the stone chamber without hesitation. Then she jumped to the side of the soul-devouring worm. In an instant, Helly activated the leader-level skill Dark Night Phantom Slash. A thick fog appeared, covering the soul-devouring worm. In the mist, it seemed as if a figure was moving quickly. Then, a flash of lightning appeared. Shwa! 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 Healy began to slash at high speed. 9 consecutive damage numbers floated up. Minus 4,584. Minus 4,723. Minus 4,822. Minus 4,921. Sarah also directly started the death dance. Kacha! Kacha! Each knife left deep scars on the monster body. The 2 assassins exerted their strength at the same time, directly hitting the soul-devouring insect and making it scream miserably. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at the Goblin King in the stone chamber with cold eyes. Goblin Lu Yang looked at Chao Xing's murderous eyes, and suddenly felt cold all over. He knew that he was definitely not Chao Xing's opponent. The gap was too big. Even so many elite goblins were killed by him with one skill. As a 4th-level survivor, although he had the template of the Goblin King, his health was only about the same as those deformed goblins. Chao Xing can kill it in one skill. At this time, Lu Yang looked at a passage behind him. Without any consideration, he rushed over at the fastest speed. However, in terms of moving speed, Chao Xing was also in a crushing state. The wind wings behind him fluttered, and directly took him out dozens of meters away. When Lu Yang saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. So fast! Although he was shocked, his steps did not stop at all. It was about to rush into the passage. At this moment, an ice wall rose up, and directly blocked its way. At this moment, Lu Yang was completely desperate. As soon as he turned around, he saw a big ice spear behind him shooting at his head at a high speed. At the critical moment, Lu Yang rolled on the ground, and the piercing ice spear was past his scalp. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. You reacted quickly, and you can actually avoid my attack. Then how are you going to dodge my next attack? Just as Chao Xing was about to raise his staff, the Goblin King quickly raised his right hand and shouted, "Wait a minute." Chao Xing. However, Chao Xing ignored him. This guy killed an Earth Mage. And Chao Xing just wanted to freeze him into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Lu Yang shouted again, Chao Xing. Don't you want the method to control the soul-eating worm? As long as you let me go, I can give it to you. Chao Xing looked at it like an idiot. Do you think I didn't see it? You use that crystal to control the soul-devouring worm. Even if I kill you, this thing will still be mine. After he finished speaking, a large ice ball had already condensed in front of them. The Goblin King said anxiously, Wait a minute, without my method, it's useless even if you take this crystal. This soul-devouring worm only listens to me. Chao Xing said disdainfully, Do you think I will believe it? It's true. I swear on my life. Lu Yang was completely anxious. However, Chao Xing's killing intention towards it was even stronger than that of the soul-devouring underworld worm. No matter how much it is, kill it first. Then, the ice-breaking flying blade was thrown out directly. Bang! Bang bang. Minus 21,456. Minus 20,446. Minus 20,337. After 3 huge injuries, Lu Yang's health was cleared on the spot. However, he did not die immediately. The Goblin King's skill King Regeneration was activated. Lu Yang saved his life. Chao Xing said in surprise, Oh? You have this method of rebirth. You are quite capable. But how many times can you revive? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out the Ice Soul Spear again. In the face of such an all-round crushing strength, these methods are useless. Seeing the icy spear whistling towards him, Lu Yang felt the threat of death. It also knew that it was in great danger today. At this moment, a ruthless look appeared in Lu Yang's eyes. Damn it. Even if I die, you can't get this soul-devouring insect. After saying that, he crushed the crystal in his hand. Crack! An invisible mental wave burst out. The Ice Soul Spear had already landed on him. And several large damage numbers floated up. Minus 11,723. Minus 10,364. Minus 10,947. Lu Yang's health was completely reduced to 0. This survivor originally had good talents and abilities. If he continued to develop slowly, he might really be able to unify the goblins of the entire continent and become the true king of goblins. However, he was too arrogant. Power and desire made him lose himself. And then he embarked on this road of no return. Just as Chao Xing said, it a pity to waste a good ability. And the soul-eating worm below, after the crystal was broken, seemed to have fallen into a violent state. Its pupils instantly turned blood red, and a violent murderous aura emanated from its body. Hissed the monster opened its mouth. And the terrifying scream came again. The soul-devouring worm went crazy. Swish. Swish. The terrifying forelimb swept wildly, clearing all obstacles in front. With its legs moving, its huge body swept across like a bulldozer. Even Sarah and Helly were forced back by the crazy soul-devouring worm. Chao Xing frowned. After the crystal is broken, will this monster go into a violent state? It seems that it is impossible to control the soul-eating insect. However, he did not feel any regret. After all, it is a 7th-level creature. Even if it is killed directly, it can get a lot of good things. At the same time, a special prompt appeared in front of Chao Xing. Successfully killed the survivor, Lu Yang LV34. Attention! You killed a survivor with A-level talent, reputation plus 1000, get talent crystal *1. Chao Xing asked in confusion, what is this talent crystal? In his hand, a small glowing stone appeared, which seemed to contain a strange power. Talent crystal, special item. Item introduction. After a survivor with talent dies, a talent crystal will be generated, which contains the talent of the deceased. How to use. You can give this crystal to a survivor without talent, so that he can obtain the talent. Note, if a survivor with a talent dies, some of his abilities will be lost, and his talent level will automatically drop by 1 level. Note 2, a survivor can only have 1 talent. Talent name, Goblin King. Level, B level. Talent ability, it gives him the bloodline of the Goblin royal family, and his race is automatically transformed into a goblin. And he has the eating skill, and after breaking through to level 20, he becomes the hidden profession Goblin King Chosen. Note, Goblin King Chosen has some of the abilities of the Goblin King, and can evolve through bloodline to become the real Goblin King. Seeing the above introduction, Chao Xing was shocked. Fuck. The Goblin King gift crystal can also be used by other survivors. What a good thing. If this crystal is used well, it may be possible to create another Goblin King. Of course, this thing also has many restrictions. First of all, it must be used by survivors. And after using it, it will turn into a goblin. This means that for the sake of power, you must give up your human identity. In addition, Chaoxing also noticed the above note information. After the survivor with this talent dies, it will automatically drop a level. Chaoxing pondered, that is to say, Lu Yang has an A-level talent. But after I killed him, he became a B-level talent. Right? He seemed to understand something. This also reminded Chaoxing of his SSS level talent. The Eternal Power. If another survivor kills me, will he also get an SS level Eternal Power talent crystal? According to the inference, this should be correct. In this way, there will be a consequence. That is, the survivors with talents may plunder the talents of others for power. Then the survivors will commit suicide and kill each other. However, it should not evolve to this extent at present, because there are very few survivors with talents. There is no chance for everyone to meet, let alone kill each other. And each survivor can only have one talent. Even in the later stage, everyone's strength has been improved, they will remain restrained because of mutual fear. Chaoxing is not worried about his own safety. After all, his territory has already laid a good foundation. Next, his speed of becoming stronger will only get faster and faster. When that situation really happens, his strength will probably have reached a terrifying level. If other talented people dare to take advantage of him, Chaoxing doesn't mind killing them and taking away their talents. So, if I want to use this crystal in my hand, I need to find a trustworthy survivor. In addition, he needs to be willing to give up his human identity and become a goblin. This is quite difficult. Shaking his head, Chaoxing first put the gift crystal into his backpack. Then he walked to the body of the goblin Lu Yang and began to touch the body. Obtained, Moon Crown Orb Fragment, orange. Obtained, Tribal Horn, purple. Obtained, Thorn Iron Helmet, purple. Obtained, Silk Inscription Backpack, blue. Obtained, Coins Asterisk 1623. Chaoxing eyes lit up. Damn it! Moon Crown Orb Fragment. This guy actually has one too. Ha ha. He couldn't help but smile. This was the third fragment he had obtained. And he only needed 9 more to collect the complete legendary gem. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect this guy to have such an unexpected gain. He put it in his backpack with satisfaction and began to check out another gain. It was an ancient animal bone horn, which looked a bit rough. Tribal Horn, purple special item. Quality, rare. Item effect, blow the horn, which will revive all friendly creatures. Improve morale. Increase abnormal resistance by 5%. And increase attack speed by 5%, which will last for 5 minutes. And cool down time, 1 hour. Note, a replica of the war horn, which has some abilities. Good stuff. Chaoxing exclaimed. He had just seen the effect of this horn. After it was blown, the goblins, who were originally very scared, immediately regained their strength. But what surprised him was that this horn could actually increase abnormal resistance and attack speed by 5%. The most important thing is that this is a bonus for all friendly forces. This thing should also be amplified by the power of eternity. Right? In other words, I can keep all the warriors in a state of high fighting spirit. Chaoxing was so happy that he even wanted to blow a horn. However, this thing had just been blown by a goblin. So Chaoxing decided to go back and clean it, and then hand over this task to Brown. As for the other helmets and backpacks, their properties were relatively ordinary. Chaoxing did not look closely, and then walked out of the stone room halfway up the mountain and left. The goblins below did not know that their king had been killed by Chaoxing, and they were still fighting with the swordsmen of the Star Country. But it was obvious that their defeat was inevitable. After this period of time, there were only more than 1,000 goblins here. On the other side, Sarah and Helly were also holding back the mad soul-eating worm. Crack! Crack! Sarah dagger slashed down one by one. Each cut caused a terrible damage. Minus 15,432. Minus 14,882. Minus 16,232. Sarah's current attack was 16,000, and a critical hit could deal at least 20,000 damage. But the damage now is only more than 10,000. This shows that the armor of this soul-devouring worm is quite high. Moreover, the soul-devouring worm in a violent state seems to be unaware of everything in the outside world. Even Sarah's attack was directly ignored by it, and only the most primitive killing was left in its heart. Buzz. The soul-devouring worm abdomen made a strange sound. Its forelimbs kept sweeping in front, and every time it passed, it made a sound of cutting through the air. This forced Sarah and Ely to retreat continuously, avoiding the attack of this soul-devouring insect. Chao Xing sighed secretly. What a ferocious monster. In its violent state, it is much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary 7th-level warrior. He glanced at its attributes. Soul-devouring underworld worm. Race, underworld worm. Level 61, 7th order commander level creature. HP, 2263-215/4623125. Attack power, 14,821 to 15,542. Armor, 2515 to 2617, extra plus 1,500. Abnormal resistance, 50%. Skill, shell shield, the whole body is covered with thick shells, armor extra plus 1,500. Feeding, by devouring corpses, restores a large amount of HP, each time swallowed, 5% of HP can be restored. This skill has no cooldown time. Sickle cut, weighs sharp forelimbs, at extremely fast speed. Launches a cutting attack on the enemy 100 meters ahead, the enemy hit will receive 247% physical damage, and there is a 30% chance of being dismembered. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Soul devouring evolution, all. The souls of creatures killed by it will be absorbed by it. When the souls accumulate to a certain value, the soul-devouring netherworm will increase its potential by 1 level, which lasts for 100 seconds. Commander-level skills. Trembling whale, make a terrifying wail, causing indiscriminate mental attacks on enemies within 1,000 meters around, making them enter an extremely painful state, which lasts for 1 to 5 seconds, and the cooling time is 50 seconds. Talent, soul shock, possessing extremely powerful mental power. For enemies with mental power lower than 50% of its own, it will put them into a state of shock, reducing armor by 20% and movement speed by 20%. Bond, netherworm, not activated. Note, a creature from another plane, possessing extremely evil abilities. After reading the attributes of this monster, Chao Xing's eyes were shocked again. Fuck. What a terrifying commander-level skill. Although this skill has no damage, its 1,000-meter range and 50-second cooling time mean that this monster will bring nightmares to the enemy, especially in such a large battlefield. Using it once will cause a large number of casualties. Chao Xing has already experienced the power of this skill. In addition, the other skills are also equally powerful, worthy of the strength of a 7th-level commander. But Chao Xing also noticed the last system note. A creature from another plane? Before this, through some prop information, he knew that in addition to the main world, there were other planes. For example, the underworld where the gods were imprisoned, and the world where the demons were. But he didn't expect that this soul-eating underworld worm actually came from another plane. Then, how did it get here? Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. But now is not the time to think so much. Instead, we should kill this soul-devouring worm as soon as possible, and then end the battle. So, the wind wings behind Chao Xing fluttered, and took him to the top of the monster. Then he raised his staff, and a strong wave of magic appeared. Ice Dragon. Destroy everything. Instantly, a 6-pointed star array enveloped the soul-devouring worm. While the array was spewing out terrifying cold air, 2 ice dragon heads rushed out. Heen. After the loud dragon roar, the 2 ice dragons began to spin at high speed. Not only that, Chao Xing began to release various powerful skills one after another. Chain ice explosions. Iceberg falling. Ice soul spinning spear. One terrifying ice skill after another was thrown out, accompanied by the attacks of Sarah and Ely. Even though this soul-eating worm had more than 3,000 armors, it still couldn't withstand the terrifying output of the 3 of them. Minus 7,825. Minus 5,823. Minus 15,232. Minus 8,923. Minus 6,723. Minus 16,822. The ice wall exploded. The ice dragon roared. And Sarah and Healy quick slashes. The soul-devouring insect was beaten so hard that it wailed endlessly, and its health dropped rapidly. After a wave of explosions ended, Chao Xing glanced at its health. HP 1438227/4623125. Very good. Only over 1,000,000 HP left. Keep up this pace, and you can kill it in 2 or 3 minutes. The soul-devouring insect below, after being repeatedly ravaged by Chao Xing and others, also sensed the danger. The compound eyes of insects moved around. As if in that violent state, it had regained some consciousness. At the same time, it raised its upper body, and raised a pair of sickle-like sharp forelimbs high. The next moment, it rushed out like a violent train. It was its burst skill. Sickle blade cutting. Sarah wanted to stop it, but this skill had the probability of dismemberment. Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Sarah, get out of the way." Hearing the order, the dark elf assassin stopped. At the same time, after the soul-devouring insect rushed out, it did not immediately attack the others. Instead, it looked at the goblin corpses on the ground. It directly pierced the goblin corpses on the ground with its forelimbs, like eating mutton skewers. Then it picked them up and stuffed them into its mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The chewing sound came. The next moment, a green recovery number appeared above its head. +231156. It directly recovered more than 200,000 health points in one bite. It was its blood recovery skill. Eating. Seeing this, Chao Xing was shocked. Wow! One corpse can restore 5% of the blood volume. And there are goblin corpses everywhere. If you swallow a dozen of them, it will be fully restored. In just a short while, the soul-devouring worm rushed over and swallowed 2 more corpses, restoring 460,000 blood volume again. It was about to return to more than 2 million. This made Chao Xing a little bit angry. I should have brought Zierda here earlier. With her here, we can transform all these corpses into blood spiders, and prevent them from being devoured by this monster. The main reason is that we didn't know at the beginning that this soul-eating worm had the ability to devour corpses to recover blood. Of course, Hilda is also very important over there. Because of her transformation, the output has directly reached a new level. The challenge of Zhua Ma Claw over there is progressing rapidly. It basically takes 40 minutes to push down an army of ice nest monsters, including the time for traveling and cleaning the battlefield. It takes about an hour or so to resolve the battle and gain more than 10,000 points. Moreover, even if Hilda is not brought along this time, Chao Xing has other ways to deal with it. Since this guy recovers health by swallowing corpses, then just control it, surround it, and take it away in one wave. So, Chao Xing quickly gave the order. Isabel, use the sacred chain. Shao, bring all the Star Country swordsmen here. The goblins on the field have been almost killed, with only the last 1,000 or so left. The remaining goblins saw that their king had not come out yet, and they were about to lose their fighting spirit. The 100 Star Country swordsmen raised their weapons at the same time, and killed the opponents in front of them. Then they rushed towards them quickly. Isabel moved faster. A light shuttle appeared under her feet again, and she moved forward quickly. When she was about to rush to the soul-devouring worm, she raised her staff, and a holy light chain suddenly appeared. The chain directly controlled the huge body of the soul-devouring worm, and made a hissing burning sound. At the moment when the soul-devouring netherworm was controlled, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. All Star Country swordsmen, form a sword formation, burst out, and kill it in seconds. Hearing the order, these nearly 100 Star Country swordsmen directly threw their long swords into the air, forming a huge sword formation. Hundreds of weapons exuded some kind of terrifying sword energy, and connected into a whole. The creatures inside the sword formation felt like a mountain was pressing down on their heads, and their movement speed dropped sharply. The next moment, Shao leaped up and grasped the hilt of a sword. Then he turned into a stream of light and slashed fiercely. Shua! -5,441 as a 5th level leader. Shao attack power was about 8,000. However, after being offset by the more than 3,000 armors of the soul-devouring netherworm, his attack power was greatly reduced. However, this did not have much effect. His figure flashed again. The second sword followed, then the third sword, the fourth sword, and the 5th sword. The speed of the slashing was getting faster and faster. A shadow appeared in the sword formation. Shua! 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 -5,795. -6,523. -6,733. -7,142. -7,014. -7,223. The dense damage numbers floated up. The soul-devouring worm kept hissing as it was slashed. The attacks of Chao Xing, Sarah and others were also constantly bursting out. When the 100 slashings were over, the soul-devouring worm health dropped directly to 1 million. Only about 900,000 remained. In other words, in this wave of explosion, everyone directly destroyed nearly 1.2 million HP of the soul-devouring worm. This shows how terrifying the explosion ability of Chao Xing and others is. Seeing this, Chao Xing was delighted, and then ordered Elena to buy Brown, Tyron, fight quickly. Come and deal with this soul-devouring worm together. After hearing the order, everyone on the field started to explode. Elena used another large-scale group attack skill, Frostfall Dance. 400 or 500 goblins were wiped out on the spot. The remaining hundreds of goblins no longer had any fighting spirit. All gave up fighting and fled to the cliff behind them. In the blink of an eye, only the last mad soul-devouring worm was left, still resisting, with Brown, Dubai, Elena, and other archers and earth mages surrounding them. The soul-devouring worm saw the figures around it, and it felt the danger of death in its heart. It opened its sharp mouthparts and was about to use the trembling howl skill. Brown directly used a glacial crack, smashed down. But this time, the control skill seemed to be immune to its 50% abnormal resistance. But it didn't matter. Dubai on the other side directly used mammoth trampling. Although the soul-devouring worm had 50% abnormal resistance, it couldn't resist the continuous attack and was directly controlled in place. And the soul-devouring worm in a dizzy state, facing the attack of Chao Xing and more than 100 people, the end of it can be imagined. Hua la la. A large number of attacks fell like a violent storm. In the blink of an eye, the HP dropped below 100,000. When Sarah snapped her fingers. Pa! Minus 47,223. The shadow bloomed. The HP of this soul-devouring worm was reduced to 0, and its huge body fell down. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed soul-devouring worm LV62, a 7th level commander level creature, gained experience value, 310,000. Combatants gained experience value, 155,000. On the field, a white light rose above the heads of most people. In the battle just now, they killed nearly 5,000 goblins, and gained a huge amount of experience. Chao Xing level jumped 2 levels directly, reaching level 48. Most of the other Star Country swordsmen also rose to level 34 to 36. Almost 5 or 6 levels in a row. At this moment, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the corpses on the ground, everyone's eyes were blank. They realized that in the battle just now, they had killed so many enemies. However, although this battle went smoothly, there were still some unexpected events. The power of this soul-devouring underworld worm was somewhat beyond expectations. Even if Sarah had the strength to fight it alone, it would take a lot of time to kill it. Its trembling will even caused Chao Xing to lose an earth mage. At the same time, Lu Mushu's call request came in, asking, I just saw a leader was killed. Did anything happen to you? There was a strong sense of worry in his tone. Chao Xing replied, Nothing, there was a little accident, but it has been resolved. Now the battle is over. After hearing this, the other side gradually breathed a sigh of relief. That good? I was just about to bring people to support you. Chao Xing smiled, and then asked, Don't worry, I'm fine here. By the way, Mu Shui, how is the battle going on your side? After a pause, Lu Mushui replied softly, We are also going well here. We have cleared 2 ice nest monster armies, and are looking for the 3rd one. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes gradually lit up. Clearing 2 legions is equivalent to at least 25,000 points. It is now 8:20 in the morning. This efficiency is really impressive. Chao Xing praised, Great. Mu Shui. Hearing his praise, there was a happy laugh from the other side. By the way, let Zierta come over now. I need her ability here. Our coordinates are. Okay. I know. I let her come over now. After both parties hung up the call, Lu Mushui quickly conveyed Chao Xing's intention to Zierta. After getting the location, the Blood Spider Queen did not hesitate at all, and quickly rushed towards Chao Xing and his men. At this time, on the battlefield of the Goblin tribe, Chao Xing turned around and looked at the warriors around him. They all had excited looks in their eyes. Obviously, the battle just now made them still a little excited. Chao Xing said, Everyone. Although there were some casualties in this battle, we have achieved rich results. I have seen your heroic deeds. You are all the bravest warriors. The Star Country warriors and earth mages on the field were excited after hearing this, because they all knew how amazing the results of this battle were. With less than 150 people, They almost wiped out a large goblin camp of 6,000 people. And this was when the opponent had the advantage of terrain. There was even a 7th level commander level monster among them. This record? No one would believe it if you told others. Even if one of the Earth magicians died. He died with honor. Everyone was proud of him. Chao Xing said, "Now, go clean up the battlefield. Gather all the goblin corpses together. I will need them later. Wrap the dead magician in a clean cotton coat. He will be buried in the hero tomb area of the territory. And his name will be remembered by everyone in our territory. Including all of you. Anyone who died on the battlefield is our hero. And your name will coexist with this territory." Hearing the last sentence, these warriors were overwhelmed with emotion. It was such an honor to be honored as a hero, and to coexist with this great territory. It was worth it even if they died on the battlefield. For a moment, the loyalty of all the Star Country warriors, and those mages increased by 5 to 10 points again. Then, everyone turned around and left, with excitement, and began to clean up the battlefield. And Chao Xing himself came to the side of the soul-devouring insect. Looking at the fallen spoils on the ground, a hint of anticipation appeared in his heart. This is the first 7th level commander level creature I killed. It should be able to drop some good stuff. Right? After saying that, he put these things directly into his backpack. Obtained, Master level Heart of Power *1. Obtained, Twisted Soul Devouring Underworld Worm Soul *1. Obtained, Contaminated Alien Worm Crystal, Orange, *1. Obtained, Special Chaos Book *3. Obtained, Master level Elemental Crystal *12. Not bad, another Master level Heart of Power. It just so happens that after today's battle, Assam can almost reach the maximum level of 50. Let's see if he can break through to the Master level. He nodded with satisfaction. In addition, Chao Xing also noticed 2 other items. A soul and a worm crystal. He first looked at the attributes of the soul. Twisted Soul Devouring Worm Soul, Orange. Item effect. It can make a leader level creature of level 7 or below. Advance to a commander level creature. And increase the spiritual attribute by 15%. With a success rate of 20% to 40%. Note, the soul of the soul-devouring worm contains a twisted dimensional power. If the breakthrough fails, there will be a probability of distortion. Please use with caution. Seeing the note at the end, Chao Xing frowned. Distortion? Does it mean that the body is deformed? I didn't expect that using this soul breakthrough would have side effects. Chao Xing was a little hesitant to use this thing. If it fails and deforms, let those combatants grow a 3rd hand or tentacles. That would be great fun. Shaking his head, he began to check the next item. Contaminated Alien Insect Crystal, Orange Special Item. Item Introduction. An extremely rare insect crystal. There is a chance that one will be born in the body of 10,000 commander-level soul-devouring insects. Extremely precious. Item Effect 1. After purifying it, you can get a complete Alien Insect Crystal. Alien Insect Crystals can be used to create epic equipment, increasing the success rate by 100%, and improving equipment attributes by 30%. Item Effect 2. Because the insect crystal has been contaminated, you can directly crush it, release the contaminated dimensional power, contaminate an equipment or item, making it lose its divinity. Contaminate equipment or items, making them lose their divinity. What does this mean? Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Does this loss of divinity mean that this equipment will lose its function? Or something else? Since the system introduction was vague, he didn't know the specific function. When he clicked on the note below the equipment, he was shocked. Note, the more powerful the equipment, the lower the probability of contamination. 100% for gold equipment, 50% for epic equipment, and 20% for legendary equipment. If the legendary equipment is successfully contaminated, its attributes will be slightly reduced, and the binder on it will be erased, making it ownerless. Fuck. Erase the binder of the legendary equipment, making it ownerless? Then can this thing be used on the Holy Book of Light? When this idea came up, it grew wildly like weeds, and could no longer be suppressed. Holy Book of Light as a secondary weapon, its attributes are quite powerful. But because it is the exclusive item of the God of Light, except for the person designated by him, Chao Xing cannot use it at all. And if this insect crystal can contaminate this holy book, even if it cannot fully exert its power, it is much better than not being able to use it now. And in this way, the Church of Light will not be able to collect 3 holy books, which will be a very serious blow to them. Chapter 386 The Enraged God of Light, Demon Bull Chariot. Chao Xing took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Although the probability of contaminating the Holy Book of Light is relatively low, he decided to try it right away. However, for the sake of caution, he decided to find a place to hide first. After all, before this, the Church of Light only knew that it was the demon who took away the holy book. If he took it out at this time, and was seen, it would directly expose his identity. So, he quickly got into the passage of the goblin tribe nearby. After there was no one around, he took out the holy book from his backpack. The moment the holy book appeared, it began to turn pages frantically. Hua la la. A strong power of light emanated from it, filling the entire cave, illuminating the surrounding walls. However, since Assam slashed it, this holy book of light has become much more honest, and has not tried to resist. When Chao Xing took out the contaminated alien insect crystal, it emitted a strong evil aura, which made the holy book of light feel uneasy. The book was shaking slightly. Only 20% success rate. I hope it will succeed. Thinking of this, Chao Xing no longer hesitated. He crushed the insect crystal directly. Crack! A strong dark aura, like substance, fell on the holy book that exuded the aura of light, just like a drop of ink poured into a bowl of clear water. In an instant, the thick darkness began to spread, gradually dyeing the holy pages black. At the same time, in the distant border area of the kingdom, there is a vast ice field. In the rolling mountains, there are fortresses. The huge fortresses stretch between the mountains, like a giant blocking the wind and snow. Because there is a dangerous area near the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the Broken Land. For some reason, Broken Land has various horrible natural phenomena all year round. These severe natural phenomena also affect the surrounding areas. The border area is windy, and the temperature is below -70°C all year round. So there are basically no creatures living here. There are only soldiers sent by the king to guard the fort. These soldiers are stationed in the fortress all year round, and usually only go home once every few years. They are also called Icefield Sentinels. However, the Kingdom of Viren, the enemy of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, has repeatedly sent troops to harass the border. This has also caused the Ice Crystal King to continuously send troops to the border area. There have been several large and small frictions between the two sides. But fortunately, everyone is afraid of the other's strength, so they are relatively restrained. And near the border, somewhere in an unknown corner, the Seed of Light and a group of red-robed bishops, white-robed high priests, etc., are still gathered in that magnificent underground palace. The young man sat on the throne. Below, a red-robed bishop knelt on the ground and reported respectfully, "Great Son of Light. As you expected, through the relationship of the Kingdom of Varen and Admiral Ulysses, we continue to put pressure on the border. The old king has transferred Lieutenant General Crow and Tacit back to the main city of Frost. However, Tacit was jointly reported by Crow and other commanders in the last battle of Lake Dwelluin, and is now under investigation by the Circuit Court." Hearing the last sentence, a look of regret appeared in the eyes of the Seed of Light. Then he nodded slightly. The last time they asked Tacit to take action, they were actually ready to give up this chess piece. But unexpectedly, there were too many unexpected situations in that battle. Before Tacit was exposed, the Church of Light was defeated in all aspects. Therefore, the Church of Light turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and saved an important chess piece. Of course, being investigated by the Circuit Court is not a simple matter. At least for a period of time in the future, Tacit, this chess piece, will lose its function, and he will also face the punishment of being demoted. The Seed of Light continued to ask, "How is the situation with Sullivan and Oscar?" The red-robed bishop continued to reply, "Archbishop Sullivan has successfully escaped, and is currently hiding in the territory of a lord from another world to recuperate." The young man leisurely held the Holy Book of Dawn in his hand, and continued, "I know. Let Sullivan speed up the process, and then find a way to deal with the demon. Our number of teachers is getting smaller and smaller, and I need the power of the glorious chapter." Speaking of this, a hint of anger gradually emerged in the young man's eyes. There are 3 chapters in the Holy Book of Light, and each chapter has its own unique ability. The most important ability of the glorious chapter is to transform teachers. Now that it has been taken away by the demon, the expansion of the Church of Light has come to a standstill, and now he is in urgent need of a large number of manpower. He sighed in his heart, "It would be great if I could also participate in the Zhuama Claw Challenge." This time, the version was updated. He had heard the discussions of other survivors. There are a large number of recruitment scrolls that can be exchanged in the point store. In other words, these are a large number of manpower. However, since the new version was updated, although he can continue to use the Survivor Lord system, Since he now belongs to the indigenous forces, he can no longer participate in the challenge. Otherwise, with these red-robed bishops under my command, I can even take over the entire area of the Claw of Yorma. In this way, I can have tens of thousands of recruited soldiers. He shook his head and put aside all the thoughts in his mind. The young man continued, after Sullivan recovers, let Oscar come to the border as soon as possible. I need him to lead the other White Walker armies. Yes, sir. Just as the red-robed bishop stood up and prepared to execute his order, the entire underground palace was instantly enveloped by a vast pressure. This breath was so vast that it was suffocating. Everyone felt an irresistible sense of oppression. The Seed of Light instantly exclaimed, "It the Lord of Light." At the same time, a majestic and somewhat anxious voice sounded. "Seed of Light, come to see me quickly." The young man's face suddenly changed drastically, so scared that he jumped up from the throne in a hurry and hurriedly knelt down in front of the statue. "Lord God of Light, I am here. Aren't you in a deep sleep?" The Strongwill did not answer, but asked, "How long has it been since I fell asleep?" The young man replied cautiously, 2 days. Hearing this, the Strongwill shook violently, like a volcano about to erupt. It gave people an extremely oppressive feeling of insignificance. Even the archbishops and red-robed bishops all put their heads on the ground at this moment, and they didn't even dare to breathe. The young man asked tentatively, "Light, Lord of Light, what happened?" The breath was silent for a moment, then said, "Someone is working on my holy book of light, seemingly trying to cut off the divine connection between me and the holy book." "What?" Hearing this, not only the Seed of Light, the red-robed bishops and white-robed bishops in the entire hall all showed shock in their eyes. They all knew, if the connection with the holy book was cut off, what it meant. This means that it will be very difficult for them to find the glorious chapter again. Moreover, more importantly, the 3 holy books of the God of Light are a set. If all are collected, they will be as powerful as semi-artifacts. If the glorious chapter is lost, this set of semi-artifacts may never be collected again. The Seed of Light also realized the seriousness of the matter. He hurriedly said, "It must be that demon who is attacking the holy book. I will let Sullivan go to that place immediately." But the will of the God of Light said, "It too late. The one who can have such means should be their demon lord. But I didn't sense the arrival of the demon lord. So the demon lord should have told the demon the corresponding means." Hearing this, the Seed of Light trembled slightly, and there was a hint of anxiety in his tone. "Then, what should we do? Your Excellency the God of Light?" The God of Light snorted coldly. "My holy book of light was made by me when I had the Godhead. It is closely connected to me, and it is not so easy to be cut off, unless the Lord of Demons comes in person. There is no way for those demons to erase my mark." When the people on the scene heard this, they gradually breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the vast will suddenly erupted again. This time, the entire underground palace was shaking wildly. Not only that, even the thousands of miles of mountains outside the underground palace were shaking violently, as if a strong earthquake had occurred. The snow on top slid down, causing avalanches, earthquakes, and other natural disasters. All the red-robed bishops and archbishops on the field all fell down as if they were pressed by a mountain. Their bones made a sound like they were breaking. "Light, Lord God of Light, what happened to you?" The Seed of Light was pressed to the ground and asked with difficulty. The will was silent for a moment, and then said angrily, "Damn it! The connection between the holy book of light and this seed has been cut off." "What?" The field fell into a dead silence. On everyone's face, a look of horror gradually emerged. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Chao Xing's successfully contaminated equipment. "Holy Book of Light. Glorious Chapter. Legend. The divinity of this equipment has disappeared, the level has been reduced, and it is currently in an ownerless state. Note, due to the lack of divinity of this equipment, some special effects have been sealed, and it needs to provide divine power to restore it." At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly showed ecstasy. He could hardly hold back his laughter. "Ha ha ha! It done! A 20% chance also made me succeed. Please call me the King of Luck. Ha ha ha!" Chao Xing was so excited, because this way, he would have gained another legendary equipment. "Great, this thing has become ownerless. I can bind it to myself and use it." However, Chao Xing also noticed the following prompt. "Some functions have been sealed, and the level has also been lowered." With a nervous mood, I looked at the properties. Holy Codex, Brilliant Chapter, Unbound. Quality, Legend. Equipment level, Level 50. Equipment type, offhand weapon. Equipment effects. 1. All attributes plus 1000, casting speed plus 20%. Additional effects. 2. Will of Light. Holding this holy codex, you are the spokesperson of the Will of Light. When launching all light attribute attacks, increase the attack range and attack strength by 30%. Additional effects. 3. Eternal Fire. Consumes a large amount of faith power, ignites the flames on all non-friendly units, removes the camouflage state, reduces all attributes by 30%, and suffers a 1% health loss effect per second, lasts 1 to 10 minutes, cooldown time, 12 hours. Additional effects. 4. Brilliant Chapter. Through this holy codex, you can release various powerful light attribute skills, including Chain of Light, Forbidden Spell Divine Punishment, Forbidden Spell Glory of Eternity, etc. Note: due to insufficient power of the Holy Scripture, the Forbidden Spell level skills cannot be released. Attached special effect. 5. Mark of Light. Lack of power. This special effect has been sealed. Looking at the attributes, Chaoxing eyes showed surprise again. Both the Will of Light and the Glory Chapter can be used. Isn't this equivalent to sealing only one special effect? That's so cool. He was originally prepared to have 2 or even 3 special effects sealed. Now only one special effect cannot be used. And it is a special effect with little impact. Chaoxing just wanted to say at this moment. It's so comfortable. Of course. Although most of the special effects can be used. But the attributes of this holy book have also been slightly reduced. For example, all attributes plus 2000 became all attributes plus 1000. And the light attribute attack increased from 50% to 30%. There are also forbidden spells that cannot be used. But this can still bring great help to Chaoxing. At this time, another system prompt appeared. Do you want to buy the item, Holy Book of Light? Glory Chapter Legend? Chaoxing thought for a moment. Obviously, this holy book is very suitable for mages as a secondary weapon. However, in comparison, it is more suitable for light mages. Even if Chaoxing binds it now, it only adds 1000 points of all attributes. Although there is still an improvement, for a legendary equipment, it is really a bit too wasteful. Obviously, there is only one choice now. That is to give it to the Holy Light Priest Isabel. Of course, her current level is the same as Chaoxing, which is level 48. She still needs to wait 2 levels to bind this legendary secondary weapon. But it will only take 2 days. By then, after Isabel binds the Holy Book of Light, her attack power will be increased to another level. Combined with the skills that come with the Holy Book, it is even more terrifying than the improvement brought by a potential advancement. Thinking of this, he felt better. Chaoxing put the Holy Book into his backpack, and then walked out of the cave with satisfaction. The soldiers had already cleaned up the battlefield. Looking at the large amount of spoils piled up on the ground in front of him, Chaoxing walked over and picked them all up. Obtained, Elite Soul of Goblin * 12. Obtained, Imperial Soldier Recruitment Scroll * 75. Obtained, Intermediate Power Heart * 584. Obtained, Intermediate Element Crystal * 3751. Obtained. There was nothing good on these goblins. Most of them are some intermediate power hearts and intermediate element crystals. But Chaoxing has no shortage of these things. Then there are a lot of blank weapons and a large number of arrows. The attributes of these weapons are low. Chaoxing thought, at present, I have a lot of green and white weapons in my backpack. But the soldiers in my territory don't need so many weapons. So either give them all to Harold or melt them all. Or we can take them to the market to trade. It just so happens that the survivors have all been upgraded. And they can be used. Although these weapons are not valuable, we can still make a lot of money by selling them at a low profit margin. After collecting the spoils dropped by the goblins, Chaoxing looked into the distance again. There were 6 catapults and a chariot with bull horns. This was also something Chaoxing was more interested in. He walked over to take a look. Giant trebuchet, blue. Quality, excellent. Armor, 150. Durability, 3216/4000. Each attack will reduce durability by 10 points. Range, 100 to 1100 meters. Attack interval, 3 to 10 seconds. Maximum load, 1500 kilograms. Attack power, depends on the thrown object. Chaoxing commented, these are relatively ordinary trebuchets. But in addition to stones, you can also throw some other things. With sufficient ammunition, the destructive power it causes is still quite terrifying. You can take this thing back to the territory. Then, He looked at the chariot with a ferocious shape and a pair of bull horns on the front. Demon Bull Chariot, Gold Special War Tool. Quality, Rare. Armor, 800. Durability, 16214/20,000. Maximum number of people, 4 people. Moving speed, 100 km per hour. Attack power, 7952 to 8733. Additional special effects, Demon Bull Charge, activates the remaining soul power of the earth-splitting Demon Bull, allows the chariot to accelerate instantly, and advances 200 meters forward, cooling time, 40 seconds, Demon Breaking Horn, the hardest horn of the earth-splitting Demon Bull, causing a magic breaking effect on the hit magic shield or magic obstacle, making it invalid, cooling time, 100 seconds. Note, a chariot made of the horns of the leader-level creature, the earth-splitting Demon Bull, combined with special craftsmanship, is a war tool recently developed by the Ice Crystal Kingdom War R&D department, made by Master Sam Martin. Oh! It turns out that my ice wall was shattered by the horn, because of the special effect of the devil breaking horn. This chariot is a good thing. Chao Xing exclaimed. This magic bull chariot is indeed a good thing. If used well, it will be a great weapon against magicians on the battlefield. However, this thing belongs to the same type of war tool as the Destroyer Siege Crossbow, and cannot be enhanced by the Eternal Power, causing its threat level to drop sharply. However, this does not affect its value. Just as Chao Xing was thinking this, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to bind this special item, Magic Bull Chariot? Note, after binding, it will occupy 5 population. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Can it be bound? Doesn't this mean that the Magic Bull Chariot can become a friendly creature? Then it can be enhanced by the power of eternity? He was immediately ecstatic. Chao Xing directly clicked the bind button. Then he raised his staff and released an ice healing spell. Instantly, the durability of the Demon Bull Chariot began to recover in large quantities. Seeing this, Chao Xing's face suddenly showed ecstasy. It really works. In this way, the lethality of this Demon Bull Chariot on the battlefield will be improved by more than 1 level. He couldn't wait to throw various status skills on the chariot, greatly improving its armor and recovery ability. Then, Chao Xing called Tyron over again. Respected Lord, the old wizard said respectfully. Chao Xing said directly, Mr. Tyluan, send 4 smart wizard apprentices here now. Let them learn to operate this magic bull chariot. I need you to drive it back to the territory later. Hearing this order, Tyluan was stunned for a moment. After all, it is more common to let them learn magic. But it is really the first time for them to learn to drive. But he did not refuse, but said respectfully, I understand, Lord. After that, he left here and began to give orders. Chao Xing turned around and continued to give orders to others. All nightmare archers stay outside. Others, follow me to search the tribe. After hearing this, everyone mobilized. Then, a group of more than 100 people entered the Goblin Cave. Chapter 387 The Power Demon Blood Spider Legion, returning to the territory. As the magic torches were taken out one by one, they directly illuminated the depths of the deep Goblin Cave. The walls of the cave were uneven, and there seemed to be some strange scratches and traces of unknown liquids on them. Water drops dripped from the top of the cave from time to time, making a crisp sound, which seemed particularly eerie in this silent environment. As expected before, goblins are not only brutal, but also dirty and sloppy creatures. The whole cave was filled with a lot of stench. The ground underfoot was also very muddy. Every step you took, you could feel the sticky mud squeezing under your feet, which made you feel uncomfortable. Chao Xing said with a look of disgust, I have to take a good bath when I get back. And these clothes and armor on us. We have to wash them well. They continued to go deeper, and soon entered the depths of the cave. As they walked forward, a stronger smell of decay came to their faces. A wide cave appeared in front of him. This was obviously the hall of the Goblin tribe. The cave was also very messy. There were various debris piled on the ground, including broken weapons, armor, animal fur, etc. In the middle, there was a throne built with bones of various animals. It looked like the place where this group of goblins once gathered. Chao Xing looked around. He found that there were 4 or 5 passages around the cave. These passages were dark and deep, and it was unknown where they led. The entrances to the passages were uneven, as if they were violently dug out. There were faint sounds coming from some of the passages, and there seemed to be something inside. Chao Xing ordered Braun, Xiao, Heli, Sarah, each take 20 or so people to explore these passages. Yes. After hearing this, the four of them quickly divided into teams. Then each of them chose a passage to enter. Chao Xing was searching in the cave hall to see if he could find anything good. However, after a thorough search, nothing was found. A moment later, Xiao received a message. Lord, this passage seems to lead to the goblin breeding room. There are many little goblins in here. How should we deal with them? Hearing this question, Chao Xing thought for a moment. Then he said directly, get rid of them all. Yes, sir. Hearing the order, Xiao did not have any extra emotions. At the same time, Xiao and more than 20 Star Country swordsmen drew their swords at the same time. In the dark cave in front of them, there were hundreds of little goblins less than 1 meter tall, with blue skin. They looked at the figures of this group of humans in panic, with fear and anxiety flashing in their eyes. Some little goblins held simple wooden sticks, while others held some shabby items tightly, as if looking for a sense of security. However, they did not dare to resist at all. Because these humans in front of them, each of them brought a fatal threat to them, and could easily kill all the goblins here. Then, Xiao said directly, "Let do it." Everyone nodded. Suddenly, the sword flashed. A scream sounded. After a while, everything returned to silence. At the same time, Healy quickly got out of a passage and came to Chao Xing. Lord, that passage is where the goblins hold the prisoners. Those prisoners are so miserable. Should we release them? Healy waited for his decision. Chao Xing thought about it. He was different from Lu Yang. As a goblin, Lu Yang was also a violent person in the eyes of the captives. So he released these people without considering the consequences, and almost brought himself a fatal disaster. As a human, Chao Xing was not worried that he would be repaid with ingratitude after releasing these captives. He said, "Take me to see it first." After hearing this, Healy nodded her little head. Then, he took Chao Xing into the passage. The temperature of this passage was not high, and there were many torches on the wall. The orange-red light illuminated the muddy passage. The whole goblin cave was filled with an unspeakable stench. This smell was like a mixture of various feces, and some rotten meat. It really made people not want to stay there for a second. The further into the passage, the stronger the stench became. All the way, there were a lot of iron cages on both sides. Chao Xing turned his head, and took a look inside the iron prison. There was only a burning stove, and a small wooden bed in the prison. There was also a naked woman lying on the bed like a zombie. It was unknown how long this woman had been captured. Her limbs were fixed, and her body was covered with various tooth marks and wounds. Some wounds had even ulcerated, and dense maggots grew on them. But she still seemed unaware, with her legs spread open, staring blankly at the sky. Chao Xing glanced at it. Survivor, Feng Xinyan LV-23. Although the system has been updated, it is not easy to see other people information. But he has the eye of true vision. After discovering that the other party is a survivor, Chao Xing's heart did not fluctuate. Obviously, as a survivor, Lu Yang also knew that the survivors have the communication function of the system. So, he tied up the woman's hands and feet, just to prevent her from sending any information. After so many days of torture, this woman named Feng Xinyan has also lost her mind. Chao Xing continued to walk forward. He found that the scenes in each cell were similar. These women basically lived as breeding work for these goblins. And the men who were captured were even more miserable. Outside the forest, the several heads stuck in the ground said it all. Chao Xing said, "Healy, go and open the chains. Then give them a set of clothes and some food, and let them leave by themselves." After saying that, he turned and left. After hearing that, Healy tightened the dagger in her hand. Then she stepped forward and cut the chains of the cages one by one. As for what would happen to these women later, Chao Xing could not control it. On the other side, Braun sent a message. "Lord, I have found their warehouse. There are some good things in it." After hearing that, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. "Very good. I come right over." After saying that, he quickly came to the passage where Braun was. At the end, a huge stone door appeared. However, this stone door had been knocked open by brute force. When he stepped into the stone door, Braun was already waiting there. "Lord, you are here." Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then took a look inside. There were a lot of crowns, iron, copper and other ores, as well as some looted materials. Not bad. Not bad. These goblins do have a lot of resources. He was also very rude. He swept away all the resources in the warehouse. Obtained, Crown asterisk 3750221. Obtained, Iron asterisk 68225. Obtained, Copper asterisk 54992. Obtained, Hardwood asterisk 4719. Obtained, Silver or asterisk 5241. Obtained, Gold or asterisk 1252. Obtained, Damaged Animal Hide asterisk 35. Obtained, Rusty Iron Sword asterisk 153. Obtained, Books asterisk 136. Obtained. In addition, there were some beast bones, some damaged shields, and leather armor. In general, the harvest was not bad. After all, those iron and copper were materials that Chao-Shing urgently needed. With a quantity of more than 100,000. The value was quite amazing. With more than 100 books, the library could be expanded. So far, this goblin tribe had been plundered by him. As for the other two passages, there was nothing there. Hilda's cold voice came to his ears. "Lord, I'm here." Chao-Shing replied, "Okay. Wait for me outside first." After that, Chao-Shing pressed the team channel. "Okay. Let go out." After that, everyone rushed out of the large cave. From a distance, they saw that red shadow standing in the battlefield waiting. "Respected Lord." Zirda bowed slightly. Chao-Shing nodded. "Zirda, you should know why I asked you to come here. Now, hatch all these corpses into blood spiders." Looking at the nearly 5,000 corpses in front of her, Zirda licked her lips. With so many corpses, a lot of blood spiders can be hatched. In this way, I can at least raise a blood spider army of nearly 100,000. However, with so many corpses, I suggest breeding some elite blood spiders. Chao-Shing was stunned. Can ordinary goblin corpses, like this, breed elite blood spiders? Zirda nodded. Yes, the self-destructing blood spiders that were hatched before. Although they can be hatched in batches. One corpse can hatch more than a dozen. But they are too fragile. If the enemy uses a large-scale skill, a large number of them will be killed. But there are a lot of corpses here. I can use 20 corpses to feed a blood spider and make it an elite. However, to cultivate this elite blood spider, I need to consume the royal blood in my body. Chao-Shing asked in confusion, "What is royal blood?" Zirda's expression did not change. And she explained, "Royal blood is the blood power of the royal family of blood spiders. Blood spiders with royal blood in their bodies will be connected to my consciousness. Similarly, they will also gain the ability to devour and evolve. However, since I am now at the 5th level, I don't have much royal blood in my body, and I can only cultivate 1,000 elite blood spiders at most." Chao-Shing was shocked. Wow! 1,000 elite blood spiders. This is more than the total number of combatants in his territory. After Zirda became the commander, it seems that more and more abilities have been activated. This made Chao-Shing feel like he had picked up a treasure. Zirda continued to add, however, "If you want to hatch those self-destructing blood spiders, you don't need to occupy my royal blood, and you can hatch them infinitely. After my blood poison merges with that drop of blood, it is also suitable for the blood spider self-destruction flow. How to choose? Please decide." Lord. Hearing this, Chao-Shing also fell into thought. Zirda's words are easy to understand. It is to use these nearly 5,000 corpses to directly hatch tens of thousands of blood spiders, to go for the self-destruction flow. The other way is to go the elite route. 20 corpses breed an elite blood spider. Chao-Shing asked, "How many self-destructing blood spiders are there now?" Zirda replied, "There are about 4,000. Chao-Shing nodded. Although this number is large, once the fight really starts, it will be over in one battle. After all, these self-destructing blood spiders are too fragile, and are consumables on the battlefield. And there are 5,000 corpses here. If all of them are cultivated into elite blood spiders, it can probably cultivate more than 200 elite blood spiders? Moreover, because the elite blood spiders are the commanding creatures of the blood spider queen, they do not occupy Chao-Shing population." Chao-Shing said, "Then use half of the corpse to hatch into elite blood spiders, and the rest of the corpse to hatch into self-destructing blood spiders." Hearing Chao-Shing's decision, Zirda nodded slightly. "As you wish, my master." After she finished speaking, she stretched out her right hand covered with black gauze again, and a ball of darker blood condensed in it. This was Zirda royal blood. Then, this drop of blood fell directly on the corpse of a goblin. It was the same as when the blood spider was hatched before. The goblin belly swelled rapidly. With a popping sound, A blood spider different from the previous one came out from inside. The ordinary self-destructing blood spiders, when they were just hatched, were about the size of a fist. But this blood spider was as big as a baby. In addition, its body was covered with a layer of light red carapace, and its 8 spider legs were also somewhat uncoordinatedly thick. Especially its forelimbs, which looked like bulging muscles, giving people a feeling of infinite strength. Hilda waved her hand and said indifferently, "Blood spider. Start devouring." After hearing this, the blood spider immediately began to gnaw on the goblin corpse below. Sizzle. The goblin corpse below was gnawed clean at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood spider grew a little bigger, becoming as big as a puppy. Then, it continued to devour. And in 5 minutes, it devoured nearly 19 goblin corpses. This blood spider has reached the height of an adult. Its huge body and forelimbs as thick as cow hooves are intimidating. And the carapace covering its body gives people a thick feeling. Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of this blood spider. Blood spider of power. Race, blood spider. Level 38, level 4 elite creature. HP, 47240/47240. Attack power, 2043 to 2126. Armor, 467 to 532, armor plus 200. Skill, foot of power, when the forelimbs attack the enemy, an additional 20% damage is completed. Thick insect carapace, armor plus 200, reduce 10% of physical damage received. Heavy attack, raise the thick and powerful forelimbs to attack the enemy, causing a fan-shaped attack on the enemy in front. 178% of the heavy attack damage, knock it away, cooling time, 120 seconds. Talent, power of the blood, with the blood spider queen blood power in the body, all attributes increased by 10%. Bond, blood spider, when the number of blood spiders acting at the same time reaches 100, movement speed increased by 10%. 1,000 blood spiders, attack power increased by 10%. 10,000 blood spiders, armor increased by 10%. 100,000 blood spiders, activate legion skills, blood sea frenzy. Seeing the attributes of this blood spider, Chao Xing eyes lit up immediately. This attribute is much higher than the health and armor of ordinary 4th level elite creatures. In addition, its skills are also very good, and it also has a range repulsion effect. And if there are more than 100,000 blood spiders acting at the same time, the Legion skill will be activated. With Hilda ability, 100,000 blood spiders is a piece of cake. Of course, it also has a weakness, that is, the speed of movement is much slower. However, this does not affect the power of the magic blood spider at all. When there are enough of them, these blood spiders are bulldozers on the battlefield. Chao Xing praised, "Not bad. Zierda, these blood spiders are quite strong. Continue to hatch them." The blood spider queen nodded gently. "Yes, Lord." Then, she began to condense the royal blood and hatch a large number of blood spiders. It took about half an hour. The thousands of corpses here were eaten up. Even the Goblin King and the bodies of the little goblins in the cave were not wasted. Finally, Zilda cultivated a total of 145 elite-level power demon blood spiders, 23 swift shadow blood spiders that were good at reconnaissance, and a large number of self-destruct blood spiders, more than 40,000. Chao Xing was quite satisfied with this number. At the same time, Chao Xing brought Zierda to the corpse of the soul-devouring netherworm, and asked, "Can you devour the corpse of this soul-devouring netherworm?" After seeing the corpse, the blood spider queen beautiful eyes showed surprise. She explained, "What an evil monster! This looks like the corpse of a 7th level commander level monster." Chao Xing chuckled, "Yes, didn't you say last time that you could also hatch a commander level giant demon spider? I left this corpse for you on purpose." Hearing the latter sentence, Zilda's pretty face flushed, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she stood there a little awkwardly. Seeing her like this, Chao Xing also smiled. He found that it was really fun to tease the blood spider queen. It was completely different from the previous indifferent style. It was a kind of entanglement of wanting to maintain one's own status, and not wanting to be polite to Chao Xing. Chao Xing laughed and stopped teasing her. He said directly, "Zierda, do you think this corpse can be used to hatch new blood spiders?" The redness on Zierda's face gradually disappeared, and she nodded gently. "Well, it can be. This commander-level corpse, which is so big, should be able to hatch a complete giant blood spider." Hearing the latter sentence, Chao Xing's face suddenly showed joy. And Zierda continued, "But my current level is 2 levels lower than this corpse. and the royal blood cannot corrode its corpse. Chao Xing's eyes showed a sudden realization. After all, Zierda's bloody feast hatched blood spiders that were 10 levels lower than her own. Like this level 62 soul-devouring netherworm corpse. If it hatched a level 4 commander-level blood spider, Chao Xing would still feel that he was at a loss. Okay. I got it. Move this corpse back to the territory first. You will need it when you break through to the 7th level. Zierda nodded slightly, and then said softly, Okay. Also, thank you. Chao Xing waved his hand. After doing this, he called a few Star Country swordsmen, and then ordered, Move the corpse of the soul-devouring underworld worm to the demon bull chariot. Then take the catapults with you. We are ready to return. After hearing this, everyone started to act. After they finished cleaning, they left the valley. Not long after Chao Xing and his men left, the women who were locked in the cave seemed to have regained consciousness. The woman named Feng Xinyan looked at the clothes and food on the ground and seemed to recall what had just happened. At this moment, she almost pounced on the food on the ground like a hungry wolf and stuffed it into her mouth like a wolf. When the food entered her stomach, the woman seemed to regain some strength. Then, she saw the clothes and weapons next to her. She didn't know what she remembered. For a moment, tears welled up in her eyes. Then, as if she couldn't hold it back any longer, she started crying loudly. Her cry echoed throughout the cave. The cry lasted for about 5 minutes. The woman stopped crying. At this moment, there was no sadness in her eyes. No pain. Only endless hatred. A ferocious look appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, I want to have power. I want to kill all the goblins in the world. Leave no one behind. Kill them all. Let this filthy race disappear from the world. This woman seemed to have found the meaning of living. She quickly put on her clothes and picked up her weapon. Then she came to other cages and woke up those women one by one. Perhaps in the near future, this woman will really become a famous strongman. Or perhaps it won't be long before they fall into the hands of other goblins again. But Chao Xing doesn't know about this. About half an hour later, they returned to the territory. Chao Xing looked at the time. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Almost 4 hours had passed since they set out to attack the goblin tribe. Compared to when they went out, their team had 6 more catapults and a magic bull chariot. There are more than 100 elite blood spiders. Plus a lot of supplies. It can be said that the harvest is quite rich. Chao Xing first asked the soldiers to move the body of the dead mage to the hero tomb area of the territory and bury it. Then he asked about the battle situation on Lu Mushua's side. After hearing that Zierda had left, they lost a large output force, and now it takes about 10 minutes longer to clear an ice nest monster army than before. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and then replied, Mushua, I will let Zierda go to your side later, and I will keep the original team here, and continue to act separately. Lu Mushua said softly, Okay. Ah Xing, you can arrange it. Both parties hung up the call. Then, Chao Xing turned around and said to the soldiers, Pull these catapults to the foot of the city wall and place them, and put the magic bull chariot next to it. Let the polar people move the corpse of the soul-eating worm to the basement first. Others, follow the previous team, and set off with me to deal with the claws of Zhuama. After hearing the order, everyone entered the battle state. Just as Chao Xing was about to gather his troops and lead the warriors to fight against Zhuama Claw, a system prompt appeared. Yuan Kingdom, Marita Villegas has applied to visit your territory. Do you agree? Seeing that familiar name, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Marita? She actually found my territory?